All right. Shutting down. Whew. Still a top 10 and he beat. I got Rosieros on my team. He's the only one with an arm sleeve.
Hi everyone, we've got a great night of college basketball hoops in store for you tonight. It's a big matchup and some big-time energy in this building, and we're glad to have you with us. This is Kevin Harlan, joined by my colleagues Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. It's the Georgetown Hoyas facing the Louisville Cardinals.
And the thing you love about collegiate sports, the passion, the energy, I mean the competitiveness and that
crazy,
drive to succeed and show what you have, it's really always a marvel to watch.
No doubt about it, Greg. And seeing these players out here tonight, I remember how the love for the game of basketball in those formative years when I was playing college was so invaluable. I mean, the experience
Melvin Mack, I think that's his name.
Mentorship at this level, really a huge part of where you go with your talent.
Sheldon Mack. I don't
Look at
think
the
he
Hoyas
is.
starting group. Warren is out there with Price, and it's Trice. Then there's Hudson, and it's Randolph in at the 2 spot.
Well, there have been a lot of great players at Georgetown over the years.
Oh, man.
Most of them
You're supposed to do something.
But don't forget about Allen Iverson. He might just be the most popular former Hoya of all time.
Freak with it. Now defended by Warren, and that one's good. Freak.
One thing with Freak that we know is he makes sure he gets his shots up no matter what. One way or another, he's going to get his workout in, and that's why so many are confident that he'll continue to improve.
Part of it is that he has a twin sister who actually taught him how to play ball. She helped him develop his game and become the player he is today. Pretty nice to have a sibling willing to help you develop your skill set on the court.
Hook shot on the way. Again, the Cardinals score.
When his hook shot is on, there's nothing you can do defensively. It's almost a given he's going to knock it down.
It's almost a given.
Now here's Trice. Outside Randolph.
Major defensive lapse right there. But he's not a player you can leave open for a jump shot. You got to stay attached to him. They're lucky he couldn't punish them for it.
Get out the paint, bro.
Freak with it. He's against Randolph. Hook shot. Hits some rim on the way in, and the bucket's good.
Got it.
And it's 8 points for Freak.
You know, it didn't seem to be any danger of getting
Why is
that
my cat
shot
going through the trash? I have no
He
idea.
decided to go to the hook anyway.
Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Hook shots go crazy in every 2K, except for 19. But, you know. Alright, I'm winning 8-1 for the first half or whatever. I'm trying to maintain my top 10 placement.
Reckless with it. Outside Wilson. And that one goes long. Louisville leading by 7. Now Freak. Oh, yes, he did. 5 up and 5 down for him so far.
And doing a great job here, just stringing together solid possessions as they build that lead.
I tell you, there's no substitute for consistency, Greg. You know that, I know it. You can stay in control of the game. They'll stay in control
Yes, sir.
if they simply stay good with their execution of the game plan and don't waste any possession.
Taking a look at the Hoyas, Hodges is out there with Warren, and it's Harkless in at the 1 spot. Freak with it. He's against Wilson with the hook shot.
Fraser Macklemore straightened his tie and brushed his hands down the front of his suit before pushing open the door of the business director's office at Philly Group. "How many times have I told you?" snapped a voice from within. "Knock on the door before you come in. How hard is that to remember?" "My wife, can you stop reminding me of the rules?" he asked, smiling bitterly. He had anticipated the scolding, but it had still hurt. Natalia Laplace, the business director of the real estate group, glared at her husband. "You know, because I'm your wife, I've tried to cut you some slack. You've been working here for 3 months, and I've tried to get your name out there. Tell me, how many properties have you sold?" Fraser shuffled his feet uncomfortably and said nothing. "You haven't brought in even a single customer," she went on. "What have you been doing? Just sitting around like you do in a current housing market situation? Even a fool would be better than you." Hearing the volume of his wife's scolding, Fraser immediately closed the door behind him. At the very least, he couldn't let others hear the embarrassing firing he was a victim of. "Why do you bother shutting the door?" she asked mockingly. "Even if you shut the door, it's not like everyone doesn't know how much of a joke you are." She shook her head in disgust. "I was really blind when I married you." Natalia's heart ached as she said these words. She felt wronged. The two of them had been college sweethearts. Natalia had been at the top of her class and could have had her choice of suitors. However, in the end, she had chosen Fraser. Fraser sat with big dreams for his career. After graduation, he even started his own business. Unfortunately, it had failed. He hadn't recovered from the failure. Instead, he stayed home and cared for the household. He would cook and clean while Natalia worked. He had done that for 3 years, until Natalia's family couldn't watch him being unable to bring in a more considerable income. They had given Fraser an ultimatum. He needed to find a job with a salary of at least $10,000 a month. San Clemente, California was a beautiful town, but there weren't many jobs that could pay that much. Thus, Natalia had no choice but to swallow her pride and offer him a job in the sales department at a real estate company, where she was the business director, the Philly Group. Now, as Fraser stood in Natalia's office, she had come to regret that decision. Fraser didn't reply for a long time. He glanced uncomfortably at her. His heart softened, but he still felt helpless. "Natalia," he begged. "It's not that I don't want to work hard. It's that the sales manager always steals my customers." The sales manager hates me, he thought. The whole department hates me. That's why, from day one, I haven't been able to keep a customer. "Fraser, how many times have I told you? You need to learn how to be objective. Take some initiative and responsibility." Natalia spoke with a firm voice. He sighed. "Ugh, very well. I'll try harder, I promise." She glared at him and then passed him a piece of paper with 2 phone numbers on it. "I don't believe that," she said coldly. "I'd rather believe that pigs can fly. Look, I'll try to help you out again. I've already talked with these 2 clients." She used her chin to indicate the numbers on the paper. "You just need to contact them," she said with an evident look of hopelessness. Fraser felt a burst of embarrassment, but he was also touched. His wife always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After taking the piece of paper, he dejectedly left her office. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard laughter erupting from the previously quiet sales department. A salesperson, Tarson Linster, quickly grabbed a cloth and began wiping down a desk before running over and passing the cloth to Fraser. "Macklemore, come on! Hurry up and get back to work! You're so good at housework." Please tidy up the office. Tarson laughed mockingly at Fraser before saying, I don't understand you. Director Laplace makes plenty of money. She can support you just fine. Why don't you run on home and get back to your classic housework and cooking? Why are you trying to steal work from the rest of us? You're worthless here. Scram, Tarson. Joe Parker, one of the higher-up salespeople, pushed the salesperson away. Fraser didn't trust Joe any more than he trusted Tarson. Joe always acted as the manager's spy. He had directly taken customers from Fraser on countless occasions. Ouch! Tarson complained, continuing to say, Come on, Joe. Why don't you push him out instead? All you have to do is hit him, and he'll leave. Tarson had a cruel look on his face, and even took a step closer. Fraser was used to their provocation, but it didn't mean he liked it. He glared at the two men and then turned around and headed to his desk. Bah! Joe spat out as Fraser walked away. That trash is really giving our department a bad name. When the mocking voices faded and everyone started to get back to work, Fraser unfolded the note Natalia had given him. However, just as he was about to call the first number on the list, a large, middle-aged man walked over to stand beside his desk. Fraser peered up into the irritated face of his manager, Peter Earle. Peter glared condescendingly at Fraser before asking, Macklemore, who gave you permission to use your personal cell phone on company time? I'm calling a client, Fraser said shortly. Oh, really? Peter sneered. Do you really think that you'll succeed in making a sale? Why are you so stubborn? Peter waved his arm toward the other salespeople. Look at them. They can sell a property every few days. Then we have you. You're worthless. If it wasn't for the fact that your wife is the boss, I would have fired you long ago. Do you really think you can earn the same salary as those guys for doing nothing? After his rant, Peter glanced at the two phone numbers on the piece of paper and grinned evilly. Macklemore, this is your last chance, he said, issuing an ultimatum. If you can sell 100 properties by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can stay. I'll even give you a promotion. If you don't, you can pack your stuff and leave. Peter closed his warning with an evil grin. A murmur went through the sales department as everyone heard the almost impossible task on Fraser's hands. Although the employees knew that Peter was determined to get rid of Fraser, they never expected him to be so ruthless by demanding the young man to sell 100 properties in less than 24 hours. The most that the department had ever sold was a combined effort among the entire staff to sell 89 properties in 2 weeks. Selling 100 in a day was an unrealistic goal. News of the challenge quickly spread through the entire building. Soon after, Natalia also heard the news and rushed out of her office. Although she knew that Peter was deliberately making things difficult for Fraser, and she didn't like it, she still greeted her sales manager with a forced smile. Mr. Earle, aren't you being a little impractical? She asked. Do you think those numbers are actually... Don't say anything, Peter interrupted Natalia coldly. Director Laplace, it was because of that idiot that our sales department became the laughingstock of the Philly group, and even the entire San Clemente real estate industry. Therefore, I have a responsibility to my team that can't be avoided. Peter stood up straight and announced, By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, if your useless husband can't sell 100 properties, then he'll be kicked out, and you'll be dragged along with him. Of course, in the meantime, Feel free to help him out. He's going to need it. Looking at Peter's malicious smile, Fraser had the urge to punch the man in the smug face. But when he saw Natalia's unsteady feet, he rushed forward to support her. Are you all right? He asked softly. Natalia was still in a daze. She had come to the company soon after graduating from college and had worked hard to reach her current position. Now, in the blink of an eye, it could all be lost because of the ultimatum to her husband. Have all these years of hard work just gone down the drain? She wondered. If I lose my job over this, how will we support ourselves? Will I have to rely on my useless husband? This joke was quickly becoming not funny at all. The more Natalia thought about it, the angrier she got. She almost slapped Fraser. Everything is going wrong because of you, she snapped. Oh? Natalia, what's wrong? Are you angry again? Asked a voice from behind them. When Fraser turned and saw the young man who walked in from outside, his expression darkened. The young man was dressed extravagantly. Even the sunglasses he wore were worth hundreds of dollars. He was Mose Fairlin, a junior executive of the Philly Group. During Fraser's 3 months in his new position, he had seen Mose harass his wife countless times. It was a good thing that Natalia had some keen observation skills and could defend herself. Every time Mose tried to pester her, she was able to avoid his moves with great ingenuity and rationality. Regardless, it was annoying. And now that he had appeared at this awkward moment, Fraser had a bad feeling. Director Laplace. What's going on? Mose asked in a strange tone. Before Natalia could respond, Peter stepped up and immediately explained the situation. Mose nodded and agreed, but paused thoughtfully before asking. But, Mr. Earl, aren't you being a little too heartless? Especially by involving our lovely Director Laplace in your threat? Mose thought about it for a while and came to a conclusion, saying, How about this? Let me take care of this little situation for now. Immediately, Mose's gaze turned to Natalia as he sized her up suggestively. Natalia, you've worked hard to get where you are with the company. I appreciate your hard work. You should understand this, even without me saying anything. Have dinner with me tomorrow evening, and we'll talk about how we're going to proceed. Perhaps I can think of a way for you to get a promotion. I think it's supposed to be cold tomorrow, so be sure to bring your stockings. He smiled provocatively. Natalia bit her lip. She clearly knew what Mose was suggesting. Fraser wasn't stupid either. He naturally understood the hidden meaning behind the junior executive's words. Do you think I don't exist? Fraser exclaimed. He could let a lot of things slide, but when it came to his wife and her dignity, there was no way he could tolerate such an innuendo. Fraser was about to explode, but Natalia suddenly stopped him. Stop it, Fraser! Don't you think you've caused me enough trouble already? She turned away before anyone could see the embarrassment on her face. She was confused and didn't know what to do. Glancing at Fraser, Briggs grinned. He leaned over and whispered, I might as well tell you. I've taken a fancy to your wife and plan to sleep with her. Someone like you can't stop me because you simply can't compete. Mose left with a burst of laughter while Fraser kept his head down. He dug his fingernails angrily into the flesh of his palms. Mose had completely embarrassed him and trampled all over his dignity. Later that evening, after Fraser had left work, he stood on the bridge and watched the flow of traffic below, his mind lost in thought. As his thoughts coalesced, his gaze grew colder and more determined. No matter how wrong I am, I can still endure it, he muttered to himself. But if anyone goes after Natalia, all bets are off. I'll personally send them to hell. He took out his phone, found a number he hadn't used in years, and clicked on the call icon. The phone quickly connected, and an excited voice could be heard from the other end of the line. When I picked up my phone and saw who was calling, I couldn't believe it. Is it really you, my young friend? You finally called. Did you know I... Uncle Sam. Fraser interrupted the person on the other end of the line. I'm in some trouble right now. I need your help. What? Uncle Sam cried. Is someone trying to harm you? I'll send... No, Fraser interrupted. It's not that troublesome. I only need money to solve this problem. I need a few $1 million. Oh, you gave me a fright. Old Sam sighed in relief. Oh, forget about the money. Whatever amount you need, it's yours. He hesitated and then began. But... There's no need to say anything else, Fraser interrupted. I understand that since I'm asking for help, my agreement to separate myself from the family will become invalid. However, I can't return just yet. Really? Uncle Sam was excited to hear Fraser's words. He had been waiting to hear them for years. Good. This won't be a problem. As long as you agree to return to the family, everything is fine. You know, amongst all the successors in the Macklemore family, the one your father values the most is you. Fraser was silent for a moment. He really didn't want to talk about this topic. He cleared his throat and tried to get the conversation back on track. How long until the money gets here? You should still know my private account information. However, Uncle Sam was still going on about the family. Fraser, I won't hide it from you. After your father found out that you were in San Clemente, he secretly purchased the largest company there, the Robster Corporation, in your name. You have plenty of money. You can just go and take over the company. Hearing that, Fraser pursed his lips. It seemed that even though he had been away from home for many years, his father was still thinking about him. Otherwise, according to the nature of the Macklemore family, they wouldn't have even considered buying a business in a place as small as San Clemente. Uncle Sam went on. You should also know that one of the members of the Orange County Chamber of Commerce also has ties to the family. In addition, your family has ties with several other businesses in the area as well. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Fraser said shortly. We'll talk again soon. After hanging up, Fraser took out a pack of cheap cigarettes, lit one up, and took a long drag. He sighed. Ugh. It looks like the days ahead are going to be far from peaceful, he thought. Members of the wealthy class never seemed to be able to escape from their obligations. Fraser had chosen to leave his family because he didn't want to live a life of deception. But now, he had to face it bravely because his wife was being bullied. After letting out a long puff of smoke, he put out the cigarette and tossed it into the garbage. He then got into his car and drove to a corporate headquarters building across town. It was one of the largest companies in San Clemente, and he had been here many times during the past 3 months because he had been in charge of distributing and putting up flyers. The 2 women who worked at the front desk always gave him a hard time. After parking the car, Fraser walked into the lobby on the first floor and was immediately noticed by the 2 women. Fraser, it's you again, one of the young ladies snapped. You really have some nerve coming here again and again, the other announced coldly. Well, don't come in. You're not allowed here anymore. Look at the notice. She pointed at the board behind her, which had a black and white photo of Fraser mounted on it. "Take a good look," the first woman said indignantly. "You've been put on our blacklist. I designed this announcement myself. How about that?" Fraser craned his head and saw that under his photo there was a short blurb. He read it silently. "Fraser, a useless salesperson at the Philly Group, has repeatedly snuck into our office area to distribute unwanted flyers. This worthless person, whose wife has repeatedly cheated on him, is not welcome in the building. Recently, the women's restroom has been subjected to a peeping Tom, and we suspect that Fraser is the culprit. As such, he's been put on the company's blacklist. If anyone sees him on the premises, contact security or a staff member immediately." After reading the description, Fraser frowned and thought, "If they don't want me to put up flyers, that's fine. But why drag my name through the mud?" Fraser took a deep breath and resisted the urge to lower himself to the level of the two women at the desk. He ignored the notice and said coolly, "Tell Mr. Wilson that I would like to see him. Now."
"Who's here to see Mr. Wilson?"
asked a voice from behind him. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man walked out of the elevator. When he saw Fraser, he heaved a sigh and said,
"Oh, so it's you. What are you doing here? Still trying to sell properties?"
The man walked up to Fraser and sneered.
Maybe you're trying to sell your own property? Isn't it on the smaller side? Do you think my boss would like that? You're a fool."
One of the women at the desk piped up. "Mr. Cole, I agree. Do you want me to call security?" She reached for the desk phone and started pressing the buttons. Fraser narrowed his eyes, snorted quietly, and then he smiled. He took a step back and sat down on the couch in the waiting area. Mr. Cole and the others stared at him in surprise. "Well, you're right about one thing," Fraser said calmly. "I'm here today to sell my house to your boss. In fact, I don't want to sell one property. I want to sell him 100. With that, Fraser took out his cell phone and directly called Henry Wilson, the corporation's president. His tone was full of arrogance as he ordered Henry to meet him in the lobby on the first floor within 3 minutes. Fraser's actions made the manager, Robert Cole, and the two front desk staff freeze in shock. They looked at Fraser and how he was dressed and marveled at his audacity. One of the women began to snicker. Soon, the three of them started to laugh at Fraser. Robert was overjoyed at the foolishness of the young man.
You want to sell the boss 100 properties? I'll tell you what. If you successfully sell Mr. Wilson your properties, I'll kneel down and lick your shoes in front of everyone.
As soon as he said that, a team of security guards rushed in. Robert was in no mood to waste any more words on Fraser. He impatiently waved his hand.
"Take him away."
"Not you again,"
one of the guards cried as he recognized Fraser.
"You may have gotten away from us last time, but you won't escape so easily this time."
Both guards advanced on Fraser as they pulled out their nightsticks to give him a beating. He stood and watched them step closer, a somber expression on his face. One of the security guards took a swing at him, but Fraser dodged it. The nightstick swung by him and smashed onto a glass-topped coffee table. The glass shattered.
"All of you stop,"
shouted a stern voice from nearby. The security guards froze, as did everyone else.
"Mr. Wilson," cried Robert in surprise. "What are you doing here? Can I help you with anything?"
All eyes turned to the front desk, where Henry Wilson was standing, watching the unprofessional scene unfolding before him with disdain. Robert turned to give Fraser a stern look as he asked,
"Why are you still standing there, Fraser? Get lost!
Henry's eyes widened in shock when he heard Fraser's name, and he stared at the young man before him.
It's him,
he thought in wonder.
It's really him. Get lost?
Henry snapped.
You're the ones who should get lost, you fools!
He looked around at Robert and the others, his expression livid.
You're a bunch of idiots! Do you know who he is?
Henry was dumbstruck. Fraser jumped in to interrupt. He didn't want too many people to know his identity just yet. Mr. Wilson, I presume. I hope that you're available tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to personally come to the sales department of the Philly Group to purchase 100 properties. Robert stared in shock. Had Fraser really asked his boss to purchase so many properties? He found himself even more startled a few moments later when Mr. Wilson spoke.
No problem, Mr. McElmore. I'll make sure to be there on time.
The onlookers gasped and murmured to one another. Fraser turned his gaze on the stunned manager. Well now, Mr. Cole, I'm an honorable man. I don't think there's any need for you to kneel down and lick my shoes. Your mouth is too dirty and smelly anyway. He glanced at his watch and saw that it was almost 6. He mumbled something incoherent about cooking dinner and hurried out. Henry watched in consternation as the young man left.
Was he actually saying something about having to cook dinner?
He mused.
Why would someone of his power need to go home and cook something?
He started to call out to the young man questioningly, but saw that he had already sped away.
Mr. Wilson, are you sure about all this?
Came a voice from beside him.
That man, Fraser, is just not trustworthy.
Maybe it's a mistake.
Henry turned his cold glare on Robert.
I think you're the one who has made a mistake. Head to accounting and collect your last paycheck. You will not be coming back tomorrow. That's all.
After saying that, Henry left without looking back. Robert watched the president of the company walk away from him.
He just fired me,
Robert thought in a sulking state. His face paled as he looked around at the 2 women at the desk. They stared back at him. One of them quickly tore down the blacklist. The remaining fear in their hearts had yet to disappear. Both women were thinking the same thing. Who exactly is that guy? Fraser? The moment Fraser entered the house, Natalia's family was on his case.
Do you see what time it is? Are you deliberately making your family starve?
Asked James, Natalia's older brother and Fraser's brother-in-law. Dorothy, Natalia's mother, who was busy in the kitchen, stuck her head out and said,
You're worthless. Do you think you're too good to cook for us anymore? Are you too good for this family?
Mom, I went to do something for work.
You what?
Natalia cried, walking in through the door right behind him. It seemed like she had been crying. Are you okay? He asked.
What?
She snapped. Before he could say anything, she stormed off to the bedroom and slammed the door. Fraser quickly finished preparing the meal before going and checking on her. He knocked and then pushed the door open. However, he found that Natalia had her head down as she was going through her stocking drawer. Recalling Moses' words from earlier that day, Fraser was instantly angered.
Natalia,
he shouted.
What are you trying to do? Are you really going to humiliate me by accepting Moses' invitation? If you want to treat me like a good-for-nothing loser, fine, but don't do it at your own expense and reputation. Are you really going to betray our relationship?
Natalia was shocked. She gaped at Fraser with her almond-shaped eyes. That was the first time in her memory that Fraser had been angry enough to shout at her. Instantly, a strong feeling of resentment rose in her heart.
Fraser, are you a man or not?
She started throwing questions at him.
How dare you be mean to me now? Have you even stopped to think about why I might be doing this? Are you really so foolish? Do you really think I would need to compromise myself like this if you had even the slightest bit of skill at your job? Was there a need to degrade me like this? Fraser was silent and lowered his head in shame. Indeed, he was well aware of how many times Natalia had taken the flak for him during the years he had been in the family. Hearing Natalia's sobbing, Fraser's heart softened, and his anger dissipated. He tried to reach out and give her a hug to comfort her, but she pushed him away. "Don't touch me," she barked. "I'm really sick of you. After enduring so many years, I'm tired of trying. If it doesn't work out, then do as my parents say. We need to get divorced." Her voice was getting louder. "No, I won't." Fraser shook his head stubbornly in refusal. Natalia rolled her eyes in anger. For the past 3 years, Fraser never said no to her except when the topic of divorce came up. In these cases, he would become adamant in his protests. "Natalia," Fraser began, his tone softer. He slowly sat down by the foot of the bed, making sure that he didn't get too close to her. "Look, I know I've asked you to trust me before. Can you trust me again this time?" "Trust you again?" Natalia grimaced. She had already heard those words countless times, and it had convinced her of one thing. Men were liars. However, when she turned toward him and saw Fraser's serious expression, one that she had never seen before, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but his demeanor gave her a sense of reliability and control. Seeing that she was silent, Fraser inched closer and gently held her cold hand in his. "Natalia, do you still remember the promise I made to you? The promise that no matter what happens, I won't let you get hurt? Trust me one last time, okay? I have a surprise planned for tomorrow." "Whatever you have planned, don't try it," she warned, as she pulled her hand away. "There is no way you'll be able to sell properties. It's impossible. Don't make empty promises." She reached for her bag and started to stuff stockings into it. Suddenly, she paused, looking at him, and spoke with a sense of calmness kicking in. "Look, I'm not cheap or foolish. Even if I do meet with Mose tomorrow, I won't let things go too far." With that, Natalia left the room to eat dinner with the family, leaving Fraser sitting alone on the end of the bed with a wry smile on his face. She's being naive, he thought. If she has dinner with Mose tomorrow, it will be like sending a lamb into a lion's den. I'm sure Mose has 100 ways to try to get her to sleep with him. After everyone gathered around the table to eat dinner, Fraser had just grabbed his fork to take a bite of food when Dorothy started to criticize him again. This time, however, she was back to urging him to divorce Natalia as soon as possible.
"Fraser, the deadline we set for you is almost up,"
Dorothy said.
"You haven't even started earning what we asked you to. You're barely bringing home $1,000 a month. That's not enough to support one person, let alone two."
"What? You're only bringing home $1,000 a month? That's not even enough for me to buy enough cigarettes to smoke in a month." James, Natalia's jobless brother, spoke with a look of disdain on his face. He seemed to be forgetting the fact that he himself wasn't working, and he was sitting around all day without any source of income.
"Mom, James, why can't you two just drop it?"
Natalia asked quietly.
"Let's just try to have a peaceful meal."
"You want to have a peaceful meal?"
The question came from Houstus, who rarely said anything. He didn't look up as he added,
"All right then. It's time for you to move out with your foolish husband."
Houstus was Natalia's father. He had been born into a wealthy family that was successful in business, the Laplace family. However, because of his poor ability, he had been kicked out of the family's main business 10 years ago,
and was given the job of managing an ailing company in San Clemente, also owned by the Laplace family. "What?" Natalia shouted. She was shocked and looked at her father in surprise. "Dad, are you joking?" she asked. "You want us to move out? Why?" Haustus put down his knife and fork and looked at his daughter seriously. He then looked at James, who had a smug expression on his face, and said, "Your brother has had a hard time sorting out his marriage. His fiancée has said that she doesn't like the number of people living here and that she doesn't want anyone else here except for them, your mom, and me." "Dad, you—" "Let me finish. I've considered it seriously. Your sister is in college and has been living there for a long time. You're doing quite well, so at least rent a place for the two of you." Natalia was enraged. She slapped her hand on the table and asked, "Why should we? This house is 2,000 feet, so why can't it accommodate the two of us? That woman is asking too much before she's even married. She's way too overbearing." James immediately tried to protect his fiancée. "Be careful, Natalia. That's rude. She's your future sister-in-law, so change your attitude. Also, you're already married. Just because you're married to a loser, you can't expect our entire family to support him." Finally, Haustus slammed the table with his fist and shouted, "Enough! Your mother and I only have one son, and we'll be leaving this house to him in the future."
"Natalia, you're earning quite a bit now, so it's not like you can't support yourself,"
Dorothy chimed in.
"You're being ungrateful," Natalia hissed. "I might have earned a lot, but I've paid more than my fair share into this family."
Seeing that his wife's anger was building to a dangerous level, Fraser whispered to her,
"Natalia, don't argue with them.
It's fine if we need to find our own place." James looked appreciatively at Fraser. Previously, he was worried that Fraser was only after a stake in his inheritance. Natalia cursed angrily at her husband.
"You're pathetic," she said. "You're the one who said that I shouldn't allow myself to be bullied. You're just too weak."
She angrily left the table and returned to her bedroom. Fraser followed her, and soon Natalia's indignant voice could be heard again as she continued to berate her husband from the bedroom. James didn't take it to heart, but when he saw that his parents seemed pretty disappointed, he said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry about it. Let's just eat. Although Fraser is a waste of space, at least his cooking isn't so bad." Later that night, Fraser got up from bed, walked over to Natalia's bedside, and knelt next to her. He felt sorry for her when he saw that she was still frowning, even though she was asleep. There were traces of tears on her face. He stroked her hair and mumbled, "Natalia, moving out of here will be fine. Don't worry." After speaking softly, he looked at her beautiful body for a long time. He thought of how he had endured 2 years of suffering while he guarded his better half. Snapping out of his thoughts, he muttered, "I really don't know when this will all come to an end." The next day, Natalia and Fraser walked into the sales department at the Philly Group, only to find that Mose was already waiting for them. When he saw Natalia, he didn't hide the burning passion in his eyes. "Tonight, this sexy beauty in front of me will be mine," he thought. "It's crazy to think that such a beautiful woman is with that good-for-nothing loser." As he thought about it, a spicy scene of him and Natalia making love together appeared in his mind, making his whole body feel hot. Natalia glanced at Mose but didn't speak to him. Instead, she thought about the day ahead. Although she didn't believe that Fraser could really sell 100 properties, for some unknown reason she felt a tiny bit of anticipation in her heart.
"Perhaps Fraser really can create miracles,"
she thought. Oh, who am I kidding? Why would I believe in someone as useless as him? However, she glanced at her watch from time to time. As long as it was before 9 o'clock, she wouldn't completely give in. Hey, Fraser, come here, Mose commanded. Fraser glanced at him but didn't move. Seeing that Fraser wasn't going to move, Peter looked angrily at him and was about to drag him over. Watching Peter's aggression grow, Mose waved his hand and walked over to Fraser instead. Fraser, did I hear someone say that you were sleeping on the floor at home? Mose asked. Don't worry. If your wife is good enough in bed tonight, you'll get a lifetime salary here for nothing, he laughed. Fraser's face darkened, and he clenched both of his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. He looked at Mose's sneering face and had the urge to hit him. At that moment, someone announced, It's 10 minutes to 9. There isn't much time left. Forget about 100 properties. If he can sell 10 of them, I'll be amazed. Many of the salespeople started to heckle Natalia, and her face turned pale. Just as she was about to give up, a middle-aged man with a large belly hurriedly walked in, followed by 4 bodyguards. I want to buy 100 properties, now, he said. All the employees looked at the middle-aged man in shock. No one answered him because they all felt that they had misheard. Although he looked like a rich person, judging by his clothes, they thought he wouldn't be able to buy 100 properties in one go, no matter how rich he was. There was a lot of real estate. Henry looked impatient as he said, Didn't anyone hear what I just said? I want to buy 100 properties, right away. I have to get everything done by 9 o'clock. He looked around and saw that Fraser was there. When he saw that he was dressed as a salesperson, he was shocked. When did someone so great start selling real estate? He wondered. Fraser, who didn't want to reveal his identity at that time, walked over to Henry, smiled, and secretly gave him a wink. Mr. Wilson, you're finally here, said Fraser. I've been waiting for you. Mr. Macklemore really likes to play the role, thought Henry. Yesterday he was a cook, and now he's a salesperson. However, he quickly realized that he would have to cooperate with him and pretend that Fraser was his subordinate. Yes, I was a bit late because I was stuck in a traffic jam on the way here. Everyone was shocked when they heard Henry and Fraser talking to each other in that way. Natalia also stared blankly at Fraser's back. She had recognized Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson is an important figure in San Clemente, and he's dealing with a nobody like Fraser, she thought. He said he had to complete the purchase before 9 o'clock. Surely that can't be a coincidence. A voice in her heart told her that Fraser might really have found Henry, and she wondered what trick Fraser had used to get him there. Mose felt something was wrong, and he signaled Peter with his eyes. Peter smiled as he walked toward Henry. Mr. Wilson, he said, I'm so sorry that we haven't welcomed you properly. Is it true that you want to purchase 100 properties from us? Yes, it is, Henry replied. You do have the properties available, don't you? Peter nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, absolutely. You can buy them anytime you want. Right now, there are still more than 200 properties available. Henry waved his hand impatiently and said, Any 100 of them is fine. There are still 8 minutes until 9, so we'll do it immediately. Okay, Peter said hesitantly, then pushed Fraser away. Get lost, he hissed. You're not capable of serving Mr. Wilson. Do you know how important he is? Why don't you just go and make him a coffee and leave this one to the big boys? Henry glared at Peter and shouted, Who do you think you are? How dare you treat him like that? Peter was shocked that he had angered Mr. Wilson. Henry waved his hand and called out, Is there anyone in charge here? Who is this little jerk's superior? Everyone looked toward Mose. Mose was also dumbfounded that Fraser and Henry seemed to know each other. He couldn't believe it, even though the truth was right in front of him. He walked over stiffly. When he was face to face with Henry, whom even his father had to fawn over, he gave a forced smile and said,
Hello, Mr. Wilson. My name is Mose Ferlin, and I'm an executive here at the Philly Group. I'm in charge. May I ask?
Cut the crap and get someone to help me,
Henry interrupted.
I brought the money, so let's get the transaction moving.
He glanced disdainfully at Peter and said,
And I don't want to see this man again.
Peter's face turned pale as he looked at Mose.
Yes, sir. Understood,
Mose said quickly. He waved to Peter while instructing all the employees to go through the procedures for Henry.
Let's go.
You won't be working here anymore because you're fired,
Mose said coldly.
No, please no,
shouted Peter. He begged Mose to allow him to stay. He had always been loyal to Mose, so he couldn't accept that he was being told to leave.
Mr. Ferlin, I'm your man. You can't really want to let me go, can you? Please reconsider. I thought we were friends, he pleaded.
Mose looked Peter in the eye and said,
I like you, Peter, but I'm a businessman, and business is what counts. Compared to selling 100 properties, you're nothing. Besides, do you think I'll offend Mr. Wilson to save you? You were wrong to upset him, and now you have to pay the price.
Peter was about to say something more in his defense, but Henry had already gestured to one of his bodyguards. The bodyguard nodded, grabbed Peter's arm, and dragged him out of the office. A series of screams could be heard from outside, causing many of the employees to gasp. The time was 8:59. Under the joint efforts of the staff of the sales department, the procedures for the sale of 100 properties were all completed. Henry called for his subordinates to put the contracts away without even looking at them. He then looked at Mose with a straight face and asked,
Do you know under whose name these sales should be credited?
Mose nodded reluctantly. He knew what Henry wanted and wasn't prepared to go against him. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he still smiled at Fraser and said,
I know. The sales will be credited to Fraser.
When Fraser saw Mose's sullen expression, he was pleased.
Mose, my wife doesn't need to wear sexy lingerie when she eats with you tonight, right?
Mose's face turned red as he heard the sniggering around him. He glared at Fraser and shook his head.
There's no need. I was just joking, he said.
At that moment, Natalia walked over and bit her lip as she looked at Fraser with an enigmatic expression.
Fraser sold 100 properties for the company. So how are you going to reward him? Asked Fraser.
Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. I'll send the commission to him right now. According to the price, it should be given at the rate of 100 to 200% of the standard rate of the commission.
In no time, Fraser's phone received a message. Natalia snatched the phone from his hand and opened the message. It contained the details of his commission, which was $300,000. She covered her mouth in excitement. It was her first time seeing someone earn so much money in one go. Her good-for-nothing husband had finally succeeded. As he looked at Natalia's excited face, Fraser smiled. The meticulous Henry could even see the traces of love in his smile.
It seems like Mr. McLemore isn't just playing with this woman. He really likes her, he thought. This Ferlin guy actually wants to seduce Fraser's wife and believes that his work performance isn't good enough. Let's see what I can do about that.
He looked at Mose coldly and said,
I feel that your sincerity isn't good enough yet. Not good enough? Mr. Wilson, as a token of your gratitude to Fraser, you should apologize to him properly.
Apologize properly, cried Mose. He was horrified, and the other employees looked shocked. Mr. Wilson, you're asking too much of me. I'd rather not sell 100 properties to you than to apologize to this loser, Mose said with a dark expression. So you won't do it, Henry said. He then opened his phone and called Victor Furlan, who was head of the Philly group and Mose's father. After Victor found out what had happened, he immediately called Mose and scolded him. You little bastard, he shouted. You're always causing trouble for me. I'm warning you that if you don't follow Mr. Wilson's instructions, you can forget about your stake in the corporation. After hanging up the phone, the bitterness on Mose's face became even more apparent. However, he also understood his father's feelings. Although he resented his request, Henry nor his father could be refused. After taking a deep breath, he decided to face it. Clenching his jaw and closing his eyes, he turned to Frazier and said, Frazier, on behalf of the Philly group, I apologize for any grievances we have caused. I thank you for your outstanding contribution, and I hope you will stay with us and close more sales for the company. While the employees present didn't dare to do so, the customers all picked up their phones to record the scene. Soon, their social media accounts were filled with clips and information about what had happened at the Philly group that day. Before long, everyone was talking about how an executive of the Philly group had been forced to apologize to a sales representative. Frazier sneered as he took off his work badge and threw it at Mose's face. Sorry, but this place is too small for me, and the people here are too petty and spiteful, so I have no interest in staying here any longer. When Natalia looked at Frazier, she saw that he seemed as if he didn't care about anyone there, and she was surprised at the change in him. Those who had jeered previously kept quiet, as if they were afraid. Frazier reached out and touched Natalia's chin affectionately, smiled and asked, What about you? Do you want to come with me? She nodded, but then remembered that there were still customers who needed to speak to her. So she said, I still have some clients to deal with. All right, Frazier said. I'll pick you up at the end of the day. All right. As she watched him walk away, she steeled her resolve and stood up straight. Then, with trembling hands, she sent a message to a good friend. At the same moment, in a rather class coffee shop, Frazier took a sip of his coffee. He glanced at Henry, who was standing beside him, and said, Mr. Wilson, sit down. It's uncomfortable for me to talk to you while you're standing. Henry sat down, and Frazier said, I don't want to reveal my identity yet. I understand, Mr. Macklemore. Don't worry about that. Just tell me what you need me to do. Frazier said, There are 3 things I need you to do right now. First, I want you to arrange for my wife to join your company, and for her to be protected. No problem, said Henry. I'll call the personnel department right away. Wait. Don't make it too obvious. With her skills, she'll definitely pass the interview. That's fine. Second, I want you to find a house for me as soon as possible. It has to be fairly luxurious. Okay, Mr. Macklemore. I think I have just the place for you already. I can transfer it to you immediately, but it's in the process of being renovated, and it will take another 2 weeks to have it ready. 2 weeks, Frazier thought. I expect that James will have a lot of preparations to make before he gets married. He probably won't be able to do it in a short period, so 2 weeks might be okay. 2 weeks is okay with me, he said. All right. The third thing is that I want you to transfer some money to me. $1.5 million should do for now. For the past 3 years, Frazier had experienced how awful it was for a man to have no money. I already have it ready for you, Henry said.
He smiled and took out a black card from his pocket.
Mr. Macklemore, there's 15 million on this card. Use it, and if that's not enough, ask me for more.
Fraser was a little surprised. As he took the card, he thought that he had really underestimated Henry. He's just spent more than $140 million to buy real estate. And now he casually offers another $15 million, he thought. He really does deserve the title of leading businessman in San Clemente. Fraser said, "I'll be leaving then, and I'll contact you if there's anything else I need to say. Also, I'll say a few good words to the old man when I get back." With that, Fraser got up and left while Henry looked humbled. There was a time when he had been in dire straits, and it was because of the old man's help that he had gained everything that he had. Because of that, he was very clear about the power the old man and the entire family behind him possessed. The word enormous wasn't enough to describe it. As Natalia left the sales office of the Philly group that afternoon, she was surprised to see Fraser waiting for her. She was even more surprised to see him leaning against a brand new white twin-turbo sports coupe. He smiled gently and waved at her. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion, but found herself captivated by the car. Walking around their dashing new ride, she ran her fingers over the white fenders and the chrome detailing. Everything about the car said elegance and sophistication. "This car is truly a work of art," she thought. She looked at her husband in uncertainty. "Did you drive this here?" she asked. "Are you borrowing it from someone?" "Nope, it's yours," he replied. "I bought it." "You what?" she said shrilly. "What do you mean you bought it? How much did you pay? How can we ever afford this? Even the insurance must cost a fortune. We have better things to spend money on than a luxury car." "Hey, take it easy," he said placatingly. "I didn't mean to upset you. I actually got a good deal on it. I made them a lowball offer and they accepted it. Trust me, we can afford this. I remember before we were married, you once told me that this was your dream car. I've kept that in mind and have wanted to buy you one for a long time. Sweetheart, for 3 years I've owed you a nice gift. Today I can finally give it to you." He pulled her into his arms, and she looked up at him as her anger receded. A complicated mix of animosity and love swirled within her heart, and she felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She pushed her way out of the embrace. "Well, I guess I can accept this from you," she said. "But next time, tell me before you do something like this." "Don't worry. There won't be a next time," he said affably. He held up the keychain and let the keys dangle from his fingers. She snatched the keys from him and slid into the driver's seat. The gorgeous car had attracted the attention of her colleagues, who were watching out of the office windows. Under their envious gazes, she turned the key, and the powerful engine roared to life. "Hey, wait for me!" Fraser hurried around to the other side of the car and quickly opened the passenger door. "It's a long walk home." Natalia had no intention of going straight home. She had waited her whole life to drive this car, and she was going to see what it could do. She turned onto the interstate and floored the gas pedal, delighting in the car's quick responsiveness and superior maneuverability. From the passenger seat, Fraser glanced at his wife's smile and appreciated how she was satisfied with his purchase. This was definitely worth it, he thought. The couple returned home around 10 o'clock. As they turned onto their street and the rush of adrenaline from the new car receded, Natalia found that she had questions to ask her husband. How did he convince Henry Wilson to make such a big purchase? She wondered. How did Frazier find such a prominent client? Those questions completely disappeared from her mind when she opened her front door and saw packaged boxes scattered around the living room. Her happy mood evaporated. These boxes are full of our things, she thought.
Are they really going to kick us out right now?
Hostess, James, and Dorothy were all sitting in the living room watching TV. Natalia marched over to them.
What's going on? She demanded.
James looked at Natalia. We told you yesterday that you and that no-good husband of yours had to leave, he said. When you were late getting home tonight, we packed your things.
Dad,
Natalia pleaded, turning to her father.
We'll leave, but can't we at least stay here a couple more days? It's not like Pearl's moving in tomorrow, is she? And we don't have anywhere else to go.
Hostess stared at the TV screen, indifferent to his daughter's words. She's coming to see the room in 2 days, he said. She doesn't know how long you and that piece of trash have been living here. You need to get out of here so we can clean the room and begin converting it into a usable space. We're going to start renovations tomorrow. Natalia stared at her father, dumbstruck.
There's no arguing with him, she thought. How could he do this to us? To me, his daughter. I can't believe my own parents could be so cruel.
Fraser watched from the entryway, his expression cold. I've seen how the parents have treated Natalia these past 3 years, and the favoritism they've shown to James. But I never expected it to get to this point, he thought. He walked over to his wife and gently pulled her arm. Let's go, he said. It's obvious that we can't stay here. Don't worry, from now on I promise our lives will only get better. James laughed contemptuously. What kind of promise is that, Mr. Good-for-Nothing? He asked. How can you possibly make your lives better? I have to be careful when I go out in public in case anyone finds out who my idiot brother-in-law is. And now you're finally out of my hair. Get lost, James blabbered mindlessly. Natalia rounded on her brother.
No matter how useless he is, he's still better than you moron, she said furiously.
She picked up a box and stomped out of the house. Fraser followed her. As they carried boxes out one by one, James smiled in satisfaction. At least you two know your place now, he thought. And I'm finally rid of you. I'm sick of you watching me with your secret envy. Dorothy watched them in dismay, and she finally got up.
I can help, she said. Let me call you a car at least. There's no need, Natalia snapped. We already have a car. From now on, there's nothing we need from this family. A car? What car? Dorothy asked. Don't listen to her, Mom, James said. She's just lying to make you feel bad.
Actually, Fraser interjected, she's telling the truth. Fraser looked at James, ready to explain further. Natalia just rolled her eyes, grabbed Fraser's sleeve, and dragged him with her out the door. Dorothy watched the interaction between the three of them. I always knew that Natalia had a temper, she thought. But what does she mean about having a car? Curiosity got the better of her, and she followed her daughter and son-in-law into the yard. Her eyes widened at the sight of the brand new sports coupe parked in the driveway. Natalia was angrily shuffling boxes, trying to decide how to fit them all into the car. Natalia, Dorothy gasped. Where did this come from? We bought it, Natalia snapped. She was pleased to see the look of shock on her mother's face. She winked at Fraser. Honey, she said with mocking sweetness, why don't you take out the title and show it to my mother? What was that, dear? Fraser asked from where he was repacking boxes. I didn't hear you. Natalia rolled her eyes again, this time at her husband's stupidity. I said, since the car is paid for, show Mom the title. Oh, yes, of course. Fraser pulled out his wallet and took out the title for Dorothy's inspection. Faustus and James had heard the commotion in the yard, and they came out as well to see what was going on. James saw the car and his eyes lit up.
Oh, I can't believe it. This is my dream car. I love everything about it. I even told Pearl that I'd buy her one within 3 years of our marriage, he thought.
He walked around the car, admiring it from all angles.
Are you saying that you two own this car?
He asked Fraser incredulously. We sure do, Fraser replied. I bought it today.
You guys are crazy, he said. This car is way too good for a trash can like you. Why should you get to drive such a nice ride? And where did you get the money? All these years, you've barely been able to give anything to Mom and Dad.
Like I said,
Natalia told her brother.
No matter how useless Fraser is, he's still better than you are. Today, he sold 100 properties at one time and got the commission. And then he immediately showed me how much he loves me by getting the car I've been dreaming about.
100 properties in one day?
James asked.
I can't believe how lucky this piece of trash got, he thought.
Faustus and Dorothy looked back and forth between James and Fraser. The news of Fraser's sale stunned them more than if he had slapped them in the face. Natalia loaded the last box into the trunk and slammed it shut.
Come on,
she said to Fraser.
It's time to go.
Wait!
James grabbed Fraser's arm so he couldn't get into the car.
Listen here, he said sullenly. You know you don't deserve to drive a car like this. All these years, you've been living in our house, eating our food, and taking up space. You've been married to my sister for 3 years, but you haven't given us anything. Now, you need to leave, but the car stays here.
That's not fair,
Natalia shouted at her brother.
How can you be so shameless?
James looked coldly at her.
If I want this car, why shouldn't I have it?
Mom, Dad!
Natalia turned to her parents.
Just for once, can't you stand up for me?
No, James said to them. You have to side with me. Think about it. If I have this car, it'll make you look high class too. And if Pearl's family knew about it, they would let us get married right away.
Faustus looked at his son thoughtfully. It was his and Dorothy's goal to get James married as soon as possible. And I haven't told anybody, but our company's not doing very well right now. My current monthly income is only $700 to $800, and our house isn't worth much, if we could even find somebody to buy it. We're barely hanging on, and there's no way we could buy James a car like this, Faustus thought to himself.
Come on, Dad. Mom,
James said.
Don't you care about me? Make her give me the car.
This is no different than stealing,
Natalia exclaimed.
It's okay, Natalia,
Dorothy said.
He's your brother. It's only right that you help him out a little bit.
A little bit?
Natalia repeated.
This car costs more than he makes in a year. How can that be called a little bit?
Faustus spoke. Natalia, just give your brother the car. Your husband made a big commission today. He can make another one, and you can buy another car. It's time you finally contributed to this family.
Haven't I done enough in all my years of working?
Natalia asked harshly.
And how can you call this contributing to the family? This contribution is going to James alone.
Fraser saw his wife's temper rising and knew he had to say something. He took a deep breath, but before he could speak, Dorothy pleaded.
Natalia, give the car to your brother. I'm requesting you from the bottom of my heart.
Faustus was angry at his daughter's defiance.
How dare you and your parents,
he growled at her.
If you don't do as we say and give your brother the car, you're no longer a part of this family.
Natalia was speechless. She tried to hold back tears of anger. I hate them, she thought. I hate James, and I hate my parents. But they're still my family. I can't break family ties for the sake of a car. She looked at her mother's teary eyes. I can't take this anymore, she thought. Fine, she spat. Am I obedient enough for you now? She pulled one of the boxes out of the car and threw it toward her brother. Then she grabbed a suitcase in one hand and Fraser's arm in the other. Come on, she said. We're leaving. Pulling Fraser behind her, she stalked off down the road. Hey, James called after her. When you find a place to stay, let me know. I'll send you a thank you card. Idiots! Natalia kicked a rock and watched it skitter across the street. Morons! How could they do this to me? I barely had a chance to drive it, and now they've taken it away from me. How could this happen? She turned angrily toward her husband. And you, she exclaimed. How could you let them do this? I finally thought you were worth something, but I was wrong. You didn't even stand up for my sake. Fraser kept his expression neutral. I was going to say something, he thought. I really could have told them off and given them something to think about. But then she just gave in to them. What was I supposed to do? He knew that saying any of this would add fuel to his wife's anger, so he kept quiet. Natalia continued her rant until she realized that Fraser wouldn't respond. Shaking her head, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Fraser ignored his wife's conversation out of politeness, but when he heard her asking the other person if she could stay at their house, he turned to her in shock. Who's she talking to? He wondered. She's not going to move in with some other guy, is she? Natalia, he started. She turned to stare at him, and he knew better than to continue. She ended the conversation and then tilted her phone so that he could see the call log. She'd been talking to her friend, Sheila. And I suppose you think I'm some sort of hussy, she commented sarcastically. No, he said, embarrassed. That's not it at all. I was just going to ask if we should take a taxi instead of walking. She rolled her eyes and called for a taxi. They arrived at Sheila's house half an hour later. She answered the door in a red silk nightgown and didn't bother trying to hide her yawn. Oh, look at you, she said to Fraser. I heard from Natalia that you, even though you're usually useless, sold 100 properties today. And you got Peter fired. And then you quit. What the heck? You can't do that when you have the advantage, stupid. Fraser smiled blandly at Sheila's chastisement. He had known Sheila since they were in college, and he was well aware of how she felt about him. She's got a sharp tongue, he thought, but deep down, her heart's kind. And Natalia really likes her, so that's all that matters. Oh, stop pestering him, Natalia said. She nudged Fraser. Hurry up and go make us some food. We haven't eaten tonight, and I'm starving. Right away, Fraser said. He walked into the kitchen and busied himself, while Natalia and Sheila sat on the couch and discussed the day's events. It didn't take him long to prepare a simple meal. After supper, Fraser asked about sleeping arrangements. He assumed that Sheila had a spare bedroom. You're going to sleep by yourself in the spare room, she said, pointing at Fraser. Natalia and I will share my bedroom. Fraser looked from Natalia to Sheila. That sounds good to me, he said. Really? Sheila asked. You have no objections to the sleeping arrangements? She eyed him sideways. Is there something wrong with him? She wondered. That he doesn't want to sleep with his own wife? He shook his head. No, see, I have a bed all to myself. I don't have to deal with Natalia snoring or her kicking me in her sleep.
That's your problem now. Sheila giggled, and her giggle turned into a full-blown belly laugh.
Oh, I get it, Natalia, she said. I finally figured out why you're still married to this loser. Turns out he's a schemer after all.
Natalia's face reddened in embarrassment, and she threw a pillow at Fraser's head. He dodged it and then slipped into the kitchen to finish doing the dishes before finally going to bed. The next day, James took his new sports car out for a cruise.
This is great,
he thought.
I had someone else to spend their money on a new car for me. I'm a genius.
He took out his phone and called his girlfriend.
Pearl, you at home right now?
He asked.
I am. What's going on?
I know you've wanted to go car shopping lately, and I have a surprise for you. You're gonna be so excited when I show you that you won't be able to sleep tonight.
Are you serious?
Pearl squealed as she jumped up from the couch.
You'd better not be lying. You know that my parents already don't like you very much, she continued.
Just get here, James promised. He made a quick turn, cutting off the car behind him, and headed toward Pearl's house. After a quick stop to pick up a bouquet of roses, he arrived. To add an element of surprise, he parked the car down the street from Pearl's home. He sent her a text letting her know where he was, and hopped out of the car. He held the roses in one hand and leaned on the hood of the car in what he considered a handsome pose.
Just wait until she sees this car,
he thought in anticipation.
This is going to seal the deal between us, and she's going to be putty in my hands.
The screech of tires and an ear-piercing horn startled him. He turned in time to see a huge truck race around the corner and head straight toward him. He froze for a split second as it became apparent that the truck wouldn't stop. He screamed and dropped the roses as he hurled himself to one side. His foot slipped and he fell heavily onto the pavement and slid several feet. He scrambled out of the way just in time to hear a loud crash behind him. He ignored the blood dripping from his face and turned around. The truck had hit his car squarely and pushed it into a retaining wall, crumpling the passenger side fender.
My car!
He screamed. As he watched in horror, the truck turned and then drove forward again, ramming into the car again and again until nothing remained of the brand new sports car but a twisted pile of scrap metal. James rushed over. He yanked open the door of the truck and dragged the driver out.
What have you done?
He yelled.
You destroyed my car. You're gonna pay for this. I'm suing you for your license and all you're worth.
The driver calmly removed James's hand from his arm.
You've got blood in your eyes,
he said.
I don't know what you think you saw, but it never happened. Look around. There are no street cameras here. No witnesses. And if you don't get away from me, I'll crumple you like a tin can too.
The driver shoved James away and got back into his truck. As he drove away, he dialed a number on his phone.
It's taken care of,
he told his boss.
We just happened to run into each other.
On the other end of the phone, Fraser smiled. Well done, he said. The truck was long gone by the time Pearl walked down the street. She saw James sitting on the curb with blood on his face and a smashed car behind him.
What's going on?
She asked.
Is this supposed to be some sort of prank?
It's not, I swear,
James said, as he wiped the blood away with his shirt.
There was a truck. It came around the corner and smashed the car and then left.
You expect to believe that?
She slapped James's cheek.
You're nothing but a liar.
Within 2 days, Natalia had finished the exit paperwork from the Philly group, polished her resume, and posted it online. Her work paid off. Not long after it had been posted, the Robster Corporation called her to come in for an interview. On the day of the interview, Fraser insisted on accompanying Natalia to the corporate headquarters. They had timed it so that they arrived early. When he followed her into the building, she seemed to glare at him. I was in such a good mood this morning, she thought, and he had to ruin it. What are you doing? She asked. You can't follow me in. Look at you. You're not dressed professionally. And if they see you, it's gonna make me look bad. Do you even know where we are? This job means a lot to me. I just saw that you were nervous, so I wanted to come along and cheer you up, he explained. I was one of the Philly Group's top salespeople, she said. Why would I be nervous? Don't follow, and you might want to look for a job yourself. You can't just sit at home. Fraser already knew what the outcome of the interview would be, so he didn't force the issue. I'll wait here by the door for you then, he said cheerfully. Natalia turned and walked away, her high heels clicking on the marble. Despite what she had told Fraser, her heart was in her throat as she entered the lobby. Oh, I might be a top seller, she thought, but it's all relative to the size of the company. In a big corporation like Robster, being a top seller from a small company might not mean very much. She took a deep breath as she entered the elevator, and she held her hand steady as she pressed the button for the 18th floor. She gave herself a little shake and tried to radiate confidence as she exited the elevator, but she was shocked to see all the applicants in line ahead of her. Apparently, she wasn't the only job seeker who had gotten there early. 40 minutes later, she nervously entered the interview room. She looked to the front of the room, where 2 men and 1 woman sat. The woman looked familiar, but Natalia couldn't immediately remember her. Natalia could tell from the way the woman held herself and her position in the middle of the table that she was the decision-maker of the group. Placing her resume on the table, she took her seat and smiled at the interviewers. She tried to put up a picture of a confident, professional salesperson. The female interviewer sneered, glanced at Natalia's resume, and tossed it to the side. You're not the right fit, she said. Next!
Faustus was angry at his daughter. How dare you question your parents? He growled at her. If you don't do as we say and give your brother the car, you're no longer a part of this family. Natalia was speechless. She tried to hold back tears of anger. I hate them, she thought. I hate James, and I hate my parents, but they're still my family. I can't break family ties for the sake of a car. She looked at her mother's teary eyes. I can't take this anymore, she thought. Fine, she spat. Am I obedient enough for you now? She pulled one of the boxes out of the car and threw it toward her brother. Then she grabbed a suitcase in one hand and Fraser's arm in the other. Come on, she said. We're leaving. Pulling Fraser behind her, she stalked off down the road. Hey, James called after her. When you find a place to stay, let me know. I'll send you a thank you card. Idiots! Natalia kicked a rock and watched it skitter across the street. Morons! How could they do this to me? I barely had a chance to drive it, and now they've taken it away from me. How could this happen? She turned angrily toward her husband. And you, she exclaimed. How could you let them do this? I finally thought you were worth something, but I was wrong. You didn't even stand up for my sake. Fraser kept expression neutral. I was going to say something, he thought. I really could have told them off and given them something to think about. But then she just gave in to them. What was I supposed to do? He knew that saying any of this would add fuel to his wife's anger, so he kept quiet. Natalia continued her rant until she realized that Fraser wouldn't respond. Shaking her head,
She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Fraser ignored his wife's conversation out of politeness, but when he heard her asking the other person if she could stay at their house, he turned to her in shock. Who's she talking to? He wondered. She's not going to move in with some other guy, is she? Natalia, he started. She turned to stare at him, and he knew better than to continue. She ended the conversation and then tilted her phone so that he could see the call log. She'd been talking to her friend, Sheila. And I suppose you think I'm some sort of hussy, she commented sarcastically. No, he said, embarrassed. That's not it at all. I was just going to ask if we should take a taxi instead of walking. She rolled her eyes and called for a taxi. They arrived at Sheila's house half an hour later. She answered the door in a red silk nightgown and didn't bother trying to hide her yawn. Oh, look at you, she said to Fraser. I heard from Natalia that you, even though you're usually useless, sold 100 properties today. And you got Peter fired. And then you quit. What the heck? You can't do that when you have the advantage, stupid. Fraser smiled blandly at Sheila's chastisement. He had known Sheila since they were in college, and he was well aware of how she felt about him. She's got a sharp tongue, he thought, but deep down, her heart's kind. And Natalia really likes her, so that's all that matters. Oh, stop pestering him, Natalia said. She nudged Fraser. Hurry up and go make us some food. We haven't eaten tonight, and I'm starving. Right away, Fraser said. He walked into the kitchen and busied himself, while Natalia and Sheila sat on the couch and discussed the day's events. It didn't take him long to prepare a simple meal. After supper, Fraser asked about sleeping arrangements. He assumed that Sheila had a spare bedroom. You're going to sleep by yourself in the spare room, she said, pointing at Fraser. Natalia and I will share my bedroom. Fraser looked from Natalia to Sheila. That sounds to me, he said. Really? Sheila asked. You have no objections to the sleeping arrangements? She eyed him sideways. Is there something wrong with him? She wondered. That he doesn't want to sleep with his own wife? He shook his head. No, see, I have a bed all to myself. I don't have to deal with Natalia snoring or her kicking me in her sleep. That's your problem now. Sheila giggled, and her giggle turned into a full-blown belly laugh. Oh, I get it, Natalia, she said. I finally figured out why you're still married to this loser. Turns out he's a schemer after all. Natalia's face reddened in embarrassment, and she threw a pillow at Fraser's head. He dodged it and then slipped into the kitchen to finish doing the dishes before finally going to bed. The next day, James took his new sports car out for a cruise. This is great, he thought. I had someone else to spend their money on a new car for me. I'm a genius. He took out his phone and called his girlfriend. Pearl, you at home right now? He asked. I am. What's going on? I know you've wanted to go car shopping lately, and I have a surprise for you. You're gonna be so excited when I show you that you won't be able to sleep tonight. Are you serious? Pearl squealed as she jumped up from the couch. You'd better not be lying. You know that my parents already don't like you very much, she continued. Just get here, James promised. He made a quick turn, cutting off the car behind him, and headed toward Pearl's house. After a quick stop to pick up a bouquet of roses, he arrived. To add an element of surprise, he parked the car down the street from Pearl's home. He sent her a text letting her know where he was and hopped out of the car. He held the roses in one hand and leaned on the hood of the car in what he considered a handsome pose. Just wait until she sees this car, he thought in anticipation.
This is going to seal the deal between us, and she's going to be putty in my hands.
The screech of tires and an ear-piercing horn startled him. He turned in time to see a huge truck race around the corner and head straight toward him. He froze for a split second as it became apparent that the truck wouldn't stop. He screamed and dropped the roses as he hurled himself to one side. His foot slipped and he fell heavily onto the pavement and slid several feet away. He scrambled out of the way just in time to hear a loud crash behind him. He ignored the blood dripping from his face and turned around. The truck had hit his car squarely and pushed it into a retaining wall, crumpling the passenger side fender.
My car!
He screamed. As he watched in horror, the truck turned and then drove forward again, ramming into the car again and again until nothing remained of the brand new sports car but a twisted pile of scrap metal. James rushed over. He yanked open the door of the truck and dragged the driver out.
What have you done?
He yelled.
You destroyed my car. You're gonna pay for this. I'm suing you for your license and all you're worth.
The driver calmly removed James's hand from his arm. You've got blood in your eyes, he said. I don't know what you think you saw, but it never happened. Look around. There are no street cameras here. No witnesses. And if you don't get away from me, I'll crumple you like a tin can too. The driver shoved James away and got back into his truck. As he drove away, he dialed a number on his phone. It's taken care of, he told his boss. We just happened to run into each other. On the other end of the phone, Fraser smiled. Well done, he said. The truck was long gone by the time Pearl walked down the street. She saw James sitting on the curb with blood on his face and a smashed car behind him. What's going on? She asked. Is this supposed to be some sort of prank?
It's not, I swear,
James said, as he wiped the blood away with his shirt.
There was a truck. It came around the corner and smashed the car and then left.
You expect me to believe that? She slapped James's cheek. You're nothing but a liar. Within 2 days, Natalia had finished the exit paperwork from the Philly group, polished her resume, and posted it online. Her hard work paid off. Not long after it had been posted, the Robster Corporation called her to come in for an interview. On the day of the interview, Fraser insisted on accompanying Natalia to the corporate headquarters. They had timed it so that they arrived early. When he followed her into the building, she seemed to glare at him. I was in such a good mood this morning, she thought, and he had to ruin it. What are you doing? She asked. You can't follow me in. Look at you. You're not dressed professionally. And if they see you, it's gonna make me look bad. Do you even know where we are? This job means a lot to me. I just saw that you were nervous, so I wanted to come along and cheer you up, he explained. I was one of the Philly group's top salespeople, she said. Why would I be nervous? Don't follow me. And you might want to look for a job yourself. You can't just sit at home. Fraser already knew what the outcome of the interview would be, so he didn't force the issue. I'll wait here by the door for you then, he said cheerfully. Natalia turned and walked away, her high heels clicking on the marble. Despite what she had told Fraser, her heart was in her throat as she entered the lobby. Oh, I might be a top seller, she thought, but it's all relative to the size of the company. In a big corporation like Robster, being a top seller from a small company might not mean very much. She took a deep breath as she entered the elevator, and she held her hand steady as she pressed the button for the 18th floor. She gave herself a little shake and tried to radiate confidence as she exited the elevator, but she was shocked to see all the applicants in line ahead of her. Apparently, she wasn't the only job seeker who had gotten there early. 40 minutes later, she nervously entered the interview room, She looked to the front of the room, where 2 men and 1 woman sat. The woman looked familiar, but Natalia couldn't immediately remember her. Natalia could tell from the way the woman held herself and her position in the middle of the table that she was the decision maker of the group. Placing her resume on the table, she took her seat and smiled at the interviewers. She tried to put up a picture of a confident, professional salesperson. The female interviewer sneered, glanced at Natalia's resume, and tossed it to the side. "You're not the right fit," she said. "Next." The other 2 interviewers looked at the woman, surprised. "This candidate has stronger skills than 90% of the others we've interviewed," one thought. "How could Miss McKenzie eliminate her just like that? Not that we can argue with someone in Miss McKenzie's position." Natalia was also stunned. "May I ask why?" she asked. The female interviewer stood up, walked around the table, and stood directly in front of Natalia. "You don't remember me, do you?" she asked. "We went to school together?" That was enough to jog Natalia's memory. Karina McKenzie, right? We shared a dorm room." Karina smiled coldly at her. "That's right. I bet you never thought you would run into me here, did you?" "I don't understand," Natalia said. "Did I do something to offend you?" Karina leaned down and said in a low voice, "Natalia, I've hated you ever since I met you. I'm obviously from a better family than you, but for some reason, all the boys wanted you instead. You always seemed to think you were better than me." She looked straight at Natalia, eyes full of hatred. "Imagine my delight when I saw you walk in, wanting something from me. Well, as long as I'm here, you'll never have a job with this company." Karina spoke rudely. Natalia was speechless as Karina straightened up and said, "Now, get out of here." Her voice was loud enough for everyone in the room and the outside hallway to hear. Karina's mocking made Natalia feel ashamed. "Why do I have to suffer such humiliation? My life is awful," she thought. "I wish someone would help me." As Fraser's image flashed through her mind, she thought, "That useless husband of mine sold 100 properties due to luck, but he still lost his job." She was trudging toward the door when Fraser walked over angrily and grabbed her hand. "Natalia, why did you leave?" She shook her head, not wanting to say anything. Fraser was furious. He could see that she was distraught. His voice wasn't quiet, and it attracted the attention of the other interviewees. "Natalia, you were the Philly Group's top salesperson. Although it wasn't a good company, they would never have achieved anything without you. Don't forget that you managed to become sales director there, so don't let anyone put you down." Her husband seemed able to give her a little strength. Her dull eyes regained some of their sparkle, and her sad face broke into a smile. "Don't give up on everything that you've achieved," he said. Karina saw them talking, and in front of all the interviewees, she shouted, "I'll say this in front of everybody today. As long as I'm here, you'll never get a job at the Robster Corporation." The other interviewers were filled with indignation. They stared at Karina hatefully while Fraser smiled faintly. A loud and clear voice rang out from the back of the room. "In that case, you can go." When the people there saw who it was, they started chattering. "It's Mr. Wilson's personal assistant, Darren Shaw," someone said. "He's just an assistant. Yet he dares to offend a member of the McKenzie family?" Another voice sounded. "Don't be fooled. Darren represents Mr. Wilson. Many of the decisions made by the upper echelons are delivered by him. It's going to be a good show," a third voice echoed at the back of the room. When Karina saw it was Darren, she became fearful and her face turned pale. Even though she had relied on her family's connections to reach the top, the person in front of her was an influential figure. She wiped the arrogant expression from her face as she asked, "Mr. Shaw, what did you just say?" "I said that you can go now." "Why?" Darren looked around and gave Fraser a reassuring look. He then roared, "Robster is a public company and an equal opportunity employer. We aim to provide the best working environment for every talented person. Therefore, I have to announce that you will be stepping down from your position as personnel manager." Her legs became weak as she stared at him, dumbstruck, and said, "You want to fire me? Aren't you afraid that my family will end their collaboration with Robster?" "You think too highly of yourself, Miss McKenzie. Mr. Wilson is extremely disappointed with your performance. You need to think about how to explain to your father why you got fired." Darren spoke in an authoritative tone. Darren picked up the resume from the floor and walked up to Natalia. "I'm so sorry. This is our company's fault, and I hope you can forgive us. I'm happy to announce that you've been accepted." "Natalia, you wait. The worst will come," hissed Krina threateningly. She didn't dare to get annoyed at Darren, so she could only aim her vitriol at Natalia. When she angrily left the room, all the candidates burst into thunderous applause. "That Darren has some skills," Fraser thought. "Not only did he solve my wife's problem, he even helped improve the company's reputation." "Miss Laplace, if you're happy to accept our offer, you can go to the HR department to fill out the forms and officially start work today," Darren said. After Darren left, Natalia excitedly raised her hands high in the air and threw herself into Fraser's arms. Then, she realized something was wrong, and her expression changed. She looked at Fraser and said, "You've changed. Just now you praised me in front of all these people." "I just wanted to feel better," he explained. "I'm in a good mood today, so let's go out and eat tonight and set when I get off work. You go and reserve a table, and I'll ask Sheila to join us," she said chirpily. "All right, no problem." Fraser knew he had achieved his goal in the building and had nothing left to do there, so he gladly left and booked a table in one of his favorite restaurants. At the Philly group, Mose made a call. "Hey, Gary. I've sent the money you wanted. You guys should be making your move soon, right?" At the end of the workday, Fraser sat in the restaurant he had booked and waited for more than an hour without seeing any trace of his wife. Then, his phone rang. It was Natalia. "Fraser!" Finish her sentence. The call ended with a cry of utter fear. Concerned, he tried to call her back. However, it appeared that her phone had been turned off. His intuition told him that something had happened to her, and he tried his best to keep calm. Evidently panicking, he decided that he needed to find her whereabouts as soon as possible. He went back to the Robster Corporation and found Henry. "Natalia is in trouble," he said. "Help me find out where she is." Henry nodded knowingly. "Actually, Mr. Macklemore, I just received the news and was about to inform you. Your wife was probably captured by Gary Mendez. According to my men, it's got something to do with Mose." "Damn it!" Fraser smashed his fist on the wall. He knew that Mose wasn't a good person. "Who is this Mendez?" he asked. Henry shook his head and said, "He's the leader of one of the 3 biggest gangs in San Clemente. But don't worry, we've already investigated and found out that they are currently at the McKinsey Club. I'll gather some men to go with you." "There's no need. Just send the location of that place to my cell phone and I'll go by myself," Fraser spoke in a hurry. He grabbed a black trench coat hanging near the door and rushed out of Henry's office.
Mr. Macklemore, you can't go by yourself. It's far too dangerous,
Henry shouted as he chased after Fraser. Henry caught up with him when he stopped to wait for the elevator. He was putting on the black trench coat, and he looked determined. The aura around him was completely different from how it had been a moment before. He gave the impression of being both powerful and single-minded. Nothing was going to stop him. He had kept his power hidden for a long time, but with someone he loved being threatened, it was time for him to put on his armor again. As a precaution, Henry still called his men. He couldn't handle the consequence of Fraser being hurt. In a luxurious private room on the top floor of the McKinsey Club, a man with a knife scar on his forehead was rubbing his chin and looking at two women leaning against the wall with their hands and feet tied together. One of them was Natalia, and the other was her best friend, Sheila. The man, whose name was Gary Mendez, was pleased to see that they were two beauties. He looked at Natalia and said,
"No wonder Moss was so desperate to get a hold of you. You have a great body. I heard that you have a useless husband. What a pity."
The women were gagged, so they couldn't say a single word. They could only shake their heads, which they did violently.
"Just accept that you're here and stop resisting. You can't do anything about it, so you might as well enjoy it."
That caused an outbreak of sniggering among the other men in the room. The door creaked as a man with a green tattoo on his face pushed it open and walked in. He was a member of Gary's gang, and his name was Ryan Briggs. When he saw the two girls who were tied up, he frowned. Gary glanced at the man and asked,
"Ryan, have you told that guy Mose that we have them?"
Ryan nodded and said,
"Yes, I have. He said he'll be here in half an hour." "Half an hour? How dare he make me wait for half an hour?"
Gary slammed his knife on the table. With his anger intimidating the two women, his dangerous gaze fell on Natalia and Sheila again. He said,
"Well, half an hour will be more than enough time for me to play with these two first. Letting Mose get the leftovers doesn't seem like a big deal."
"That seems reasonable," one of the men said. "But don't forget to leave something for the rest of us, too."
Gary rubbed his hands together and slowly walked toward the two girls, a lustful look on his face. Seeing him approach, the women began to struggle even harder. Before he could reach them, Ryan stood in front of him and said in a deep voice,
"We have our own rules in this. They're prisoners who've done nothing against us. Is this appropriate?" "Stay out of this,"
Gary ordered. He pushed Ryan to the ground, then spat at him before ordering his men to tie him up as well.
"You're still lecturing me about rules at a time like this? What a disappointment you are,"
Gary blurted. Gary cursed angrily and turned back to stare greedily at Natalia and Sheila. Within a moment, his large hands viciously grabbed at the two women. They tensed up, afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open and a man wearing a black mask and black trench coat rushed in. Gary turned around and saw that someone was trying to spoil his plans. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, and he asked,
"Who the hell are you?"
"I'm the one who's going to take your miserable life," replied the masked man. When the masked man saw Natalia's disheveled clothes and the red palm print on her face, he felt a monstrous rage in his heart. A blond man cursed a few times and said,
"Stranger, do you know who our boss is? You're making a big mistake by threatening him."
The man then grabbed a bottle and went to smash it on the masked man's head. The masked man looked coldly at the blond man and raised his arm just as the bottle was about to hit his head. There was a loud crash as the bottle shattered, and the masked man caught a large glass shard.
Before the blonde man could react, he jabbed his hand forward and shoved the shard into the man's chest. The man coughed and fell to the ground, half dead. A few seconds of silence took over the room, and there was no more movement from him. The entire room was deathly shocked, and everyone's eyes were focused on the masked man. Natalia was terrified by the sight of what had just happened. As for Sheila, her eyes were glowing. A man who was vicious and aloof had always been her favorite type. Moreover, the mysterious and heroic aura of the masked man made her heart beat even faster. "Who are you?" Gary asked. "My guy is considered to be the best in San Clemente, so I hope that you can explain yourself." "I already told you. I'm the one who's come to take your miserable life." The masked man took some large strides forward. The others were stunned for a moment before pulling out their weapons and charging ahead. "Attack! Attack! Get him!" However, even though there were a lot of them, none were a match for the masked man, and they were all defeated easily. In less than 2 minutes, all of them had been knocked to the ground. The masked man turned his attention to Gary, who had never seen anyone so skilled. As the man in black moved toward him, Gary took a step back every time the man took a step forward. For once in his life, he was genuinely petrified. When he had reached the wall and had nowhere to retreat, he tried to calm the situation down. "Okay, you win. If you let me go, I'll give you half of what I was paid for doing this job." "Go to hell." Gary took out a sharp blade to protect himself, and with a resolute expression, he darted forward to stab the masked man's throat. Natalia and Sheila started to whine again, seemingly trying to warn the masked man to be careful. The man grabbed Gary's head, and with a quick twist, Gary fell to the ground, dead. There was a moment of silence. The masked man looked at the two women. He lightly pursed his lips but didn't bother with them. Instead, he walked out. However, as he passed Ryan, who was still tied up, he reached down and untied the ropes as he hissed, "Come with me." Natalia frowned as she once again heard the slightly familiar voice. For a moment, she fell into deep thought. Seeing the back of the man, she felt that his movements and silhouette were a little like Fraser's. However, when she thought of the masked man's skills, she quickly tossed that thought to the back of her mind. Although Fraser had fought in front of her before, he was not even close when compared to the man who had just saved them. "Fraser is so unreliable," she thought. "I've quelled him, but he still hasn't come to help me." She didn't notice that Sheila, who was still beside her, was completely infatuated. The masked man entered the restroom and took off the mask, revealing Fraser's face. Fraser had grown up in a family where close combat training was compulsory. His mother wasn't an ordinary woman. Even the strongest fighter in the family had been no match for her. With such a mother, it was hard for Fraser not to be strong. He didn't think much of the men he had fought that day. Their fighting skills had been unremarkable. He hadn't wanted Natalia to identify that it was him because he didn't want her to see him acting violently. He remembered that she had previously said that handsome men were much more refined and cultured than men who knew how to fight. In a civilized society, fighting, in her opinion, was unacceptable. Ryan went up to Fraser and was surprised by his young face. However, he managed to hide his realization. Fraser said, "From the looks of it, you're one of the subordinates of that Mendez guy. Why did he tie you up?" "Because I couldn't bear to see him bully innocent women," Ryan replied. "I tried to dissuade him, which didn't go down very well." "So you're a man of principle in the underworld, are you? Do you want to fight me?" Ryan knew that he was no match for Fraser. With a submissive look, he just raised his hands in surrender, backed up to the wall and said, I'm a member of the underworld, and I've done many bad things. After I witnessed my sister being bullied, I swore that I would never do anything to harm innocent women. If you want to take revenge on me, go ahead. Frazier stared at him for a while before saying, All right, I believe you. Do you know what I want you to do? No, tell me, Ryan said with a straight face. From now on, you'll be the leader of the gang and you will answer to me. You have any objections? Frazier asked while furrowing his eyebrows. What? I'm the boss now? Ryan said, taken aback by his sudden change in roles. If it had been someone else speaking to him like that, Ryan would have thought the person was blabbering in their sleep. However, the person in front of him gave him a sense of power and solid authority. I guess you're saying you want me to become your man and work for you in the future? Ryan asked to confirm. Frazier smiled again. This guy's really smart, and he has some principles, he thought. He's the kind of person I need. Frazier expected to meet Ben McLemore sooner or later, so he needed all the help he could get. Yes, I want you to work for me. It's not going to be easy. If you follow me, you'll be in danger, but if you succeed, then you'll reach new heights. It's a bit of a gamble, and whether or not you have the guts to take that gamble is up to you, Frazier warned him. Droplets of sweat had formed on Ryan's forehead. He had a feeling that he was at a crossroads in his life. He had never lacked ambition, only opportunity. Since one had appeared so unexpectedly, he felt there was no reason for him not to take it. Gradually, Ryan's resolve became firmer. I'll do it, Ryan said. With that, he stepped forward and said solemnly, Boss, I'll do my best for you from now on. Frazier didn't have time to listen to his display of loyalty. His wife was still tied up, and there was nothing more important than saving her. After throwing the trench coat to Ryan, Frazier dialed Henry's number and told him to do two things immediately. One was to eradicate the Philly group completely. Frazier had decided that letting them go bankrupt wasn't enough. Secondly, he wanted the McKinsey Club to go bankrupt. Henry agreed to do both immediately. In order to give the impression that he was anxious, Frazier removed his mask and ran from the top floor of the clubhouse down to the lowest level. Just as he was about to run back up, he bumped into Mose, who was humming a tune as he walked into the building. Mose was in a great mood. He was thinking about being in Battalia later, and his body had become energized with apparently imminent lust. When he saw Frazier, he asked, What are you doing here? This place is very expensive, don't you know? You're such a loser, yet you dare come here to hang out with the wealthy. Whatever your reasons, you've come at a good time, because I'll let you see me sleep with your wife today. I always keep my word. Frazier looked at Mose as if he were looking at a fool. Mose was oblivious to the way Frazier was looking at him. He said, Listen, McLemore, I'll tell you something. Your wife is currently being held captive upstairs. I sent some people out to capture her. Now, I'm gonna enjoy a delicious meal. And I doubt you've ever had a taste of its contents. Frazier didn't react, forcing Mose to say, Do you think you can call Henry and get him to help you save your wife? Let's see if he still cares about you. Seeing that Frazier was still indifferent, he decided to call Gary to ask him to send some people down and capture Natalia's husband. He wanted to make sure that he could sleep with Frazier's wife in front of him. Mose wanted the man to see everything so that he could wash away his previous shame. However, for some reason, no one answered. What's with that Mendez guy? He muttered. Frazier spoke up. If you want someone to come down and capture me, then don't bother. I'll follow you up, Frazier spoke with a cruel smile. Feel free, said Mose. I hope you enjoy the show. I know that I will. Still angry, Frazier took the elevator with Mose to the top floor. As the door opened, his anger soon changed to smugness when he saw the sight in front of him. Several people were lying on the floor. Some were wailing in shock or pain, but all of them were clutching injured arms or legs. Mose, who had been so confident a moment before, froze as they stared at the carnage. What on earth happened here? Mose thought, as he picked his way through the throng of people and found the room he was looking for. The door was wide open, and there were more fallen men inside. He stepped around them while looking for Gary, the one he had left in charge. Within a few seconds, he saw him slumped and motionless on the floor. Frazier grabbed hold of Mose's shoulder and swung him around. "What's wrong, Mose?" he asked, unable to hide a tone of satisfaction in his voice. "Where's that arrogant look on your face gone?" You, let me go," replied Mose, shaking himself free of Frazier's grip. As Mose shook himself free, Frazier noticed a movement behind him. He saw Natalia and Sheila, still tied up where he had left them. They both had panicked expressions on their faces. He rushed over to Natalia and quickly untied her. "Are you okay?" he asked her. "You scared me." "Oh, I hate you!" she screamed at him as he pulled the gag out of her mouth. As soon as her hands were free, she started to beat his chest with her fists. "What took you so long?" As her initial panic began to die, her anger changed to tears as she continued complaining. "You wouldn't believe what they did to me," she cried, sobbing as he took her in his arms. "It's okay," he said as he stroked her hair. "Everything's going to be fine." He held her close for a little while, letting her sobs die down. It was only then that he noticed Sheila, still struggling to free herself from the tied ropes. With an apologetic look, he moved to untie her. Sheila glared at him, offering him no thanks at all. As she rubbed her wrists, she grabbed hold of Natalia and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," she said before she rushed off through the door. "Hey, Sheila, where are you going?" shouted Natalia after her. "Slow down!" "I've fallen in love," yelled Sheila from over her shoulder. "I need to catch up with that masked man who looked like the prince of my dreams." That man in the mask and black coat seemed familiar, thought Natalia, studying Frazier. They have similar height, similar build, and similar clothes. Seeing Natalia eyeing him suspiciously, Frazier scratched his head. "What's wrong?" he asked. What was Sheila talking about? A masked man? What does she mean? "Forget it, it's nothing," she said, waving her hand dismissively toward Sheila's rapidly vanishing silhouette. "I think she's talking about the man in the trench coat who saved us." She turned to look at Mose, who had turned pale in fright. She knew he was the one who had caused all this. Natalia walked up to him and looked him squarely in the eye. "I could slap you," she said, clenching and unclenching her fists. "It's nothing less than you deserve." She thought back to the time she had almost slept with him and realized how she had a lucky escape. Mose didn't move. As her palm connected with his cheek, the sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. He blinked in shock and put his palm up to his face, gingerly touching where her hand had hit him. His eyes narrowed. "How dare you hit me?" he shouted. "Who do you think you are?" He raised his fist to retaliate when a sharp pain in his abdomen stopped him in his tracks. As he fell down, he saw Frazier's boot had kicked him squarely in the stomach. He landed with a loud thud at Natalia's feet. The now happy lady smiled smugly as he writhed in pain, unable to speak. Frazier grabbed Natalia's hand. "Come on, let's go," he said firmly as he led her out of the room. She didn't answer. Such was her newfound haste to leave with him. As Mose watched them leave, he started to squirm, his face full of hatred.
You don't know what's coming. Just wait,
he shouted, continuing.
I'll teach you both a lesson you won't soon forget.
There was no reply. They hadn't heard him. Natalia took a shower as soon as she and Fraser got home. The following evening, Fraser arrived at the entrance to the San Clemente University in Sheila's car. As he watched hordes of young, excited faces pouring out of the building, he felt nostalgic. He'd enjoyed his 4 years studying there. They had been 4 of the happiest years of his life, especially the last 2 when he had met Natalia. He fell for her the moment he saw her, and there was no turning back or looking at another woman since. Fraser waited for over 20 minutes before a beautiful young girl exited the front door. She had a long ponytail and wore a yellow dress and an elegant white coat. Heads turned as she walked. Fraser got out of the car and waved to her. She was Natalia's younger sister, Lynn, and they were strikingly similar in appearance.
Where's Natalia?
She asked as she got into the car without any form of greeting. She flung her bag onto the back seat.
I thought she was picking me up.
She's gone straight to the restaurant from work, he replied, used to her dismissive attitude toward him. He got into the driver's seat and started the engine.
What's my sister still doing with a low-life scumbag like you?
She asked, glaring at him as he drove out of the parking lot. He smiled, refusing to rise to the bait. Her continual mocking of him no longer upset him. Natalia had chosen a European restaurant for dinner that evening. It was her favorite, and Fraser had booked a private dining room for their meal. It was a short drive from the university to the restaurant, and neither spoke until they reached their destination. Lynn rushed ahead before Fraser had even finished parking the car. She quickly found the private room where Natalia and Sheila were waiting for her.
Finally,
said Natalia, pleased to see her sister.
I've been waiting for ages for you.
A loud bang prevented Lynn from replying. A passing waiter had accidentally bumped into Lynn, spilling an entire glass of red wine onto her white coat. Even Natalia had a few spots on her dress.
I'm so sorry,
said the waiter, his face crimson with embarrassment. He pulled a tissue out of his pocket and offered it to her, hoping it might soak up some of the wine.
It's okay. You didn't mean it,
said Natalia, as she also took a tissue out of her purse to help mop up the mess.
What is it?
asked the manager, running over when he noticed the fuss. He saw the red wine on Lynn's coat and turned to the waiter.
What have you done?
he asked angrily.
It's okay. It was an accident,
said Natalia, frightened that the waiter would lose his job.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
the waiter said again.
Don't worry, said Natalia. You're not to blame.
I'm sorry, sir,
said the waiter while bowing down to his manager's direction.
I hope you'll forgive us,
said the manager.
May I offer you a few complimentary side dishes as a token of our apology?
Of course. That would be very kind,
said Natalia, smiling graciously at him. Another waiter appeared at the door.
Sir, there's someone looking for you,
he said before whispering something in the manager's ear. The manager looked embarrassed.
Oh, sorry. I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer.
He nodded and turned to leave. As they watched the manager leave, barely finished before the first waiter appeared again, this time holding a tray. It contained several dishes, including lobster and caviar, as well as an expensive-looking bottle of red wine. Fraser arrived after parking the car, and they all sat down and started to eat. Another waiter came with another tray of food, much to Lynn's delight.
Wow,
said Sheila.
I'm going to bump into a waiter every time I come here.
She hadn't paid attention as the waiter had closed the door behind him. The manager was peeping over the waiter's shoulder with a cruel smile. As the door closed, the manager returned to the kitchen. Krina McKinsey was waiting for him.
Miss McKinsey, are you pleased with what I've done? He asked her.
Well done, she said, before she returned to the office and sat down. Fraser looked at the array of dishes in front of him, but his appetite had deserted him. He felt that something wasn't quite right. Do you know the manager? He asked Natalia. No, but one of his staff did ruin Lynn's dress, she replied. I think they've made amends in a fair manner, she added, indicating the spread before them and instantly stuffing some caviar into her mouth. It's just that there are some really expensive dishes on the table, he said. Glancing around, he noticed no one was listening to him. This is a Michelin star restaurant, he added. This food would cost way more than Lynn's dress. Lynn glared at him. Stop it, Fraser, said Natalia. She was very protective of her sister. Maybe it's their policy. He gave up. He knew that Natalia and Lynn weren't going to listen to him. Watching how Sheila had already begun digging into their feast, he decided to join them instead. Barely a morsel of food was left by the time they had finished. Natalia called for the bill, which the waiter brought very promptly. A little too promptly, thought Fraser. If you have a loyalty card, there's a 20% discount, he said as he handed a small piece of paper. Krina stood outside the door, waiting for the fireworks to begin. Natalia took the bill off the waiter and unfolded it. I think you've given us the wrong bill, she said as she handed it back to him. We haven't eaten that much. Her hands were shaking as she returned the paper to him. What's the matter? Asked Lynn, noticing the look on her sister's face. She snatched the bill from the waiter and looked shocked upon reading the final amount. Her eyes widened in surprise. How much? Sheila's jaw dropped when she heard the amount. It's a joke, she said, quickly recovering her composure. Very funny, she said sarcastically to the waiter. There are 4 of you, and you picked the most expensive dishes on the menu, said the waiter calmly. You picked our finest lobster, caviar, escargot, and more. Don't forget the bottle of red wine you chose, which costs hundreds of dollars alone. No, you're wrong, said Sheila bluntly. The manager gave us that, remember? Yes, agreed Natalia. Could you call him over? There's been a misunderstanding. The words were barely out of her mouth when the manager walked into the room, a little too quickly for Fraser's liking.
Is there a problem?
He asked brightly. Yes, said Natalia, standing up. We didn't order these dishes.
What do you mean?
He asked, the smile on his face vanishing.
Have you eaten someone else's meal?
No, said Sheila, her temper beginning to get the better of her. You gave us these dishes as a peace offering because your waiter ruined Lynn's dress. But now you're trying to charge us for them.
That's right, said the manager innocently. I did offer you some side dishes, he added, emphasizing the word side.
Sheila glanced at the small salad dishes on the table. The joke's over, said Lynn. Stop messing with us.
I don't know what you're talking about, said the manager smoothly.
Are you forcing us to pay for all this? Demanded Natalia, her face turning ugly.
Are you accusing me of forcing this food on you? Asked the manager, his tone becoming much frostier. If you don't pay, I'll call the police.
You deliberately tricked us, argued Sheila. I'm not paying you a single cent until I've spoken to the person in charge.
I am the person in charge, said the manager.
He glowered at her. Actually, I'm the person in charge here, said a voice from the doorway. Krina walked in, enjoying making an entrance. She smiled graciously. I get it now, said Natalia. It's you. Miss McKinsey,
They're refusing to pay the bill, said the manager, pretending to complain. Why? She asked Natalia. Don't you have enough money? Security, she shouted. If you don't pay up, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave, she added as 3 security guards rushed in. The 3 women looked at one another. Several other diners had gathered at the door, causing Lynn's face to blush with embarrassment. What should we do? She said, looking at Natalia. Natalia didn't answer. Her mind was whirring as she tried to decide. Although she had some savings, it was nowhere near enough to pay the bill. Even if she ran all her credit cards up to their limits, it still wouldn't cover the amount. She sighed and opened her purse. Fraser had watched the whole affair quietly, not impressed with how quickly Natalia had caved. He walked over to Krina. Miss McKenzie, he said politely, is this how you do business? Who are you to teach me how to do business? Krina replied sharply. Don't be rude to me. Pay your bill and get lost. The crowd of people at the doorway was beginning to grow. A young man pushed through the crowd and into the room, causing Fraser to smile. Fraser poured himself another glass of the expensive red wine, took a large sip, and looked right into Krina's eyes. I'll pay the bill, he said to Krina, but you'll refuse to accept my money. Natalia looked at Fraser in surprise. Are you crazy? She whispered to him. You've only just earned that money. Don't blow it. What do you mean? Asked Krina. She stared at him from top to bottom with a disdainful look. You do realize the size of this bill, don't you? The young man from the doorway stepped forward, allowing Krina to notice him for the first time. What's going on? He asked. Krina smiled. The man was Scott Vieira, and he was her boss. She was looking forward to telling him about how she had secured such a huge commission for his restaurant, and she was convinced that he would back her up in her attempt to get the guests to pay. These customers are refusing to pay, she said, looking at him. They ordered dishes they can't afford. Scott looked at the party, his gaze landing on Fraser. Are you sure they can't afford it? He asked, turning back to Krina and fighting an urge to punch her. Had she been a man, he would have. I don't think you recognize this man. Take a closer look, Scott ordered her. Krina looked at Scott, a puzzled expression on her face. What do you mean? She asked, confused. She was beginning to feel uncomfortable. You're fired, he said, stony-faced. But... Krina was dumbstruck. Scott said nothing. He continued to glare at her. Scott, are you crazy? Krina cried, eventually finding her voice. Do you know who I am? I'm a Mackenzie, she shouted. Yes, I know, he replied. I know you think you're from a family of aristocrats, which is why I can't afford to keep you on my payroll. He turned to Fraser and said, Fraser. But Fraser interrupted him. Thanks for coming to our rescue like this, he said. It was a coincidence that I was able to help you recently, but I really appreciate that you've just returned the favor. Scott raised an eyebrow in surprise and confusion. He looked at Fraser's expression and, being quick-witted, immediately guessed what was going on. Scott walked over to him and offered him his hand, saying, You're welcome. Although I can't believe you're friends with her, he added, nodding towards Sheila. The look on his face made it clear that he didn't like her. Sheila looked at Fraser and Scott in complete shock. How could Fraser Macklemore be friends with Scott Vieira? She thought cynically. She could see that Lynn was having similar thoughts, but Natalia didn't seem surprised at all. Fraser had told her that he saved his life in the past,
but that was all she knew. Karina was still irate about her treatment at the hands of Scott. She wasn't prepared to be humiliated in such a way.
Scott, I don't know how you know this good-for-nothing, but I will not be treated like this. You know that our families go way back.
Oh, be quiet, shouted Scott. He had had enough of Karina and her excuses. Have you forgotten that our families severed all ties a while back? Don't think I don't know what your family has been up to. A stunned silence descended upon the room.
Are you sure you want to treat me like this?
Asked Karina, determined not to go down without a fight. I'm sure, he said, glaring at her. Seeing Scott's serious expression and the large number of people staring at her, Karina didn't reply. If she'd known that Fraser and Scott were friends, she would never have dreamed of trying such a stunt. She took a deep breath and nodded, preparing to leave.
Stop. Did I say you could leave the room?
Asked Scott.
Pardon?
Asked Karina incredulously.
What do you want? I thought you fired me.
Scott looked at her, his face impassive.
Fraser, what do you think I should do with her?
He asked. Fraser looked at all the empty dishes on the table and smiled. I think that since she ordered all these costly dishes, she should pay for them, he said. Karina's eyes opened wide and she said,
What are you talking about?
She demanded.
Do you know who I am? How dare you?
Scott looked at the manager who was still in the room. Get the credit card machine, he said. The manager ran off to get the machine as Scott turned to the security guards. Don't let this woman leave until she's settled her debt, he said to them. The guards smiled. Karina had never treated them with much respect in the past. It was a task they were going to enjoy. No one spoke as they waited for the manager to return. Karina glared at Scott. A few minutes earlier, she planned to call the police and have Natalia and her family arrested. Ironically, she was now in danger of being the one who was arrested. The manager returned with the card. Karina dug her card out of her pocket and slapped it on the machine in frustration. Scott smiled as the machine beeped, letting everyone in the room know she had just spent a fortune on a meal for 4 people she hated. Thank you, Miss McKenzie, said Scott. Now you may leave. Karina left, flanked by the security guards. She didn't utter another word while walking out in utter embarrassment.
Fraser, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Asked Natalia suspiciously.
You know, about you and Scott?
Fraser looked at her, wondering how to explain, but Scott beat him to it. He laughed and rolled his eyes.
Didn't he tell you?
He asked.
It was years ago when we were at college. Fraser and I went camping and I accidentally fell into an abandoned mine shaft. If Fraser hadn't pulled me out and carried me home, I would have died.
Fraser smiled, thinking what a great screenwriter Scott might have been if he hadn't become a businessman instead.
Oh, I see, said Natalia.
He hadn't told me the details, she added, looking doubtful. She was sure that if Fraser really had saved Scott in the past, he would have bragged about it several times. Sheila, however, was much more impressed. Coupled with his handling of the affair with Karina, he was gaining merit points with her. They chatted with Scott for a few minutes longer before they left the restaurant, unaware that they were being watched by a gloomy-looking young person. Once they had left the parking lot, this young person dug out his cell phone and made a call.
I've sent you the money,
he said once the call was answered.
You should make your move now. Make sure you get it right. If you do, I'll make it worth your while.
There was a pause before a deep voice replied.
I understand, he said. Just wait 2 days, okay?
As the car sped away from the restaurant, Fraser began to notice that Natalia and Sheila's opinions of him had risen a little. Sheila even joked with him that she would like him to help her secure a position at the Robster Corporation. Natalia interrupted before he could say anything.
"Don't waste your time, Sheila," she said. "By now, the boss will already have forgotten about Frazier."
Frazier smiled.
"You're right,"
he said, glad he didn't have to elaborate. The next few days passed without incident. Natalia and Sheila went to work as usual, and Lynn returned to college for the week, planning to come home again for the weekend. Natalia was looking forward to Lynn's return. She left work early, planning to cook her favorite meal in celebration of her return. She set the table and laid all her carefully prepared dishes out on it, waiting for her noisy entrance. She smiled. She missed her sister. Whenever the younger one was home, she filled the house with her exuberant presence. As the dishes began to go cold, Natalia looked at her watch. Lynn was rarely late. She decided to call her and check whether she was okay. There was no reply. When Frazier walked in, he noticed that his wife looked worried. "What's happened?" he asked.
"Lynn's not home yet," she replied. "She's not answering her phone either."
"I'm sure she's fine," he said, trying to soothe her nerves. His words were barely out when his phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw that it was Lynn. He frowned. She never called him, and certainly not at such a late hour. "Hello?" he said.
"Frazier, can you come to Fisherman's Bar? I'm trapped,"
she said, but the line went dead before he could reply.
"Hello? Hello?"
he called, but he was talking to no one. He hung up the phone, realizing that Natalia was right to worry. Lynn must have met with some trouble.
"Who was that?"
asked Natalia. Frazier thought for a moment and decided not to tell her, deciding that it would be best not to worry her more than he needed to.
"Jordan Whitehead," he said.
"I bumped into him this afternoon, and he said we'd try and meet up this evening. I'll just go and see him quickly. But don't worry," he added when he saw the look of disapproval on her face. "I won't be gone long." With that, he put on his coat and walked back out of the house.
"Oh, I thought I told you that man and his friends are nothing but trouble,"
she shouted, but he wasn't listening.
"If you ignore me, don't ever come back."
Frazier got into the car, wondering which was the lesser of the two evils Natalia had presented him with. If he left, she would be angry. But if he stayed at home and didn't help her sister, he would be in even more trouble. He pulled out of the driveway just as Sheila was driving up. She wound down her window and asked suspiciously,
"Where are you going so late? Does Natalia know where you're going?"
"No," he replied. But knowing Sheila's ability to stir, he decided to tell her the truth. As she promised to keep a secret, he drove off. Lynn had made the call to Frazier from the bathroom at Fisherman's Bar. She tried to stay hidden in one of the stalls. Despite Lynn's protests, she visited the bar because several of her classmates had persuaded her to party with them, despite her being vocal about wanting to go home. Once she had arrived at the bar, a few boys surrounded her and refused to let her go. Standing behind them had been Sharon McKenzie, Krina's younger sister, and she was out for revenge for Krina's dismissal at the restaurant the previous week. Sharon and Lynn had initially been friends, but because of an incident at their school's beauty pageant last year, they had fallen out. Sharon had caused quite a lot of trouble for her over the week, but none of it had caused Lynn any harm until she arrived at the bar that evening. In desperation, she had managed to struggle free of the boys and run to the bathroom, where she locked herself in a stall and called Frazier. However, before Frazier could get to her, Sharon's henchman caught her.
"So, the school beauty has returned. I hope you're going to have a drink with us,"
Sharon teased. Sharon laughed as she spoke and signaled for someone to push Lynn onto the couch beside her. She picked up another bottle of wine and said, "Lynn, do you know how much this bottle of wine costs here?" The people around them laughed, and one of them said,
"She's just a poor girl. I doubt she's even seen such a good bottle of wine before."
"That's right. Lynn needs to thank you. If it weren't for you, she would never have been able to attend such a luxurious party."
Sharon continued acting rudely. Hearing everyone's flattery, Sharon's face lit up. She opened the bottle and said,
"Don't say that. Lynn is someone who has drunk the best wine before. Although this bottle's not the best, it's still a good wine. You want to try it, Lynn?"
"I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," said Lynn. She tried to get up to leave, but the man who had been holding her down stood in front of her and said,
"Lynn, do you know how much money Miss Mackenzie has spent on this party? Just to rent this place for the night was $30,000. The food and wine you can see on this table cost several $1,000s more. You can leave it if you want to, but won't you be missing out?"
Sharon smiled proudly as she fiddled with her nails. She said,
"This is no big deal. I like having fun, no matter how much it costs. But since you don't want us to have a good time together, Lynn, then the least you can do is pay for the wine. What do you say?"
She snapped her fingers and called the waiter over. Looking at Lynn's discontented face, she ordered several bottles of the most expensive wine. On hearing her order the wine, one of the people there said,
"Miss Mackenzie is very generous. This wine must be costing her a lot of money."
"Including the previous order, it must be in the thousands by now. I think that even if Lynn sold herself, she wouldn't be able to afford it."
Sharon's accomplice spoke. As the laughter rang out, Sharon gestured at Lynn and said,
"I'll take a check or cash."
Lynn was being humiliated, and her cheeks turned red in embarrassment. Sharon saw her embarrassment and felt happy. The sight of Lynn's discomfort made her feel more emboldened to act superior in front of her.
"What? Don't you have any money? In that case, I want you to drink everything on this table."
Sharon startled her with the proposition. The crowd burst into an uproar. They looked at each other, and several of them thought that her actions were a little too excessive.
"She's going to make her drink all the wine on the table. That might be enough to kill her," someone murmured.
A girl who was good friends with Sharon said,
"Sharon, why don't we order some more?"
Another person said, "No, don't do that. It might really kill her." Sharon rolled her eyes and said,
"Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Just feed it to her. If one of you will make sure that she drinks it, I'll reward you with $1,000.
Upon hearing that, many of the students' eyes lit up. For a student, $1,000 was enough for a month of living expenses.
"I'll do it,"
said one. The young man who had previously blocked Lynn's way picked up a bottle of wine, grabbed Lynn's jaw, and started pouring it into her mouth. She shook her head madly, trying her best to resist. She coughed and sputtered violently. Soon, her face, hair, neck, and clothes were all soaked with wine. Further on, she had been forced to drink quite a bit.
"Let me go. I have to go,"
she shouted at the man pouring the wine. Others just wanted to drink more wine before it was wasted on Lynn. "I don't like Lynn, but I'll drink some of her wine," another student spoke. More people joined in the drinking while Sharon took out her cell phone and pointed it at Lynn. While recording her, she smiled sinisterly and said,
"This is what happens when you act against me. A pathetic person like you, without money, is helpless against a rich girl like me. I'll make you suffer tonight."
Lynn continued to struggle and resist.
"I don't drink. Let me go. Let me go," she cried.
Eventually, Frazier arrived on the scene. He was furious when he saw that Lynn was being bullied. He had seen bullies before, but he had rarely seen one who was so excessive. "Stop!" he shouted. His shout immediately attracted the attention of a lot of people. Everyone looked, but only a few people recognized him. "Who are you? Mind your own business. This is a private party," Sharon spoke proudly. "He wants to play the hero by saving a damsel in distress," a short, half-drunk student yelled. "I recognize him. Isn't he Lynn's worthless brother-in-law?" Another voice sounded. "Frazier!" Lynn shouted as she pushed through the crowd and ran toward him. Realizing that she was drunk, Frazier went up to her and supported her. When he saw the state she was in, he got outraged. "Oh, I was wondering who it was," said Sharon. "So, it's you. You sorry excuse for a man. Are you trying to take your sister-in-law away?" Frazier glared at Sharon in disgust but didn't say a word. "Okay then, no problem," said Sharon. She snapped her fingers and said, "You can pay for all the wine we ordered. It all costs well over several $1,000s. You can leave as soon as you've paid the bill. But if you don't have the money and still want to pay me, you must play by my rules." She pointed to the wine on the table and said, "If you want to leave, then drink up all the wine. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. Security!" With a shout from Sharon, more than 10 of Mackenzie's bodyguards rushed down from upstairs and surrounded Frazier and Lynn. The scene scared everyone else in the place. From the looks of it, Sharon has probably brought all of her family's bodyguards, thought Frazier. Sharon noticed that Frazier seemed dismayed at the sight of the bodyguards. She had expected Lynn to ask him for help, purposely giving her the chance to call him. "So, you piece of trash," Sharon said. "You were good at fighting before, so let's try it again today. You might be able to take on 1 or 2 of these guys on your own, but I don't believe that you can fight more than 10. Also, this is not the Wilsons' property, so don't expect anyone else to come to your rescue." After listening to Sharon, Lynn shuddered and grabbed Frazier's arm. "Frazier, what should we do now? Why don't we call the police?" Lynn looked in fear. "There's no need," he replied. He prepared himself to fight, but before he could make a move and teach those people a lesson, Henry called. Henry reported that he had finished doing what Frazier had previously asked him to take care of. He told him that Mackenzie's company had already gone bankrupt. Also, due to the large number of homes that were sold by the Philly Group, which had severe structural and quality issues, a lawsuit against the Philly Group was going to be filed the following day. "Ah, that saves me a lot of trouble," Frazier muttered to himself. He called over the bar owner, who had been watching the show. "What's the matter, mister?" the bar owner asked. As he spoke, he winked at Sharon to give her a sense of the incoming trouble. "I want to pay for tonight's expenses," said Frazier. "You? What the hell are you talking about?" shouted Sharon. "You're just a nobody. You'd have to sell a kidney to pay for all this." Ignoring Sharon, he fished out a black card and handed it to the owner. The owner tentatively showed Frazier the bill. Frazier agreed, and the amount was immediately transferred to the bar's account. While Sharon and the others were still stunned, Frazier moved closer to the owner and whispered to him while he looked at Sharon. After hearing what he had to say, the bar owner's expression changed. He glared at Sharon and said coldly, "I want you to pay the rental fee for this place right now. I believe we've agreed on $30,000 for the night. You're not leaving until you pay it." Sharon seemed insulted. "What are you saying?" "You're in the hospitality business. So, you should have heard of the McKinsey Club's reputation, right? I'm a member of the McKinsey family. My dad gave me 3 credit cards, and they're worth millions. Do you honestly think that I won't be able to pay? Sharon pointed at Fraser and said, He's a nobody. How could he afford to pay you? He's married into a family that isn't even wealthy. She then turned to the bar owner and said, You need to ask him about the source of the money he gave you. The owner smiled indifferently and said, Miss Mackenzie, are you joking? As long as he has the money to give me, I don't care how he got it, even if he's stolen it. You, on the other hand, haven't paid your bill. You promised to pay $30,000 for the rental of this place, and I need the payment now. As he said that, he snapped his fingers at a beautiful woman at the front desk. Go take the payment from Miss Mackenzie, he asked her. Yes, sir. The woman smiled and carried the card reader over to Sharon. Miss Mackenzie, would you... Sharon stopped her and said, How dare you treat me like this? I'm a member of the McKinsey family, so you don't have to chase me for payment. You can send an invoice to my family's offices. The woman stared at Sharon and felt a little afraid of her. She lowered her head, hoping that Sharon would just pay up. A staff member ran over and shouted, Boss, there's big trouble. What are you panicking about? Asked the owner. What trouble are you talking about? The man took out his cell phone and handed it to the boss. Something has happened to the McKinsey family, the man said. It looks like they've gone bankrupt. Oh, crap, the owner muttered. If he still had doubts about Fraser and the news he had revealed earlier, those doubts had just evaporated. He strode over, took the card machine off his employee and handed it to Sharon. Miss Mackenzie, please settle the bill now, the owner demanded. Sharon looked indignant and said, You can't. Cut the crap and pay the bill. Your family is broke, yet you still dare to come here to eat and drink? Are you trying to steal from me? Pay the damn bill. The owner was losing his cool. Sharon was shocked by the sudden change in the demeanor of the owner. She took out a card and swiped it. The machine beeped and displayed a message. Payment declined. What? She panicked and hastily took out another credit card. However, after swiping it, the notification sound was exactly the same. Payment declined. She nervously pulled out her last card and swiped it. The same message appeared, completely destroying her last sliver of hope. It's over. I'm so humiliated, she thought. Seeing Sharon in such a state, the other people there began to stir, as if afraid that the bill would be apportioned to them. I've suddenly remembered that I still have something to do tonight, so I'll be leaving now, a student murmured, evidently lying. I've drunk far too much this evening, so it's time I went home, another student lied. My friend has booked a table at my favorite restaurant and is waiting for me. I can't get out of it. Bye! One by one, all of Sharon's apparent friends wanted to walk out on her. If this bill isn't settled, no one will be able to leave, the owner shouted. Then a group of security guards rushed into the bar and surrounded Sharon and her friends. As for the McKinsey family's bodyguards, after seeing the news of the family's bankruptcy, they had already slipped away and left. If they weren't going to get paid, they wouldn't continue working. Sharon was utterly stunned. At that moment, she felt like she had lost her entire world. She burst into tears and gave her mother a call. However, when her father heard Sharon was in a bar and had spent $30,000 in one night, he was enraged and scolded her for her foolishness. After hanging up, Sharon cried even harder. However, the bar owner was clearly not sympathetic, so he ignored her distress.
"You're an idiot," he said. "You hired my bar without money? Did you think I was stupid? Well, you can stay here and work in the bar for 6 months to pay off what you owe me." Working in a bar for 6 months, she thought. I can't bear the thought of that. After doing it for 6 months, I'll feel like a piece of trash. She didn't dare think any further. Her eyes lit up after she glanced at Fraser. She went over to him and started begging. "Please, can you pay the $30,000 as well?" Fraser felt like laughing at the nerve of the woman. However, he calmly said, "I'm sorry, Miss Mackenzie, but I'm just a nobody, and I don't have that much money." He turned to the bar owner and asked, "I don't have any obligation to help her pay her bill, do I?" "Of course not," the owner replied. He couldn't wait for Fraser to leave. The money he would make Sharon earn from working there for 6 months would be more than $30,000. "So, can I take my sister-in-law now?" The owner made a gesture of dismissal and said, "Of course, please go ahead." He then added, "I apologize for what happened today. From now on, you'll receive a 50% discount when you come here. You'll always be very welcome here." "Thank you for your generosity." Even as Fraser said that, he thought that even with the 50% discount, the owner would still be able to make a profit from him. As expected of a businessman, he had his sales ploy in order as always. On the way home, Lynn stared at Fraser several times and hesitated to speak. In the end, she didn't say anything. "The money must have come from the proceeds of his huge property sale," she thought. "I need to find a job in the future and try my best to pay the money back. I don't want to owe him that favor." Back home, Natalia was still waiting in the living room when they arrived. When she discovered that Lynn reeked of alcohol, she immediately blamed Fraser. "Are you crazy? How could you let my sister get into that state? Stick to going drinking with your cronies in the future," she fired her husband. Fraser was speechless at her unfair accusation. Lynn grinned and looked apologetically at him. He pointed at her, hoping she would say a few words to clear his name, but she kept mum and headed straight to her room. That night, Fraser didn't even feel that it was safe to go back to his room to sleep. The next day, Fraser was so tired that he found it hard to stay awake over breakfast. Natalia gave him some fried eggs toast and said, "Eat up and then go back to sleep. You don't have to work anyway. By the way, tomorrow night my parents are going to hold a family dinner to meet my new sister-in-law. They've already decided on the location. Make sure that you're there." "Okay, I will," he replied. The next day in the afternoon, Fraser revisited the car dealer. The salesperson remembered him and was eager to help. Fraser asked him to prepare a top-of-the-line car and asked for it to be delivered to the entrance of the restaurant where the family was eating that evening. He paid $350,000, and under the envious gazes of the sales team, he swaggered out of the showroom. "If they want to bully my wife, I'll make them sorry," he thought. At 5 o'clock, Fraser, Natalia, and Lynn walked into a private room on the restaurant's second floor. As soon as they entered, they saw a pretty girl with her head down, sitting at the head of the table and playing on her phone. Natalia was annoyed to see her family smiling apologetically at her. Typically, on such grand occasions, the person sitting in the main seat would be hostess. Now, not only had he given up the top position, but he had given it up to an outsider he had never met before. Natalia found it challenging to suppress her disapproval. "So, I take it you're my brother's girlfriend, Pearl. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Do you think it's okay to sit at the head of the table?" She opened up unhesitatingly. Pearl stopped playing with her phone and looked up at Natalia with some surprise.
She had a mean expression, which gave Natalia the impression that her future sister-in-law wasn't someone who would be easy to deal with. Pearl looked at Hostess and Dorothy, whose expressions had changed slightly. Then she snorted and said,
You must be Natalia, right? I don't think anyone else minds me sitting here, so there's no need for you to be concerned about it.
Pearl went on to put on an act and asked,
Hostess, Dorothy, do you have any objections?
Their faces were full of smiles, and Hostess said, No, it's fine. You can sit wherever you want, even when you're at home. Just as long as you're happy.
See? Hostess and Dorothy aren't bothered, she said. So just chill out, sister.
James also spoke up to protect his fiancée.
Natalia, Pearl will be your sister-in-law soon, so don't talk to her like that.
Natalia felt a wave of injustice. Previously, the most important person had been her father. However, now that Pearl was there, he had given up his status in the family. Seeing that his wife was about to say something to her father, Fraser pulled her aside and whispered, It's only a meal. Let's just get through this as peacefully as possible. Both Natalia and Lynn felt uneasy about their future sister-in-law. The more they looked at her, the more concerned they became about the Laplace family. They were already resentful toward her because they had been told they would have to leave the family home because of her. Fraser wanted to sit next to his wife, but before he could sit down, James kicked away the chair and, using his eyes, signaled toward another chair near the door.
Know your place, loser, he said.
Natalia frowned when she heard that. Recently, her image of Fraser had changed a lot, so she wanted to speak up for him. However, thinking about how her husband had made her swallow the words she had been about to say to Pearl, she decided not to speak. As for Lynn, she always did as she was told in front of her parents and James. Fraser seemed to be used to it. He smiled and didn't care at all. He casually sat in the chair next to the door. After a while, the waiter came through, and he sat up. When the waiter had finally finished serving the dishes, James stood up, holding his glass, and introduced Pearl to everyone with a smile. Fraser noticed that while she was being introduced, she had a haughty look, and it was hard for him to tell what her feelings were toward James. He could not see what was so good about her, and why she had been able to turn the Laplace family upside down. James said,
I want to propose a toast to my darling Pearl, who is soon to be the newest member of this happy family. To Pearl.
Pearl clinked her glass against those around her. However, she purposefully avoided Fraser's glass and smiled contemptuously at him.
You must be the Laplace's son-in-law, right?
She asked. Yes, my name's Fraser.
I'm sorry, she said, but being related to you is too embarrassing, so I don't want to drink with you.
After saying that, she looked away and gulped down the wine in her glass. The atmosphere became awkward, and Fraser, whose glass was hanging in the air, took a sip of his drink and seemed not to care. In the 3 years he had been with the Laplace family, he hadn't tried to retain any pride. Even though he could endure the humiliation, it didn't mean that others could as well. His wife was one such example. Although Natalia had always looked down on Fraser, he was still her husband, and there was only so much she could take. She slammed her glass on the table, and, ignoring Dorothy's warning glance, she asked coldly,
Pearl, what exactly do you mean? Natalia, calm down, said James. Why are you making a fuss over someone as worthless as he is?
Pearl feigned a silly smile and said,
It's nothing. I just don't want to clink glasses with a loser. Is there a problem with that?
Who you want to drink with and who you don't want to drink with is your choice. But you could at least show a bit of respect, Natalia snapped.
You don't seem to have been brought up with good manners. Pearl's expression changed. She slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Natalia. I saw that you didn't like me the moment you came in here, she said coldly. I should be the one asking you a few questions. I know you pretend to be doing well in your career, and you look down on me. But I heard that the Philly group is on the verge of bankruptcy and is laying people off. You're out of work now, aren't you? So how can you act so high and mighty? Pearl's words were filled with hatred, and Natalia's dislike of her was also turning into hatred. Fraser looked down and had a cold glint in his eyes. Bullying was something he could tolerate, but someone bullying his own wife was out of the question. Natalia was about to reply when Dorothy asked, Natalia, are you out of work? Why didn't you tell us about such an important thing? Hostess said, How could she still have the nerve to speak to Pearl like that? She's not going to find another job easily. Who would want to take her on? Natalia's heart ached as she listened to the conversation. She pursed her lips to prevent herself from crying. Most people's fathers would think about how to comfort their children in such a difficult situation, she thought. But with him, all I get is mockery and ridicule. And he's even doing it in front of an outsider who was arguing with me. As she thought about it, she felt chills run down her spine. I'm sorry to disappoint you, she said to her father. Fraser embraced her gently and said, Natalia isn't unemployed. Pearl snorted and said, Are you joking? You're not going to tell us that she didn't lose her job and got promoted instead, are you? Fraser smiled and said, Natalia, you're too secretive. Why didn't you tell your family that you changed jobs? What? She changed jobs? said Hostess. Yeah, Fraser said. My wife is very capable. She's found a job at the Robster Corporation and has been there for several days. For a moment, the entire room was silent. Hostess was secretly impressed, though he didn't show it. You guys are underestimating us, said Fraser. Natalia, if you don't want to eat, then let's go home. What do you mean? asked James. This is my family's dinner. You can't leave before finishing your meal. That would be disrespecting Pearl. As he said that, he felt a chill coming from Fraser's side. He looked into Fraser's eyes and decided not to speak anymore. Fraser looked as though he would beat him if he said one more word. Natalia pushed her husband's hand away and shook her head. Forget it, she said. Hostess didn't pay any more attention to her. He and Dorothy started to focus on Pearl again. James also began to fawn over his fiancée. For a moment, Pearl felt like she was being pampered like a little princess. As for Natalia, she seemed to be the complete opposite. Like Cinderella hiding in a corner with no one paying any attention to her. Even though she could see that Natalia had already admitted defeat, Pearl still showed no signs of stopping. It's more important to marry into a good family, she said while looking at Natalia. Although James doesn't have much ability, he at least has a home. What about you, Natalia? I heard that you don't even have a decent car. I don't know why you married such a useless husband. Natalia was about to explode. You're going too far, she shouted. Dorothy jumped up. Shut up, Nalia. Are you trying to make me angry? Natalia stared at her mother, tears in her eyes, but she didn't respond. Seeing that her future sister-in-law had been humiliated, Pearl felt even more proud of herself. Natalia, when I move into the LaPlace house, I will still welcome you and Lynn as guests, she said. When she spoke, she had emphasized the word guests, as if declaring her sovereignty. Natalia's tears were flowing down her cheeks and dripping onto her plate. Don't cry, Natalia, said James.
It's the first time you've met your sister-in-law. It should be a happy occasion.
Nat, are you all right?
Whispered Lynn.
Just pretend you didn't hear her. The meal's almost over now.
The scene made Fraser livid, but he tried not to show the extent of his anger. He looked at his watch. It was 5:29, which meant it was almost time. His phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. McElmore? I'm your new vehicle consultant. Your new car's arrived at the entrance of the restaurant as you requested, and all your orders have been carried out. Is there anything else I can do for you? There's nothing more, said Fraser. I'll put in a good word for you with your manager. He hung up and saw everyone in the room staring at him curiously. Pearl laughed out loud and said, How would he be putting in a good word to someone's manager? That's just laughable. Tell me, Fraser, how much business did you do with the person on the phone? Don't tell me that it was $1 million. Fraser smiled and said casually, No, it wasn't that much. Just $350,000. She laughed even harder and said, I'm dying of laughter. Do you even know what $350,000 is? If you had that kind of money, why would you stay with the LaPlace so submissive? Dorothy couldn't sit still any longer. She slammed the table and stood up.
Fraser, what is all this about?
She demanded.
Stop playing games.
Natalia also looked at Fraser and wished that he would be more forthright.
All right, it's getting late, and the meal was very enjoyable, said James,
who could see that the safest thing to do was to wind up the evening.
I hope that we can all gather like this again in the future.
He then looked at Fraser and said,
Fraser, what are you doing sitting there? Why aren't you opening the door for everyone?
James didn't treat Fraser as a family member, but ordered him around like a servant. Fraser didn't say anything, but stood up to casually open the door.
Unbelievable! He's so obedient, muttered Pearl.
James led the way as they left the room one by one. Fraser just smiled. I've let these people show off. And now, it's my turn to have some fun, he thought. When Natalia passed Fraser, she sighed. She was disappointed in him and felt that he had become useless again. It seemed to her that all his previous power had just been an illusion. When the two of them got downstairs, they saw Pearl sitting in the back of a cool-looking car. The consultant was trying to dissuade her from sitting there.
My God, she exclaimed. There must be a rich man eating here. Why didn't I see him? James, I want one of these too.
She looked toward the restaurant, but Fraser was blocking the entrance.
Get out of my way, she demanded. I want to see the owner of this gorgeous car.
I'm sorry, but that car is mine, said Fraser.
Yours? Dream on, loser. This car is worth more than $300,000, she said.
James also mocked him.
Fraser, you've spent almost all the money you made selling those properties, so how could you still have the money to buy even a beat-up old wreck, let alone a car like this?
Natalia's parents also felt that it was laughable, and they criticized their son-in-law for pretending to own the car. At that moment, someone said,
Excuse me, are you Mr. McElmore?
The consultant had heard James mention Fraser's name.
I am.
Mr. McElmore, I'm your vehicle consultant. I called you just now. Here's the key. She's all yours. Before Fraser could get his hands on it, Pearl stood in front of the man and said,
You must be mistaken. We all know this person, and he's just a hopeless loser who lives in a fantasy world.
No, I'm not mistaken, the man insisted. Mr. Wilson of the Robster Corporation specifically asked me to deliver this car to Mr. McElmore, he said solemnly. The group looked at each other at the mention of that name. Even they weren't qualified to meet him, let alone Frazier. However, looking at the consultant's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all.
Does Frazier really know Henry Wilson? Houstus wondered.
Frazier? How did this car get here? Tell me the truth, Natalia said as she glared at him. She knew very well that Henry had seen how he had been rewarded for selling the 100 properties. Now he's given him a car, and the company's treating him as one of their own, she wondered. Frazier had given her the rest of the money he had made after selling the properties, so he didn't have anything left. He chuckled as he pulled Natalia aside and whispered, "He owed me a huge favor, so I borrowed a car for you to drive." Only borrowed, she thought. What a fool I'm married to. Frazier, you really are something, she exclaimed. It was a big favor, yet you only borrowed a car? I'm just trying to help you save face, he said. Save face? How much is that worth? You wasted your big favor just to help me gain some face? Do you know how few people in San Clemente get the chance to speak with someone so important? Natalia continued being oblivious to his love. She was furious. She had hoped Frazier would use his contract to their best advantage. However, he had only borrowed a car and wasted his great opportunity. Everyone heard him say that the car was only borrowed. They took advantage of the situation just like they did with his previous vehicle. So it's just a loan, said Pearl, laughing. I was wondering how someone could be so capable while appearing to be so dumb. The group of people roared with laughter and drove away in the expensive car. As for Natalia, she angrily took a taxi back home and pondered on the idea that in a previous life, she must have committed many sins to have ended up with such an unambitious, good-for-nothing husband. The vehicle consultant was completely stupefied. He hadn't felt it was his place to interrupt the family's argument, so he asked, Mr. Macklemore, didn't you buy the car? Don't let anyone know about this, said Frazier. So, Mr. Macklemore likes to keep a low profile, the consultant thought. He didn't show any emotion when facing the family's mockery, so he must have an extraordinary identity. When Frazier arrived home, he saw Natalia sitting on the couch in a bad mood. He went over to her and said, Natalia, just now. She didn't look at him but gave a cold snort, got up, and went to her room, slamming the door behind her. He was used to it. He shrugged helplessly and went back to his own room to sleep. It was already late into the night when Frazier's phone rang. Apart from Natalia, there weren't many people who would ever bother to call him. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a phone number without a name on it. However, his expression instantly turned cold. He was familiar with the number. He had deleted the owner of the number from his contacts list some time before. The owner of that number was a man called Ben Macklemore. Frazier's father had a total of 18 sons, and Frazier was the youngest of them. The other 17 were all his half-brothers. As the youngest, Frazier had been the most doted on. Because of that, he had never been liked by his brothers. However, there was one exception. That person was Ben, who was his 9th brother. Ever since he was young, Ben had always been nice to Frazier, helping him out with everything. Unexpectedly, the one brother he had been closest to had been plotting against him for a long time. Although Ben had always pretended to care for Frazier, he had really been using him. When Frazier became old enough and was about to take over part of the family's power, Ben had laid down a set of traps to frame him. Although Frazier had managed to avoid the traps, he had found that everything that should have belonged to him belonged to Ben instead. Ever since, Frazier had given Ben the cold shoulder, and since he had never wanted to pursue fame and fortune, he had decided to leave his family and run away from them. Memories of the past flashed through his mind like a movie. Before answering, he stared at the familiar number on the screen for a long time. "Little brother, you finally answered the phone," Ben cried. "I thought you were asleep." "Hello," Fraser said shortly. "Are you listening, 18? Ben asked, using his favorite nickname for Fraser. Hearing the familiar form of address, Fraser felt disgusted. He said, "Don't call me that anymore. I didn't think you would have the nerve to phone me again." Ben laughed and said, "I would have realized by now that I don't have any shame." "Yes, I know they're shameless. Why are you bothering me now?" Fraser asked bluntly. "I heard that you changed your mind and that you're preparing to return to the family. If that's true, then I think your decision is a bit unwise. Although you are nothing in the outside world, at least your life is not in danger. But once you return, half the family will do what I ask, whether it's in the open or in the dark. Have you thought about that?" Fraser didn't reply, so Ben continued. "I know that you can fight, but are you really going to fight me alone?" Fraser clenched his fist. This guy lied to me for so many years, he thought. At one time, he almost caused my death. Now he's threatening me again. Does he really believe that he can still dominate me? On the other end of the line, Ben puffed on his cigar and said, "I'll give you two choices. You can either continue hiding your true identity and continue to be a nobody, or you can come alone to see me. If you choose to come here, remember not to let anyone know where you're going." Fraser laughed bitterly. There was no need to talk about the first choice. As for the second, he knew that if he went into Ben's territory, the only outcome would be a silent and tragic death. "What if I do things my own way?" Fraser stated. "Oh, 18. I remember that you and your mother were always on good terms, weren't you?" Fraser sat up straight. His mother had been missing since he was 18 years old. Was my mother's disappearance related to Ben? He wondered. "I always loved my mother," Fraser said. "Do you know what will happen to you if I find out that you were involved in her disappearance?" Ben released a puff of smoke and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and report it and see if the old man will believe you. If you want to know more about your mother, come and find me. We can have a nice chat about it." "Tell me now, you bastard," Fraser cursed, but Ben had already hung up. When he tried to call him back, he could not get through. Because Sheila's soundproofing wasn't very good, a few moments later there was a murmur outside his door. "Hey, be quiet in there, or I'll make sure that you end up sleeping in the street," Sheila snapped threateningly. Fraser quickly calmed down and started to analyze what Ben had said. He reasoned that his mother's disappearance had probably had nothing to do with him. His mother hadn't been an ordinary woman. She had seemed gentle on the outside, but was actually very powerful. Even though Ben had a lot of power in the family, he wouldn't have been able to affect her. However, Fraser suspected that Ben knew what had happened to her. Fraser had always wanted to find his mother and reunite with her. He clenched his fists, and his nails dug into the flesh as he muttered, "Ben, you wait. When I become strong enough, I'll come and find you. And I believe that day will be soon." The next day, Fraser woke up early. The previous night's incident had disturbed him badly. He had decided to return to the family and needed to prepare himself for that. Fraser first returned to the neighborhood where he had lived previously. He saw 3 people sitting near a street corner, playing cards on a concrete table. He went up to them just as they were finishing their game. The first to see him was a tall, thin guy named Ian Taylor. When he saw Fraser, he froze for a second, and then immediately punched him lightly on the chest.
Fraser! How doing, kid? I heard that you were chased out of your home by your father-in-law. I was about to call you and arrange for us to get together.
Ian spoke loudly. The other two also greeted Fraser warmly. He had always felt comfortable with the three of them and often spent time with them when he had nothing else to do. The names of the other two were Liam Young and Brett Andrews. Brett had been classmates with Fraser back in college, and he had become an exceptionally good programmer. He started a technology company with Fraser after the two of them had graduated. However, the company hadn't lasted long.
Listen, guys, we'll get together and do something later, said Fraser. I just need to go somewhere with Brett for a while, if that's okay. That's fine, said Ian. Let us know when you're back. All right. He pulled Brett away without saying anything more. Brett didn't know what Fraser was planning. They got into a taxi and Brett asked, "What's going on?" "It's great to see you, but why all the mystery?" Fraser smiled wordlessly until the taxi arrived outside a tall building. Brett got out of the car, and when he saw the familiar building in front of him, he scowled and said in a depressing tone, "You know that I haven't been here in the last 3 years, don't you?" Fraser nodded and said, "I know it's not easy, Brett, but a man must have the courage to climb up from where he's fallen." Fraser looked at the building in front of them and continued, "I've been asking around, and I've discovered that Yasmin is still working here, and has even been given the job of manager. I know you won't want to do this, but just come in with me. I promise that I won't let you down." When Brett and Fraser left the company, they became laughingstocks there. They had been betrayed by Ben's girlfriend, Yasmin Rogers, and their research had been stolen. Yasmin had not only made a fortune selling their research secrets, but had also hooked up with the company's new owner and became his mistress. Because of that humiliation, Brett was still living in the shadows. Although he was still hugely talented in IT, he had been depressed ever since then. Thinking about those past events, Brett felt a heart-wrenching pain. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. "Forget it, Fraser," he said. "Let bygones be bygones. I don't want to think about it anymore. If I go in now, I'll only receive more contempt and ridicule. Also, I don't want to see that woman again." Fraser didn't say anything, but took out a document from his backpack and handed it to his friend. "Brett, I won't force you to come up, but take a look at this first. If you still don't want to go in there after reading it, then I'll leave here without saying another word." The document was a contract. Brett casually glanced at it, and his eyes widened with excitement when he realized what he was looking at. After reading the contract carefully from beginning to end, the look of delight on his face became more intense. You don't need to say anything. Just tell me whether you want to go in there or not." Fraser knew his trick would work. "Heck yes!" Brett exclaimed. Brett willingly followed Fraser into the building, and they took the elevator to the 9th floor. They had started their own business in one of the offices in the same building. After what had happened then, they had been forced to reveal their company's secrets, and had faced a huge penalty for a breach of contract. They had no choice but to transfer the company to someone else in order to repay their debt. Being in that building again, they both felt regretful for what they had lost. When they reached the 9th floor, a beautiful at the front desk greeted them politely. "Hello, gentlemen. Can I help you? Do you have an appointment?" Fraser took the lead and said, "Go and get Jim Crowther out here. We've come to take over the company. We're the new bosses, and we need to see him now." Jim Crowther was the man who had bought the company. "You're taking over the company?" she asked questioningly. She looked at Fraser suspiciously.
When she saw that he was dressed in cheap, casual clothes, her look of suspicion turned to disdain. He's dressed like a slob, yet he calls himself the company's new boss, she thought. Who would believe that? Mr. Crowther doesn't see anyone without an appointment. I suggest that you call his secretary and come back at another time. The front desk lady spoke arrogantly. Just get him out here, Fraser demanded. She raised her voice and said, Sir, I'm not going to do that. I suggest that you leave now, or I'll call security. What's going on? What's all the noise about? A woman with heavy makeup and red lipstick walked over. When the woman at the desk saw her, she said, Miss Rogers, these two people are here to cause trouble. They say that they're taking over the company, but I suspect that they're crazy. I was just about to call security. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to see what our new bosses look like. Yasmin spoke confidently. After she said that, Fraser and Brett turned around to face Yasmin. Upon seeing the pair, Yasmin's eyes widened in surprise. Then, thinking about them being the new bosses, she covered her mouth and burst into laughter. I'm afraid you misunderstood them. They're not crazy. They're old acquaintances. The other woman was surprised at Yasmin's reaction. Miss Rogers, you know them? So what's this about them being the new owners of the company? Well, it's half true, Yasmin replied. They're not the bosses now, but they used to be. After she said that, her expression changed. She gave them a disdainful look and said, You two really have some nerve coming back here. I can't believe you still have the cheek to call yourselves the bosses. That's enough, Brett said coldly. Yasmin, we don't care about what happened 3 years ago. You don't have to be so arrogant. If we'd let people know about what happened at that time, do you know what would have become of you? She looked at him blankly and didn't answer. You'd have gone to prison, he continued. You'd still be there now. For a moment, she looked slightly rattled by what he had said. However, she gave the woman at the desk a wink and put on a confused expression. What did you say? 3 years ago? Are you talking about when we broke up? Or are you still hurting because I cheated on you? If you're trying to threaten me, don't waste your time. The police won't even give you the time of day, Yasmin bullied Brett. Fraser couldn't stand it anymore. You little... Just as he was about to argue on behalf of his friend, Yasmin turned on him. Shut up, Fraser. You're even more useless than Brett. I heard that you have been staying with your wife's family ever since you got out of here, and that you became a cook. And Brett is just a security guard who does odd jobs on the side. The pair of you are total losers. Fraser had the urge to go up and slap her. If she had been a man, he would have done it already. Brett shook his head at him warningly, and then he turned to Yasmin and said, Look in the mirror and ask yourself whether you're really living a happy life now. Thank you for your concern, but I'm happy, she said haughtily. Ever since I got rid of you, my pauper boyfriend, I've had everything I ever wanted. My quality of life is so high that you couldn't imagine it. She lifted her hand to reveal an expensive bracelet. Do you see this? She asked. It's worth more than you can earn in a year. Also, the clothes I'm wearing cost thousands of dollars, and I have a limited edition designer bag. Did you ever give me things like these? I eat at the best restaurants, and I live in a luxurious apartment. Things have gotten much better for me. Why don't you look at your appearance, Brett? You look like you haven't changed your clothes for several days, yet you still have the cheek to talk to me about happiness. Brett just looked at her as if she were a lost cause. Their lives had gone in different directions, and they had nothing in common anymore. He wondered what he had ever seen in her. He said, I understand where you're at, and I don't have anything else to say to you. Just go and get Crowther. Her face lit up as she said,
If you're here to apply for a job in security or cleaning, then I'm the person you need to see. But before I can take you on, I need to satisfy myself that you're capable of doing the job. She crossed her arms snobbishly as she extended one of her high heels toward them. She said, "On the way into the office this morning, I accidentally dirtied my shoes, and they have a lot of dust on them. Can you lick them clean for me? If you two really want to be cleaners, you'll need to do a good job. Be careful with them because my shoes are worth 3 or 4 months of your pay." "Yasmin, you're going too far," Fraser said angrily. "You look like you want to hit me," she said. "Come on then, hit me if you dare." Seeing her face getting closer and closer to his, Fraser felt a wave of disgust. Instinctively, he pushed her away but couldn't control his strength. She yelled and then fell to the floor. She looked shocked and shouted, "You're crazy! You really dared to hit me?" "I didn't hit you," Fraser said. "I don't hit women, even tramps like you. To be honest, hitting you would make my hands dirty."
"Miss Rogers!"
At that moment, a group of security guards rushed in. When they saw Yasmin on the floor, they surrounded Fraser and Brett.
"Throw these two out for me," she demanded. "No, first, I want you to beat them. Beat them until they're well up like balloons."
The security guards weren't trained to fight, and they had never used violence in their work. So when they heard Yasmin's request, they hesitated.
"What are you waiting for? If any of you don't do what I say, I'll get Mr. Crowther to fire you. You know very well that he will do whatever I ask," Yasmin ordered egotistically.
The security guards knew the nature of the relationship between Yasmin and Mr. Crowther, so they clearly understood that she could get whatever she wanted. They looked at each other and decided to attack. After all, they had families to support. Seeing that they were about to be beaten up, Brett pulled Fraser away and was about to run. He had decided it would be foolish to stay and fight when the odds were against them. However, he couldn't pull Fraser away, no matter how hard he tried. Fraser stood firm. Just as he was getting anxious over their predicament, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed eyeglasses entered the reception area.
"Everyone, stop this!" he shouted.
When the security guards saw him, they stood up straight.
Hello, Mr. Crowther,"
said one of the men. He was about to explain what had happened when Jim Crowther saw Fraser, and he quickly raised his hand to interrupt the man.
"So, it's you," he said. "Mr. McElmore. 3 years ago, this company no longer has anything to do with you, so why are you back?"
"These two are here to apply for our security and cleaning position," Yasmin explained. "And Fraser dared to hit me."
Jim felt an instant headache come on.
"You guys dare to hit my people, and in my place of business?"
Fraser grinned and said, "Your business. I'm here to tell you that this is my business now." After saying that, he handed the contract to the other man.
"What's this crap? Take it away,"
snapped Jim. He was in a temper due to his debts, which had recently mounted, and wasn't in the mood to deal with Fraser. He threw the document on the floor in contempt, without even looking at it. "I suggest you take a look at it, Crowther," Fraser said. "I only paid 80% of the money to buy your company, so there's a balance of $2 million remaining. And from what I understand, you seem to really need that $2 million right now." Previously, he had asked Henry to investigate Jim Crowther secretly. Henry had discovered that Jim's wife also owned a company, but she was close to bankruptcy and owed $10 million to the bank. If it wasn't repaired within the stipulated period, Jim would also be affected. Because of his wife's financial problems, Jim contacted a private buyer and agreed to transfer the company to him. The mysterious buyer had appeared just in time to meet his urgent need. After hearing what Fraser said, Jim felt as if he had been struck by lightning, He froze and stared blankly at the smiling Fraser.
Oh my God. It was him,
Jim thought. Yasmin was even more confused.
What 2 million? What are you playing at?
She asked.
Jim, what are you daydreaming about?
Yasmin snapped.
Didn't you hear what I said? Get rid of those 2 for me. Otherwise, I'll...
Before she could finish her sentence, Jim shouted.
Shut up, woman! I'm sick of your whining.
He knew that if he messed up the company's transfer because of Yasmin, he would be in deep trouble. He picked up the contract from the floor and read it carefully from beginning to end. It confirmed that Fraser was indeed the mysterious buyer. When he thought about the implications of it, his attitude toward Fraser instantly changed.
Fraser? Oh, no, I mean, Mr. Macklemore. I've offended you. Please, forgive me.
He began his fake pleas. Seeing that the reception area had been filled with several members of staff who had arrived to watch the drama, Jim took the opportunity to make an announcement.
Since a few of you are here, let me announce something. From today on, I will no longer be the chairman of this company. The position of chairman will be assumed by Mr. Macklemore. My shares and the company's intellectual properties will all be transferred to him.
He openly spoke while feeling a piercing sensation in his chest. Everyone stared at Fraser and Brett in amazement.
How could Fraser have the money to buy the company?
Yasmin wondered. Jim asked when the last 2 million would be transferred into his account. Fraser looked at Yasmin, who still hadn't returned to her senses, and said, Crowther, to be honest, I'm starting to regret buying this company of yours now. Jim's heart suddenly turned cold. He hadn't signed the contract himself, so if Fraser changed his mind, he would have to return the 8 million he had previously received. The money had only just reached his hands, and he would have to return it before he could pay off his wife's debts. The thought of that filled him with fear. Fraser said, The reason I'm regretting it is that there's one person in your company who I really don't like. Not only is she shameless, but she stinks. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Jim looked at Fraser, who was looking at Yasmin, and understood what he meant.
Understood,
Jim said. He then turned to Yasmin and said indifferently,
Yasmin, I've received reports from many people that your behavior is improper and that you are bad at your job. So it's no longer possible for you to continue working in this company. Please clear your desk and leave straight away.
She pointed at Fraser and said,
Jim, he's a nobody who lives with his wife's parents. His wife's family isn't rich, so I don't believe he bought the company from you. He tricked you.
Jim said,
I'm sorry, but the contract is clear. I accepted his offer, and $8 million was transferred into my account, so I have to believe it.
He spoke indefinitely as if he were just doing his job and had no feelings for her. In fact, when he had agreed to sell the company to the mysterious buyer, he also made up his mind to abandon her. Fraser decided to aggravate her further. Yasmin, you thought I had no money and no ability. Yet I've come back and bought the entire company. Tell me, how does that make you feel? Fraser poked at her ego. She was shaking with anger but didn't reply. He then turned to Jim and said, Crowther, if you can handle this matter satisfactorily, the remaining 2 million will be transferred to your account immediately. Jim's eyes lit up. He noticed the bracelet on Yasmin's wrist and started to take it off her, along with her necklace and earrings, while Yasmin shouted,
Crowther, you bastard! What are you doing? Give those back to me!
They were only a loan to you, so I'm taking them back. Also, the apartment you live in is mine, so I want you to vacate it within the month. And I'm taking back the car as well.
Jim started showing his true colors. After that, Yasmin, who had thought of herself as a thriving urban female, had nothing but her clothes, shoes, and the thick layer of cosmetics on her face. Fraser and Brett glanced at each other and smiled. At that moment, They felt incredibly happy. Brett was delighted and felt great satisfaction at the sight of his ex-girlfriend's complete and utter humiliation. Jim said,
Mr. Macklemore, let's not talk about what happened in the past. I'm sorry about it, and I just hope you...
"There's no need to say anything else," said Fraser. "Because you didn't abandon your wife in the face of danger, I'll help you this time." He took out his phone and got everyone's attention as he transferred the money. Very soon, Jim received a text message. Account ending with 6473 received $2 million at 17:59 hours, December 1st. Account balance is... When everyone saw the large sum of money arrive in the account, they looked at Fraser respectfully. No matter how he appeared, a person who could pay $10 million in cash could definitely be considered a well-to-do person in San Clemente. Jim was at a loss for words and didn't waste any more time. He picked up his briefcase and was about to leave because there were still many things he needed to do at home. However, he didn't get very far because Yasmin grabbed his arm.
"Stop!"
she pleaded.
"Jim, you can't leave. Have I wasted these 3 years of my life only for you to walk out on me like this? I want you to divorce your wife and marry me. Otherwise,
get lost."
Jim yanked her hand off his arm and continued coldly.
"Yasmin, you've always been just a plaything to me. If you think I'm going to divorce the wife that I've spent decades of my life with, you're deluding yourself."
With that, he left without looking back, ignoring the crying and cursing Yasmin. Everyone greeted their new bosses. "Congratulations, Mr. Macklemore."
"Congratulations, Mr. Macklemore and Mr. Andrews."
Yasmin was in complete panic, and she pulled at Brett's arm.
"I have nothing left now,"
she said.
I can't manage without you. Can we get back together? Even though I was with Crowther, I always had a place in my heart for you. I can't live without you."
Yasmin made a fool of herself by saying these words. "You still have a place for me in your heart?" Brett asked.
"Yes. I was only with Jim because I had no choice,"
Yasmin whined.
"He was the one who took the initiative with me."
He looked her in the eye and asked, "If I'm so important to you, then tell me, what's my favorite fruit?"
"Huh?"
She started to stammer. After a moment, she said,
"Oranges?"
Fraser laughed when he heard her. "Oranges? Even I know that Brett loves watermelon the most," he said. Brett, who had already given up on her, waved at the guards and told them to drag her out. After that, they changed the technology company's name back to its original label, Frandotech. In the chairman's office, Brett turned to Fraser and asked, "Where did you get the money to buy the company?" "I'm afraid I can't reveal my source," Fraser replied. "You're being quite mysterious. What are you going to do next?" Brett asked. "I'm going to deal with the Philly group. The good days are over for that father and son pair." Fraser spoke with determination. The news that Fraser and Brett had taken over their old company again quickly spread through the city, and Brett became an idol in the hearts of many single girls. The following day, there was chaos in the offices at the Philly group. The company had been inundated with complaints from clients, and even the security guards had been given the job of answering the phones. Mose pointed at them and shouted, "All of you, work hard and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, your commission for this month will be gone." Everyone had been busy since 4 o'clock and hadn't eaten breakfast. They were exhausted, but didn't dare to take a break for fear of losing their commissions. Mose went up to his father's office. Victor was at his desk, emptying the contents of his drawers into cardboard boxes. Mose asked, "Dad, can the company be saved? 70% of our clients have reported problems with the quality of their properties. Someone is definitely behind all of this." Victor said,
I want you to get ready to meet the new boss.
The new boss? Dad, are you kidding? Our company has a pile of lawsuits. Why would anyone want to take it over? Mose asked, confused.
Yesterday, I spoke to a potential buyer from some company called Frandotech. He didn't seem to know what was going on here, so I just said a few words to him and he agreed to take over the company. I've already booked a flight out of the country. Once we're done with this, why don't you come with me and hide away for a while?
Victor offered. Victor had been intelligent. He had realized that the situation wasn't looking good and had already prepared his escape route. Hearing that someone had come to their rescue, Mose felt relieved. A staff member knocked on the door and said,
Mr. Ferlin, there's someone in reception who wishes to see you. His name is Brett Andrews.
Mose, the new boss is here,
Victor said. The pair made their way down to the reception area, which was bustling with noise and excitement after the arrival of their guests. The people who saw him started to speculate about his reason for being there.
Didn't that guy work here with his wife? What's he doing back here? An employee said.
He's probably here to beg for their jobs back,
another voice sounded.
The guy with him looks as if he's unemployed too.
There were a lot of such comments. Brett was angry when he heard them.
Stop your chattering and get your boss down here, he shouted.
Because he was with Frazier, who was regarded as a loser, he wasn't taken seriously. The manager who had taken over Peter's position asked,
"Do you think Mr. Ferlin would want to see you? If you do, you think too much of yourself. Someone call security."
The security guards arrived and were about to throw them out when Victor and Mose arrived.
Stop that, Victor shouted. Do you know what you're doing?
The manager said, "Mr. Ferlin, this person was demanding to see you. He obviously had no reason to be here, so I asked security to kick him out."
Victor said, "Well, you've made a big mistake. He's your new boss, Mr. Andrews."
The manager was stunned. Isn't he Frazier's friend? He thought. How can he be the new boss? Mr. Ferlin seems to have gone crazy. Brett said,
"Mr. Ferlin, is this any way for me to be treated? I think you should deal with staff before I take it over."
He pretended to be annoyed and gave the impression that he was about to leave. Victor looked worried and immediately said,
"Mr. Andrews, hold on. The company only has one errant employee, and I'll kick him out."
Victor looked sullenly at the manager and said,
"A competent employee of this company wouldn't disrespect his boss. You have no place here."
The manager realized that he had misjudged the situation and that Brett was his new boss. He had only just taken up his position as manager, yet he was already facing dismissal. He begged Victor to change his mind. Victor was unmoved and waved to a security guard, who dragged the manager outside. The reception area became quiet. Mose, who had been in a daze, returned to his senses and pointed at Frazier.
"Frazier, why are you here? What is your relationship with Mr. Andrews?" he asked.
Brett said,
"Mr. Ferlin, you've misunderstood the situation. He and I don't know each other."
He explained that he and Frazier had arrived independently. Frazier pretended not to know Brett and said, "Mr. Andrews, I heard that this company owes you a huge debt of gratitude. If you take over the company, you'll have to clean up a huge mess for them." Brett pretended to be shocked.
"Oh, a huge mess? What do you mean?"
He turned to Victor and said,
"Mr. Ferlin, what are you hiding from me?"
Victor was
mortified. He quickly said, "Mr. Andrews, don't listen to his nonsense. Our company is healthy and has no external debt."
He was telling the truth. There was no debt, but there were plenty of lawsuits.
"Is that so?" said Brett, sounding doubtful.
Mose also became anxious. He knew how important it was to get the deal done. He accepted that it was impossible for Frazier to know the boss of Frandotech,
so he tried to dispel any doubts about the company.
Mr. Andrews, I was mistaken. This person used to be an employee of our company. We kicked him out due to his poor character. He has a grievance against us, so you shouldn't trust what he says. All right. I'll take your word for it and sign the contract, Brett said.
He chatted and smiled with the Furlins as he entered the company's offices. Mose hung back and gave Fraser an evil smile.
Do you honestly think you can cause problems here? He asked. You're overestimating yourself. Unless Natalia comes and begs me, I'm going to make sure you get everything you've got coming to you. I'm leaving the country after this anyway,
Mose thought as he regarded Fraser.
It's not like this is going to be a problem.
Fraser's eyes turned cold. He still wants my wife, he thought. Well, he's not gonna get her. It's time to pull this plant out by the roots and get rid of him. It's amusing that he thinks I'm incompetent. Just you wait, Fraser said quietly.
Oh, are you threatening me?
Mose asked mockingly. The door opened and the senior administrators entered the room. Victor stepped up to the microphone.
Can I have everyone's attention? He asked.
I'm pleased to announce that,
as of this moment, President Andrews is your new boss. Let's all give him a warm welcome.
The gathered employees clapped loudly. More than one had been anxiously awaiting a change in management. Mose and Victor had not treated their employees well. Everyone was looking forward to new leadership. While everyone was still applauding, Fraser walked up to Brett, nodded at his partner, and took the contract letter. Mose, Victor, he said cordially, thank you for transferring your company to us, but it appears that your flight tomorrow morning was booked for nothing. Mose looked at his father in astonishment.
How did Fraser know about the flight?
Mose thought.
And what does he mean about it being booked for nothing?
Mose saw his own confusion reflected in his father's face. They suddenly heard the sound of sirens approaching. Victor felt a cold prickle of panic run down his spine.
You two planned this,
he said to Fraser and Brett.
I sold my company for less than it's worth, and I can't even skip town as I'd planned, he thought.
You gambled and lost, Fraser replied. And now you're paying the price for your sins. I really do owe them, as I said, he thought. Just not in the way that they thought. Mose's face turned pale as he realized what the sirens meant.
Fraser knew everything,
he realized.
He plays the idiot, but it's all an act. How else could he have outsmarted us?
The police entered the building and wasted no time in handcuffing and taking both Mose and Victor back out to the waiting squad cars. After the police had left, Fraser and Brett calmly discussed some business matters before each went home for the evening. On Saturday, Sheila had to go to work, and Lynn was busy with exams. Natalia found herself alone at home with Fraser. She nestled on the couch and browsed through job listings, trying to find a job for her husband. He walked into the living room. "What are you doing?" he asked her.
"I'm getting you a job," she replied. "You can't sit around at home every day for much longer, you know."
"I know. I'll consider whichever job you think is best. By the way, how's your new job going?"
"It's not bad. They treat me well, and my colleagues are nice to work with, but..."
She trailed off and looked wistfully out the window. "But what?" Fraser was genuinely curious. She looked at him and saw that he was focused on listening to her.
"But I want to have my own company someday. I want to be the boss. I know it's a lot of hard work, and it's challenging, but I think it would be really rewarding. Like, heavily."
"I see," he grinned. "So, after you become the boss, I can legitimately be a kept man, right?"
"You wish,"
she sighed.
"Don't listen to me. Sometimes I just spout random nonsense. It's not easy being the boss."
"Listen, if it's something you want, then you should work on it." We can make this dream come true. She looked at him, bemused. Why are you so smart today? He shrugged and she turned back to the listings. Look here, she said, pointing to one. This company looks pretty good. Here, I'll forward it to you, and you can send them your resume. Okay, thank you, dear. Fraser appreciated her concern. He glanced at the name and number of the random small business and left the room. Fraser wanted to spend time with his wife, but he had to call Brett and discuss business matters. Although before he could make the call, he received a message from Ryan, who reported that he had been making progress with the Three Eyes gang, but there was trouble that he needed help dealing with. A short time later, Fraser arrived at the nightclub where the gang operated from. The building was huge, and Ryan waited at the door. I've been able to recruit about 70% of the original gang, Ryan said as they walked through the entryway. But I underestimated the top members, the lieutenants. They all want to be the gang boss, and they're not willing to stand down. Is anyone talking about who killed Gary Mendez? Fraser asked. There's been some speculation, but mostly they're talking about who's going to take his place. As far as I'm concerned, they're all traitors. Ryan was so upset he almost punched the wall. Don't blame yourself, Fraser said. You can't fight them all. On the contrary, you've done well to accomplish all that you have already. Now that the whole gang is gathered, the troublemakers will come out of the woodwork. It's time for a reckoning. With Ryan leading the way, they came to the end of the corridor. A large private room had been hastily converted into what looked like a conference area. All of the lieutenants were sitting inside, waiting impatiently. Ryan pushed the door open. It banged loudly against the opposite wall. The person sitting closest to the door jumped up and cursed. Dang, Ryan, you got a death wish or something? Nah, look at him, another man drawled. He's about to pee his pants because he tried so hard to rope everyone together, and it just took a few words from us to dissolve the little army he'd built. Is that it, Ryan? Are you scared of us? Another gangster raised his voice. Ryan wasn't afraid as he stepped to the side so that Fraser could enter the room. He had confidence in Fraser's abilities. The fighting technique that Fraser had displayed previously still sent chills down his spine whenever he thought about it. Everyone noticed the stranger enter the room. What are you doing? Bringing an outsider with you? One of the men asked belligerently. Looks like he's colluding with outsiders and getting greedy, another replied. I guess we'll have to clean up his mess and avenge our leader. They all laughed wickedly and stood up. How could they think I'd ever ask for outside help? Ryan thought indignantly. Doesn't loyalty mean anything to them? Not to mention, not a single man who had said they'd support me has stood up for me. My apologies for the interruption, Fraser said as he stepped forward. But I was the one who killed Mr. Mendez. The room instantly fell deathly silent. The gang members glanced at one another. They all knew that their boss had been killed by a man wearing a black mask, but no one knew the specifics. One man laughed harshly. Ha! Ha! Stop talking nonsense, he said. Just you? You think you could even get close to him all by yourself? Ryan, you're an idiot, another said. You think you can go against all of us with just one random person? The men in the room were not a united force, and each had their own ulterior motive, but none would agree to hand over the top position to an outsider. They each knew that any single one of them had a claim to authority, and they would not relinquish it easily. Someone gave a signal, and suddenly the entrance of the room was densely packed with subordinates. Ryan's gaze flicked around the room nervously. Well, we're not leaving here, that's for sure, he thought. We're probably going to die here today. He looked at Fraser, who seemed calm. That's right, Fraser said. I'm going to fight all 10 of you. Frazier wasn't a victim of blind confidence. He eyed each of the men when he walked into the room. They might have once been mighty fighters, he thought, but years of being the head honchos have made them weak. They haven't had to fight for a position in a long time. The room erupted into laughter.
Are you for real, man?
Someone asked.
You want to challenge us?
Seriously? Said another. Even if Mendez were still alive, he wouldn't dare boast like that.
I like your style, big man, but that arrogance needs to be taken down a notch.
Another large man threatened Frazier. Ryan was stunned.
What is he thinking? He thought. He can't be serious. 1 versus 10, and these are no common street thugs. These are the guys who helped Gary Mendez build his gang back in the day.
One man sitting in the back stood up, and the table shook when he put his foot down.
Let me get him,
he growled as he stomped forward. Ryan took a step back.
That's Ox,
he thought as he recognized the man. The gangster was named for his noticeable size and strength. Rumor had it, Ox could kill a cow with 3 punches.
Back when he was fighting with Mendez, even mentioning his name was enough to make opponents retreat.
Ryan swallowed audibly.
Frazier, meet Ox,
he said. He lowered his voice and muttered to his boss.
I'm not sure this is such a good idea.
Frazier just smiled. There's nothing to worry about, Ryan. Even if I give him 10 free punches, he won't. Ox narrowed his eyes.
You arrogant little prick,
he growled.
If you can last more than 3 punches against me, I'll let you leave here alive.
How about I beat you instead? Frazier said coolly. And then you'll swear loyalty to me. Frazier's words stirred up the crowd's anger.
Get him, Ox,
someone called.
Revenge for Mendez,
someone else said. Everyone in the room watched them eagerly, waiting for Ox to make his move.
You asked for it.
Ox growled as he raised his fist and aimed his punch directly at Frazier's torso. Ryan couldn't watch and looked away. Ox's fist connected solidly with Frazier's chest. Everyone watching expected him to go flying backward. Instead, he tilted slightly, like a blade of grass in a light spring breeze. The men jeered.
Come on, Ox, one called. Why'd you throw a fake punch?
Quit playing around and hit him for real. Ox's mates were disappointed.
Shut up,
Ox yelled out as he wiped the sweat from his forehead.
I used 70% of my strength on that one. It could have knocked out a cow.
The men's eyes widened.
No way, one of them thought. He's gotta be joking. 70% of Ox's strength is more than most guys' 100%. How could the stranger withstand a punch like that?
Ryan looked back at Frazier, and his mouth fell open to see his boss still standing and apparently fine.
Ox's fists are legendary, he thought. If you don't die from one of his punches, you'll be crippled for life. Boss, what happened? He asked. Did you put steel plates in your body or something?
Frazier ignored Ryan's comment and looked Ox straight in the eye.
1 punch down, he said. 9 more to go.
None of the men there knew that Frazier had been practicing martial arts since he was a child and was highly trained in offensive and defensive techniques. To me, Frazier thought, these gangsters seem about as experienced as I was the first time I stepped into the dojo. Ox gaped at Frazier.
Hit him again, someone called. Don't just sit there, you fool! Do you want him to win?
Someone started chanting.
Ox! Ox! Ox!
Others took up the cry until the room rang with the sound of their cheering. Ox grinned fiercely at Frazier.
Seems I underestimated you, he said. I still have 9 punches, but I can tell you right now that I won't need all of them.
Let's go then, Frazier said. Come at me. Ox clenched his right fist, cocked his arm, and punched out with all of his strength. Frazier saw the punch coming, took a deep breath, and centered himself. Ox's fist struck Frazier's chest like an egg striking a rock. Frazier absorbed the impact without moving and continued to stand tall. Ox felt pain blossom through his fingers and reverberate back into his wrist. Ox stared at his bruised knuckles.
I give up, he yelled. I don't dare punch him again,
he thought.
I want to sit in the boss's seat, but I can't take any more of this. After 10 punches like this, my hand would be useless.
Everyone in the room looked from Frazier to Ox, wondering what kind of man could make Ox give up after only 2 punches. There you have it, Frazier said. Does anyone else want to fight? Or do you accept me as the new boss? The lieutenants looked at each other and then pulled their chairs close together for a conference. The consensus was that Frazier must have been the person who had killed Mendez. The debate was about what to do about him next. Frazier knew that the longer the lieutenants talked, the more likely they would see the logic in accepting him. Frazier patiently pulled up a stool, sat down, and waited. Half an hour later, the three-eyed gang reached a conclusion.
We agree that you're the best fighter here, the spokesman said. But we have to look out for ourselves. What do we gain if you take over?
It's always a benefits game, Frazier thought. He had been expecting that question. It's the same thing I told Ryan earlier, he said. San Clemente's a nice city, but it's small. If you work hard, stay loyal to me, and aren't afraid of a little danger, I'll take you to the top of the world. Ryan looked at Frazier admiringly and thought. He's certainly charismatic, he thought. He could have this city eating out of his hand without even trying. After today, I don't have any doubts about him. I believe in him, Ryan said to the watching men. Either he'll conquer the world, or he'll die trying. Either way, I'm standing right there beside him. Me too, Ox said. Today, we found our new gang boss. One by one, the other lieutenants joined them and pledged loyalty to Frazier. As Frazier watched them, he wondered about the other forces in the city. He didn't know how they would react to the death of Gary Mendez and the reorganization of the Three Eyes, but he suspected they would start to get restless. Today, however, he had other things to worry about. Today, he said, we are no longer the Three Eyes. That name belonged to the old boss. He's gone, and it's only fitting that the name goes with him. From today onward, we are the Heaven Breakers. The men cheered. Frazier stayed at the club all afternoon, talking to the men and making arrangements. When he checked the clock and realized that Natalia would be home soon, he left Ryan in charge and took off. He knew she would be expecting supper to be prepared when she arrived. He got home just a few minutes before the ladies did. When the door opened and Sheila and Natalia walked in, he called out, "Supper will be ready in just a few minutes." He fully expected to be scolded. "There's no need to fix dinner," Natalia said. "Tonight, we're going out to celebrate, and I'm treating both of you." She radiated happiness and goodwill as she walked into the kitchen. "Oh, what happened?" Sheila asked as she hugged her friend. "Did you win the lottery or something?" "Even better. I'll tell you over the meal," Natalia said assuringly. The three of them piled into Sheila's car, and she drove them to her favorite restaurant. While they waited for their food, Sheila and Natalia chatted about their day and ignored Fraser. When the drinks arrived, Natalia finally announced her news.
Today, she said, I was approached by the head of the Robster Corporation. They have a new subsidiary called Frandotech. He likes the work I've done so far, and he asked me to take over as CEO of Frandotech.
Sheila squealed.
You mean it? In other words, you're the big boss now.
I am! Natalia's eyes sparkled.
But what about your current job? Sheila asked. It's pretty stable, and I thought you liked it. I did. I do, but I'm still young, so I don't need stability right now. Being the head of a new corporation is more challenging. There's so much more potential. So I resigned from my job this afternoon to take the new position.
Natalia spoke with pride.
That's awesome, Fraser finally said. I'm so happy for you.
This is what she wanted, he thought. But it still took courage for her to say yes. I admire that about her.
Natalia, Sheila said, tell me who the head of Frandotech is. I want to get to know him. Maybe you can introduce us.
Natalia looked at Fraser.
You should know him, she told her husband. His name is Brett.
Brett Andrews? Fraser replied.
Sheila looked at him in shock. How are you friends with the head of a big corporation? She asked.
Before Fraser could answer, a voice cut across the room.
Hey, look! It really is them.
The three of them turned to see two people walking toward their table.
I thought that voice sounded familiar, James said to Pearl. It's my sister and her useless husband.
Natalia and Sheila had been talking loudly. As James and Pearl entered the restaurant, they heard their voices and came over to confirm if they were right. Natalia saw them and her expression darkened.
What are you doing here? She asked. First, he kicked me out of my home, she thought. And now he ruined my big moment? Because of him, my relationship with the rest of my family is on the verge of falling apart. What do you mean, Natalia? Pearl asked. It's not like you own this restaurant, is it? We have every right to be here. And we're family.
She turned so that her brand new designer handbag was displayed prominently.
I just joined this family, and I'm already a valued member, she thought. We're even going out to a fancy restaurant for no particular reason. Natalia's been married for 3 years to that good-for-nothing husband. The LaPlace did the right thing when they made those two leave. They're nothing but a joke.
James was also gloating.
You should watch your tone, Natalia, he said. You don't seem pleased to see us. But Pearl's right. We're family. Why don't you treat your brother and sister-in-law to dinner?
Sheila couldn't believe how shameless James was. She started to rise in protest when she felt Fraser's hand on her arm. He shook his head slightly to tell her to stand down.
I guess this is a family matter, she realized. It needs to be handled by them.
Fraser stood up instead and extended his hand welcomingly.
Have you two eaten yet? He asked with concern. Please join us. We can pull up a couple more chairs.
James blinked in surprise. He had not expected that from his brother-in-law.
It depends on what you're buying, Pearl said disdainfully. You're not going to cheap out and insist we order from the appetizer menu, are you? Because if we join you, we're going to get all the courses.
Natalia had decided to try to be nice when Fraser made this gesture, but Pearl's words made her blood boil.
I can't believe their nerve, she thought. They're destroying my salary meal.
Fraser saw his wife's anger building, and he turned to James and Pearl. Stop, he said as they were in the process of sitting down. First, you're going to apologize to Natalia.
They looked at him in disbelief.
How dare he talk to us like that?
James thought.
He's just a shady leech. Who do you think you're talking to?
James asked indignantly.
I can't believe you actually came to this restaurant with your puny little salary. Can you even afford to eat here?
Yeah,
Pearl sneered.
How much do you make in a year anyway? Natalia just became the CEO of Frando Tech,
Sheila blurted out, unable to hold her tongue any longer.
CEO?
James asked, stunned. Then he grinned maliciously.
I see. You're just lying to make your friend look better. Even if Natalia was hired by Frandotech, she would just start at an entry-level salary. How could she possibly be the CEO?
Even if you don't believe it,
Sheila said.
It's true.
James was skeptical.
Natalia, what's going on?
Natalia explained her good news, but she left out the fact that Fraser knew Brett.
If you want, I can see about getting you a job there,
she said as a peace offering. Pearl wrinkled her nose.
Impossible,
she said.
Why would I want you as my boss?
Pearl was consumed with jealousy.
I couldn't stand her when she was a business manager, she thought. Now that she's a CEO, there's too big a gap between us.
Sheila spoke up again.
Natalia's worked hard to get where she is. This is something she really deserves.
Quit joking, Natalia, James said. Tell me the truth.
This is the truth, she replied. After I tie up some loose ends at Robster, I'm gonna start at Frandotech. I have no reason to lie to you, and they're going to publicly announce it soon. So, you're going to be a CEO, Pearl said. What's your monthly salary going to be? That's still under negotiation, Natalia thought.
Fraser suddenly spoke up.
The CEO's salary is calculated as a percentage of company earnings, he said. Everyone knows that. It's somewhere in the range of $2 million a year.
Pearl's mouth fell open in disbelief.
$2 million a year? She thought. I can't believe that Natalia could come into that kind of money. You buy a new luxury car every year with that kind of cash.
She looked from Natalia to James.
This has got to be a joke, she said,
growing more upset with every word she spoke.
You and your sister are lying to me. You must think I'm a fool to fall for this. It's obvious you're having fun at my expense. Well, who cares about the Laplace family anyway?
She turned and ran out of the restaurant.
Pearl!
James called as he chased after her. The restaurant became calm after they left. James and Pearl hadn't realized they had been making a scene. Other patrons watching the show returned to their food and drinks. Natalia watched the door they had just gone through.
Maybe I should go after them, she thought. He is my brother, after all. Perhaps I owe him an apology.
She decided to give Pearl and James time to calm down and turned back to her table mates.
Fraser, when did your friend Brett become such a hotshot? She asked,
trying to restart the conversation.
I remember him distributing flyers on the street not so long ago.
Oh, he's amazing, Fraser said. Just wait until you get to know him. I begged him for a long time to buy a company so that you could be the boss.
Oh, stop pretending like this is your doing, she said. One question, and you're trying to show off. What does Frandotech have to do with you? And I'm just the CEO. I'll still be working for your friend. Why don't you ask him to give you a job too?
I'm not as smart as you, Fraser laughed.
I could never work in the corporate world. Maybe I'll become a security guard.
Natalia cast a critical eye over her husband.
You? A security guard?
Yep, he said cheerfully. If anyone gives you trouble, just let me know, and I'll beat him up for you.
I don't see him this happy very often, Natalia thought.
Her heart softened. Fraser smiled to himself. Security guard is a sweet way of putting it, he thought. If Ox can't beat me, who do I have to worry about? Outside on the street, James caught up to Pearl. Listen to me, he pleaded. I know you don't like her, but my sister is the CEO of a corporation now. It might be a good opportunity. To do what? Pearl spat. Get a job and work for her? No thanks. I'd have to see her every day, and I'd have to watch her drive up in a fancy sports car and talk to that useless husband of hers. She cursed loudly, ignoring the angry stares of the people around the sidewalk. Of course not, he said. Think about it, I'm her brother. The money she earns should all go toward her family, shouldn't it? He grinned maliciously. She stopped walking and turned to him. What about that white car I was driving? He asked. It got smashed by somebody, and we don't know who the culprit was. I sense an opportunity. James had never gone to the police about what had happened. The car's title had still been in Natalia's name, and since he had been driving, he would have been liable. But things were different now. Pearl laughed. I happened to fall in love with a car just like that at the car show. Don't you think that's a coincidence? It sure is, James said. That's not a cheap car, but I'd do anything for Pearl, he thought. Just wait and see what happens. You'll be driving one before you know it. The next day, Natalia told Fraser that they would be going home to eat after he picked her up from work that night. And by home, I mean my parents' house, she clarified. They've invited us over for dinner. Fraser's expression darkened. They kicked us out of the house with nothing. Not even our dignity, he said. Are you sure you want to share a meal with them? I bet James and Pearl told your parents about your new position. What if they just want to suck up to you and ask for money? I doubt that's the case, Natalia replied. That was my home, and I lived there for over 20 years. Took you in when we got married. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Maybe you really are useless. I was just joking, he said hurriedly. Of course, I'll be the first to comfort you if they kick us out again. Whatever. I'll see you later. When they arrived at the Laplace residence that evening, they knocked on the door and walked in. Mom, Dad, Natalia called. Fraser and I are here. Natalia! Dorothy had been wrapping dumplings in the kitchen. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and rushed to the entryway to greet them. It's so good to see you, she gushed. Fraser handed her a basket full of fancy soaps and lotion. Natalia and I picked this out for you, he said. Dorothy clicked her tongue. Now, why are you bringing me a present? She asked. I'm your mother. I should be giving you a gift. I'll tell you what. Why don't you take the leftover dumplings home with you tonight? Okay, Fraser said. He wasn't eager to spend any more time with Dorothy than he had to, so he removed his shoes and went into the kitchen to see what he could do there. Dorothy guided Natalia to the couch, acting like the perfect loving mother. Helstus looked up from his newspaper. Hi, honey, he said. James and Pearl smiled brightly at her. Natalia, Mom was so upset when you left, James said. She just couldn't stop thinking about you. We talked, and Pearl and I agreed that you should move back in. We wouldn't mind sharing our space at all. That boy's just been begging me to have you come back, Dorothy said. He was so worried that we had done you wrong. That's right, Natalia, Pearl said brightly. If you move back in, I'll have another woman my age to talk to. Natalia looked at them, uncertain. This is my home, she thought. It's only fitting that I live here. But despite how she's acting, I know Pearl doesn't like me very much. Fraser poked his head out of the kitchen, where he had been wrapping dumplings and listening to the conversation. Actually, there's no need for us to move back, he said. I've been house shopping recently. Everyone turned to him, shocked. James sat up straight, caught between wanting to lure his sister into a trap and putting Fraser in his place. House shopping? Natalia asked. When did this happen? We can't afford a house yet, she thought. We could barely afford to get our own apartment. Natalia, Dorothy chastised. Why didn't you tell us? Buying a house is big news. Mom, I didn't know about it. I was wondering why you hadn't moved back yet, James interrupted. Turns out you made all sorts of money and planned to buy a big house. Why would you want to live in this crowded house? We're just your family, after all. James, I didn't... Natalia felt oppressed, but she couldn't clearly explain why. Fraser, get out here right now, she called. When he walked into the living room, she demanded, Tell me about your house shopping. I thought it was the obvious choice, he said. Living under someone else's roof is not a long-term plan. Since the day we got kicked out, I've been preparing to give you a home of your own. Natalia's heart skipped a beat, but she refused to soften her attitude. What do you know about real estate around here? She asked. Do you know how expensive San Clemente's housing prices are? With our savings, we'd be lucky to afford a tiny apartment in the middle of the city. Natalia, you're the CEO of Frandotech now, James said. You could afford a big house in the suburbs if you wanted it, and you'd still have plenty of money left over. Actually, why don't you buy me a house too while you're at it? Natalia looked at her brother in disbelief. I can't believe this leech, she thought. He's trying to suck me dry already. Dorothy took Natalia's hand. We're all pleased about your success, dear. She glanced sideways at Fraser. Unlike some people, you've worked hard to be where you're at. Fraser ignored the jibe and smiled at his mother-in-law. I have a new job too, he said. Really? James scoffed. Doing what? I'm a guard for my friend's company. Security? Pearl laughed. And just how much do security guards make? And what kind of company could your friend possibly run? Maybe you'd better ask your wife for a job? Fraser shrugged and walked back into the kitchen. Dorothy turned to Natalia. Dear, your status has changed now, she said earnestly. Since you're earning more money, maybe you should consider helping out your brother. Natalia sighed. Oh, what do you want me to do this time, Mom? It's nothing, Natalia, James said. Not with your new salary. Just buy me a nice 2-bedroom house in a good neighborhood. And my car's not working. I could use a new one. That's not too expensive for you now, Pearl said quickly. James, that was a brand new car, Natalia said. How could it not be working? Oh, there was an accident, Pearl said indifferently. A hit and run. We're still looking for whoever did it. I can't believe this, Natalia thought. I gave him an expensive car, and Pearl's acting like it was nothing. She looked at Dorothy with wide eyes. Mom, are you actually going along with this? Natalia, with your new salary, this amount of money is nothing to you, Dorothy said. With your brother's marriage, he needs to have a house and a car. These are essential for him to be happy. Hostess joined in. Natalia, be sensible now. Your mother's made a good point. Natalia felt like she was going to collapse. Fraser was right, she thought. They didn't invite me back to try to mend fences. They only asked me to come over so they could take advantage of me. Listen, all of you, she said. Even if I wanted to help you, I don't have the money yet. I've only been in this position for 2 days. How
How quickly did you think I'd get paid anyway?
That's no problem, James said. Let's just sign a promissory note for now, and you can buy us a house next year.
A promissory note? Natalia thought angrily. They're acting like I owe them my new salary. Frazier, she called. Quit fiddling around in the kitchen. We're leaving. Okay. He hurried out and his wife grabbed his arm. Natalia, stop, Dorothy called out, but the only response was the slamming of the door as her daughter stormed out of the house. Natalia was crying as she left the house. Frazier tried to hug her, but she shoved him away angrily. It's all your fault, she said. We've been married for 3 years, and what do we have to show for it? We have no house, no car, and my family still treats me like dirt. And what did you do while they were bullying me? You hid in the kitchen and did nothing. You're completely useless. Do you even love me? She hailed a cab and got into it alone, leaving him to find his own way home. Frazier stood on the sidewalk and rubbed his face. No, that's not true, he thought. I wasn't just hiding in the kitchen. I was pouring extra salt into the dumplings. They're not going to enjoy their meal very much. Frazier heard a muffled curse from inside the house, and someone yelled, "Frazier, what did you do?" He hurried away. For the next several days, Natalia ignored her husband. She refused to speak to him even when they were eating at the same table. Sheila tried to joke around and return the atmosphere to normal, only to meet Natalia's glare. Finally, after Natalia had left for work one morning, Sheila confronted him. "Frazier, what did you do?" she asked. "You don't have many skills, but you sure know how to piss her off." "What should I do?" Frazier asked. She's been mad at me before, he thought, but her anger usually burns itself out like a wildfire. Her family really upset her, and I don't know how to fix this. "I have to go to work too," Sheila replied frostily. "I don't have time to solve your marital problems, but I'm sick of living like this. If you don't make up with Natalia tonight, I want you out of my house tomorrow. Do you hear me?" She left. Frazier thought for a moment and decided to call Lynn. Maybe Natalia's sister understands her better than I do, he thought. Lynn was studying, but she answered her brother-in-law's call. "Frazier, what's up?" "Your sister is really angry with me," he said. "I don't think she's ever been this upset, and I don't know how to make it up to her." Let me think. Well, she likes necklaces. Maybe you should visit a jewelry store and get her a new one." "Necklaces?" Frazier asked doubtfully. "I've never seen her wear one. She doesn't wear much jewelry, period. Are you sure?" "You idiot," Lynn giggled. "She's not home right now, is she? She has a little red box that she keeps hidden. Go look inside it." Frazier remembered seeing the box, but Natalia had explicitly told him not to touch her personal belongings, especially that box. I wonder what she keeps in there, he thought curiously. Still holding the phone, he slipped into Natalia's room and locked the door just to be safe. He opened the dresser drawer and found the red box without any effort. He clicked the latch and opened it. Inside the box were several exquisite necklaces, each containing various gemstones that sparkled in the sunlight. Lynn heard the latch click. "You see?" she asked. "She's not an earring or a bracelet person, but she loves necklaces. For some reason, she stopped wearing them after you two got married." Frazier ran his finger over the jewels as complicated emotions filled his heart. It's because of me that she quit wearing them, he thought. These necklaces are worth thousands of dollars, but I was poor when she married me. She didn't want to flaunt her jewels and hurt my feelings. "Thank you, Lynn," he said somberly.
I know what I need to do. He was about to hang up, but Lynn stopped him.
Hey, she said. Bring me along. I know what she likes. I'll help you pick one out.
He hesitated. If Lynn came along, his options would be limited. He'd be able to approach the jewelers more effectively if he didn't have to hide his ability to pay from his sister-in-law.
Come on, she continued. I helped her pick out most of the jewelry she has. You don't want to mess up and get the wrong thing and make her even more upset, do you?
She has a point, he thought. Fine, he said. I'll come pick you up. He called a cab, and not long afterwards they were walking down the street of San Clemente's jewelry district. Lynn entered one particular store confidently, walked over to the counter, and started perusing the choices. Fraser followed her. When he glanced around, he noticed that most pieces were cheap costume jewelry. Lynn would never pick out something this cheap to make Natalia happy, would she? He thought.
This one,
Lynn said, pointing to a necklace with a silver and jade pendant.
You have a good eye, miss,
the salesperson said as he came up to them.
That's from our newest collection, and it's a limited edition. Here, take a look.
He opened the case and handed the necklace to them.
I'll even give you a deal on it. $700 and it's yours.
$700? Fraser asked. For just this one stone? He scrutinized the necklace. It looks nice, he thought, but it's clearly not worth the money. This isn't really jade, and the chain looks like it's silver-plated instead of sterling.
Sir,
the salesperson said,
clearly you don't have the eye that this young lady does. This piece is from one of our exclusive Italian designers. $700 is a bargain.
Lynn giggled.
Don't worry,
she whispered to Fraser.
I'll buy this necklace for you. Give it to my sister. She'll love it.
Fraser looked at Lynn, surprised. She's still in school, he thought. How could she have that kind of money? She must have been saving her birthday and Christmas cash for a long time to have that much on hand. And she knows I don't have much, so she decided to help me out. No wonder she wanted to come along. Fraser was touched by his sister-in-law's gesture, but he wasn't going to let her spend her money.
I'm not sure about this one,
he said as he handed the necklace back to the salesperson.
I want to keep looking around.
Let's head upstairs.
But Fraser,
Lynn whispered. But he shook his head, and she didn't finish her argument. The salesperson sensed his commission slipping away.
Do what you want,
he said arrogantly.
But no one else is going to give you a deal like this. Good luck finding anything better for your special someone.
He didn't speak loudly, but his voice carried. Other store patrons turned to look at them.
Hey, shut your mouth,
Lynn said. Fraser just shook his head again and pulled her away.
Did you see that?
The salesperson said to no one in particular after Fraser and Lynn had left the room.
Even a $700 necklace was too expensive for him. Was I wrong to tell him off?
Lynn had tried to tell Fraser that the more expensive jewelry was kept on the store's upper floor.
It's so that when people come down the stairs with their big jewelry boxes, other people can look at them enviously, she thought. It's kind of like showing off your gown on the red carpet.
Fraser and Lynn entered the room on the top floor.
Are you crazy?
She hissed at him under her breath.
Even the cheapest stuff here is way more than we can afford.
It's fine, he said. I just want to look around. Lynn didn't say anything else. She had never even dared go up there before then. She gaped at the expensive pieces made with 24-karat gold and pure gemstones. Even though she was gawking like a tourist, the shop's patrons ignored her. It was fine for a pretty student like her to dream about someday owning something of that quality, but it was obvious she wasn't going to buy anything that day. A commotion at the back of the store caught their attention. Fraser and Lynn turned to see a man wearing a tuxedo and holding a microphone. He was standing in front of 3 square curtains. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" he called. "We're having a special mystery gift event today. Behind these curtains are rings, necklaces, and bracelets. Each piece is one of a kind and worth at least $1 million. The only catch is that you have to buy them before you can see them. Who wants to try their luck?" "Is this a scam?" asked one of the people in the crowd as soon as this person stopped talking. "Only an idiot would buy something so expensive without seeing it," said another. No one dared to bid. Nobody was brave enough to spend money on a necklace they couldn't guarantee was genuine. Fraser looked at the curtain closely, convinced that if he looked hard enough, he might see through it. He hadn't yet seen the perfect necklace for Natalia. Furthermore, Lynn wanted him to buy a cheap one for her in the first floor. But he wasn't worried about the price. He simply wanted to find the perfect one. "Are you interested, sir?" asked the salesperson. "You've been looking at that curtain for a long time." Everyone looked at Fraser, intrigued to see what he would do. But he had been looking at the curtain so intently that he hadn't heard. Lynn pulled on his sleeve. Only then did he realize that the salesperson was talking to him. "Oh, yes, I'd like to buy no, I can't afford it," he replied. He had forgotten that Lynn was with him, and he couldn't afford for her to find out that he was actually a wealthy man. "Well, may I suggest you go back to the first floor and look at the more, affordable jewelry?" replied the salesperson haughtily, regretting having approached him at all. He should have guessed from Fraser's casual clothing that he was a time waster. "I could have told you that he couldn't afford it," said one of the customers. "He was already shopping on the first floor." "I wish you had said something sooner," said the salesperson, as Fraser and Lynn walked off. "I've wasted enough time on him today." As Fraser and Lynn returned to the elevator, a middle-aged man approached them. "Why don't you come with me to the second floor?" he asked Lynn, looking at her up and down appreciatively. "I'll find you something pretty there." "Leave us alone," retorted Lynn, but she hid behind Fraser as she said it. She was making a habit of hiding behind him whenever she got in a spot of hot water. Each time he helped her, he went up in her estimation. It was the reason why she had offered to help him buy her sister a nice gift in the first place. "You're a feisty one," replied the man. "You're lucky to have a brother-in-law like him." Lynn blushed, glad that she was still hiding behind Fraser. Fraser had had enough of everyone crowding around him and Lynn and offering them their opinions he didn't want. He grabbed Lynn by the hand and walked to the elevator. As the door closed behind them, he turned and glared at the crowd, leaving them in no uncertain terms about how he felt. The crowd began to disperse, many of them muttering under their breath. "He's a strange guy," said one lady to her friend. "Yes, very rude," replied her friend, unsettled by the look he had given them all. As Fraser and Lynn left the store, he noticed she was trying to hold back tears. Although she could be quite rude to him at times, he genuinely liked his sister-in-law and hated it when anyone upset her. As he looked at her, he came to a decision. "Wait here a moment. I'll be right back," he said to her, as he turned around and went back into the store again. "Where are you going?" she asked nervously. "I left something in the store," he said to her from over his shoulder. "I was in too much of a rush to leave." Not having the patience to wait for the elevator, he quickly ran upstairs to the top floor. The salesperson noticed him as soon as he reached the top step.
So, you're back, he said. Don't you learn? The merchandise you can afford is on the first floor. Many of the customers who had witnessed his departure were still there. They all turned to see him stride across the room. I'll call a security guard if you come any closer, said the man, his confidence rapidly fading with every purposeful step Fraser took toward him. You need to leave. Fraser walked straight past the salesperson and toward the middle-aged man who had been rude to Lynn as they left the store. Before the man could react, Fraser swung his fist at him. His fist landed square on the man's nose. Fraser heard an audible gasp from the other customers. They all stepped back, careful not to annoy him anymore. As he looked at the man holding his hands over his face, he smiled, pleased with his handiwork. He turned to the salesperson. I'm going to buy it, he said, pulling his credit card out of his pocket. The salesperson looked at him, his mouth agape in shock. Yes, of course, he stammered. He scuttled off to the counter and looked for his card reader. Once he had found it, he took Fraser's card and put it into the machine. He paused. Thank you, sir, he said quietly. It's all gone through, he added, struggling to come to terms with the fact that he had totally underestimated the man. As he looked around the room, he noticed that the other customers were thinking much the same. Please, follow me, he said, as he handed Fraser a receipt. They walked back to the curtain, which he opened flamboyantly. Behind it was a glass cabinet with a necklace inside. The necklace had a heart-shaped diamond with an enormous sapphire set into it. It glistened in the light. This is the heart of the seas, said the salesperson proudly. Is it real or fake? Asked a customer standing behind Fraser. Everyone held their breath. Even though everyone recognized the necklace, no one was brave enough to say it was a genuine article. It was too valuable a piece of jewelry to get wrong. Fraser took the necklace from the salesperson and stared at it intently, turning it over in his hands. It's real, he roared. As a boy, an expert had taught him how to differentiate between real and imitation jewelry. It hadn't taken him long to realize that this was not fake. The crowd began to murmur suspiciously. The salesperson gestured for everyone to calm down. It's not a forgery, he shouted. But no one was listening. Each and every one of them were kicking themselves that they hadn't been brave enough to take a risk and net something so valuable in return. The salesperson offered to gift wrap the necklace, but Fraser refused. Instead, he put it in his pocket and walked back down to the first floor. The salesperson he had first met was still there. You're brave, she said. You came back in after having been chased out. The salesperson who had served him on the upper floor had followed him down. Don't be rude, he shouted to her. Do you know what this man has in his pocket? What? She asked. As the salesperson from the upper floor told her, she blushed. She couldn't believe she had been so rude to such a wealthy man. Fraser walked off, leaving the two salespeople arguing behind him. Lynn was still waiting at the door where he had left her. Come on, let's go, he said to her as he walked outside. What took you so long? She asked him. It took me longer than I expected to get some justice from that man who was so rude to you just now, he said. The salesperson gave me this necklace as an apology. He took the necklace out of his pocket and showed it to her. Wow, Fraser, it's beautiful, she said, looking at it in awe. It must be really expensive. No, it's a cheap imitation piece, he said, smiling at her. Are you sure? She asked. It looks pretty real to me. Fraser glanced at the salesperson, who had followed him to the door. He winked at him. The salesperson noticed the wink and smiled. Yes, he said. It's just a small gift by way of apology.
That man has neither the fists, financial resources, nor the brain of an ordinary man, he thought, as he watched Fraser and Lynn walk off. After dropping Lynn back at school, Fraser returned home early to cook for Natalia. She arrived home just as he was putting the meal on the table. "Sit down and eat before it goes cold," he said as she walked in. Natalia didn't need telling twice. Her stomach was growling. She had been tired and hungry all afternoon. The food smelled divine as she sat at the table and wasted no time diving in. Fraser sat and watched her eat. After several mouthfuls, she realized that he hadn't touched his food. She put down her fork and looked at him, her expression unreadable. "Other than cooking, what else can you do well?" she asked him. "You can't do life with only one skill, you know." Fraser didn't answer her. He picked up a dish of vegetables and piled some more onto her plate. "Why won't you answer me?" she asked him, happier than she otherwise would have been. "I can't believe that you have no aspirations in life other than to serve home-cooked food." Fraser knew that whatever he said at that moment would make her feel worse, so he kept quiet. "Fine," she said sulkily. "If you want to prolong this argument, suit yourself. But at least I tried to make it up to you." He took the necklace out of his pocket and gently handed it to her. "Oh, that is so beautiful," she said, instantly forgetting her tiredness. Natalia went to touch it but withdrew her hand quickly. "What did you buy this for?" He gently put the necklace in her hand before he sat down beside her. "I bought it as a thank you for being with me for 3 years," he said. "I know you're not always happy with me, but I want to make you the happiest girl in the world." She looked at him and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Deep down, she knew he was right. They didn't have a house or a car, and it saddened her. Even though she had just landed herself a good job, she only had it for the past few days. She looked at the necklace again and took a deep breath, preparing herself to say what she felt to be necessary. "There's more to life than a necklace, you know," she said. "If you want to make me happy, get yourself a good job. Why don't you ask your friend for a better one? You don't have to spend your life being a security guard." She put the necklace down on the table. For the past 3 years, she had envied women wearing extravagant necklaces. But after marrying a good-for-nothing like Fraser, she had stopped dreaming about such things. The arrival of Sheila saved Fraser from defending himself. "Something smells good," she said as she walked in. "Your husband may not have many good points, but at least he can cook," she added, talking about him as if he wasn't in the room. She sat down and picked up a fork, but she noticed the necklace on the table before she could eat. "Where'd this come from?" Sheila asked, picking it up and examining it. Natalia rolled her eyes. "It's just a necklace. How can you get so excited about it?" She always felt that Sheila overreacted when it came to jewelry. "But you always liked necklaces," she replied. "This is the heart of the seas. Do you know how much this is worth?" She put it over in her hands. "Who gave it to you? It must have been some wealthy tycoon who's taken a fancy to you. Can you introduce me to him?" she added as she held it to her chest and started daydreaming. "What do you know about it?" asked Natalia. She knew that it was no ordinary necklace, but it was obvious that Sheila was more knowledgeable in such matters. However, being a gift from Fraser, she was convinced that it wasn't too valuable. "My dear, have you seen the film about the shipwreck?" asked Sheila, looking at her as if she was a fool. She returned the necklace and dug out her phone, putting the necklace's name into her search engine to give Natalia more information about it. Natalia looked at it more closely while Sheila was busy.
It was indeed a beautiful piece of jewelry. Looking at the blue gem, she even felt like she was at sea.
Frazier, where did you get this necklace?
Natalia asked, looking at him suspiciously, a vision of him breaking the law coming into her mind. Precious jewelry was definitely not something Frazier could afford.
Lynn told me that you like necklaces, he said honestly. We went to Jewelry City to take a look, but we met a bunch of people who were out looking for trouble. One of the salespeople gave it to me as an apology.
Natalia looked at him and raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to believe him.
Don't worry, this necklace is fake. But the salesperson told me that dozens of professionals have been fooled by it.
He played it safe. Sheila sighed with relief.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that, Frazier, she said happily. The real Heart of the Seas costs tens of millions of dollars. There's no way in the world you could afford that, no matter how much you love your wife.
She took the necklace from Natalia very gently and looked at it again.
Natalia, you will look so beautiful wearing this. Try it on.
Natalia lifted her hair from her neck while Sheila stood behind her and put the necklace on. Natalia looked shyly at Frazier, waiting for his reaction. He looked at her in awe. He couldn't believe that the necklace had made her look even more beautiful. Not that he thought it was impossible. It sat on her long neck perfectly.
Beautiful,
he blurted out, unable to say anything else. She took it off and looked at it again.
It'll look good with everything in my closet,
she said, a look of satisfaction on her face.
But let's eat,
she added,
before this food goes cold.
They ate silently for a few minutes, the happy look on Natalia's face fading away.
What's the matter?
asked Frazier, a look of concern on his face.
Are they working you too hard?
He had already warned Brett that he didn't need Natalia too much to do. Natalia didn't answer. She carried on eating ravenously, determined that no one was going to help her with her work.
What's with all the questions?
asked Sheila, quick to defend her friend.
Are you her boss, sudden?
She looked at Natalia.
He's right, though, she added. If something's worrying you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. It's work, said Natalia. My client wants to start a joint venture, but as soon as they heard that I was new, he postponed it, she added, avoiding Sheila's gaze.
She hadn't mentioned the excessive demands of her new boss, simply summarizing her worries instead. Sheila's eyes lit up.
I know, she said excitedly. Ask Brett for help. He was the one who asked you to run the company.
No, said Natalia.
If I ask him for help every 5 minutes, then what's the use of him hiring me? Think of this as a form of training for me. I've got to learn to take charge of myself.
Whatever, said Sheila, not convinced by her answer.
Natalia, you already know how to be strong. Only people who can cook well aren't strong.
With that, she shot Frazier a look of disdain. His wife was struggling at work, and all he could do to help was cook her a nice meal. He hadn't even offered her any sympathy or advice at all. He just sat and ate.
Loser, she thought maliciously. I've had enough,
said Natalia, pushing her plate away. The following day, Frazier left straight after breakfast. The conversation at dinner the night before had left him with many questions, and he knew that Brett might give him some answers. He found him in their office at Frandotech. After Brett had offered him some coffee, they sat down together. "Is the company doing well?" Frazier asked, getting straight to the point.
"Yes," he replied. "I don't understand how you did it, but without you, we wouldn't be where we are today."
Frazier had helped him a lot in the past, and he was always keen to let him know that he appreciated it. Frazier chuckled. "I did have some help," he said, as he winked at the other man. Don't worry, it'll all become clear in the future. Brett didn't answer. Fraser was always true to his word, so he decided to change the subject. Natalia's getting a lot of trouble from a client, Brett said. I guess so, said Fraser. What's going on? Brett gave him a brief summary. It turned out it was future-proof technology, run by none other than Simon Draper, an old classmate of Natalia's. Do I need to cancel the contract with future-proof technology? Asked Fraser. I can't believe her former classmate would want to make trouble for her. I don't think we need to be hasty, said Brett. After all, this company doesn't compare to ours. Brett was worried. He had set up the contract so Natalia could get experience in her new role. It turned out the contract was causing her more trouble than it was worth. If he canceled the contract, Natalia would think it was all her fault. Fraser looked at him. Leave it to me, he said, as he finished his coffee and left. Fraser left Brett's office and went straight to Natalia's department. He didn't have to wait long before she came out of her office. What are you doing here? She asked him, worried he was skipping work. You don't seem to take your job very seriously, she added sharply. Brett sent me to help you with some of your clients, he mumbled. Oh, okay, she said, relaxing. If Brett had sent him, perhaps he was trying harder than she realized. But I don't know why, she continued. If you can't do anything as simple as selling a house, how does he think you can help me? Fraser shrugged. Well, I have a meeting with my new client. Come with me. When the time comes, just keep quiet, she ordered as they departed. A few minutes later, they arrived at a nearby fine dining restaurant, where Natalia had booked a private room. Fraser, wait for me outside, she said. I'll call for you if anything happens. She paused. Actually, no, she said thoughtfully. It might be more useful if you stayed with me. Okay, he said, following her into the restaurant but waiting outside the door of the private room. They were the last to arrive. Simon was already there, along with two other pot-bellied men. They were all drinking. Natalia, you're finally here, said Simon happily. Come, let me introduce you to my associates. This is Mr. Phelps, and this is Mr. Bell. You may have heard of them. They shook hands, and Simon pulled out a chair for Natalia. Let's raise a toast, said Mr. Phelps, looking appreciatively at Natalia. Simon didn't lie, he thought. She is indeed a beautiful young woman. Natalia sat down uncomfortably. Simon, she said quietly, I thought we would discuss some private business. Why have you invited friends? Natalia, he said patronizingly. They are here for you. I've told them about your potential, and they are eager to help you with your career. I see, she said cautiously. Thank you. She wasn't sure if she believed him, but she decided to go along with his plan for the time being to see where it led them. Don't thank me, he replied smoothly. Thank Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell. In that case, she said, smiling brightly at the two men, let's drink that toast you suggested. She held up a glass of wine that Simon had handed to her. To Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell, thank you for taking the time to meet me. To Natalia, they replied in unison, drinking their wine too. Natalia drank her glass of wine in one gulp, much to the men's surprise. Mr. Bell actually spilled some of his wine. Such was his eagerness to get to know Natalia better. Simon hastily refilled her glass. Cheers, he thundered. Here's to future cooperation. Natalia drank the second glass in one gulp again. Her face was beginning to turn rosy from the alcohol, much to the delight of the men in the room.
When are we going to start talking about cooperation? Asked Natalia, realizing she was beginning to slur her words. As soon as I have finished drinking this glass, said Simon, a small smile on his face. Natalia was in a daze, not realizing that someone had refilled her glass. She picked it up and started to drink it, but a jolt from behind her frightened her. Someone had grabbed her arm. As she shrugged it off, she looked back to see that Simon had taken off his tie and was walking toward her. Simon, what are you? She started to ask, but he interrupted her. Natalia, we go back many years, he said. You know you can trust me. Between us, we'll go far in the world of business. Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell exchanged sinister smiles.
You've excelled yourself this time, said Mr. Phelps, rubbing his hands together. You've definitely got my contract.
Hold on, I'm first, said Mr. Bell. He strode toward Natalia, hunger in his eyes. She jumped aside, knocking her chair over in her haste to escape. Frazier, help! She shouted, running for the door. Simon laughed loudly. Natalia, do you honestly think that good-for-nothing husband of yours will be able to help you? He asked. No matter what we do, he'll just stand by and watch. No sooner were his words out when the door opened with a heavy kick. Simon watched Frazier burst in. He laughed. What are you gonna do about it? He asked Frazier mockingly. Mr. Phelps, Mr. Bell, do you mind if Natalia's husband watches us? You get dirtier every time, said Mr. Phelps as he walked toward Natalia, undoing his tie. Frazier didn't hesitate. He marched straight over to Mr. Phelps and punched him. Mr. Phelps fell backward onto the table, glasses flying everywhere as he landed. Before he could react, Frazier kicked him and landed with a thud on the floor. Simon watched in terror, a small patch of liquid forming at the front of his pants. I thought he couldn't fight, Simon said to himself. Frazier ignored Simon. He rushed to the corner of the room where Natalia had curled herself to feel protected. Her eyes were blurred, her face was red, and she was still murmuring to herself. Frazier, save me. Simon began to recover his composure. Frazier, do you know who you just hit? He asked, his voice trembling. These two men are very important, you know. They'll not let you get away with this, he added, his confidence returning. Your martial arts skills won't save you. Natalia had contacted him in the past to see if he had any jobs for Frazier. He had responded to her purely because he wanted to take advantage of her. Now, his plan had backfired spectacularly. Not only had he upset the two men he had been trying to impress, but it appeared that he had underestimated Frazier, too. Is that so? Frazier replied, as he helped Natalia to her feet. He didn't care about any seemingly prestigious businessmen. He only cared about the welfare of his wife. Once he had sat her carefully on a chair, he walked towards Simon, his eyes cold. Simon's confidence began to evaporate again. Don't come near me, he wailed, too afraid to run. You must be Natalia's old classmate, right? He asked, his voice calm. Don't worry, I won't kill you now, but let this be a warning to you. Simon stared at him, his eyes as wide as saucers. Frazier stepped close to Simon, his gaze steely. If you ever so much as harm a hair on her head, I will come back and finish you within the hour.
He was standing so close to Simon that their noses were almost touching. Simon nodded wordlessly, sweat pouring down his back. He didn't move a muscle until he heard Fraser's car leave the parking lot. Fraser took Natalia straight home. He put her straight into bed, the alcohol sending her to sleep almost instantly. He didn't even get the chance to give her a glass of water. When Sheila arrived that evening after work, Natalia was still asleep. Fraser told her about what had happened. Overlooking the part where Fraser had saved his wife, Sheila focused on how he had let her get drunk in the first place.
How could you let her get so drunk? She demanded. What kind of husband are you?
Fraser shrugged.
You think you've been quite clever this time, she growled. But if anything happens to Natalia, I won't let you forget this.
Worried about Natalia, Sheila decided to sleep on the couch. She went to bed early because she still had to work the next day, but she was determined to be there for her friend. She assigned Fraser the unenviable task of looking after her through the night. He was lucky as she didn't wake up until the following day. Natalia woke up with no headache. As she lay in bed, memories of the previous day's events unfolded before her. She looked over to find Fraser lying next to her, snoring softly. She took his hand without waking him and held it, enjoying the comfort it gave her. It was only a few minutes later when he woke up. As he opened his eyes groggily, worried about how she might feel, a sharp nudge in the ribs brought him up and about surprisingly quickly.
Fraser, did you hit someone? She asked,
hoping she might have misremembered the previous day's events. Her blurred version of events saw him barging into the room and beating up 2 grown men. She had drunk enough wine to know that her memory was unreliable. As Fraser didn't look like he would answer her, she tried again.
Are you ignoring me? Do you know who those men were? She added.
They weren't out to do the kind of business you had in mind, he said, wishing he could have a glass of water to help him come around. Natalia wasn't listening.
You spoiled everything, she shouted. After the last glass of wine, we were going to sign a contract. Yet you came in and ruined everything. Why did I think it was such a good idea to bring you along?
Fraser didn't reply. He knew it was pointless.
I've only been in the job a few days, and already I've messed everything up, she said in despair. Brett's going to fire me.
As Fraser tried to comfort her, she shrugged his arms off her.
Get out of here! I don't want to see you!
She shouted through tears of rage. As far as she was concerned, the world had just ended. The 2 other men at the meeting had been executives of Starlight Entertainments and Mendelsohn Industries, 2 companies that dwarfed Frandotech. She was convinced they wouldn't let the matter drop so easily. Fraser got out of bed. As he walked toward the bedroom door, Natalia's phone rang.
It's
Brett, she said, looking at him in despair.
What are you standing there for? Go and make me a coffee.
As soon as he had left the room, she answered the call.
Brett,
she said, trying to sound as charming as possible.
How are you?
Good, but more to the point, how are you? He replied. Are you able to come into the office today? There are a lot of things here for you to take care of.
She looked at her phone in surprise. It seemed as if he wasn't blaming her and still wanted her to work for him.
Oh, yes, of course, she said,
the surprise making her stammer.
Only if you're sure. After all, my business meeting didn't go according to plan yesterday.
Don't worry about that, said Brett. It's my fault for making you work with such clients, he added. I know that you're doing a really great job.
You haven't forgiven me just for Fraser's sake, have you? She asked. I know how important that deal was for you.
No, of course not, said Brett,
pretending to sound surprised.
I know he's a friend of mine, And I know that he's your husband, but we both know he's not exactly a go-getter. I have him delivering flyers because that's all he's good at. I actually thought you're doing really well here on your own. Now, do you think you can get here before noon?"
"Sure. Bye," she replied. She hung up her phone and looked at it, a puzzled look on her face. On the other end of the phone, Brett hung up and burst out laughing. Natalia was still looking at her phone when Fraser returned with a cup of coffee. "Was Brett okay?" he asked her, already knowing the answer. "What do you care?" she retorted, taking the coffee off him. She sipped the hot drink and smiled. Not only was she lucky enough to be beautiful, but it also appeared that she was pretty good at her job. It seemed that her new boss was prepared to overlook the previous day's events. She put the coffee down and got out of bed. Fraser was getting dressed. "Fraser," she began, giving him an icy stare she reserved purely for him. "What are you doing for Brett today? Delivering flyers to your friends?" With that, she walked out of the bedroom and slammed the door shut behind her, the loud bang echoing throughout the entire house. Fraser smiled bitterly. He was happy that she was taking her new job seriously, but Brett had overstepped the mark during his conversation with her. He decided to go and see Brett again. An hour later, Fraser stormed into Brett's office for the second time in 2 days, but he wasn't quite polite this time. He sat himself down in Brett's chair, making Brett sit uncomfortably on the couch in the corner of the room. As Fraser glared at him, Brett felt like a child who had been sent to the principal's office for bad behavior. "Brett, what are you doing?" he asked incredulously. "You didn't have to belittle me like that on the phone to Natalia today. Do you know what she said to me after she hung up?" Brett gulped. He hadn't expected Natalia to take his words so literally. "I'm sorry," he said sadly. "But we've got more important things to worry about. You know, that business deal I told you about?" "Go on," said Fraser. "The location has been arranged. But are you sure you can sort all this out? They are 2 big companies after all," he said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," said Fraser. He stood up. "One more thing. Why don't you tell your wife the truth?" asked Brett. He looked serious. Fraser wasn't sure what Brett was asking about. Being married to Natalia, or the matter of the private room the day before? "The time's not right yet," he replied. "I'm waiting for the day when she wants to believe me." That afternoon, Fraser, Brett, Ryan, and Auk walked into the luxurious Twin Palms Hotel and made their way to the penthouse suite. It was the location Brett had referred to when they had met that morning. Simon Draper was waiting for him. Only this time, he was prepared. There were more than 10 bodyguards in the room, with another 5 in and around the hotel grounds. Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell were with him. The only difference from their last meeting with Fraser was the large bandage on the head of Mr. Phelps. Simon watched them arrive, a look of distrust on his face. As soon as they were in the room, he went into the corridor to check with his security guard if Fraser had brought any more men with him. Satisfied with the guard's response, he walked back into the room.
"Fraser, did you think we brought you here today to negotiate with you?" he asked.
"Because I'm afraid you're mistaken. You've been Simon had told Brett that it was a negotiation, purely to lure the snake out of its hole. But as far as he was concerned, the negotiations had ended as soon as Fraser had set foot into the room. Brett shot a worried glance toward Fraser, convinced they had walked straight into a trap. Simon smiled, convinced that Fraser was nothing more than someone good at martial arts. He had no idea that he had defeated Three Eyes and replaced the leader as the head of the Heavenbreaker gang. Nor did he know anything about the backgrounds of Brett,
Ryan and Ox. Fraser sat down and crossed his legs, appearing not to feel threatened at all.
I see you're making yourself comfortable,
said Simon, his smile replaced with a look of disdain. He turned to Brett.
I didn't realize that this man was your bodyguard.
He paused.
I've been trying to work out why you haven't fired Natalia after her dreadful behavior yesterday, and I've come to the conclusion that you've kept her on purely because you're in love with her, he said.
He turned back to Fraser.
I think you need to be careful where you place your loyalties, he said. It turns out that Brett is only friends with you because of your wife.
Fraser jolted. He was about to stand up, but Ryan put a calming hand on his arm.
Don't rise to the bait, he said quietly. He's just trying to get a reaction out of you.
Simon stepped back, unsettled by how quickly Ryan had discovered his plan. He decided to try a different idea.
I see you have more than one henchman, he said,
hoping that Ryan would not appreciate being belittled in any way.
Yes, and I'm prepared to rip out all your teeth if I have to, said Ryan, not listening to his own advice.
It was Fraser's turn to calm Ryan down. Don't listen to him, he warned. He turned to Simon and studied him for a long time, not saying anything. He could see Simon getting increasingly uncomfortable. I let you off lightly yesterday, he said. But seeing as you're after more of the same, I won't show you any mercy today.
Mercy? Said Mr. Bell. He laughed. It's you who won't be shown any mercy today.
The security guards all started to laugh with him, convinced that only 4 of them would be no match for the sheer number of people they would be tackling. They were convinced that half of their colleagues wouldn't even be needed.
Boss, don't waste your time with them, said Ryan, rolling up his sleeves. I'll kill this dog first.
Simon had provoked Ryan's boss enough, and he felt like he deserved a beating. Save your strength, said Fraser.
You want to hit me? Said Simon. With all these men?
But he didn't get to finish. Ryan rushed toward him and punched him so hard that 4 teeth fell out of his mouth.
Damn it!
Shouted Simon.
How dare you hit me? My teeth!
He said, as he caught them in his hands. He looked at his security guards.
What are you waiting for?
He shouted. The guards rushed toward Ryan. Ox got to 2 of them before they could even reach their target, flooring them with 1 good punch each. They fell to the ground, wailing. It took less than 2 minutes for Ryan and Ox to floor the entire group of guards. Fraser and Brett didn't even stand up to help. They knew they weren't needed. Simon watched the whole affair unfold in total horror. His plan had backfired spectacularly.
Quick!
He slurred through a mouthful of blood to the guards in the corridor.
Get everybody in here!
The rest of the guards stormed into the room, but each and every one of them reached the same fate as the first. Within 5 minutes, they were all on the floor. Some were unconscious. Some were covered in blood, but each one had been defeated. Even Brett was impressed. These guys are good, he said to Fraser as he watched Ryan and Ox at work. Where did you find them? You'll know soon enough, said Fraser as he stood up. Ryan, Ox, this way, he said. It's time to get down to business. Fraser walked up to the 3 businessmen who had taken no part in the fight. Fraser patted Simon on the face. Are you okay? He asked, not interested in his answer the slightest bit. Simon wiped the blood off his face and looked at Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell for help.
I wouldn't be too smug just yet,
said Mr. Bell, but it was all bravado. He was still angry about the events of the day before. He intended to get revenge on Natalia's company, but not by fighting. His grudge against Fraser was something he intended to deal with another day.
Fraser, Brett, said Simon. You may have defeated my bodyguards, but I strongly advise you leave my colleagues and me alone. Your business empire will collapse without our companies to trade with.
He stared hard at Fraser, deciding whether to play his trump card straight away or leave it a while longer. Call your office, Fraser said. Ask them if there's anything left of your companies. You have 5 minutes. Simon swallowed. He had no idea that things would turn out this way. He looked at Mr. Phelps and Mr. Bell, a look of panic in his eyes. Ryan looked at his watch. What are you waiting for? He asked.
You only have 4 minutes now.
Simon picked up his phone and dialed his personal assistant. He listened carefully, unable to get a word in as his assistant spoke to him in complete panic.
Simon, I'm so glad you called, Fraser heard Simon's assistant say. Someone has hacked our confidential files and stolen them.
Mr. Phelps picked up his phone and dialed his office too.
What do you mean? Someone has broken into the safe and stolen all my valuables?
He shouted. Mr. Bell received similar news.
That's impossible, he shouted down his phone. There's no way in the world my stockholders would sell all their shares in complete panic.
The three men looked at one another in complete despair. Fraser poured himself a glass of water and sat down with a smug smile as he watched the three businessmen learn that their companies faced ruin. He took a sip, put the glass down carefully, and gazed at Simon. Is there anything you'd like to say to me? He asked.
Oh, Mr. Macklemore, I'm so sorry, said Simon,
looking genuinely remorseful.
If you let me go, I promise never to behave like this again.
Well, that depends on what you say to Natalia when you call her, said Fraser. You'll tell her the truth about your intentions yesterday and face the consequences when she learns how you treated her.
Of course, he said. I'll do it right away.
He took out his phone and dialed her number.
Hello?
Said a very nervous Natalia.
Natalia, I'm calling to apologize for my behavior yesterday,
said Simon.
No, it's Fraser's fault, not yours, said Natalia. He's the one who should be apologizing to you.
No need, said Simon. He did nothing wrong. Mr. Bell and I plotted against you, and if it hadn't been for Fraser, the day might have had a very nasty outcome. Will you forgive me?
Of course,
she said, not listening to him anymore. Had she wrongly blamed her husband for the events of the day before?
But why is Simon suddenly apologizing to me?
She thought. As Simon hung up the phone, he looked inquiringly at Fraser.
Was that okay?
He asked. Get lost, said Fraser. The three men didn't need to ask twice. They ran out of the room, having learned their lesson well. Fraser looked at Brett, who was staring back at him in shock. What's going on? He asked. But Fraser only smiled at him.
Fraser, who are these two guys you brought along? And why are you being so mysterious?
Brett asked. He felt that his friend was acting out of character, and he almost didn't recognize him anymore. Fraser realized he couldn't hide things any longer, so he said, Let me introduce you to Ryan and Ox. Have you ever heard of Three Eyes? Although Brett wasn't involved in the underworld, he had heard the name Three Eyes before.
I've heard of them, but what's the connection with these two?
Then, he remembered the skills of the two and said in disbelief,
Oh, are you saying that these guys are members of Three Eyes?
Ryan said, We used to be. Now, Ox and I have joined a new team. It's called Heaven Breakers, and Fraser is our boss.
Frazier, what are you doing? This is no joke, Brett said seriously.
Frazier said, Brett, you and I had a business that we lost. Yet we went back and regained control of it. That shows that we are the same kind of people. We both want to prove ourselves. I'll give you two choices. You can continue operating Frando Tech, and I'll invest $10 million in you. If you choose that, we won't be able to meet very often in the future because my path is dangerous. The other choice is for you to follow me on the path I'm taking.
Brett was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. This was his good friend, Frazier, who had joined the Laplace family as their good-for-nothing son-in-law. How things had changed. He had thought that he knew who Frazier was, but suddenly he wasn't so sure. You lied to me, Frazier. For more than 3 years, he complained.
Yes.
Brett's breathing grew heavier. It was obvious that he was furious. Don't you have anything else to say? Do you have any further explanations? He asked.
No. What I wanted to say has been said.
In that case, I've made my choice. I don't want the company you gave me, Brett said in disgust.
Ryan and Ox didn't hold any hope after hearing that.
They took it that Brett was ending his friendship with Frazier. However, they noticed a smile on Frazier's face and wondered what was happening. Just as the two of them were trying to figure it out, they heard Brett continue. I choose your path. Ryan and Ox felt relieved. Just then, 2 more people rushed in. They were Jordan Whitehead and Liam Young. Jordan said, I was scared to death, Brett. I was afraid that you wouldn't agree. Brett didn't understand what they were doing there, and he inquired.
Frazier said, I've been planning for us to get together for a while. Liam stole Simon's company secrets.
The 4 of us will be a great team again, said Liam. Brett was furious when he heard that. He thought that Frazier had gotten himself into some sort of trouble, and he had almost called the police. Now, he realized that Frazier was playing an entirely different game, and Jordan and Liam were in on it. You 3 have been hiding this from me all this time? Frazier, come over here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Frazier returned home with a black eye.
What's that on your face?
Natalia asked when she saw him.
I got into a fight with Mr. Andrews, and he beat me up.
Frazier didn't dare tell the truth, so he casually lied.
Serves you right, she said. If you can't even be a security guard, I really don't know what else I can expect from you.
Frazier cooked dinner as usual, and it was greatly appreciated.
Natalia said, Your cooking is quite delicious. Especially this chicken. Give me another serving, Frazier.
He took her plate and gave her a generous helping. Natalia looked concerned. She had never asked Frazier for anything, but after getting married, he had always provided her with her favorite meals. Since Frazier had started cooking, she had fallen in love with him again. She felt awful for treating him poorly and wanted to apologize. She gathered her courage, and as Frazier sat down, she whispered,
Well, Simon called me and apologized. I misunderstood you yesterday.
What did you say? Asked Sheila, who was sitting opposite her. Frazier also looked as if he wanted to hear it again.
Forget it, she said. It wasn't anything important, so let's just eat.
Natalia was so embarrassed that she blushed and put her head down as she continued to eat her dinner. Frazier was elated. He had heard clearly that his wife had taken the initiative and tried apologizing to him. The next day, Frazier went to work early so he could speak to Brett. He also called Ryan in because the business matter from the previous day hadn't been resolved.
Brett, how's the acquisition of Mendelsohn Industries progressing?
You don't need to worry about that. All the shareholders of Mendelsohn are ours now. Brett was incredibly good at what he did. And with Frazier's backing,
He was free to do what he wanted, so he acted quickly and decisively. Fraser turned to Ryan and said, "Mendelsohn Industries will be Heaven Breaker's home from now on. It's much safer and more convenient than the old base."
"Boss, if we want to move there, I'm afraid it won't be that easy."
Fraser and Brett both waited for an explanation.
"I mean, that we'll have to deal with Frankie. And he has the backing of a ruthless man," Ryan continued. "As for who that person is, our people have yet to find out."
Ryan felt that they would anger Frankie and the more dangerous forces behind the scenes if they weren't careful. "Ryan, can you help me make an appointment with Frankie?" asked Fraser.
"Boss, what are you thinking of doing?"
Ryan asked anxiously. Brett was also shocked. He was worried that Fraser was planning to fight head-on. Even though Ryan was concerned, he still contacted Frankie's subordinates.
"Boss, I found him. Frankie is currently at the Heart Bar, which is also in his territory,"
Ryan exclaimed. "Let's go and introduce ourselves to him, Ryan," Fraser ordered. Ryan didn't want to face Frankie head-on as an enemy, but he had to listen to his boss's orders.
"What? Just you and me?" he asked nervously. "With only two of us, we'll easily be killed if things turn nasty. The Heart Bar is Frankie's base, and all of his men are likely to be there."
Brett stood in front of Fraser and said, "Ryan's right. Don't be stupid. We should think it over carefully and come up with a solution. Let's not rush into this. Just relax and get on with what you need to do while you wait for my good news." Fraser patted Brett's shoulder. His voice had been full of confidence, and Brett could only reluctantly agree. When Fraser left the office, Ryan followed him. He had decided to work for Fraser, so he couldn't refuse his boss's request, even though he thought the visit with Frankie was borderline crazy. At the Heart Bar, Ryan led the way in. Their appearance caused several of the customers to turn around and look. One of them was a tiger-tattooed, brawny man. In an unfriendly tone, he said,
"Is that you, Ryan? We don't often see you here."
He provoked Ryan by intentionally blocking his path.
"What's the problem?" Ryan asked.
"I just wanted to find out how you're doing," said the man. "I heard that you've been doing pretty well these days. Someone told me that you've replaced Gary as the boss of Three Eyes. Is that right?"
"I'm not interested in talking to you," Ryan said. "Call Frankie out." The man became more unfriendly and said,
"Hey, big shot. Do you think you're so important now that you have Frankie at your command?"
A fight was about to break out when a voice called from the bar.
"Ryan, Frankie has invited you in to see him."
Ryan and Fraser made their way over toward the man who had spoken. He showed them into a private room where Frankie was sitting. He was smoking a cigar and casually playing with his dagger.
"Sit down," he said.
When they sat down, he continued.
"I'm surprised to see you, Ryan. What brings you here?"
"Frankie, this is my boss, Fraser," said Ryan. Frankie swallowed a mouthful of smoke and looked Fraser up and down. He decided that the man didn't appear to be anything special and laughed disdainfully. The other people in the room started asking questions.
"Ryan, what are you talking about? We were told that you were the boss." "Fraser? That name sounds familiar. It's the same name as that loser who lives with the Laplace,"
Frankie instigated him. With that reminder, Frankie recalled who the man was. He smiled and said,
"Bro, you might want to consider changing your name. Being mistaken for that worthless son-in-law of the Laplace family must have brought you a lot of trouble, right?"
Everyone in the room was laughing. Fraser sat expressionlessly. I don't need to do that, because I am that good-for-nothing son-in-law, as you call me. 10 seconds of silence followed his admission. It seemed as if a century had passed before the room burst into laughter. The laughter continued until Frankie finally raised his hand and restored order.
Ryan, are you kidding me? He asked. You've let this loser become your boss? Bringing him here to speak to me is very disrespectful.
Frankie felt that Ryan had brought a loser to have a conversation with him as an equal in order to humiliate him. Frankie's men took their boss's look of anger as a cue and took a few steps forward, ready to start a fight. "Frankie, you'd better think this through," said Frazier. "If you attack us, you'll lose our cooperation." Frankie was bemused. He smiled and questioned.
Cooperation? What gives you the idea to think that you...
Ryan was concerned about how things were going and secretly sent a message for Ox and the gang to join them. However, Frazier surprised both Ryan and Frankie when he said, "I can get you out of Hugh's control." Frankie seemed to have seen a ghost as he stared at Frazier. Hugh Styles was once his best friend. However, he had become extremely powerful in San Clemente. He had accumulated a lot of compromising evidence relating to Frankie, which he used to get him to do whatever he wanted. The evidence he had was enough to destroy Frankie.
How do you know about Hughes? And who the hell are you?
Frankie asked. He realized that there just might be more to Frazier than he realized. "It doesn't matter who I am. If I can help you deal with Hugh, you can't refuse me." Frazier took 2 steps ahead. Frazier's words hit Frankie's heart. It was true that he didn't have the option of refusing. Hugh squeezed him so hard that he wouldn't throw away the one chance to get out of his old friend's grip.
How sure are you that you can deal with Hugh?
He asked suspiciously.
Also, what are your conditions?
I won't give you any assurances. You're just going to have to trust me. I have only one condition, and that's that you don't get involved in anything Ryan wants to do. Frankie had a feeling of trust that he had rarely felt before. Frazier wasn't going to give him any guarantee, but in his heart, he trusted him. Within seconds, he made up his mind. He reckoned that someone who had been humiliated and ridiculed for 3 years must have a level of patience that an ordinary person couldn't achieve. Furthermore, he had been successful in taking over 3 eyes. He wondered who Frazier really was, and why he had been living as the Laplace's son-in-law.
I'll work with you,
Frankie finally said. When his subordinates heard him comply so easily, they tried to persuade him to change his mind.
Frankie, surely you can't take this nobody seriously. He doesn't have any skills, so what guarantee can we have? He'll get us all killed,
another one of Frankie's mates spoke. Some of the men wanted to beat up Frazier. Frankie could see his men turning angry, so he said,
I've already decided. Whoever is not convinced can get the hell out of here.
The debate immediately stopped. Frankie turned to Frazier and said coldly,
But if you can't deliver, I won't hesitate to stab you in the back and hand you the Hugh.
The 2 sides reached an agreement. After Frazier left the bar, a rat-like person snuck out of the bar, found a secluded corner, and made a call.
Hugh, I have something to report.
Call me Mr. Styles,
Hugh said.
Mr. Styles, Frankie wants to break away from you. He's teamed up with Ryan.
Interesting. Ryan is just a piece of meat in 3 eyes. I'm not afraid of 3 eyes, so why would I be afraid of him?
Ryan has a new boss. He's that loser son-in-law from the Laplace family. He was the one who offered to help Frankie break free.
Hugh Styles laughed. So, a loser like that wants to deal with me, does he? Well, I'll finish him at first sight. In the boss's office, relieved to see that Fraser was okay. Fraser, you worried me to death. I was starting to think that you weren't coming back. Don't worry. I'm not in a hurry to die. I've got a lot to live for. Fraser went to make coffee. He had been speaking a lot and his mouth was dry. How did it go? Brett asked. Seeing that Fraser was focused on making coffee, Ryan coughed and said,
Mr. Andrews, let me tell you. After the boss spoke to Frankie, everything was sorted out. We're going to work together with Frankie to deal with Hugh Styles.
Brett was speechless to hear that name.
Oh, Hugh Styles?
Didn't Hugh die 2 years ago? He asked. At one time, Hugh and Frankie had both been infamous. With the two of them working together, no one dared to offend either of them. Rumor had it that Hugh had been killed by a sniper working for his enemy. If Hugh hadn't been stopped then, San Clemente would have been taken over by both of them.
Mr. Andrews, you've been tricked.
Hugh wasn't killed. He kept a low profile and then started to control Frankie in order to deal with his enemy. Hugh had collected lots of dirt on Frankie. So, Frankie always did what he asked, Ryan confirmed. Brett digested what Ryan had said and was surprised by Hugh's schemes and tricks. Fraser spoke up. We need to make sure nothing happens to the company. Now that my wife works here, she needs to be watched carefully. Ryan, you should send some men and keep an eye on the Robster Corporation too.
Do you think something's going to happen soon?
Brett asked. Fraser nodded but didn't explain any further. When he had been in the private room with Frankie, he noticed there was a spy who was most likely working for Hugh. Based on his understanding of Hugh, it was highly likely he would be the one to move first and deal with Fraser by targeting his companies and his wife. That afternoon, Fraser returned home early after going to the market to buy Natalia's favorite fish. He planned to make her some soup. Just as he neared the entrance to Sheila's building, she saw two familiar figures. Dorothy and Houstus were snooping around. Fraser didn't know why they were there, and he didn't want to talk to them. He tried to walk past them without being seen, but was spotted.
Fraser, it's no use pretending that you didn't see us,
said Dorothy. No, Mom and Dad, I got some dust in my eyes, so I was rubbing them.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you,
said Dorothy. Look, do you want to come inside and talk? He asked reluctantly.
Lead the way,
said Dorothy.
It doesn't look like a very good neighborhood. I hope that your house is more respectable than the ones I'm seeing here.
Fraser was unmoved by her criticism. The moment they entered the house, Fraser went into the kitchen to cook while Dorothy and Houstus started to look around the house with disapproving looks.
Fraser, it's disgraceful that you're letting my daughter live in this crappy place,
said Dorothy.
You also have Sheila here, so you must have to wait in line to use the bathroom. Can't you do anything about it?
Fraser ignored her and continued chopping up the fish a little too aggressively. Dorothy appeared at the kitchen door, pointed at Fraser, and said,
Don't you have anything to say to me? I'd get more sense out of that fish.
Fortunately, the door opened at that moment, and Natalia walked in. Sheila had learned that Dorothy and Houstus were coming to see them, and because she was annoyed with Dorothy, she had gone to visit her other friends.
Natalia, you're back, said Houstus.
Natalia said, Mom, I heard your loud voice from outside. Can you keep your voice down? It wasn't that she was standing up for Fraser, but it was just that she didn't want to disturb the neighbors. Dorothy was annoyed and wouldn't keep quiet.
You're blaming me for being loud when it's all because this house is too small and badly built. I expected the walls are paper thin, Dorothy barked.
Natalia said,
If you still want me to buy a car for you, Mom, I advise you not to waste your breath.
Dorothy sat beside her daughter and said,
Natalia, I know you're still angry with me, and I'm sorry for being impatient. But you are my flesh and blood. I can't bear to see you suffer in a place like this. Move back in with us.
She and her husband were on a mission that day. They wanted Natalia to return home so that they could persuade her to buy a house and a car for her brother. Natalia's heart softened a little.
Let me think about it, she said.
At that moment, Fraser came out of the kitchen with the piping hot soup.
Dad, Mom, Natalia, it's time to eat.
Dorothy said,
I suppose it's a good thing that Fraser's a good cook, because I don't expect he often takes you out for a meal, Natalia. At least he doesn't have to get dressed up to eat at home.
She was mocking Fraser for being poor, having neither a car nor a house, and for wearing cheap clothes. After dinner, Fraser did the dishes.
Natalia, why don't you move back with us tonight? Your brother and sister-in-law have missed you, and your room has been vacated and is ready for you. Think about how much trouble having you in this small place has caused your friend. You can't live with someone else all your life, can you?
Dorothy falsely pestered her daughter. Natalia had thought the same thing. Sheila had a boyfriend, but while she and Fraser had been staying there, she had never once let her boyfriend visit her. In the end, Natalia agreed.
Fine, I'll come home and live with you.
Fraser didn't care because he would go wherever Natalia went. On their way back to their parents' house, Natalia sat in the taxi looking miserable and saying nothing. Fraser tried to comfort her.
Natalia, let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, there was a... Please, don't say anything.
She was worried about how she would face her big brother and his fiancée when they got home. She knew they would continue to pressure her to buy them a car and a house. As soon as she entered the house, Dorothy was so excited that she called out,
Come in, Natalia, come in!
She saw Fraser standing behind his wife and dragging their luggage, and she shouted,
You good for nothing! Can't you move any faster?
Hearing the commotion, James came out of his room and said,
Mom, I thought you were only going to bring Natalia back. Why did you bring this idiot back too?
Although he wanted to resolve matters with his sister, he thought that Fraser would be of no use to him, so he didn't care about insulting him. Dorothy snorted and said,
What else could I do?
She then said,
Fraser, you can leave Natalia's bags there and then leave.
Natalia was outraged when she heard that. Fraser was her husband, and throwing him out was going too far. Fraser was shocked. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet they were throwing him out. However, he soon understood. Natalia was now the big boss in the company, so they had to rely on her to buy a car for James. Natalia couldn't bear it any longer and said,
Mom, where do you think he's going to stay at this hour of the night? Well, he can go wherever he likes, Dorothy replied coolly. If he doesn't have a place to live, that's his fault.
She then urged Fraser to leave quickly as she wanted to close the door. Natalia blocked the way and said,
Mom, you can't blame Fraser. This house is big enough for all of us. If you throw him out, I'll move back in with Sheila.
Fraser laughed as he heard his wife seeming to care about him and wanting to protect him. Natalia glared at him and said,
You're about to be kicked out, and you can still laugh about it? Don't you have any sense of shame?
Houstus said,
Natalia, close the door. You'll have the neighbors laughing at us.
That was the end of it. After everything was settled, Fraser unpacked his bag in the bedroom while Natalia rested on the couch in the living room. She sent a message to Sheila saying that they had moved back to her family home. James went over to her and asked,
"Who are you texting? It's not a new boyfriend, is it?"
"What are you talking about? I'm already married,"
she said. She hid her phone and spoke further.
"I was just texting my best friend."
"I understand,"
said James as he gave her a knowing look. Natalia was intrigued.
"What's he playing at?"
she wondered.
James said, "If you don't want to say who it is, I'll guess. I reckon that you found a new boyfriend who has his own company and is extremely rich, and you see him every day, right?"
Natalia gave him a look of disbelief and said,
"What do you take me for?"
"It's not a coincidence that you became the boss. It was Mr. Andrews who promoted you, right?"
Because the family had never taken any interest in Fraser, they didn't know anything about his hobbies and friends, so they didn't know that Brett was his friend.
"What are you trying to say?"
she asked coldly. She could hear the malicious intent behind his words. James's eyes were filled with greed as he said,
"Now that you're the boss, you can take out lots of money from the company to subsidize the family. Mr. Andrews won't say anything, will he?"
She was shocked and pulled away from him. He wanted to get her to misappropriate the company's money and use it to buy a car or house.
She said, "First, let's not talk about why Mr. Andrews promoted me to become the boss. Secondly, if I do what you say and take the company's money, I'll go to jail."
James said,
"Even if Mr. Andrews found out, he wouldn't do anything about it."
"James!"
Natalia shouted as she stood up angrily.
"You're my brother, and you would have me do something that would risk me going to jail. How dare you do that to me?"
When they heard her shouting, Hostess and Dorothy were alarmed and rushed in.
"Natalia, who made you so angry? Was it Fraser?"
Dorothy asked as she glared at Fraser, who had just come out of the bedroom to find out what was happening.
"Mom, control your son. He's getting out of hand," Natalia yelled. "James, what's going on? Did you make Natalia angry?"
James nodded.
"Mom, didn't I tell you that Natalia and Mr. Andrews have a good relationship? I just mentioned it to her, and she blew up. Judging by her reaction, she must have a guilty conscience."
"You little..."
Natalia was so angry that she was lost for words for a moment.
"Mom, say something to him,"
she finally said through gritted teeth. It wasn't that there weren't rumors going around, but she had ignored them and had a clear conscience. Hearing it from her brother's mouth was pushing her tolerance to the limit.
"Natalia, Mr. Andrews is a nice man," said Dorothy.
She knew that because she had heard it from her friend and had repeated it to James. The two of them had planned with Natalia to buy a car by exploiting her relationship with Brett. That was why Dorothy tried to throw Fraser out. However, James was too impatient and hadn't wanted to wait a few more days before bringing it up. Hostess was puzzled and said angrily,
"James, how could you say something like that? Hurry up and apologize to your sister."
James didn't think he did anything wrong. He argued,
"Dad, why should I apologize for what she did? Since Mr. Andrews thinks so highly of her, why doesn't she divorce Fraser instead? Don't you want to get a big house in a better area? This is our chance to do that."
When Fraser realized what was happening, he thought their little plan was utterly ridiculous. If James knew that the Mr. Andrews he thought so highly of was actually a good friend of the person he called a loser, he would die of shame, he thought. Natalia said,
James, you're done. I shouldn't have come back. I can see now that it was just a trap so that you could get me to buy you a house and a car.
Dorothy burst into tears, and Natalia said,
Let me tell you the truth. Mr. Andrews, Brett, is Fraser's best friend. He only gave me the job for Fraser's sake. I'm not as bad as you think.
She went to her bedroom and slammed the door behind her. James was furious, and he vented his anger on Fraser.
It's all because of you, you deadbeat, he said. If it weren't for you, my sister would have started a relationship with Mr. Andrews by now. And for him being your friend, you should look at yourself in the mirror and get real.
Dorothy also couldn't believe that a helpless case like Fraser, who had been living with them for 3 years, could make such a wealthy friend. She thought the story had been made up by Natalia to avoid splurging the money. The way Dorothy saw it, the story was full of holes. Even after cursing, James was still livid. He swung his arm to slap Fraser. Just as his palm was about to land, Fraser grabbed James's wrist and squeezed it.
How dare you touch me, you!
Before James could finish, he felt the strength of the hold on his wrist increase. He quickly corrected himself and said,
It hurts. I take it all back. I was wrong.
Fraser let him go, and James retreated a few steps before falling to the ground. When he saw his wrist, it was so red and swollen that he couldn't bear to look at it directly.
Mom, it hurts. He's broken my wrist, he complained to his mother.
James cried like a child whose candy had been stolen. Dorothy's heart ached. She went over to help him. Shouting at Fraser, she said,
Fraser, you've gone too far. By attacking James, you're attacking the family that's given you shelter.
He deserved it, said Fraser, and stop saying bad things about Natalia. His eyes were filled with cold anger, making the mother and son shiver. They felt like they were about to be killed. Fraser turned around and returned to their bedroom. He had decided not to make a move. They were his wife's family, so they were his family as well. Natalia was already very tired, so it wasn't too long before she fell asleep, sobbing nonstop. Lying at her side, Fraser stroked her gently and started singing the nursery rhyme his mother had sung to get him to sleep. Before long, Natalia was peacefully sleeping. The next day, she abruptly sat up and looked at her bedside. There. The previous night, she had had a strange dream. In the dream, someone was singing a song and getting her to relax while giving her a warm hug. Fraser walked into the room and said, "Good, you've woken up. I made you some oatmeal." After remembering her dream, Natalia didn't dare to meet Fraser's eyes. She felt ashamed of herself as she looked down at her bowl and put spoonful after spoonful into her mouth. Only after eating a dozen or so mouthfuls did she realize that she had never eaten oatmeal in that way before. She normally sweetened it with maple syrup.
What's wrong?
Asked Fraser.
Aren't you feeling well? Is the oatmeal too cold?
Natalia's thoughts were in shambles, and she said,
Can you leave me? Please? I want some time alone.
It was only after he had left that Natalia was able to relax. She sensed something had happened, but didn't know what it was. When she left her room, she noticed that her family seemed to want to avoid Fraser. However, she didn't ask any questions because she was still angry with them. Fraser left home after he received news from Brett that someone wanted to make a move against the Robster Corporation. When he reached Brett's office, he asked, "What's going on?"
It has something to do with a real estate company called Riedling, said Brett. I asked my sister about the company, and what I found out didn't sound good.
Seeing that Fraser was listening attentively, Brett continued.
I found out that the company was originally a small company that was about to close down. However,
It changed its name, and overnight it became big enough to swallow up Robster.
Fraser sneered and said, "Let them try." He had a feeling that Hugh was exerting himself. He expected that Hugh would investigate his background and want to start with his company, making him lose his financial support before gradually dismantling the gang.
"What should we do?" asked Brett.
He felt helpless in the face of an opponent with much higher strength. Fraser said, "Brett, you need to cooperate. You, Jordan, and Liam need to allow Ryan to work with you. Together, you guys can then try to figure out a way to catch Hugh." Hugh was very cunning. He was the only person in charge behind the scenes and never took part in the company's affairs, so no one knew who he was. At Natalia's office, an assistant carried in a document. "Miss Laplace, Riedling's boss, Prescott Carter, would like to meet with you for a discussion about developing a level of cooperation between this company and his. He wants to meet at noon." Natalia looked at the document with delight. It was a large company, and if a successful partnership could be negotiated, there would be a steady stream of business. "All right then. Tell him that I'll be there at noon," Natalia confirmed. After the assistant left, he didn't call Mr. Carter straight away. Instead, he said into his earpiece, "Tell Mr. Andrews that the plan is going ahead." At noon, Natalia arrived at the agreed meeting place with her personal assistant and a few core members of the company. Prescott said, "I've long heard that you're a great beauty, but seeing you today,
I can say that you deserve your reputation."
Natalia thought that what he said was highly inappropriate in a business situation, but for the sake of the negotiation, she decided to let it go. "Thank you, Miss Takata," she replied. The two of them shook hands. Although Prescott was in a state of inner turmoil, he still appeared calm. He was under orders from Hugh and knew how dangerous it was for him if things didn't go to plan. At first, they had a pleasant conversation. However, it wasn't long before the two of them disagreed. "Miss Takata, I don't understand. 70% of the profits from this project will go to your company, while my company will only receive 30%. I'm afraid that won't be good enough," Natalia argued logically. Prescott gave her the excuse he had prepared.
"Miss Laplace, I'm not trying to be unreasonable. I want to make a 50-50 split with you, but I run a big company and my overheads are huge. So 70% profit is the minimum that I can ask for. Although 30% might seem quite small, you should see it as a starting position. With Riedling's name as a backer, you will easily be able to recruit other companies to work with you." He presented a good argument, but the truth was that Riedling was just a shell company, and its reputation wasn't worth a single cent after Hugh had gotten involved. However, Natalia didn't know that. She thought for a little while and said, "I still can't accept it. If our collaboration proves to be successful, I might be able to give your company a bonus. Unfortunately, until that time, the risks are too great. So I'm afraid I can't accept this." Prescott was getting impatient. According to the information he had received, Natalia had previously only been a sales manager, taken advantage of by a person called Brett Andrews, who had bought the company and let her manage it. Logically speaking, she should have been impatient to sign the contract after seeing the information on Prescott's company. "Miss Laplace, you have to consider this carefully. If you work with Riedling, you can make a fortune. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it." "I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. I know that you're eager, but I have my own considerations as well. I hope we have a chance to renegotiate a partnership at another time." Natalia smiled as she stretched out her right hand. Prescott rolled his eyes, stood up, and shook hands with her. He held onto her hand and gave a sinister smile as he said, Miss Laplace, don't think that I don't know how you got your position. I don't blame you for cheating on your worthless husband. Why don't you form a partnership with me? I'll be much better than Mr. Andrews.
Natalia was so angry that her face turned red. She withdrew her hand and said,
Mr. Carter, please be careful with what you're saying.
He said, Why are you pretending to be so aloof in front of me? I can offer you more than Mr. Andrews in every way. I'll give you one more chance to work with me. Or maybe you'd prefer to visit me tonight. The assistant couldn't bear to listen any longer and shouted,
Hey, scumbag! If you're trying to hit on Miss Laplace, then you're wasting your time.
The other representatives of the company also cursed Prescott. They were the trusted aides of Fraser and Brett, so they felt happy to humiliate him. The verbal attack dumbfounded Prescott. Finally, he laughed and said, Very good, gentlemen. It's easy for you to stand there and insult me like this, but I wonder if after I've taken over your company, you'll still have the guts to talk to me like that. The assistants were quiet as they exchanged uneasy glances with each other. If Riedling had the power to take over Natalia's company, then the company would be done for. Why aren't you saying anything? Prescott asked with a malicious grin. Cat got your tongues? He laughed, and the men sitting on his side of the table laughed with him.
You're despicable, Natalia said. You came here under false pretenses. There's no way they would go so far as to buy the company, is there? She thought worriedly.
To the victor goes the spoils, Prescott said. All's fair in love and war, and whatever other platitudes you think would fit the situation. After all, everyone knows that you're the CEO only because of the people you know, not because you actually deserve it. That's right, one of the men sneered. It doesn't matter if this company goes down. You just have to whisper sweet nothings into Brett Andrews' ear, and he'll get you another company to run tomorrow.
Cut the crap, Natalia said. You came here to make a deal that would benefit both of us, so let's deal.
But that's not what I'm after anymore, Prescott replied. It's more interesting this way. Natalia's lips tightened.
I don't have any way to fight back, she thought. This company is my life. But if it's taken out from under me, how on earth would I explain that to Brett? How would I explain it to Fraser?
You seem to have trouble making up your mind, Prescott said. I guess I'll have to choose for you. To his assistant, buy it. Yes, sir. The assistant left the room. Natalia's eyes widened.
I can't believe the company's going to be destroyed on my watch. Mr. Carter, she said desperately. I'm sure we can come to some agreement.
Miss Laplace, I'll be honest with you, Prescott said. I've only been talking to you for this long because you're pretty. But since you're not my woman, I find that I've lost all patience with this conversation. I'm done talking.
Natalia slumped in her seat. This situation is hopeless, she thought.
The assistant rushed back into the room and whispered something into Prescott's ear.
What?
He thumped the table and stood up, shocked. He couldn't have looked more surprised if his assistant had told him the sky was falling.
Let's talk outside.
He grabbed the assistant's arm, dragging him rudely out of the conference room, and yanked open the door of the room across the hall, where several employees were eating lunch.
Get out,
he said in a tone that broke the argument. When the room had cleared, Prescott turned to his assistant and asked,
Someone else is outbidding me? Who would do such a thing?
If I find out it is one of my associates, I'm going to make fish food out of them.
Shh,
the assistant said.
I don't know who's doing it, but it's true. No matter how much we pay, the other party offers 10,000 more.
Prescott thumped the wall.
Someone's playing with us, he growled. $10,000 is nothing. They're clearly trying to humiliate us. Offer more. How much more, sir? I don't care. However much it takes. There has to be a limit to what someone else is willing to pay for this company.
He shoved his assistant to the side.
Get out of my way, and I'll take care of this myself.
He pulled out his phone and dialed the broker.
If I can't buy the company with $20 million, I'll buy it with $30 million, he said.
His broker called back a short time later.
Another party's bidding $30 million and $10,000.
Prescott kicked the trash can beside him.
It tipped over, spilling a half-full cup of soda onto his shoe.
Keep adding, he said. $50 million.
Another party has bid $50 million and $10,000.
Then bid $80 million.
Another party has bid $80 million and $10,000.
Bid $100 million. Another party has bid $100 million and $10,000.
Prescott threw his phone at the wall and stood there, breathing heavily. He clenched his jaw and retrieved his phone.
Forget it, he told the broker. I'm done.
Across the hall, Natalia was still anxiously waiting for Prescott to return. 5 minutes turned into 10 minutes, which then turned into half an hour, and he remained absent. She listened to the clock tick. Each second's torture. At one point, she had her assistant call Brett to see what was happening. He had no news of importance. An unhappy client had made a complaint, which had been readily dealt with. Natalia felt like she would be sick.
What do we do, Gina?
She asked her assistant.
Don't worry, Miss Laplace.
Her assistant reassured her.
I'm sure it will all be fine.
Several hours later, near the end of the working day, they finally received a phone call. Gina took the message, hung up the phone, and smiled at Natalia.
The company hasn't been sold, she said.
Maybe Riedling was just playing a nasty joke on us. Natalia heaved a sigh of relief. She was utterly exhausted from the tension of the day.
Corporate warfare is more draining than fighting an actual battle, she thought.
Come on, she said. Let's all head home. Fraser was waiting for her at the front entrance. He was sitting in the white sports coupe and he waved when he saw her.
What are you doing here?
She asked.
Brett said you were here.
So I came to pick you up, he said.
You haven't given Henry back his car yet?
Oh, this isn't Henry's car, he said with a shrug. This car belongs to the company. It's just the same model. Brett's letting me drive it. Fraser had played against Prescott all afternoon to prevent his company from being acquired by Riedling. I came straight here from work, he thought. Hopefully, she will buy my excuse of car. Natalia stepped up and slapped Fraser across the cheek.
What was that for? He exclaimed.
Brett, she said with tears in her eyes.
Everything is Brett's. Do you know how hard I've had to fight to make a name for myself in this company? No, of course you don't. You don't know anything. You're completely worthless. He wasn't here for me when Prescott was saying such cruel things, she thought.
She turned away from Fraser and his car, hailed a taxi, and went home alone. Fraser knew what had happened that day, and he knew Prescott's personality. He didn't have to think too hard to figure out why she was upset. I have to use Brett as a cover for my identity, he thought. But it makes it difficult to talk to Natalia. I'm sure Prescott told her that she only got the position because of Brett. She was already feeling insecure because of what James told her last night, and Prescott's words today would have doubled that insecurity. Public opinion's not always pleasant to powerful businesswomen. He called Brett and told him to send someone to fetch the car, and then he called for a taxi. I can't drive this car home, he thought. I don't want to trigger her any further. Dorothy was waiting for him, and she cursed at him as he came through the front door.
Do you know what time it is?
She asked.
Why on earth were you this late getting home? Where have you been? And what about poor Natalia? When she got home, she ran straight up to her room and shut the door, and she hasn't come out since. If I find out you've done something to hurt her, you're out of this house again.
Dorothy was not afraid of her son-in-law anymore.
He's completely useless, she thought. Anyone with any dignity would fight back after being scolded like that, but he just sits there meekly and takes it. What cowardly trash!
Fraser ignored her. Natalia was his only concern. He quietly pushed the bedroom door open to see Natalia lying on the bed. Her cheeks were damp with tears, and she appeared to have cried herself to sleep. He sat down on the edge of the bed, gently rubbed her back, and started humming a lullaby. Then, he noticed she was taking short, sharp breaths instead of the long, deep breaths that indicated sleep, and fresh tears leaked from the corners of her closed eyes. He got up and quickly left the room. As soon as he was gone, Natalia opened her eyes. She had been sleeping, but Dorothy's loud voice had woken her.
The poison in my dreams was Fraser, she realized, and the lullaby was the same.
The following day, Fraser finished cooking breakfast and was just about to wake Natalia when she walked into the kitchen. He was stunned to see she was smiling and had her hair pinned back with a jeweled barrette. But what surprised him the most was that she was humming a little melody that sounded suspiciously like a lullaby, like the lullaby he had hummed to her the night before.
Shouldn't she be angry this morning? He wondered. Did she lose her memory of what happened yesterday?
She saw him watching her.
What are you looking at?
She asked, but her tone was more playful than offensive.
You never called me down for supper last night. I figured I'd help you with your diet, Fraser muttered. What? Are you calling me fat?
Again, he noticed that her words didn't have their usual heat.
Then again, you are a good cook. But don't forget who's taken care of you for the past 3 years.
3 years that I did all the cooking, he mumbled. Who took care of whom?
What was that? She bantered back. You'll have to speak up. I didn't hear you.
Breakfast passed pleasantly, and Fraser realized he hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even when James bumped into him again, he just politely smiled back. After Natalia left and Fraser went to work, he realized that the pleasant interlude was over. Fraser was surprised to learn that the corporate games that they had played the day before apparently weren't finished.
We didn't find anything, Brett said. Hugh is too crafty. He seemed to know that we were looking into him. He slipped out of our grasp 3 times now.
He pounded on the table in annoyance.
It's not your fault, Fraser said.
After all, we're not the only ones looking for him. No one else has succeeded either. Fraser hadn't been expecting the investigation to bear much fruit.
What's Prescott's status? He asked.
It seems he's afraid of you. After he failed yesterday, he holed up in the East Side slums and is laying low for the time being.
I'm not surprised. Hugh was counting on him to break the Robster Corporation by taking Frandotech, and he didn't keep up his end of the deal. If he shows his face now, Hugh's going to make an example of him. Prescott could quite literally pay an arm and a leg.
Fraser tapped the table, thinking,
maybe we can use this to our advantage.
While Fraser and Brett were considering the situation, Ryan called.
Boss, Prescott is on the move, he reported. He's got himself a boat ticket out of the city, and he's on his way to the docks right now.
Well, that's unexpected, Fraser replied. The slums should have been safe for Prescott, he thought. There's no shortage of abandoned houses and derelict buildings to hide in there. If he's trying to get out of town, someone's backed him into a corner.
Hugh must have made his move. Ryan, gather the men. We can't let Prescott leave. This could be dangerous.
Keep your eyes open. I'll meet you there. He got in his car and drove toward the docks. The dock district was both a tourist destination and a busy shipping port. It was crowded with people. Fraser parked several blocks away and found Ryan as he walked into the district.
The ship's moored on the eastern side and is due to leave in half an hour, Ryan told him.
Yeah, but when you're panicked and trying to skip town, every second feels like an eternity, especially in a crowd like this. There are a lot of eyes out here, Fraser replied. Prescott's clever. He snuck into the plaza, but before we could catch him, he'd given us the slip. The two of them found themselves jostled by the crowd, and they made their way to a quieter spot by a wall, where Ryan wiped the sweat from his forehead.
We could always just wait for him at the ship, he said.
Fraser was thinking hard. It's not reasonable to try to find one person in this sea of people, he thought. And Prescott's good at guerrilla warfare. He knows he's got people after him, and he's going to be extra cautious. However... Get the men together, he said. Have them check the east end and make some noise. The bigger the commotion, the better. You and I will go to the west end.
Ryan was confused. Does he know that Prescott is in the east? Is that why he's sending the men there? He thought. And if so, why are we going west? Who else are we after?
He knew better than to question his boss. He called the men and had them pass the word. All of you, head to the east end and search the crowd. Make sure you check everybody that passes through that side. Don't let him slip away. The men rallied. The boss sure is fast, one said. As expected, another replied. We've been searching for hours with no luck. The boss just arrived and he already knows where to look. Get a move on. The boss is watching, Ryan ordered. All of the Heaven Breakers filtered toward the east end of the docks. Once there, they thoroughly checked everyone who was coming and going. Their actions caught the attention of another group of people who were also searching the crowd.
Ryan's men have found Prescott on the east side, one of them said into a walkie-talkie. Let's go, came the reply. We can't let Prescott fall into Ryan's hands, or the boss is going to be upset.
And if Hugh's upset, things won't go well for us. Hurry!
Several other gang members headed toward the east end. While the east end devolved into chaos as the crowd was caught between the two gangs, Fraser stood on a high platform near the west entrance and watched the people below him like a hawk. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a man wearing a windbreaker and a black felt hat. He was moving quickly, darting from cover to cover.
Ryan,
Fraser said.
There's a man in a black coat and a hat at 5 o'clock, heading east.
With Fraser's direction, Ryan found his target. Prescott had watched the men looking at him move to the east end. He had hung back, waiting until they had all moved and hoping to get lost in the chaos. He hadn't realized that Fraser had faked him out and used the rival gang's men to his advantage. Ryan slipped through the crowd, caught up to Prescott, and grabbed his shoulder. Prescott whirled around.
Ryan,
he exclaimed.
You won't be able to escape,
Ryan said. He snagged Prescott's collar and pushed him over the edge of the walkway. Prescott squirmed in protest.
If you let me go now, I'll give you 10 million, Prescott said. Besides, what do you think will happen if you catch me now? Do you really think you can deal with the heat from Hugh Styles? I think you stand a better chance with us than you do with Hugh, Ryan replied. I have to get on that ship and away from San Clemente, Prescott thought desperately.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't blame me for what happens, he said. He suddenly stopped struggling and pulled a dagger out of his pocket. Ryan saw the sunlight glint off the blade's edge, but he was too close to avoid it. Go to hell, Prescott said, as he tried to stab Ryan's abdomen. Fraser appeared suddenly on Prescott's other side. He grabbed the dagger with one hand and karate chopped Prescott's wrist with the other, breaking Prescott's grip. The dagger clattered to the ground. Prescott stepped back, so stunned that he didn't seize the brief opportunity to run.
I've seen a lot of fighters in San Clemente, he thought, and none are that fast or that accurate. Even Hugh, who is in peak fighting condition, couldn't do that.
He watched in a daze as Frazier stood up straight. Small drops of blood fell from Frazier's fingertips, but he didn't seem to notice.
Take him away,
he said. Prescott blinked and snapped out of his stupor.
Where are you taking me?
He asked.
Listen, I have money. I can pay you off. How does 10 million each sound? Cut the crap, Ryan said. All the money in the world isn't going to do you or us any good if Hugh's men find you. Now move.
As they stepped away, one of the tourists saw the bloody knife on the ground and screamed. Ryan grabbed Prescott's elbow firmly, and they started walking quickly. They had a limited time frame to blend into the crowd. The scream had attracted attention. People began to cluster in the area, gawking. Prescott was done struggling. He knew that Hugh's men would be there soon, so he kept moving with Frazier in front of him and Ryan beside him. Ryan called the Heaven Breakers, who were still on the east end, and told them to fall back. They were confused. They had the east end locked down, and they felt it would only be a matter of time until they found Prescott. Yet they did as he commanded. Once they reached the car, Ryan shoved Prescott into the rear and slid into the driver's seat. Frazier hopped into the passenger side, took out a first aid kit, and started dressing the wound on his hand.
Prescott,
he said.
We can get you somewhere safe and keep you alive. Did you really think you'd be safe aboard the boat?
Prescott remained silent.
Of course. I wouldn't be safe on the boat, he thought. Hugh's got informants everywhere. He might have even paid off the captain. But what other choice did I have? There's a slim chance I could have gotten out of town before Hugh found out. I thought that if I hid in my cabin, I might have had a chance of survival. And you think I'd be safer with you? He asked. It seems like you're just using me as a pawn to get at Hugh. This is jumping from the frying pan into the fire.
I disagree, Frazier responded. I'm helping you. If I hadn't gotten you out of the crowd just now, how long do you think it would have been until you were fish food at the bottom of the ocean? I can handle you.
You? Prescott scoffed. How are you going to handle him? Look, we haven't been formally introduced yet. But unless I miss my guess, you're Ryan's new boss, and also the Laplace family's good-for-nothing son-in-law. Pleased to meet you, Frazier.
Likewise, Prescott.
I've heard about you. I've heard you're a man who's mooched off his wife's family for the past 3 years. What makes you think you can take on Hugh? You're a little better than the dirt under his feet, Prescott questioned.
Ryan reached back from the driver's seat and slapped him.
Watch your words, he said.
Ryan, concentrate on driving, Frazier said coolly. Prescott, I know you don't believe me. In fact, you're welcome to get out of this car at any time. But you were lucky to get away from Hugh's goons once. How long until your luck runs out? Prescott looked out the window, silent.
I have no intention of getting out of this car, he thought. Strange as it sounds, I actually do feel safe in here. I got lucky booking a ticket on that boat. And then where would I have gone? Hugh would have torn the city apart looking for me, and he wouldn't have stopped there. Frazier had the skill to block my knife. Maybe he actually can keep me safe. Frazier, you're a good fighter, he said finally. But no one in San Clemente disobeys Hugh's styles and lives to tell about it. Even with Frankie's help, I don't think you stand a chance.
That's where you're wrong, Frazier replied.
I have no intention of fighting Hugh. Only a fool would meet him head on. I wouldn't put the Heaven Breakers at risk like that.
Then how are you going to beat him? You're not thinking of taking him on publicly, are you, in the corporate world? Do you know who he is? How many assets he controls? That's an even more hopeless situation. Haven't you figured it out yet? Ryan interjected. Why do you think we came to your rescue? Ryan, you're overestimating me, Prescott said. I don't know all the workings of Hugh's empire. Even Travis Carlson didn't know all about it.
Ryan was so shocked that he nearly let go of the steering wheel. Everyone in their line of work knew Travis Carlson's name. 3 years ago, he had been an unstoppable force in San Clemente. Every gang member assumed he would eventually become the big boss in the city. And then he just disappeared. Rumors ran rampant, but no one knew the truth of where he had gone or what had happened to him.
Travis was working for Hugh?
Ryan asked. Prescott shrugged. Like I said, you've got guts, but you can't take this on. Get me out of town, though, and I'll make it worth your while. I can pay you $50 million today. Think of it as payment for saving my life back on the docks. No, Fraser said. How much do you want? I can't afford much more. 100 million or 10,000. It makes no difference, Fraser replied. In the driver's seat, Ryan furrowed his brow in confusion. $50 million is an exorbitant price just to help someone disappear, he thought. And 100 million is yours. But what did Fraser mean by 10,000? The number meant something to Prescott. He turned to Fraser, shocked. Who are you? He asked. How did you know? No one else was in the room yesterday, he thought. It was just my assistant and me. But somebody else kept topping my bid by $10,000. There's only one explanation. Fraser must have been the investor. But that's impossible. How could this nobody have so much money? You figured it out, Fraser said, smiling. Yes, I was the one who outbid you for the Robster Corporation yesterday. Well, the 100 million that Hugh used to play with you yesterday is just a drop in the bucket for him, Prescott said defensively. He refused to believe that Fraser could possibly be that rich. Is it, though? Fraser asked. He laughed. You keep saying that I don't know what I'm up against. Do you? Why would Hugh want to kill you so badly? Was it because you took his money and ran? If it's such a small amount to him, why would he care so much about it? Prescott closed his eyes and remembered the night he had just had. He hadn't slept at all, and he had jumped at every little noise. He knew Hugh was looking for him. Hugh's men had snatched his assistant and taken the poor man in for questioning, and Prescott knew it was just a matter of time until they found him. He's right, Prescott thought. That is a large amount of money for anyone, even Hugh. But look at this guy. He gazed at Fraser, who seemed completely unconcerned about the whole affair. The way he's talking, he almost makes it seem like 100 million really is a small amount. Prescott's mind raced as he considered his options. In the end, he was left with only one good choice. Okay, he said to Fraser. I'll help you out. Excellent, Fraser said. He knew that in the city's crime world, a man's word was his bond. He could trust Prescott. Okay, said Prescott. Now that you've saved my life and I've accepted you as my boss, let's talk money. I'll transfer you the funds that I took from Hugh. 100 million. If you get me your bank account details, I'll have it wired immediately. There's no need, Fraser said with a wave of his hand. You keep that for yourself. Both Ryan and Prescott looked at him, shocked. 100 million is not a small amount, Prescott thought, stunned.
I offered it to him freely, and he's turning it down?
At that moment, Prescott realized just how wealthy Fraser really was. When Natalia called, Fraser and his associates were sitting in the conference room at Mendelsohn Industries, discussing strategies to deal with Hugh. Fraser stepped out of the room to answer. "Where are you?" she asked. He glanced at the time and realized how late it was getting. "I'm still at work." "Sheila has invited us out to dinner. If you want to go, meet me outside." Fraser was shocked. "She's inviting me along?" he thought. "That's a good sign. But she thinks I'm at Frandotech, and it's only 4 o'clock. I usually don't get off work this early." He popped back into the conference room to tell the men something had come up, and then he hurried out of the building. Half an hour later, he reached the Frandotech building. He saw Sheila's car parked in front of it, and Natalia was sitting in the front passenger seat with a sullen expression on her face. "Fraser, why didn't you come down right away?" she scolded. "We're going to be late for our reservation." "Sorry," he apologized hastily. "There were a few things I had to finish up." Natalia clenched her jaw and looked out the car window. "The one day I get off work early and make plans with Sheila," she thought, "and he has to go mess it up. He's half an hour late." "What did you have to finish up?" Sheila asked angrily. "You're a security guard. Did you have to follow a very slow person to make sure they got to where they were going safely? It's like you don't even care about your wife." "It's not like security guards do a whole lot anyway," she thought. "Mostly they just stare out the window and watch cars go by, and occasionally they deal with a belligerent client. If I'd known he would be this much trouble, I wouldn't have invited him along." Fraser felt helpless as he got into the car. "I keep messing up when it comes to Natalia," he thought. "That's enough," Natalia said. "Let's not talk about this anymore. We don't want to ruin our meal." 40 minutes later, Sheila pulled up in front of one of San Clemente's most exclusive restaurants. "Come on," she said. "I've heard this place is amazing. We'll take a group picture later to prove we were here." The street outside the restaurant was full of people taking pictures of the facade. Inside, the restaurant was even more crowded. Sheila looked around at the full tables. "Natalia, we won't lose our seats, will we?" she said worriedly. "Don't worry," Natalia replied. "We still have 5 minutes to make our reservation." Sheila sighed with relief. She had chosen the restaurant, but Natalia had initially offered her the invitation as a thank you for letting them stay at her house. "It's only right that we take her out for a nice dinner," Natalia thought. Natalia pulled out her phone and checked the online reservation. "They've saved table 47 for us," she said. "Let's find it." They walked along the corridor. When they found the correct table, however, they realized that it was already occupied by a highly styled woman of intermediate age. "Ma'am," Natalia said. "Oh, I'm sorry, but we've reserved this table." The woman glanced up at Natalia and raised one eyebrow. She felt a flash of jealousy within. "Look at that woman," she thought. "I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on my appearance, and it took me 3 hours to do my hair and makeup today, and she's still prettier than I am." "You think this is your table?" the woman asked spitefully. "I don't see your name written on it. Go away and let me eat in peace, tramp." Natalia flushed. This was their table, but she didn't want to cause a scene. Sheila had no such scruples. "Who are you calling a tramp?" she asked. "Look at you. You've got so much Botox in your face, it's a wonder you can even close your mouth to chew your meal." Some of the nearby patrons, who were pretending not to eavesdrop, chuckled. The woman stood up. "You!" She pulled her arm back to slap Natalia. Natalia saw the hand coming and flinched. When the expected strike did not land, she opened her eyes and saw a strong hand holding the woman's arm. "Who said you could touch me?" the woman asked Fraser angrily. She pulled her hand. Let me go! Fraser let go just as the woman yanked her hand back. She stumbled backward and fell heavily to the floor, bursting into tears. The guests at several nearby tables gasped. The woman covered her face, humiliated. They're all laughing at me, she thought. Humiliation turned to anger as she tried to pick herself up off the floor. Just wait, you three, she exclaimed. You're all going to pay for this. The manager came rushing through the crowd. When he saw the woman struggling to stand up, his face paled and he hurried to assist her. My apologies, Mrs. Becker, he said. Here, let me help you up. You came at just the right time, she said. It's the fault of these three here. First, they wanted me to give up my table, and when I refused, they pushed me down. You'd better make this right, or you're not getting any more of my business, ever. Anything to make you happy, Miss Becker. He turned to glare at Natalia, Sheila, and Fraser. Apologize immediately, he demanded, and then we'll figure out what to do with you three. You've got it wrong, sir, Sheila said indignantly. She was the one that took our table, and when we politely asked her to move, she swore at us. And Fraser didn't push her. She tried to slap Natalia, and then she fell down. Quiet, the manager said anxiously. Don't you know who this is? You've picked a fight with Sophie Becker, the CEO of Princess Sophie Cosmetics. The nearby crowd exploded with whispers and speculation. That's Sophie Becker? Someone asked. I've used her products for years. I can't believe we're at the same restaurant as her, someone else gushed. My husband got me their exclusive set as an anniversary gift. It's worth several $1,000s. Why doesn't that young man apologize to her like they asked him to? Doesn't he have any manners at all? Natalia and Sheila were dumbfounded. What seemed like such a small matter had escalated quickly. Apologize at once, the manager repeated, or I'm calling the police. Why? Sheila asked. She was in no mood to give in to the entitled woman. She's just the CEO of a corporation. What's the big deal? Natalia's also a CEO. Natalia looked around, embarrassed. Princess Sophie Cosmetics is a much larger company than Frando Tech, she thought. I have a pile of their makeup at home myself. Why are you being such an idiot? The manager hissed. You're just making the situation worse. Mrs. Becker is married to Malcolm Becker. A fresh wave of whispering ran through the restaurant. Have you heard of Malcolm Becker? Someone whispered. He was a Three Eyes lieutenant. Not only that, someone commented, but they said he was one of the strongest members. There was some internal dispute involving a broken arm, and the Three Eyes abandoned him. What a pity. He could have been a big boss one day. If Sophie Becker's name had caught everyone's attention, Malcolm Becker's name kept it. Despite Malcolm's broken arm, his name still meant prestige and strength within the city. Sheila was terrified when she heard Malcolm's name. She tugged on Natalia's arm. Natalia, what do we do? She whispered. I think we're in trouble now. We'd better just apologize. Natalia was anxious as well, but she was also conflicted. We've offended two big names without trying, she thought. And it seemed like such a simple matter. If this escalates any further, we might be in danger. On the other hand, why should we apologize? We're in the right here. No, she said to Sheila. She squared her shoulders. Mrs. Becker is the one at fault. If anything, she should apologize to us. She stared Sophie in the eye, refusing to give in. Are you crazy? Sheila whispered. Still meeting Natalia's eyes, Sophie raised her hands and began to slow clap. Good, she said mockingly. Very good. It appears that you're challenging both my company and my husband today. I don't care what that woman says, she thought. Even if she apologizes, she's not getting out of this that easily. Not when she's that pretty. She has to pay. Mrs. Becca, I'm not challenging you, Natalia said evenly. But this seat was ours to begin with. You sat here and took it without permission. Basically, you stole it from us. A fresh wave of whispering started among the restaurant's patrons. This woman had just accused Sophie Becker of being a thief. Sheila stared at her friend, dumbstruck. Where is she getting this courage? She wondered. How can she dare say these things to a powerful woman with such an influential husband? So you don't want to apologize? Sophie grabbed a gravy boat off the table and poured its contents onto the floor. You don't need to apologize. If you three lick all of this food off the floor, then you can go, and we'll put this incident behind us. The restaurant was completely silent as patrons waited to see what would happen next. Even if we were at fault, Natalia thought, this has gone completely overboard. Do you think you're being reasonable here? She asked. Reasonable? Sophie sneered. We passed reasonable a long time ago. Hurry up, I'm getting impatient. Or do you want me to call my husband to come down and see what he has to say about the situation? That was not a threat to be taken lightly. Everyone knew gangsters dealt with situations the old-fashioned way, by eliminating problems. Natalia felt her resolve waver. I could be in real trouble here, she thought. It seems the only way to put an end to this is lick this gravy off the floor. How else can we get out of here? She felt like she was going to cry. Sheila was also on the verge of tears. She turned to Fraser. This is your fault, she scolded him. Everything that's happened is because of you. If you hadn't pushed Mrs. Becker around, none of this would have happened. Why don't you eat the food off the ground? Because Fraser had remained silent, Natalia had forgotten he was there. She sighed. Oh, he just stood there, she thought, and let things get worse and worse. Why don't you call your husband? He asked Sophie suddenly. I want to talk to him. Everyone in the restaurant looked at him in surprise. Was this unassuming little man really going to take on a fourth gang member? Natalia glared at him. I didn't want or need his help, she thought. And here he is, pouring oil on the fire. Fraser, she said, this is none of your business. Shut up and go home. Very quickly, the speculation began swirling again.
Fraser?
One of the patrons asked.
If this is Fraser, then that makes her Natalia.
I wondered why he was acting so cowardly, someone said. It makes sense now.
I've heard about the Laplace's infamous no-good son-in-law. How could he come out and embarrass himself like this?
It's such a pity. His wife is so beautiful. She could do so much better.
Natalia and Sheila turned away, embarrassed to find themselves the object of such gossip. When Sophie heard somebody bring up Natalia's beauty, she became even angrier.
So, you're the famous Natalia Laplace, she said with cold fury. I've heard of you. You're the head of Frandotech. I promise a fair competition then. Your husband wants to talk to my husband, man to man. Fine. They solve this between themselves, and the winner takes both Frandotech and Princess Sophie.
Everyone in the restaurant was shocked. Sophie had called it a fair competition, but it was barely a competition at all. Princess Sophie Cosmetics was a huge, established cosmetics company. Frandotech was much smaller and newer, and the men competing for them were a former gangster and a house husband.
Mrs. Becker, Natalia said, let's not be hasty. We can sit down and talk this out. There's no reason to get our companies involved.
Even if Frandotech were more powerful than Princess Sophie, there's no way I could agree to this, she thought. Whoever loses is going to lose big time. You don't accept my challenge? Sophie asked. Then here, eat all this instead. She grabbed a bowl of soup and a plate of breadsticks and upended both onto the floor as well, making an even larger mess. Natalia sighed again. Oh, I have no choice but to give in, she thought. This has gone too far, and it's just my pride that will suffer. As she was about to her knees, Fraser stepped forward. I accept your challenge, he said. Natalia turned to him, furious. She raised her hand and slapped his cheek. What do you think you're doing? She hissed. You say that like it's no big deal. What do you propose you and Malcolm talk about? And what if you lose? Have you thought about that? If you feel like playing hero, don't drag me down with you. I've never been so humiliated or in such dire straits, she thought. There's no hope of a good outcome here. This is just like when Prescott was toying with me, and it's going to end even worse. She doesn't believe in me, Fraser thought. But there's no way I'm letting her eat what's on the floor. I'm sorry, he said. But you can trust me on this. Everything will turn out fine. How can I trust you? Natalia asked with tears in her eyes. My friend Brett is very powerful, and I've heard about Malcolm. He's a good person. He'll be reasonable. Why is he even saying these things? Natalia thought. Instead of cheering her up, Fraser's words made her feel worse. I don't care how powerful Brett is. He can't go against Princess Sophie. And no matter how good a person Malcolm is, we still have to deal with his wife. Trust me, Fraser said again, giving his wife a determined look. Natalia wiped her tears. I don't trust him, she thought. But what's done is done, and we can't back out now. She took a deep breath. Okay, she said, turning to Sophie. I accept your challenge. Oh, how sweet, Sophie said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Look how deep your relationship is. I think I'm going to cry. She grinned maliciously. I can't believe you actually fell for what he told you, she said, cackling like a villain in a fairy tale. I'm not afraid of you, Natalia replied. Sophie glared at her. I'm going to trample her dignity so hard, she thought. She doesn't think she's afraid of me, but she should be. The atmosphere in the dining room had become tense. In some ways, it was reminiscent of the anticipation on New Year's Eve, when the countdown until midnight brought a new chapter of unexpected things. A waiter offered Natalia some seats. As they sat down, Natalia grasped Sheila's hand for support. I was too impulsive, Natalia realized. Although she had called Brett to let him know what had happened, she had no idea what to do next. Fraser had been in the bathroom for a while, and she didn't have anyone else to help her. People around the room began scoffing at Natalia. When are you going to wake up and realize your husband is useless? Look how long he's been hiding in the bathroom, Sheila whispered. Maybe you should go home. I'll treat you to this meal another day, Natalia offered. What kind of person do you take me for? Sheila asked with a smile. This restaurant was worth the wait. Don't fight me over it. Sophie burst into laughter. You two are so optimistic. I hope you still feel that way after you wipe the floor for me, she said. Miss Laplace, do you know how little I respect you? I called 8 different companies, including Balance Enterprise, Foxtrot Technology, and Lightning Electronics, and they all expressed deep concern for your reputation and sincerity in business deals. Where's your husband? Natalia asked, trying to change the subject. Malcolm? Oh, he'll be here when he's good and ready. He'd never run away and hide like yours, Sophie replied sarcastically. Really? How pathetic can someone be? I can't believe your husband is still hiding in the bathroom. Several onlookers muttered agreements and laughed. However, everyone fell silent as the doors burst open. A burly man stepped through. Although he was missing an arm, no one could mistake him for being weak. He had an imposing presence that made everyone take a step back. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a long, narrow scar across one eye. Several people gasped in shock. He looked around the room, noticing that over a dozen people were standing by the door. He waved his hand around the room as he said, "Dear, I didn't realize this place was so lively. No wonder you always mentioned wanting to eat here." As the crowd looked between him and Sophie, they realized he must be her husband, Malcolm. One of the patrons, a man in a plaid shirt, laughed and said, "That good-for-nothing Fraser pissed his pants when he heard you were coming. He's been hiding in the bathroom ever since." A few people smiled, but before anyone else could laugh, Malcolm stepped forward and swung his fist. The man in plaid crumpled without another word. Everyone stared in shock. Natalia gripped Sheila's arm tightly out of fright. Malcolm is even more unreasonable than Sophie, she realized. "You talk too much," Malcolm said, as he sneered at the unconscious man on the floor. He looked up at the people standing around. "Get him out of here," he instructed. Several people rushed forward and grabbed the man off the floor. They were eager to leave the room. Watching the drama play out wasn't worth facing Malcolm's wrath. Just as they left, Fraser entered the room. "What did I miss?" he asked. After using the bathroom, he made a few calls until he finally persuaded Prescott to help him. Natalia wanted to warn Fraser to run away, but words failed her when she opened her mouth to speak. The pressure made her freeze. Sophie faced Malcolm. "Honey, this is the man that said you were very reasonable. He wanted to talk to you," she explained. "Oh?" Malcolm said, squinting at Fraser as if trying to remember him. "What does he want to talk to me about?" Before Sophie could respond, Fraser stepped forward. "Take your wife and your men and leave. I won't pursue this matter any further." The crowd was shocked once again. They wondered if Fraser had his head on straight. He was clearly outnumbered. Malcolm snorted. "Do you have a death wish?" he asked. He stepped forward menacingly, only to be interrupted by his phone ringing. "Who is this?" he snapped as he answered it, annoyed at the interruption. "It's Ryan. Don't worry about the guy at the restaurant. Just come here." "Who's trying to bargain with me now?" Malcolm grumbled as he hung up. Before he could slide his phone back into his pocket, his phone rang again. "Who is it?" he asked again. "It's Frankie. You can't afford to offend the people at Mayday. Leave the restaurant and come to Lucky's Pub." "You're no better than Ryan, trying to order me around," Malcolm complained before hanging up. When his phone rang a third time, he had to resist the urge to throw it across the room. "What?" he snapped. "This is Prescott. I work for Hugh. If you want revenge for losing your arm, you should come and meet me at Lucky's Pub." Prescott hung up before Malcolm could respond. Malcolm's fingers trembled at the offer. Hugh was the one who had hurt Malcolm's arm, and it was one of his men who had almost blinded him. But unable to get revenge, Malcolm had been biding his time and building his strength until an opportunity arose for revenge. Now, 3 different people were telling him to leave the restaurant and go to Lucky's Pub. For the first time, he considered going. Something important must be going on there, he thought. He looked around the room and decided no one there was worth his time. He turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Sophie cried out. I have something more important to do. You can handle this, he replied, as his men followed him. Natalia let out a relieved sigh. The remaining bystanders looked at each other in confusion. They were wondering how Fraser had gotten away with speaking so recklessly to Malcolm's face. Instead of panicking, Sophie rolled her eyes in irritation. Although she would have preferred to see Fraser and Natalia humiliated, destroying a company was more important. Right on cue, Sophie's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and smiled. "Natalia, don't you think you should check in on your company right now?" she asked. Natalia gave her a quizzical expression. "What's going on?" she wondered. Fraser interrupted her train of thought as he said, "Sophie, don't you think you should answer your phone?" "Don't tell me you're getting lazy." "I wouldn't talk trash if I were you," Sophie said. "If you want to humiliate your wife, that's fine by me." Expecting good news, she called her assistant back, placing her phone on speaker. Natalia's stomach popped, afraid of whatever news had made Sophie so confident. "Ma'am, we're in trouble. We lost our key investment," her assistant exclaimed. "What happened?" Sophie shrieked, nearly dropping her phone. Their key investment was the cap for 8 companies, all of which would be destroyed if it was lost. "I can't explain over the phone. You should come back," her assistant replied, sounding like she was on the brink of tears. Sophie had been full of confidence that they would be able to destroy Frandotech and the Robster Corporation if they invested enough money. In her determination, she had invested far more than she had originally planned. Now she might lose everything. She shot one last glare at Natalia before storming out. Natalia and the crowd watched her go in puzzlement and surprise, as several well-timed phone calls had made both her and her husband leave. The people in the restaurant were at a loss for what to do. In a short period of time, a menacing gangster and a powerful businesswoman had caused a scene and promptly stormed out. It felt like a scene out of a television show. Natalia shook her head as if to wake herself from a dream. What just happened?" she asked. Although the question was meant to be rhetorical, Sheila answered. "Malcolm and Sophie threatened us and bolted after getting some interesting phone calls." Sheila knew better than to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Let's go," she said to Natalia, "just in case that crazy woman comes back." Content not to waste any more time, Fraser and Natalia dashed out of the restaurant. When Dorothy got home, Natalia had just finished getting ready for bed. Dorothy lightly knocked on her daughter's door. "Are you asleep?" she asked. "Not yet," Natalia replied. A second later, Fraser opened the bedroom door. Dorothy automatically glared at her son-in-law. Although Natalia and Fraser had been married for several years, Dorothy didn't like that they slept together under the same roof as her. Despite her urge to verbally remind him about how useless she thought he was, she had more important things to focus on. She brushed past him and sat on the bed next to Natalia. "Can you do me a favor?" she asked gently. Natalia sat up. It had been so long since her mother had spoken to her in a kind voice. She was curious. "Sure, Mom. What do you need?" Dorothy smiled. "I knew I could count on you," she said. "Your Aunt Mellie called and said she and her husband want to come for a visit. Can you pick 'em up tomorrow?" Natalia sighed and rubbed her face. "Oh, I'm so busy at work. I'm not sure I have the time." "But I already promised her that you would pick them up," Dorothy admitted. "Why would you do that?" Natalia asked, frowning. "Is there something I should know?" Dorothy fell silent for a moment before explaining that she had promised Mellie that Natalia would personally attend to her because she wanted to rub Natalia's position as CEO in Mellie's face. She hadn't expected Melly to immediately book a ticket in an attempt to prove she was lying. Dorothy had overplayed her hand. Although Natalia's promotion at work was real, their current living conditions didn't reflect such a prestigious position yet. Melly would be sure to point that out to them at every chance. Natalia groaned after hearing her mother's confession. "Oh, Mom, why would you do that?" she asked. Implying that Natalia owned a company was stretching the truth. She was a CEO, but she still worked under Brett. She was already combating rumors at work that she had only gotten the position because of him. She was constantly trying to go above and beyond to prove she had earned her place fairly. Her mother had just added more to her plate by promising her time to someone else. Too bad Emily won't leave until she feels like she's one-upped my mom in some way, she thought.
Come on,
Dorothy pleaded.
Technically, I didn't lie. I just wanted to show her how nicely we were doing after how horrible she was to us at the New Year's Eve party.
I guess I'll just stay late after work, Natalia thought while sighing.
Fine, I'll do it,
she said. Dorothy smiled at her, not registering Natalia's worn-out expression.
Why don't I just pick her up?
Fraser suggested.
You? Don't be ridiculous. If anything, it's better if you don't show your face at all while she's here,
Dorothy protested loudly.
Besides, you already have a job to do tomorrow. You don't want to bail on your friend,
Natalia added. Brett doesn't have anything arranged for tomorrow, so I can take his car to pick up Aunt Melly and her husband, he answered. His wife and mother-in-law didn't know he was the car's true owner. Dorothy's face lit up as she inquired what kind of car it was. Her jaw dropped at his answer.
Isn't that worth almost a fortune? She asked.
He nodded in response. She clapped her hands together and smiled.
Oh, I've heard enough. That'll be more than enough to put Melly in her place.
As far as Fraser could remember, it was the first time he and his mother-in-law had agreed about anything. Nonetheless, Natalia didn't think using a company car for family drama was appropriate. He noticed her worry and rubbed her arm comfortingly. "Don't worry. Brett won't mind," he assured her. Dorothy, however, was less concerned about their jobs and was more worried about making sure he didn't embarrass her in front of Melly. She demanded that he join her in the living room so she could break down in detail what he should say and do the following day. He listened patiently as if preparing for a job interview. The following morning, Natalia left for work on time, while Dorothy stood in the kitchen with Fraser.
You remember everything I told you last night, right?
She asked him. He nodded. "Don't worry. I can handle this," he replied. She nodded and left the kitchen. When he finished the dishes from breakfast, he tidied the house before driving to the bus station to pick up Melly and her husband. He parked in the parking lot and lingered in the lobby of the bus station while he waited for them to arrive. When they approached, he reached to help with their bags. "Hello, how was the trip?" he asked as they stood for him. Melly gave him a look of disdain.
I thought Natalia was picking us up. Where is she?
She asked. Her husband, Cyrus, frowned.
It looks like Dorothy was over-promising and under-delivering, like always. She sent you here to try and get us to go home, didn't she? He asked.
Fraser had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. I'll explain on the way. How about we get in the car? He said. Cyrus and Melly both scoffed.
Are you still driving that piece of junk hand-me-down from Hostess?
She asked. Fraser pretended not to notice her tone. I was going to bring that car today, but Natalia insisted we bring the new car since it has more space, he replied.
New car?
Melly thought.
New to them, maybe. It's probably just another used junker.
Melly waved her hand dismissively.
Don't bother. We'll just take a taxi to the mall and walk around for a bit before booking a ticket back, she said.
As far as she was concerned, she had already been let down twice in 5 minutes. She wasn't interested in visiting Dorothy and Natalia any longer. "Are you sure?" Fraser asked. Cyrus and Melly both nodded before pulling out their cell phones to call a taxi. "Okay." Fraser shrugged and began walking back to the parking lot. Melly watched him, feeling unimpressed. "He didn't even bother trying to convince us to stay," she thought. But her train of thought was derailed as she saw him unlock a luxury vehicle. "When did they start being able to afford a car like that?" she wondered. "Wait!" she shouted. She rushed over and stood in the way of the car so he couldn't drive away. "What do you want?" he asked. "Don't use that tone with me," she snapped impulsively. Then, she saw a car sitting in front of her. She plastered on a fake smile. "I thought you were supposed to come us," she added. He looked at her with an expectant expression. Eventually, she would get around to saying what she wanted. "Is this really your new car?" she asked, as Cyrus approached them. He nodded. Cyrus began excitedly listing off the unique specifications of the luxury vehicle, which annoyed Melly. Her face twisted into an expression that made it look like she had bitten a lemon. "You don't know how to appreciate a car like this," she said to Fraser. "You should let me try it." Remembering Dorothy's specific instructions to cater to his sister, he got out of the car. "This car has different handling than most cars," he warned her. "Maybe you should let me drive. You can sit in the passenger seat," he offered. She scoffed and ignored him. Not wanting to be blamed for not giving her what she wanted, he passed her the keys. Cyrus hopped into the passenger seat, excited to take the car for a joyride. She gently ran her hands across the steering wheel leather, savoring the rare opportunity to be behind such a luxurious vehicle. Despite Fraser's warning, she started the car and slowly drove around the parking lot. He sighed and settled on a bench in front of the bus station. While he sat scrolling through his phone, he expected them to take a turn around the block and come back. Half an hour later, they still hadn't returned. Did they really ditch me here? He wondered with disbelief. Just as he was about to call a taxi, he received a call from an unknown number.
"Is this Mr. Macklemore?" a man asked.
"Yes," he replied.
"Could you please come to Main Street? Your car went over the median."
"I'll be right there." He hung up and called a taxi. I knew I shouldn't have let her drive, he thought. 20 minutes later, Fraser arrived at Main Street. He saw the car had a few scratches on the front bumper, but otherwise nothing and no one else seemed to be harmed. Cyrus and Melly were standing stiffly next to the car, their faces pale. "Hello, I'm Fraser Macklemore," he said as he approached the police officer.
"You got lucky. Nothing was damaged besides some grass, so you don't have to worry about paying for the destruction of public property. It's up to you to file a report for your insurance," the officer informed him.
Fraser sighed. He couldn't file a claim for a car without revealing to the family that the car was actually his. "I'm not going to file a report. Thank you, though," he replied. The officer nodded.
"All right. Just be more careful about whom you lend your car to in the future."
The officer got back in his car and drove away. "How much will it cost to repair?" Melly asked. "Are you offering to pay for the damage you caused?" Fraser asked. She scoffed. "Absolutely not. It's your car. Whatever happens to it is your responsibility," she said. "So, you're just going to pretend like you wouldn't have thrown me under the bus if I didn't let you drive?" he thought. Frustration filled him. He didn't want to upset Natalia's family members, but their reckless driving irritated him. This time it had been a curb. The next time it would be a person. He wouldn't put it past them to commit a hit and run. "You ditched me at the bus station. I wasn't even there for the accident," he replied. "You were the one who let me drive the car to begin with. You can't blame me now that something has happened," she said with conviction.
Besides, Natalia is a CEO now. Are you really saying she can't afford to fix some scratches? She added.
He pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath in frustration. He knew it was a waste of energy, oxygen, and time to argue with such an unreasonable person.
All right. I still have some errands to run, so I'll call a taxi for you. I'll meet you at the house, he said.
He was tired of dealing with them. Once they were in the taxi, he went to find Ryan to discuss his cooperation with Frankie. When Fraser returned home that afternoon, he was surprised to find only Dorothy home, watching the television in the living room.
"Where is Aunt Mellie?" he asked.
"Gone,"
she replied without looking at him. He looked at her in confusion.
"Gone? But I called them a taxi," he thought with bewilderment.
She muted the television and stood up.
"What is wrong with you? All you had to do was pick them up. I gave you very specific instructions. Why can't you complete just a simple task?"
Her voice grew louder with each complaint.
"I don't understand. What's going on?" he asked.
"You don't understand?"
she snapped before scoffing.
"You didn't show up, so they went home. I know they can be a bit frustrating, but they're still family. I can't believe you left them waiting at the station for 2 hours."
Aunt Mellie went home to ensure she wouldn't have to pay for the car accident. She lied about me not showing up because she knew they wouldn't believe me, he realized.
Fraser swallowed back his anger and apologized.
"Whatever,"
Dorothy snapped. Despite her attitude, deep down she was relieved that Mellie hadn't come. She wouldn't have been able to bear her snooty attitude for the entire visit. At that moment, Natalia came home from work. She found her mother and husband in the living room with frustrated expressions, and she looked at them in confusion.
"What's going on? Where's Aunt Mellie?" she asked.
"Ask your husband,"
Dorothy replied, crossing her arms.
"Fraser, what's going on?" Natalia asked. "What did you do?"
Dorothy cut him off.
"He was off who knows where and was 2 hours late. They didn't even make it to the house before deciding to go back home. What will everyone else in the family think of us?"
Natalia looked at him in disbelieving anger as her mother continued.
"Then, when he finally came home, he had the audacity to ask where they were, as if he didn't know. He really thought he could weasel his way out of taking responsibility."
"I can't believe I thought he was being considerate yesterday when he offered to pick them up. He ended up ditching them as soon as it inconvenienced him," Natalia thought angrily. "I can't believe I trusted you. I should have known better," she yelled.
After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to remain silent.
"You don't have anything you want to say to me?"
she asked, tears welling up in her eyes.
"I'm sorry," he said quietly before sitting down on the couch.
She knew her aunt was unpleasant. They had likely done something that caused him to ditch them at the bus station. Regardless of what they had done, she was angry at his dishonesty.
"He could at least just say he doesn't like Aunt Mellie so we could put this matter to rest," she thought.
"He's become more disappointing by the day. Why don't you just divorce him?"
Dorothy asked Natalia, as if Fraser wasn't sitting in the same room.
"You could set up a date with that friend who's coming back from abroad,"
she mused out loud.
"Mom, let's talk about this later. I'm too tired. I'm going to bed," Natalia said.
She stormed out of the room, slamming her bedroom door behind her.
"Even a dog is more useful than you,"
Dorothy muttered to Fraser before leaving the living room. Over the next few days, Fraser received the cold shoulder at home. It was exhausting to receive such a hateful attitude constantly. Brett asked what was happening when he showed up to work with bags under his eyes. Trusting his friend, Fraser told him the story from beginning to end. To Fraser's annoyance, Brett boomed with laughter. When Brett noticed how angry Fraser was becoming, he took a deep breath and shook his head to calm down.
Sorry. It's just that your situation seems borderline unbelievable. Let's just get down to business.
Fraser was still frowning, but seemed receptive to changing the subject.
After everything we did the other day, I'm trying to figure out why Hugh hasn't made any moves,
Brett said. Things won't be quiet for long. Just be patient, Fraser replied. There was no way Hugh would take such a huge loss in cash and talent without retaliating. Hugh was likely getting his ducks in a row to ensure his next step made an impact. Fraser didn't doubt that Hugh was keeping a close eye on their every move during this time. Ryan knocked on the door before stepping into the office.
I just got word from Prescott. He said Hugh set up an underground fighting ring. Besides the cash prize, the winner also gets a chance to have a meal with him.
Brett sat up straight.
Are you sure this news comes from a reliable source? You know how Prescott is.
Prescott was the kind of man who worked for the bidder. He only worked for them because they provided the most benefits and safety. If someone else could afford more, he would sell them out in a heartbeat.
Prescott said that it cost him a pretty penny to get this information. It should be true, but we really have no way of knowing whether it's a trap,
Ryan replied. Fraser doubted the winner would actually get to meet Hugh. Being considered even an acquaintance with him would earn the winner considerable street cred. Would he really consider showing his real face? He wondered.
Prescott said this is an excellent opportunity. But it's your decision,
Ryan said.
There's nothing to think about. This is clearly a trap set up by Hugh. You can't go,
Brett protested. They both stared at him, awaiting his decision. I'm going to go, Fraser said, after a long pause. He already had a plan for how he would deal with Hugh. Although Ryan had been encouraging Fraser to go, his shocked expression matched Brett's. It seemed like a dangerous decision.
Are you sure? Hugh's people will be all over the area. We'll basically be throwing away our lives,
Brett said. Ryan agreed with Brett, but knew it wasn't his place to say anything. Have you two forgotten about the feud between Malcolm and Hugh? Fraser asked.
You can't be serious,
Brett said. I won't go in the ring this time. Slip some information to Malcolm. He won't pass up an opportunity like this, Fraser said. Malcolm was certainly strong enough to become the champion. The loss of his arm had motivated him to train in ways that made his moves difficult to predict for opponents. He never let his defenses down, and was often at least one step ahead.
But Hugh cut off Malcolm's arm. Isn't it too ostentatious if he shows up?
Hugh will go back on his word, Brett said. No, he won't, Fraser said. The blank expression in front of him proved he needed to explain his reasoning. They already know each other, so he doesn't need to break his promise. Besides, Hugh has an ego. He's defeated Malcolm before, so he won't take him seriously. Malcolm was one of the few people who could actually recognize Hugh. Now that Brett and Ryan understood, they looked impressed. We can't move until Hugh is taken down, Fraser said. The trio began hashing out the details of their plan, determined to ensure things would go as smoothly as possible. When Fraser left work for the day, he began walking down the street to a nearby shopping center. On the way, he spotted a man and a woman arguing in the plaza, causing other shoppers to stop and watch. He realized it was Sheila and her boyfriend, Billy.
Let go of me,
Sheila shrieked. She tried again to unsuccessfully yank her arm out of Billy's grasp.
Why are you so angry? I told you she's just a friend. If anything, Mindy is like a sister to me. There's nothing going on between us,
he yelled back. A few passers-by lingered to watch, unsure whether they should intervene. One woman rolled her eyes at Billy's excuse. Sheila's face felt hot and turned red from embarrassment and annoyance. She wished the earth would open up and swallow her whole. The previous day, they had made plans to go shopping together the next afternoon. However, Billy said he couldn't make it at the last minute because something important had come up. Although disappointed, she understood and decided to go shopping alone. She hadn't expected to find her boyfriend cozying up to another woman in a lingerie store. When she had stormed in to confront him, he had encouraged the other woman, Mindy, to leave and stay out of the drama.
Just like a true gentleman,
Sheila thought bitterly as she glared at the pair.
If only he could be so considerate to me. Sister, what kind of person wears matching outfits and buys underwear with their sister? Do you think I'm stupid?
She snapped.
Stop causing a scene. Let's talk about this at home, he replied.
She swung her arm as she tried to twist out of his grip again. In the process, her bag smacked him across the face. Enraged, he raised his hand to slap her back. However, he wasn't able to make contact as Fraser stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Billy recognized Fraser with surprise. He and Sheila had dinner with Fraser and Natalia on several occasions. He knew the kinds of things most people said about Fraser.
What does a piece of trash like you want?
Billy snapped as he tried to pull out of the other man's grip. Fraser snorted.
If you're hitting a woman, then you might be a bigger piece of trash than I am.
He yanked on Billy's arm, forcing him to take several steps back and release Sheila. Sheila was staring at Fraser with surprise. She had a low opinion of him, thinking he mooched off his wife, but she had never seen him confront anyone.
Why is he standing up for me? She wondered.
Billy was steaming with anger at being called out by Fraser.
Take a good look, everybody. It's the loser, also known as Natalia Laplace's husband,
Billy yelled out at the crowd. He hoped embarrassing Fraser would get him to let go. Several people started filming on their phones. Everyone looked between the trio in confusion, and those just joining the crowd didn't know whom to blame for the conflict. Billy faced Fraser again, satisfied that he had had enough of the people's attention. Unfortunately for Billy, Fraser received constant disrespect at home. The opinions of a random wife-beater or a crowd of strangers didn't concern him.
Aren't you going to apologize?
Billy asked with a smug expression. Sheila stepped forward.
You're the one who should be apologizing. What really happened between you and Mindy?
Billy laughed.
You're always making stuff up and jumping to conclusions, he said.
She stared at him in shock. She felt like she was going crazy.
How can he deny it when I saw them together with my own two eyes? She thought.
Maybe you're just lying about me because you feel guilty, he said. I saw you come out of a hotel with him the other day. It's clear you're messing around with your best friend's husband behind her back.
Stop trying to turn this around, she yelled.
Several people in the crowd looked at her with disapproval. Billy fed off their attention.
Look at their audacity. They're in public together, he shouted. But don't feel too bad for Natalia. She already slept with Brett Andrews to become CEO.
He puffed his chest out proudly as the crowd grew. He felt like he had successfully removed the blame from himself. Sheila looked around in horror. She was innocent, but her cheating boyfriend made her look like the wrong woman in front of the public.
Are you done talking?
Fraser asked, twisting Billy's hand to bend his wrist backward. He had originally only planned on intervening long enough to ensure Sheila wasn't hurt, but he couldn't let Billy get away with slandering his wife. Billy winced from the pain, but still refused to let go of his bravado.
It's not like he can really do anything to me in front of all these people, he thought. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Billy said.
The person whose wife you just insulted,
Fraser said, grabbing a fistful of Billy's hair. Billy looked at him with a shocked expression.
Apologize,
Fraser snapped, yanking his head back.
For what?
Billy yelped.
As much as he wanted to fight back, the amount of pressure Frazier was applying to his wrist made it feel like it was about to break.
"You're going to break my arm,"
he complained. Frazier ignored him.
"Apologize,"
he insisted.
I'm sorry,
Billy cried out.
"For?"
Frazier prompted him.
"For causing a scene, for lying about you and Sheila, for cheating on Sheila,"
Billy said loud enough for the onlookers to hear. Frazier sneered at him.
"And?"
Billy looked at him with confusion before realizing he wanted him to apologize for what he said about Natalia. Frazier didn't care about his own reputation, just Natalia's.
"For what I said about your wife, Natalia,"
Billy continued. He turned to face the nearest person recording on their phone.
"Natalia, I'm sorry for what I said about you,"
he repeated. Finally, Frazier let go of Billy. Billy's wrist was swollen and red from being twisted. Feeling embarrassed, he scurried away and swore to himself that he would get back at Frazier in the future. Sheila felt relieved as the crowd began dispersing. She didn't know if any of them would bother posting their recordings, but for the time being, she didn't want any more witnesses. For the first time, Frazier had impressed her with how he hadn't been afraid of confrontation and stood up for his loved ones. It reminded her of the day that she and Natalia had been rescued by the masked hero. However, twisting someone's arm wasn't the same as the feats done by the mystery man.
Regardless, maybe he isn't as useless as everyone thinks,
she thought.
After dropping Sheila off, Frazier went home. Natalia was waiting for him. She dragged him into their bedroom before he had even had a chance to take off his coat, much to Houstus and Dorothy's surprise. No matter how bad their relationship had been in the past, they had always made up. But this time, Frazier and Natalia seemed to have reached a new abyss.
"Will Natalia finally ask him for a divorce?"
asked Dorothy to herself excitedly. She dug out her cell phone and messaged a man she knew who was in love with her daughter, telling him that the object of his desire may soon be single again. He smiled as he sent her a very favorable response. Natalia locked the bedroom door behind them.
"Honey, why are you looking at me like that?"
"Did I do something wrong?" Frazier asked in a small voice. He knew he was still in trouble for not having picked up Natalia's aunt a few days earlier.
"You're asking me?" she asked incredulously. "Do you have any idea what you've done?"
He looked at her, waiting for her to tell him, but she stood quietly, waiting for an answer. "Honey, I'm sorry I didn't go to the station to pick up your aunt," he said, hoping it would be the end of the matter.
"Don't change the subject with me," she replied angrily. "Why did you get involved with Sheila and her boyfriend?"
"Pardon?" he asked. He'd helped Sheila out, but instead of thanking him, she had gone and complained to his wife instead. He smiled, relieved that Natalia had finally moved on from the incident at the station.
"Why are you smiling?" she asked,
her anger boiling over.
"Why did you fight him? Are you even taking my words seriously?"
"Of course, I take your words seriously," he said, trying to soothe her. He told her about the events that had unfolded on the street, leaving out a few details, such as when he'd asked Billy to apologize to Natalia or that he had punched him twice.
"Are you sure you're telling me the whole truth?" she asked.
"Because if you are,
what does Sheila mean by sending this to me?"
She picked up her phone and showed him a message Sheila had sent her.
"Natalia, your husband looks so cool when he's fighting. Turns out he's not that useless after all," it said. "He defended you beautifully. Thank him for me."
She put down her cell phone and looked at him.
"You defended me? Tell me honestly what happened," she demanded. "Because when I called Sheila to ask what she was talking about, she wouldn't give me a straight answer either."
Frazier looked at her while he decided what to say. He knew that he couldn't tell her the truth. "Sheila's your best friend," he said smoothly. "Of course I'm going to defend both you and her. But if you don't like it, I'll avoid her from now on."
Natalia opened her mouth to reply, but no words came out. If she said nothing, it implied that she condoned his fighting. But if she told him to stop, it would look like she was jealous of Sheila, and being jealous of her friend was something she couldn't tolerate.
Oh, whatever,
she said awkwardly, trying to dismiss all the thoughts rushing through her head. She left the room, slamming the door behind her loudly. The following day, Fraser went to the local shopping mall early. An underground boxing competition was going to be held there, and he wanted to see how Hugh Styles was involved. He had arranged for Brett and Ryan to come with him. He had also asked Prescott Carter, but for his own safety, Prescott avoided Hugh and decided to stay away. As soon as Ryan arrived, they got into the elevator and went down to a private warehouse owned by a local supermarket. Many people knew that the shopping mall had 2 levels in the basement for parking. What they didn't know was that there was also a secret 3rd level underneath, and this was where the competition was being held. The competition was already well underway by the time they arrived. The atmosphere was heated, with a great deal of money exchanging hands as people bet on the outcomes of each bout. Security guards were manning the door, turning away anyone they didn't recognize. As Fraser arrived, they stepped aside and let him in. On the stage, 2 big, muscular men were fighting. The taller man's elbow landed heavily on his opponent's back with a loud crack. The shorter man fell heavily to the canvas, and the referee stepped in to stop the bout. A voice came over a loudspeaker.
"That's Tarzan's 20th consecutive victory," it said. "Who would like to challenge him?"
The fighter known as Tarzan raised his hands in a victory salute, roaring loudly. The crowd went crazy, lapping up his celebratory dance. No one in the audience volunteered to fight him. Seeing how efficiently he dispatched his opponent, nobody was keen to experience the same outcome. Staying alive was a greater reward than a trophy.
"Is there anyone else?"
asked the man with the loudspeaker. He had entered the ring.
"If you beat Tarzan, his record of 20 straight victories will become yours."
His words weren't enough to persuade anyone.
"Tarzan works for Hugh Styles," said Ryan to Fraser under his breath. "He's strong on both attack and defense, and his fist is like a cannonball. Hitting him is supposed to be just like hitting an armored tank. He sure is a tough one."
Although the crowd was full of people keen to have a go, no one wanted to fight Tarzan.
"I will count from 3, said the competition announcer. "If no one wants to challenge Tarzan, I will announce him as champion."
He paused.
3, 2.
But he didn't get to finish his countdown.
"Wait a minute," shouted a voice.
The entire crowd turned to see where the voice had come from. At the doorway was a man with a broken arm. It was Malcolm Becker, and he had come alone. "Is he a fool?" asked one of the men in the crowd. "He's got his arm in a sling, and Tarzan is undefeated."
"Be quiet," said his friend. "Do you know who he is? He's Malcolm Becker. If you say things like that around here, you'll look like a complete idiot."
Malcolm walked toward the arena, the crowd parting before him in respectful silence. No one dared get in his way. Ryan looked worried. Having just seen Tarzan's last bout, he was convinced that Malcolm was courting death. Fraser watched silently. He knew if Malcolm was there purely to seek revenge on Hugh Styles, he would feel guilty. He had partly been to blame for the whole affair, too. He also knew that an injured Malcolm was no match for the huge man in the arena.
"Malcolm Becker," said the stadium announcer in surprise. "Are you sure?"
He was also employed by Hugh Styles, and he knew that Malcolm was out for revenge. However, he also knew that Hugh's plan that day wasn't to give his enemies that sort of chance.
"What kind of a host are you?"
asked Malcolm to the competition announcer.
"Brian, please announce me to your audience." "Of course," said Brian,
quickly recovering his composure. He knew that if he didn't do as Malcolm asked,
he would floor him with just one punch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new challenger, Malcolm Becker!
The crowd began to clap and whistle excitedly. They knew they were about to watch a classic match. On one side was an undefeated Tarzan. On the other was Malcolm Becker, whose reputation hadn't diminished in the slightest of ways.
Seconds out. Round 1, said Brian through his loudspeaker.
Both men stood in the ring, staring at each other. Neither moved a muscle. Normally, such behavior would be ridiculed by the crowd in an underground contest such as this. But everyone in the room knew this was no ordinary clash.
Long time no see, Tarzan, said Malcolm as Brian fled the ring.
Malcolm Becker, are you here to take revenge on Hugh? Tarzan asked. You know that you're no match for me.
The room went quiet as the crowd strained to hear what they were saying. The two men had known each other for years. Malcolm knew that he wasn't as strong as Tarzan. It was why Hugh abandoned him in the first place. He knew he was risking it all by even standing in the ring with the other man, especially with a broken arm.
I know you work for him, said Malcolm. I used to do the same work for him that you're doing now. Have you ever thought that he'll do to you what he did to me?
Tarzan laughed.
Don't blame Hugh for your situation, he said. You are the one who betrayed him, you traitor,
he added, before he lunged toward him. Malcolm took a deep breath. He knew that he had to win this fight at all costs. As Tarzan came within reach, he punched him with all his might with his uninjured arm. Tarzan kept running, not even trying to avoid the punch. It was a tactic Malcolm wasn't expecting, so he threw another punch as quickly as he could, taking Tarzan by surprise. Tarzan dodged the second punch. He knew Malcolm was an experienced fighter and that receiving a blow from him could land him in the hospital. Although Malcolm had an injured arm, Tarzan was taking this fight seriously. As the two fought, the audience held their breath, knowing that a simple punch could end the match at any time. Everyone was convinced that Tarzan was going to win. After all, he had just won 20 fights in a row and was now fighting an opponent with an injured arm. Ryan turned to Frazier.
Malcolm is injured, he whispered. Should we change our plan?
No, let's wait a bit longer, Frazier replied. He was staring intently at the stage. He didn't think Malcolm had a chance, but he also knew he couldn't afford to lose. Tarzan landed his first blow on Malcolm's stomach.
Admit defeat now, he roared.
Malcolm gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and he wouldn't dare retreat. Tarzan punched him again. He actually respected Malcolm and had nothing against the man. All he wanted to do was give him a bit of a scare and then take him out for a beer afterwards. But Malcolm had other ideas. He threw another punch, only for Tarzan to catch his fist in his hand. With an injured arm, he had no other fist to fight with.
What's going on? Asked one member of the crowd. Can't you see he's injured? How can you fight a one-armed man?
Yes, shouted another. It's not a fair fight.
I was expecting a titanic battle, said a third. Not this.
Tarzan was angry. The two men had been good friends back in the day. They'd even been partners for years, but that day, they were confronting each other as if they were enemies, and he didn't like it. He just couldn't be ruthless toward Malcolm Becker. However, the only way to minimize Malcolm's pain would be to end the fight quickly. If he controlled Malcolm's only good hand, he knew he would be as good as useless.
Give up, Malcolm, he urged. If you do, I'll tell Hugh that we're friends, and ask him to spare your life.
You can't win against me, said Malcolm, his eyes bloodshot. Even though he was losing badly, he just couldn't stop fighting. Seeing that he wouldn't stop, Tarzan kept hold of his good hand and continued to punch him. Malcolm had no defense.
I gave you a chance, but you wouldn't listen,
he said. Ryan closed his eyes. He couldn't watch. It was only when Fraser nudged him that he opened them again. The sight that met him was astonishing.
Impossible,
he shouted. The entire crowd jumped up in excitement as they watched Malcolm press Tarzan on the floor beneath him in an exciting counterattack. He was using his healthier fist to punch him in the face repeatedly. Tarzan was defenseless, his face ashen.
What's going on?
Ryan asked Fraser. He felt like he had moved into an alternative reality. Before he had closed his eyes, Tarzan was winning convincingly. But the tables had turned now. Tarzan managed to free one of his arms and punched Malcolm square in the jaw. Malcolm recoiled as the punch hit him, but he didn't lose consciousness. He managed to keep his hold on Tarzan's body and started throwing punches at him, one after another. It was clear that he wanted to kill him.
Stop! Stop now!
Shouted the announcer. He quickly called for help from the security guards, and they rushed into the ring and pulled Malcolm off him. Tarzan was unconscious, his face so badly injured that he was virtually unrecognizable.
Malcolm Becker is the winner! Shouted the announcer. Is there anyone here who wants to challenge him?
He was not expecting anyone to take up his challenge, and, as expected, no one volunteered. Even experienced fighters were unwilling to challenge him. Reluctantly, he declared Malcolm the winner of the competition.
Congratulations,
he added, but without any enthusiasm.
You've won the cash prize and a job working for Hugh Styles.
The competition had been devised to unearth any talented fighters to take on those of Fraser's gang. But with Malcolm Becker claiming the first prize, the plan had backfired. He had ruined everything. However, there was an upside that day. Fraser's men had not dared to go on the stage. That in itself had to be considered a victory. Malcolm was led backstage. As he left the ring, Fraser also stood up and said, "Let's go."
"Where to?"
Ryan asked, convinced that Fraser wanted to follow Malcolm. "The competition is over. We're leaving," said Fraser. "Don't you want to go? We could always have dinner here if you like." Ryan was speechless. All they had done was watch a couple of men fighting for a few minutes. He wasn't even sure if it had been worth their while coming in the first place. The crowd was already dispersing as Malcolm reached the lounge backstage. The security guard who had escorted him knocked on the door.
"Here he is, boss,"
he shouted through the closed door. There was no reply. They waited at the door for nearly 10 minutes before a tall, beautiful woman opened it. She looked at Malcolm in disdain before she walked off.
"It's the one-armed man who won your contest,"
she said loudly.
"Is he the best you could find?"
Her remarks were met with silence. The security guard nudged Malcolm forward and into the room, where a burly man lay on a couch smoking a cigarette.
"Long time no see, Malcolm Becker,"
he said between puffs. Malcolm said nothing. He stared at Hugh with burning eyes full of vengeance.
"I'm talking to you,"
said Hugh loudly.
"Are you deaf?"
The guard standing behind Malcolm shook his arm.
"Answer the man,"
he said curtly. Malcolm clenched his fists and then loosened them. "Long time no see, Hugh," he replied. Fraser and Ryan left the mall after the competition. "Let's go to Mandelson Industries," he said.
"Aren't we going to wait for Malcolm?"
asked Ryan.
surprised that he seemed to have given up so easily. He thought Malcolm needed their help. "Malcolm can look after himself," said Fraser. "And anyway, we won't be able to help." Later that day, an unfamiliar black car drove up to the front entrance of Mendelsohn Industries. The security guard at the gate let it through unquestioningly, and it drove straight into the underground parking lot. Malcolm got out and walked straight into Fraser's office a few minutes later. "How are you feeling?" asked Fraser as they sat down together. Malcolm's face was swollen so badly that he was almost unrecognizable. It would take weeks for that kind of damage to heal. "Not dead," was all Malcolm would say on the subject. "Fraser, I won the fight and gained Hugh's trust. What shall I do next?" He was getting impatient. Hugh had told him during their backstage chat that Malcolm hadn't been the only one who had met with mishaps. Malcolm hadn't replied. He knew that if he had rocked the boat in any way, he probably wouldn't have left the mall alive. "He was very vigilant," said Fraser. "You were right to keep quiet. Our goal is his company. If he trusts you enough to let you work for him, what we have to do next is to wait." "For how long?" asked Malcolm, jumping up. "I nearly died for you today, and my reward is that I have to wait?" "Don't worry, Malcolm," said Ryan, standing behind Fraser. "Fraser knows what he's doing." "You'd better give me a better answer than that," said Malcolm. He sat down again angrily. Fraser smiled. "Now that Hugh has gone underground, it will be easier to attack him," he said. "He can't do much business if he's hiding." Hugh was stiffness only because of his reputation, but very few people were still willing to have anything to do with him. Fraser wanted to cooperate with him, but he needed Malcolm to go on the inside to give him as much intelligence as possible. "Then tell me, what do we do now?" asked Malcolm. He was getting discouraged, feeling as if he was getting nothing in return for all his hard work. "Go back and rest," said Fraser. "When the time is right, we'll arrange a trap that'll hang Hugh Styles out to dry." "Okay, but I'm only giving you one chance," said Malcolm, before he got up and left. He wasn't happy. He thought he was caught between two men he didn't trust. Fraser left Mendelsohn Industries soon after Malcolm. He got home to find Natalia complaining bitterly on the phone to Sheila.
"I've used up all my Princess Sophie cosmetics, and I can't go out and buy any,"
he heard her say. She sounded as if the world was going to end. After her argument with Sophie in the restaurant, Natalia went home in despair. It meant that she had to purchase a new makeup line, and she wasn't happy about it. Sheila was in a similar predicament. They were beginning to realize that they had offended a very powerful woman.
"If I'll lend you some foundation, can I borrow some mascara?"
he heard Sheila say in reply.
"But I've run out of mascara too,"
said Natalia. Fraser heard a wail on the other end of the line. His mouth twitched in amusement. He couldn't believe that two women could get so upset over some makeup. Natalia noticed Fraser's smile and glared at him.
"What are you laughing at?" she demanded. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this."
"Because of me?" he asked, wounded by her accusation. It had obviously been Sophie's fault. She was the one who had taken Natalia's seat and caused the argument in the first place. Yet now Natalia was blaming it on him.
"Who else's fault would it be?"
she retaliated. The more she spoke, the angrier she got.
"For as long as you're a coward, she will humiliate me in public. I can't believe you hid in the bathroom rather than defend me."
She glared at him.
"Fortunately, Sophie hasn't publicized the incident," she added.
Natalia was still worried that she and Sheila would never be able to use Princess Sophie cosmetics again. She was sure that if either of them were seen wearing Sophie's cosmetics in public, word of it would get back to her, and Sophie Becker was not a woman they wanted to offend again. Fraser, on the other hand, wasn't worried. He walked over to her and smiled. "I'm sure it's not as bad as you think," he said kindly, hoping to calm her anger. "Stay away from me," said Natalia, stepping back from him, her anger not diminishing. "It's all because of you. I can't go to another Princess Sophie cosmetics store ever again." Natalia hadn't hung up her phone. Sheila had heard the whole exchange. "Fraser, you've hurt both Natalia and me," she said, coming to Sheila's defense. "We haven't been able to buy skincare products for days," she added, making it sound as important as if they hadn't been able to buy food. "Just because of this?" asked Fraser in surprise. "If you're that worried, why don't I go out and buy some for you?" he suggested. "You'll only make a mess of it," said Natalia sulkily. But Sheila had other ideas. "Why didn't I think of that?" she shouted. "Fraser could get everything for us, and no one would be any wiser about our predicament." In her eyes, Fraser had gone from villain to savior in less than a minute. "But," began Natalia, convinced that the plan wouldn't work. "He'll get it all wrong, I'm sure. He's never shown any interest in any makeup in the 3 years I've known him. Why would he start now?" "Natalia, do you want to switch brands?" asked Sheila. "Fraser has given you the perfect opportunity to get what we need without getting publicly humiliated." "I thought you liked her products because they didn't react with your skin," added Fraser. "You told me that you were allergic to almost every other brand." He knew that she would rather die than be seen in public without wearing makeup. Natalia sighed. She realized it was the only way to get the cosmetics she needed. She also quite liked the idea of letting Fraser run some errands for her. It would be his way of making amends. The next morning, Fraser left the house early so he could go to the cosmetics store on Natalia and Sheila's behalf. Natalia's bank card and a list of all the items the two friends needed were in his pocket. There were more than 20 items on the list, as they planned to hoard as many products as possible to avoid visiting the cosmetics store for a long time. Fraser looked at the cosmetics store. With a storefront as elegant as this, it's no wonder they're a best-selling brand, he thought. The queue of people waiting to enter the store is greater than many stores get in an entire day. He walked up to wait in line, noticing that the store sold clothing as well as cosmetics. He knew that the company had over 100 branches in Orange County alone. It was a huge benefactor to the local economy, comparable in size to Hugh Styles' company. Someone pushed him as he waited for his turn to enter the store. He turned around to see a young man wearing a designer watch and designer clothes. His arm was around the shoulder of a young woman. Both of them looked at him in disgust. "What are you doing here, you country bumpkin?" he asked, sneering. "Get lost." Fraser stepped aside, not wanting to stoop to the young man's level. He was determined not to upset Natalia, who a few days earlier had told him that she didn't like him fighting. The young man smiled proudly, pleased to have shown off his superiority in front of his girlfriend. She smiled adoringly at him. "You're so strong," she said. "No one in San Clemente would dare mess with you." "You're right," he said, swelling with pride. He looked back at Fraser. "I can't believe a security guard would even let such a lowlife as you in the store," he said, his voice full of disdain. "Rory, you're so funny," replied his girlfriend. She giggled. Some of the customers in the queue turned to look at Fraser. One started to point at him and laugh, convinced that he must have done something to offend the glamorous-looking young couple who had swept past him and walked proudly into the store. Fraser shrugged and walked in behind them. The store was huge, and the list of items he needed had him walking round and round. The displays inside were dazzling. The foundation display alone was larger than many stores. But the store design was working. It was encouraging people to spend money as if it was water. Most of the female customers were walking around the store and looking as if they had gone to heaven. What few men were inside were all accompanying their wives and girlfriends. Fraser was the only unaccompanied man in the store. Ignoring the curious gazes of the other customers, Fraser started looking for the items on his list. After 30 minutes, he had only found 2. He felt like he was looking for needles in a haystack. He decided to enlist the help of a salesperson. He eventually found one restocking a shelf with mascara. Excuse me, ma'am. Could you help me find these products, please? He asked her as politely as he could, handing her Natalia's list. The salesperson took the note and looked at it before she looked back at him in confusion. What are you buying all these items for? She asked him. My wife asked me to buy them for her, he replied. She frowned. So, she said, please go back and tell your wife that shopping for Princess Sophie's cosmetics is an experience and not a chore to delegate to other people. If she can't come herself, she shouldn't be wearing our products at all. Fraser looked at her. He was completely taken aback by her attitude. Mistaking the look on his face for surrender, the woman continued. And by the way, the mascara in your hand is different from the one on the list, she said haughtily. Excuse me, shouted a man at a nearby cash desk. Is there anyone who will serve us? The salesperson pushed the list back into Fraser's hands and rushed to the other man, hoping he would tip her generously. Fraser sighed. He couldn't believe that buying cosmetics for his wife could be so tricky. He gave up on getting any assistance from the woman who had run off and decided to try another staff member instead. Luckily, he found another one nearby. Hello, he said politely. My wife has to work, so she doesn't have time to come to the store. Could you help me find these products, please? Of course, said the lady. She looked nervous. She wiped her hands on her apron and reached for the list he had offered her, but the first salesperson stepped in between them before she could take it. It's peak time, she said to her nervous colleague. You need to keep your area tidy. But this man needs help, she said timidly. I need to show him where he can find each of these products. She knew that most men were overwhelmed by cosmetic stores and needed all the help they could get. She took the list off him and pointed to the first set of shelves he needed to visit. Where are you taking him? Asked the first woman. Are you talking to him because you're trying to get out of doing your job? No, said the nervous woman, but the first one cut her off. If you have anything more to do with this man, I'll take all your commissions for the month from you, she shouted. She appeared to enjoy throwing her weight around. Fraser figured that she must be the store manager. Mrs. Sinclair, said the timid assistant. Surely it's my job to help customers. Surely it's good business to help them find the products they want to spend money on. I don't think he's asked for anything unreasonable. She looked as if she was about to start crying. Fraser was starting to lose his temper. He was a customer, yet he was treated like a second-class citizen. Mrs. Sinclair, he said sharply, you may not want to serve me, but why are you stopping your colleague from helping me? He was beginning to think that she was nothing more than a bully. Why should she help you? Said Mrs. Sinclair, obviously not used to having someone stand up to her. If you know nothing about cosmetics, you shouldn't even be inside this store. She drew herself up to her full height. Look at you, she said rudely. You can't even afford to buy anything here. I've met your kind before. No doubt you're just here to steal something. Her loud voice had attracted a great deal of attention. Every customer within earshot quickly pulled their bags closer, convinced that Fraser was a pickpocket. One even went to find a security guard so that she could make a complaint. "Firstly," said Fraser, trying desperately not to lose his patience, "I am not a thief. Secondly, I have money to buy all the products on my wife's list. Finally, this lady has been both kind and helpful, and you owe us both an apology." Mrs. Sinclair glared at him, unable to think of a reply. "Do you think you'll still be this confident when you receive a notification that I'm going to sue you for slander?" he asked the First Lady. Mrs. Sinclair jumped. Never before had anyone been brave enough to speak to her in this way. She had seen Fraser's scruffy attire and assumed that he couldn't afford anything in the store, but she had also assumed that he would be a pushover. She looked down, too afraid to look him in the eye. As Fraser waited for her to reply, a young couple walked over, keen to see what all the fuss was about. The same young couple had been rude to him at the store entrance.
"Oh, it's you again,"
said the man who Fraser seemed to remember was called Rory. Mrs. Sinclair looked at him and smiled. She rubbed her hands together in glee.
"Hello, Mr. Smith,"
she said brightly.
"If I had known you were coming, I would have met you personally at the door."
She looked at his girlfriend and offered her hand for her to shake.
"Hello,"
she said.
"Lovely to meet such a beautiful young lady."
Rory waved his hand casually.
"We're just browsing,"
he said.
"I didn't think there was any point in going through so much trouble."
Mrs. Sinclair relaxed, glad that she hadn't upset him. She pointed to Fraser.
"Mr. Smith, do you know this person?"
she asked, almost spitting her words out in disgust.
"Unfortunately, yes,"
said Rory, glaring at him.
"He tried to block my entrance to your store,"
he lied.
"Fortunately, I put him in his place for you."
A nearby customer walked over.
"It's true," he said. "I saw the whole thing myself."
Mrs. Sinclair smiled. She was going to enjoy throwing out this undesirable young man.
"May I give you some advice?"
asked Rory, not waiting for an answer.
"The Princess Sophie Cosmetics brand is very prestigious, but you're not helping that image by allowing such scruffy layabouts into your store."
He was so proud that he didn't even look at Fraser as he said it. Mrs. Sinclair was so in awe of the man that she almost bowed down as he responded to him.
"Thank you for your assistance with this matter," she said. "I will make sure that he leaves the store immediately."
She glared at Fraser.
"What are you still doing here?"
she asked him sharply.
"Unless you personally know the son of Mr. Donald Smith of Winchester Technology, may I suggest you leave before you are thrown out?"
The crowd of spectators had grown, each customer getting noisier as they voiced their displeasure at Fraser's continued presence in the store, especially as he had annoyed the son of the well-known and respected businessman Donald Smith. Donald Smith's business empire was similar in size to Sophie Beck's. They knew each other well and cooperated regularly. Both Sophie and Donald also sat together on the boards of several local charities. Mrs. Sinclair turned to the timid assistant.
"Lily, if you value your job, please escort this man out of the building," she ordered. "I won't have Rory Smith and any of our other customers inconvenienced by him any longer."
Fraser gently stopped Lily from leading him away.
"You don't have to do anything just yet,"
he said kindly to her. "I promise you that she won't fire you for anything that happens here today." He was rapidly losing his temper, and he needed her help. If these people didn't start showing him any respect, he was going to ruin the entire company soon. Mrs. Sinclair laughed. She couldn't believe that such a lowlife was standing up to her. With the backup of Rory Smith,
She was going to have a field day. If you're so keen not to leave, and you have offended one of my best clients, why don't I call this store owner and see what she has to say? Especially if you're trying to put one of my staff members in a position where I may have to fire her. Fraser stared at her, determined not to be the first one to blink. Sir, you don't have to speak up for me anymore, said Lily timidly. She began to babble. I'm sorry I couldn't help you pick out some makeup, she said, hoping that her words might be able to save them both. Fraser let go of her arm. Where's your manager? He asked. Get her here. He was beginning to wonder if there was anyone in the store with any sense. Lily looked at him in surprise. He had already offended the store manager and their best customer. Was he really going to offend the company owner too? Mrs. Sinclair burst out laughing. Please, stop making this difficult for yourself, she said once they could talk again. Get out of my shop now, she said slowly, or I'll call security. It was Fraser's turn to start laughing. You? You want to kick me out? He asked. Did everyone hear that? Mrs. Sinclair wants to evict me. That's right, she replied. And my manager will back me up, too. I've never let her down in the past, and I don't intend to now. She walked closer to Fraser. Their noses were almost touching. I could kick out a dozen customers like you, and she still wouldn't fire me. Do you think the manager will listen to you? Asked Fraser. The surrounding people looked at one another, convinced that Fraser was too arrogant and stubborn for his own good. He was in one of the most exclusive stores in San Clemente, yet he was refusing to do as he was asked. Some of them were even wondering if he knew who owned the store, convinced that he must have never heard of Sophie Becker and her powerful husband, Malcolm. Getting on the wrong side of either of those two people could only end badly for him. By that time, several security guards had arrived. Throw this man out, shouted Mrs. Sinclair to them. He's causing a disturbance. Without hesitating, the men roughly grabbed Fraser and started manhandling him out of the store. Fraser was determined not to make it easy for them and resisted bravely. As they reached the door, a sports car arrived, and a young woman got out, watching the brawl intently. It was Sophie Becker. What's going on? She asked Mrs. Sinclair, who had followed the men out of the store. This noise is ruining the reputation of my business. Can't you get your men to be a bit quieter? Sophie hadn't planned on visiting the store that morning, but as she passed, she spotted the commotion and stopped to look. She was not impressed with what she saw. Mrs. Sinclair began to panic. Of all the people in San Clemente to spot the incident, her boss was the last person she had wanted it to be. She was worried that she might get fired for making such a drama out of the affair. The man was going to be the death of her. She took a deep breath and went up to Sophie, hoping that she could explain all that had gone on. Hello, Mrs. Becker, she said as respectfully as possible. This customer has been making a scene, but you'll be pleased to hear that I've got it all under control. The store will be back to normal in no time at all. Looking at Sophie, she hoped she put up a calmer face than usual. Sophie looked closely at the man being dragged out of the store. Fraser? She said. Her heart started to thump. The night before, her team had been doing some research on her behalf. The person who had blocked her from acquiring the one business she had longed to buy was Brett Andrews. If they dug any deeper, they would soon find his connection to the man standing in front of her. She didn't understand why a man as wealthy as him, with the power to crush her company if he wanted to, had married into the Laplace family
and put up with all the insults and taunts within the Laplace's territory. Mrs. Sinclair looked at Sophie carefully, convinced she had heard her address her disruptive customer by name.
Did I hear her right?
She thought.
I'm sure I heard her say the name of none other than the man who had married into the Laplace family.
Don't come back, said Mrs. Sinclair to Fraser, deciding that she must have misheard Sophie.
Don't worry, Mrs. Becker. He's not going to trouble you any longer.
She went up to Fraser and started to help the guards push him onto the street. A powerful slap on her cheek stopped her dead in her tracks. She turned around to see where it had come from and found Sophie standing right by her. She was the one who had delivered the vicious blow.
Miss Becker?
She asked in confusion. Her cheek was burning.
Who did you say was causing trouble in the store?
Asked Sophie, filled with rage. It was none of her business that Fraser wanted to be henpecked by his wife, nor did she care if he made a hobby out of being evicted from top-end stores, but it certainly was of concern to her if one of her store managers had angered him. If she had, her business would have been ruined, especially after the incident in the restaurant the other day where she had argued with his wife. Mrs. Sinclair still looked confused. She couldn't work out what she had done that had angered her boss so badly. Her mind began to whir.
I think she's got the wrong idea, she thought. She thinks Fraser was doing nothing more than ask what all the fuss has been about.
She decided to explain to her that Fraser was the problem and not a bystander, hoping that Sophie would come around to her own way of thinking. But she could understand why Sophie was upset. After all, the commotion was causing a lot of negative publicity for her company. She smiled as she envisaged the promotion and pay raise coming her way.
Miss Becker, she said, I didn't realize that he was the good-for-nothing husband of Natalia Laplace. If I'd have known, I wouldn't have let him in. As soon as we've kicked him out of this store, he won't bother you again. I promise.
Another hard slap across the face put her in a state of mental shock. It landed in exactly the same spot, intensifying the pain. She looked at Sophie with an expressionless face. Mrs. Sinclair stepped back, astonished, and lifted a hand to her cheek.
Mrs. Becker, why did you slap me?
She asked. The store's customers gathered around, wondering about the spectacle. Mrs. Sinclair had assisted many of them in the past, and when they looked from her to Fraser, they felt the wrong person had gotten slapped. Sophie glanced sideways at Fraser's face. He said nothing, but his dissatisfied expression spoke volumes. I have to fix this, Sophie thought. What's going on here? She demanded.
There are eyewitnesses, Mrs. Sinclair exclaimed. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. In fact, Rory Smith is here today. He saw the whole thing.
Rory had been hiding at the back of the crowd, but when he heard his name, he knew he had to come out.
Sophie, he said as he walked over. Thank goodness you're here. Now you can take care of this whole affair.
His girlfriend followed him over.
Hello, Mrs. Becker,
she said diffidently. The crowd whispered among themselves. This young man had called the head of Princess Sophie Cosmetics by her name. Surely, they reasoned, if he and Sophie were that close, she would leave him without question. Mrs. Sinclair nudged him.
Go on, Mr. Rory,
she said.
Tell her what happened. Make her see that I was right. I've covered for him before when he's come in here with girls that aren't his girlfriend, she thought. He's got to be on my side. Sophie, Mrs. Sinclair,
Rory said earnestly.
This loser came into the store thinking he was going to buy her cosmetics. Look at him. It's obvious he has no money and no business being in this store. I bet his wife refuses to be seen in public with him.
And that's why he had to come in here all by himself. Watch it,
Fraser muttered warningly.
Bite me,
Rory snapped back.
Just look at how dumpy he looks. This is a high-end store, and he's making the other customers uncomfortable. Kick him out already.
Sophie took 2 steps up to Rory and slapped him across the face. The surrounding crowd gasped. The CEO had not only slapped an employee, but she slapped a customer as well. Rory stared at her with wide eyes.
But my father is one of her business partners, he thought. How could she do this? Doesn't she respect my family name?
Both of you need to apologize to this man immediately, Sophie spoke angrily. I don't know how much more I can say, she thought. Fraser prefers to stay low-key, and that's his right. If I give away too much, he's going to be angry with me as well. She risked another quick glance at Fraser and saw that his expression had eased, and she breathed a sigh of relief.
But why?
Rory whined.
He's not worth an apology. He's just some deadbeat. We tried to get rid of him, and he didn't even say...
He stopped talking when he saw the murderous look in Sophie's eyes.
Mr. Smith,
Sophie said,
go home and tell your father that the business partnership between his corporation and Princess Sophie Cosmetics is over, effective immediately. We will pay any penalty for breach of contract, and I will contact him first thing tomorrow to take care of the paperwork. Now, leave.
The crowd was shocked. Who was this unassuming, scruffy little man? And why would Sophie Becker cut business relations with Donald Smith for his sake?
Please, Sophie, I don't understand,
Rory began. But she turned and glared him into submission.
And you,
she said as she turned to Mrs. Sinclair.
You're fired. But Mrs. Becker,
Mrs. Sinclair said, her body shaking with emotion.
I don't understand either. What did I do wrong?
What did you do wrong? Sophie asked.
Do you even need to ask? After all I've done to build the Princess Sophie brand, you go and make a hostile environment out of one of our stores. Is this how you treat all our customers? This man came here to shop. It's not your job to judge him or his appearance. It's your job to help him find what he's looking for and give him the best shopping experience you can. Or rather, that was your job. Grab your things and leave immediately. The finance department will mail your final paycheck to you. And don't you dare list me or anyone else from this company as a future reference. Go.
Mrs. Sinclair burst into tears.
Please, Mrs. Becker, she pleaded. I was wrong. I made a mistake. I know that. Please give me another chance. Security, Sophie called. Please escort Mrs. Sinclair out of the store.
Rory watched in disbelief as the former manager was dragged out.
I can't believe she would do that, he thought. And what am I going to do about my dad's business? But anything I say is only going to make it worse.
He glared at Fraser hatefully as he left the store. Sophie looked around at the shocked patrons.
I'm sorry you all had to witness that, she said. My hope is to make this store a welcoming place for anybody to purchase cosmetics. As my personal apology, I will give everybody here a 20% discount on today's purchases. And I thank all of you for your business.
There were exclamations of delight as the customers resumed their shopping. Some customers had been intimidated by the store's high-end reputation, but after seeing the CEO stand up for even the scruffy man's right to shop there, they were more relaxed as they browsed. Sophie smiled in satisfaction as the crowd dispersed.
President McElmore,
she said softly. I'm sorry you had to endure such trouble. What do you mean, President Macklemore? Fraser asked. Come now, she replied. We both know that you own the Robster Corporation. She must have done some digging, Fraser thought. I'm unsure how she ever found out, but that means I have to cover my tracks better. Don't worry, Sophie said quickly. I'll keep it quiet. Good, Fraser said. But I have a question for you. It seems that you're short on a shop manager now. He nodded to where Lily was enthusiastically helping multiple customers. What do you think of her? I intended to promote her to assistant manager anyway, Sophie replied. She's a perfect fit for general manager. I think you're right. One more thing. My wife sent me here to get her some makeup. Say no more. I'll take care of it personally. He's obviously forgiven me for what took place at the restaurant, she thought. Oh, I was terrified that I'd made a powerful enemy. Luckily, it all turned out okay. I'd also like to chat a bit about Malcolm, if you don't mind. As you know, he initially had doubts about a partnership. I'm happy to report that those doubts have been resolved, and he would like to further discuss an arrangement with you. They quietly discussed business as Sophie moved around the store, checking off the items on Fraser's list. Once the shopping was complete, she bid him farewell. Both of them were satisfied with the day's outcome. Natalia returned home that evening, exhausted but anticipating the small luxury of good cosmetics. You look tired, Fraser commented. Did you have a hard day at work today? Like you know what a hard day at work looks like, Natalia said. Did you get what I asked for? Like a stage magician, Fraser grinned and brandished the neatly packaged box of cosmetics with a flourish. Natalia snatched the box with a sparkle in her eyes and opened it eagerly. But her smile turned into a frown as she dug through the various products. Natalia picked up a tube of lipstick and turned it over, staring at it in shock. What's wrong? Fraser asked, worried. Did I pick the wrong one? I don't understand makeup, he thought. I just figured that it would be safer to let Sophie choose everything, and I didn't look that closely at what she was grabbing. How much did you pay for this? Natalia asked in a tone of growing anger. Something's wrong, Fraser thought. It must not be nice enough. I'm sorry, he said. I wasn't paying attention when I picked it out. Next time I'll be more careful. Quit changing the subject. Answer the question right now, Natalia said. I don't know. There were 20 things on the list you gave me. I didn't look at the price of each one. I got the wrong thing, didn't I? I shouldn't have sent you to do this. I should have known you'd screw it up. Yes, Fraser, you were wrong about the lipstick and about so many other things, she said in a disappointed tone. Sophie told me she picked out the best items, Fraser thought desperately. She assured me that Natalia would love these. What is happening here? You can't even do a simple errand like choosing lipstick, Natalia said angrily. Other husbands do things like that without their wives even asking, and they pay attention to what they're doing. They don't just blindly pick something out. Do you think that I'm made of money since I'm a CEO now? Something is really wrong, Fraser thought. She was the one that gave me her bank card. How could I have messed this up? I don't understand, he said. Why are you so upset about the lipstick? You don't get it at all, do you? Do you see this? She held the tube out in front of his face. This is one of this season's limited edition colors. This little tube is worth $250. She continued to dig through the box. And this nail polish? Also a limited edition and worth over $100. And this foundation. She continued searching through the box, doing the math in her head. Fraser,
This whole box contains over $5,000 in cosmetics. I can't afford all these, she thought angrily. And that's more than the limit on the card I gave him. Why wasn't it declined? Let me explain, he said. What is there to explain? One box of cosmetics, $5,000 down the drain. I can't trust you to do anything right, Natalia shouted. I didn't even pay attention to the price when I swiped my card, he thought. I just trusted that Sophie had gotten what Natalia wanted. She probably figured that any woman would be happy with limited edition items. I can't believe I was so careless. I can't even explain it to her. The doorbell rang, and Fraser rushed to answer the door. Sheila entered and brushed past him without even saying hello as she headed toward Natalia's bedroom. What's going on over there? Dorothy asked from the living room. Fraser, what did you do this time? He followed Sheila back to the bedroom without answering. Sheila was examining the cosmetics that lay scattered on the bed. Her eyes glittered as she picked each one up. Look at the color on this lipstick, she exclaimed. Oh, and this mascara, and this shadow. She trailed off as she realized the truth about each of them. Natalia, she said, did you add an extra zero to the amount I told you I wanted to spend? Of course not, Natalia replied. My idiot husband wasted all of my money on limited edition colors. I'm never giving him my card again. Sheila pursed her lips and looked at Fraser, who dropped his gaze to the floor in regret. Sheila did the same mental arithmetic that Natalia had done and then forced a smile, saying, It's okay, she said. Look, he bought these for both of us. We'll split the cost. Forget it, Natalia said. You don't have any money saved up either. Why should you bear the cost of Fraser's mistake? You can't pay for all of this yourself, Sheila said. Natalia shook herself all over and, with an effort, switched her attitude. Yes, I can. Look, did you forget I'm the CEO of Frantotech? I'll pay for these, and I'll still have enough left so we can go out for sushi sometime. Fraser slunk out of the room and made himself scarce while the ladies divided the box of cosmetics between them. Later, after Sheila had left, Dorothy received a phone call. After she hung up, she laughed loudly enough to startle Houstus into dropping his newspaper. She hurried to Natalia's room. Guess what I just heard, she said as she entered the room. Nick Tomlins is back in town, and he wants to have dinner with you tomorrow night. Natalia sat up stiffly. Nick is back? She knew that name very well. She and Nick had grown up together, and they had been childhood sweethearts. Everyone had expected they would eventually get married. But I didn't really like him, Natalia thought. He was just a playboy. He flirted with everyone, but pestered me incessantly until I agreed to go out with him. I was so glad when he went abroad to study after high school. And then I met Fraser in college. I never had to tell anyone how I truly felt about Nick. Even Sheila doesn't know. I never thought that secret would come back to bite me. Dorothy sat down on the edge of the bed. Natalia, dear, you know I told you that you should have waited a few years before marrying Fraser. Now that Nick is back, what are you going to tell him? Why should I tell him anything? Natalia asked, surprised. Mom always treated Nick like her son-in-law, but since I'm married now, she has to let this go. Natalia, don't blame me for looking out for your well-being. You're still young. You need to take advantage of that. Tell Fraser you want a divorce. You know that Nick is still sweet to you. That is what a good man should be like. Stop being stubborn. Mom, no. I'll call Nick back for you, honey. Don't go to work tomorrow. He can come over and you two can catch up.
Fraser chose that moment to knock on the open door. "Natalia, Dorothy, it's time to eat," he said. Dorothy gave Fraser a dark look. "Are you good for anything besides cooking?" she asked as she left the room. Fraser merrily looked at his wife. "You heard that?" she asked. The bedroom door had been open, and Dorothy had been speaking loudly. "I did," Fraser replied. "Will you meet with him?" "What do you think?" Natalia asked ambiguously. "Of course I don't want to," she thought. "But what's Fraser going to do about it?" Fraser said nothing. "What can I say?" he thought. "She's free to make her own choices, but I've heard Nick's name a lot in the past 3 years. Natalia's neighbors and relatives can't stop bringing him up. His name is like a thorn in my side. They say that Natalia and Nick were a match made in heaven. I was just the outsider who broke up what should have been a perfect marriage. All this time, I've been living in Nick's shadow." Natalia watched Fraser's face. "Oh, he's such a coward," she thought angrily. "He won't even stand up for himself to keep his own wife." "Yes, I'm going to see him," she said. "Tomorrow morning. He'll come pick me up." She stormed out of the room. The following day, Fraser got up to leave early. He had received a report that there was a new development regarding Hugh. Dorothy hustled him out. She didn't want him to be there when Nick showed up. Nick pulled up to their house in a brand new luxury sports car at 8 o'clock. Dorothy met him in the driveway and greeted him effusively. "Nick, it's so good to see you," she gushed. "It's been so long. I think you're taller and even more handsome than you used to be." Houstus had followed her out. He grabbed Nick's hand and gave it a firm shake. "It's good to see you two also," Nick replied. "I was a little rushed getting into town, so I hope you don't mind that I don't have time to pick up a real gift." He handed an envelope to Houstus. "This card has $10,000 in it. I hope that's okay." Oh, we can't accept this," Dorothy said, flustered, but she took the envelope anyway. After all, she thought, to refuse a gift is to refuse hospitality, and we wouldn't want to hurt his feelings. Houstus nodded in agreement. "It's not proper to give money as a gift," he thought. "But the family is short on cash right now. What can we say?" "Come in," he said. "Sit down and have a cup of coffee with us." "Houstus, dear, I'm sure that Nick has better things to do than sit around with us old people," Dorothy admonished. "Go find Cyrus if you want to have a cup of coffee. We'll let the two young folks catch up together." She turned toward the front door. "I'll just go get Natalia. Nick, you would not believe how much San Clemente has changed since you've been away. Natalia can take you around and show you all the new developments." She returned a few minutes later, leading Natalia. Nick's eyes lit up, and his heart began to beat faster as she entered the front door. "I remember her being beautiful," he thought. "But she's turned from a fresh-faced girl into an elegant young woman." He stared at her as he walked up to her, lost in his memories. Dorothy gave him a discreet nudge to bring him back to reality. He grabbed Natalia's hand and brought it to his lips. "It's been too long, Natalia," he said smoothly. "And the years have only deepened your beauty." "It has been a while," Natalia said noncommittally. Nick couldn't take his eyes off her. "Both of you, go out and have a good time," Dorothy said. She nudged Natalia toward the car's passenger side and then seemed to notice the car itself for the first time. "Nick, is this yours?" she asked. "Or did you pick up a rental? This is pretty fancy." "Oh, it's nothing," Nick said casually. "It's mine. I didn't want the hassle of dealing with a rental, so I decided to buy a car while I was in town. I happened to go past the dealership yesterday, so I picked this up. It was only $450,000.
I got a good deal on it. If Natalia likes it, she can keep it.
Dorothy was so shocked that she almost forgot to breathe.
450,000, she thought. And he picked it up on a whim? And he's willing to give it away for free? I thought he went abroad to study. I never thought he would be so successful.
Faustus echoed the sentiment.
You seem to have done pretty well for yourself, he said. What line of work are you in now?
Oh, some entrepreneurial things, Nick replied.
I started a business with some friends overseas. I'm ashamed to say that we didn't quite reach our goal, though, which was to make $100 million in profit within the first 5 years.
How about that? Do you hear that, Natalia? Dorothy asked. Frazier keeps talking about starting a business, but Nick actually went and did it. And even if he didn't make $100 million, he's obviously successful.
Dorothy, is Natalia planning to start a business also? Nick asked. I have some money I could invest in it if that's the case.
Oh, no, Natalia replied. I could never. We'll talk about this later, dear, Dorothy said. Why don't you hop in the car and you can show Nick the sights? This is such a beautiful car. You'll have to tell me if the ride is as smooth as it looks.
Natalia had no way to back out.
She had already agreed to this.
She slid into the passenger seat quietly. Across town at Frandotech, Frazier smiled when he heard Brett and Ryan's report. Malcolm had sent a message that Hugh entered a nightclub with only a few men with him for protection. And not just any nightclub.
Still, Frazier said, we don't know whether this is just carelessness or whether he's baiting us.
That's Frankie's nightclub. He's given us a jar. It's time to catch this fly. I wish I could be in that nightclub right this second, he thought.
Ryan, you have to look at the big picture, Frazier said. You're in charge of the Heavenbreakers now. You can't be so impulsive.
I know, boss, Ryan replied. But it's just such a good opportunity.
Frazier turned to Brett. Any news on the financial front?
None yet, Brett replied.
They both knew that if Hugh was planning a big move, he would use his company's financial resources and shift assets around.
Last time, we had eyes on 30 different companies, and none of them showed any unusual activity.
Keep watching.
What about Hugh? Ryan asked. What if something happens to Frankie and Malcolm?
Frazier considered.
Ryan, you stay here, he said. Work with Brett and make sure our men are ready to move in at a moment's notice. Frankie and Malcolm can handle themselves, but maybe I should pay a visit to the club. In the nightclub, all of the guests had been cleared out to allow a private discussion between Frankie and Hugh. Malcolm stood beside Hugh. His heart was beating fast.
We're in Frankie's territory now, he thought. I know he had planned an ambush. We could be attacked at any time. Frankie, Hugh said. All these years I've treated you well. I left you alone after the Three Eyes disbanded. I didn't need to do that, you know. And now I hear rumors that you're working against me. Hey, you wronged me, Frankie said, feigning hurt. I've done nothing but run my nightclub. I want to stay out of trouble from now on. And that's the problem, Hugh replied. Because I think you're in big trouble indeed. I know that you and Ryan's boss have reached an agreement, and that you're planning to ambush me.
Frankie trembled internally, but he kept his expression neutral.
Only my top lieutenants know that, he thought. Do I have a traitor? You know me, he said. Even if I had 10 times the guts than I have now, I wouldn't dare move against you. Are you sure your information isn't wrong?
Hugh's expression turned cold.
I'm very sure. Do you happen to have someone named Danny Heinrichs who works for you? Why don't you ask him what he knows?
Frankie's heart sank. He knew a trap when he saw one.
Nothing gets by you, he thought. Especially a story that's full of holes.
He called one of his men and told him to contact Danny. The man hurried off. Hugh and Frankie sipped their whiskey in awkward silence until he returned.
He can't reach Danny, he reported. He's in the wind.
Frankie felt cold as he looked at Hugh's victorious smirk.
What do you want?
He asked.
Simple, Hugh replied. Ryan and his boss are weak. What kind of future do you have with such useless trash bags? Pledge your loyalty to me. Be my eyes and ears when it comes to Ryan. To sweeten the deal, I'll wire you $1 million immediately. Look, even Malcolm let bygones be bygones and came back to work with me. There shouldn't be a choice you even have to think about.
Though his expression remained passive, Malcolm scoffed internally.
Weak trash bags, he thought. Sophie and I found out the truth about Fraser. He was able to resist Princess Sophie's attempt at a hostile takeover, and he controls the Robster Corporation. He's one of the most powerful players in San Clemente. He's just waiting for the right time to make his move.
Frankie didn't know what was going through Malcolm's head.
Your offer is tempting indeed, he said. And that's a lot of money. But I can't be a double agent. I'd rather just withdraw from the scene and stay neutral.
Malcolm felt his anger rising.
Doing nothing is as good as a betrayal, he thought. That's the coward's way out. How could Frankie be so weak? If I wasn't laying low myself, I'd beat him to a pulp. Well then, Hugh said, standing up. If that's your choice, I can't force you. Come on, Malcolm. It's time to go.
Still alert for an ambush, Malcolm surreptitiously passed Hugh a weapon. He was surprised when they were allowed to leave the nightclub, and he snorted in contempt at Frankie's weakness. Hugh and his men walked out of the nightclub, and no one stopped them. A few minutes later, Fraser's car rolled up in front of the club. He quickly opened the door and hurried inside. Frankie was sitting on the couch, head in his hands. He heard the door open and jumped to his feet.
Fraser? He asked. What are you doing here?
Where's Hugh? Fraser asked, looking around. This place is empty, he thought. Once again, I'm too late. Frankie told him everything that had happened, but he did not share that Hugh had tried to bribe him to keep quiet as an informant.
Fraser, you know what Hugh's like, he said. He's got spies everywhere. He even knew what you and I were planning. He knows more than I do, in fact. We have no chance against him. We should just leave him alone. I'm scared. I'll admit it, Frankie thought. I have the power and the resources to be the big boss of San Clemente. But after talking to Hugh, I realize it's all for nothing. Nothing can touch that man.
Fraser waved a hand dismissively. I expected nothing less. If Hugh didn't have those resources, then I seriously overestimated him. Frankie was amazed at Fraser's nonchalance.
What are you planning to do about him?
Hugh's proven that he can't hold back. It's time to take him on. Fraser was calm as he stared at the mural on the opposite wall.
Fraser, think this through carefully. Something felt off about Hugh's visit. He walked in and out of here like he owned the place. We can't ambush him here. I don't even know which of my men I can trust anymore. Do you?
Don't worry about it, Fraser smiled. Just be careful not to provoke him in the next little while. He looked around the room. There are a lot of decorations and little nooks here, he thought. This place just screams ambush. And if I can sense it, I know that Hugh can. He's been a crime boss for a long time. As for his informant. Frankie, you said that Hugh voluntarily told you who his mole was?
Danny Heinrichs, Frankie growled. And after I've treated that boy like family. He's been well rewarded in his time with us. Just thinking about it upsets me. I never thought he would betray me.
Frankie pounded his fist on the glass tabletop, shattering it. Frankie's men heard the commotion and rushed into the room. When they saw that only Frankie and Fraser were there, they turned to each other in confusion.
Weren't we going to deal with Hugh? One asked. Where is he?
Frankie, what happened? Another asked.
Where's Danny? Frankie demanded. Why isn't he here?
The men looked at each other.
Little Danny Heinrichs? One asked. Frankie, I haven't seen Danny all morning, one of the men said. But you know how he gets. He has a, casual relationship with time. I'm sure he just got delayed by something.
That's not an excuse, Frankie growled. He knew that today was a big day, and he knew better than to be late. Find him.
The men pulled out their phones, and each one tried calling Danny. One by one, each man shook his head. No answer, they said. Frankie tore one of the couch cushions in frustration.
Ugh, how dare he betray me like this?
None of the men dared speak. They stood around the room, eyes lowered, hoping not to be the target of their boss's anger. But Fraser also saw confusion in their eyes. They did not know where Danny was, and they were astonished that he had double-crossed them. Frankie, Fraser said, since Hugh revealed Danny's identity, we both know that he serves no further purpose. I'm afraid that Hugh might have...
Frankie!
One of the subordinates came running into the room.
Danny's back! He just stumbled in! He stinks of alcohol, but it looks like someone gave him a beating.
All of Frankie's men started talking at once.
Take me to him, Frankie said grimly.
His men followed along, more than one of them hoping that Frankie's accusations were false. Fraser trailed behind them. This is suspicious timing, he thought. If Danny really is a mole, he must have realized that Frankie will kill him. Why would he come back here? Soon, everyone had gathered in the main hall. Frankie stared at the drunk man slumped in front of him, an ugly expression on his face. His hands were clenched at his sides, and everybody heard the sound of his knuckles cracking.
How exactly did he get beaten up? Frankie thought. His clothes are in tatters, yes, but look at the love marks on his neck. He comes in here after a night of drunken debauchery and expects forgiveness?
Frankie's last traces of affection for Danny vanished like a flame blown out by the wind.
No one betrays me, he said as he walked over,
grabbed Danny by the collar, and lifted him up. Then he punched him directly in the face. A bruise bloomed immediately on Danny's cheek. He raised a hand to his face and stared at Frankie in disbelief.
Why did you hit me? He asked plaintively. You have the nerve to ask me that, he replied. After what you've done to me? Even if this is my best lieutenant, betrayal is a capital offense, he thought.
What are you talking about?
Danny asked, bewildered.
I didn't do anything.
He dropped to his knees.
Please, whatever you think I've done, have mercy.
He knew that Frankie was not one for empty talk, and he did not let offenders off lightly. The other men spoke up in Danny's favor.
Hey, Frankie, this is little Danny we're talking about, one said. When he's with a woman at night, he has trouble getting up the next day. He's no traitor. He was just stupid, said another. You know him. This must be a big misunderstanding.
Fraser watched quietly from the back of the room. This Frankie is entirely different than the one I met previously, he thought. What's going on here? Frankie looked at the disheveled man clutching at his pant leg in entreaty.
Once, I would have stood by him and believed him without hesitation,
he thought.
Things are different now.
You've all been fooled,
he called out to his men.
Hugh told me personally that Danny was his spy. Otherwise, how could he have known about our ambush?
The men looked at each other, stunned. Danny, a spy? More than one thought. Has he been tricking us for years? They all stepped away from Danny as though to dissociate themselves from him.
That's not true, Danny sobbed. I wasn't working for Hugh. I've never even met him.
Fraser continued to watch, but said nothing. He's not showing any signs of suspicion, he thought. If I didn't know better, I'd believe him. But maybe he's just a really good actor. At that moment, a piece of paper fell out of Danny's pocket and drifted to the floor. Everyone watched the paper flutter slowly to the floor. One of the men snatched it and handed it to Frankie. He spread it out, carefully unfolding the creases without tearing them. He stared at it for a long time, and the men watched his anger build, causing his skin to redden and the vein on his forehead to emerge.
Danny, he said with cold fury, you say you're not a traitor. Then how do you explain this check?
With one hand, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it at Danny's face.
A check? What check?
Danny picked the paper up, unfolded it again, and gasped.
$1 million? Frankie, this isn't mine. I don't know where this came from. Look, I'll tell you the truth.
He took a deep breath and swallowed audibly.
Last night I went out back to answer the call of nature. Something hit me from behind and I passed out. When I woke up, I was in the hotel across the street. Go ask them. Ask for June. She works at the front desk there. When I left this morning, she asked if I had gotten enough rest. She can vouch for me. Ask her.
Danny was still on his knees. Frankie kicked his side hard, causing him to fall over.
Jack, he called, run across to the hotel. Talk to this June and see if his story checks out.
Yes, sir.
Jack returned a few minutes later looking distinctly unsettled.
Well,
Frankie asked.
Did you find June?
Yes, she was there. She said.
He looked around the room without meeting anyone's eyes.
She said that Danny checked in with a woman last night. A couple hours later, another man showed up and went up to his room. She said this man was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s.
That sure matches Hugh's description,
Frankie said in a voice like ice.
Frankie, I'm not...
Danny's protestation was cut off by his phone beeping. Frankie nodded at Jack, who walked over to where Danny still lay on his side. Jack pulled the phone out of his pocket and handed it to Frankie. Frankie scrolled through the phone. When he found what he was looking for, he held it out so everyone could see.
Do you still want to deny it?
He asked. The phone showed a chat log between Danny and one of Hugh's underlings, arranging for a check for $1 million to be paid to Danny after Hugh's visit to Frankie.
Someone is faming me, Danny protested. Boss, you've got to believe me.
Frankie kicked Danny again.
Do you think I'm a fool? Who else besides you and Jack knew about our plans over the next few days? How did Hugh find out we were going to ambush him?
Danny was speechless. He had no comeback. Nothing he could say to change Frankie's mind.
Take him out of here,
Frankie said.
and get rid of him. I don't want to see him again.
There were no questions about what that meant. Jack sighed and hauled Danny to his feet.
Wait, Fraser said, stepping forward.
What? Frankie demanded. Do you want to plead for his life? Because it's not gonna work. I've made my decision.
Nothing like that. But he might know more than he's letting on. Let me deal with him. After I'm done questioning him, I'll take care of this traitor.
Frankie shook his head.
After all we've learned, you're still determined to go up against Hugh? Don't you see how pointless it is? If Hugh could bribe my top lieutenant, he could bribe anyone.
Well, we won't know until we ask him, will we? Maybe I'll learn something useful I can use against Hugh.
He thinks he's so confident, Frankie, but he's just ignorant. Fine, Frankie said. But I'll be the first to say this. If anything goes sideways, don't blame me for it. And I meant it when I said I don't want to ever see him again.
Of course. Fraser tied Danny's hands and pushed him toward his car, where he threw him unceremoniously into the back seat. 3 miles later, Fraser glanced into the rearview mirror and saw that Danny had managed to get himself upright. Fraser tossed a knife into the back seat. Go ahead and cut yourself free, he said. Unless, of course, you prefer being bound. Danny stared at Fraser in shock.
Aren't you going to torture me for information? And aren't you worried that if I get free, I'm gonna stab you in the back? I mean, literally.
Fraser smiled. Sure. I'll ask you for information. What can you tell me about Hugh?
Danny was speechless.
Nothing, he said finally. I've never even seen the guy. I mean, maybe I had contact with one of his goons last night, but I didn't exactly see who hit me. That's all I know, seriously.
Fraser didn't even look into the rearview mirror as he heard the sound of the knife working on the rope. So you and Hugh have no working relationship? No, I'm not worried about you stabbing me in the back.
You know I was framed?
Fraser nodded. I also know who the real informant is, he thought. But he wasn't about to tell Danny that.
Then, why didn't you say something to Frankie? Turn around! We've got to go back to the club!
He reached over the seat and tried to snatch the steering wheel. Fraser was focused on driving. Without turning around, he lifted his right hand and punted Danny backward. Danny fell heavily onto the back seat, stunned.
He barely used any strength, and he sent me flying, he thought. I'm just lucky this seat is so well padded, or I could have been seriously hurt. And he controlled his movement so precisely. How did he do that?
Frankie has changed, Fraser said. It won't be long before he's back under Hugh's thumb. Things could get very dangerous for you when that happens.
No way, Danny said. Frankie went back and forth with Hugh for years before he broke away. Why would he go back now?
Because he's scared, Fraser sighed. I'm disappointed in him, actually. This morning, Hugh used you as a pawn to frighten Frankie, and it worked. Frankie thinks that Hugh knows everything now, and he's afraid.
What do you mean? Why would Frankie be scared? And what do you mean that I was a pawn? I thought I knew where I stood, he thought. Now it's not that simple anymore.
If I'm right, you were ambushed by Hugh's men yesterday. They knocked you out, planted the check on you, and threw you into a hotel room. And June at the hotel's front desk was also bribed to keep quiet. It's simple to forge evidence and make someone else believe it's real. Dan thinking hard.
I was obviously set up, he thought. I'm Frankie's top lieutenant. I'm the obvious choice if they want to frame somebody.
And if my guess is correct, Fraser continued, then they've moved or otherwise silenced June by now as well.
June! Danny exclaimed. I have to get in touch with her. Maybe if I talk to her, she can explain what happened. She can clear my name.
Fraser just shook his head. But Danny fumbled with his coat until he found the pocket Frankie had put his phone back into. Frankie hadn't wanted to deal with getting rid of the evidence. Danny quickly dialed the hotel's front desk.
Hello?
He said when the call was answered.
Who is this? Is June there? It's Danny. Tell her I have to talk to her. It's urgent.
June just left, the person on duty informed him. Her uncle came to fetch her? He said something about her grandmother being ill. Danny felt like he had been struck by lightning. He had been sleeping at that hotel and occasionally bringing women there for a long time.
I know a lot of things, he thought. And I know that June doesn't have an uncle.
Danny hung up the phone and stared at Fraser's back in shock. If Fraser had guessed correctly, it was possible that Hugh's men had bribed June to frame him and then likely killed her to keep her mouth shut. Now, the only witness was probably gone. It was impossible for him to resolve his conflict with Frankie.
Fraser, Hugh and Frankie are allies, Danny argued. Help me persuade him to...
I told you, Fraser interrupted. Frankie is already scared of Hugh. He is afraid to do anything against Hugh. I don't think he'll cooperate with us. They sat in uncomfortable silence for a few minutes, lost in thought. Fraser didn't want to, but he had to give up on Frankie.
If Frankie truly defends Hugh, he is a real traitor. Such a man is not worth following, Danny said with conviction.
If that's true, why don't you join me, Ryan, and Malcolm? Fraser suggested. We can work as one. How about that? Danny felt honored. He had already been envious of Ryan. From the beginning, he had thrown in his support for Fraser, a man who didn't have any previous street cred. The move had become a topic of gossip on the streets. However, they ignored the gossip and continued to do whatever they wanted. As people got used to having Fraser around, Malcolm joined his gang. Gossip had started all over again. Everyone wondered how Fraser had nabbed a powerful fighter like Malcolm.
I'll think about it,
Danny said seriously. The two of them exchanged their contact information before parting ways. Fraser went to the company's office for a while before returning home. When he pulled into the drive, he saw an expensive sports car parked in front of the house. Natalia was standing beside it, talking with a wealthy-looking young man. Fraser frowned. Although Natalia didn't like the idea of Nick wanting to spend so much time with her, she had been happy to get out and grab a bite to eat and go shopping with him that day. It had felt comfortable and familiar, as if they had returned to their childhood.
Would it be okay if I come back tomorrow? Nick asked.
The late afternoon sun bathed him in its glow, and Natalia found she couldn't look away.
I had the day off today, so I have to go back to work tomorrow, she said,
tactfully refusing the invitation.
No problem, he smiled persuasively. I'll pick you up after work. I'll let you know if I can. I'll call you tomorrow. See you later.
Natalia turned around and was about to go inside the house when she caught a glimpse of Fraser standing near the end of the driveway. He had a frown on his face. Nick followed her gaze and also noticed Fraser. It was the first time they had met.
Who's that? Nick asked,
pretending not to know who Fraser was. In fact, when he was overseas, he had thoroughly investigated Fraser. He learned that he had been college classmates with Natalia and then sweethearts. Nick knew that even though the two had gotten married, her family didn't like her husband very much. Figuring that he still had a chance of wooing Natalia, Nick got a divorce from his wife and came to California to woo his childhood flame. Seeing the look on her face at that moment, he sensed that Natalia didn't like Fraser very much either. He studied Fraser and wasn't impressed by what he saw. Her husband seemed weak and awkward. He suspected that they didn't have a very intimate relationship. Inwardly, Nick smiled in triumph. He still had a chance.
He's... Natalia trailed off as she thought about what had happened the previous night. He's just a loser. You don't have to worry about him. Nick's eyes glinted as he studied her. Although her words were cold and bitter, conveying a deep dislike, he sensed that there was another meaning to her words. He would have to watch their relationship closely. Nick put on his usual charming smile and took the initiative to walk over to the other man. He stretched out his right hand. "I assume you're Fraser," he asked. "Thank you for taking care of Natalia these past few years. I'm Nick. Natalia and I have been friends since childhood. Good friends." Fraser didn't move, nor shake the other man's still outstretched hand. He immediately sensed that Nick was up to no good. His words were smooth yet full of threat. He wants to thank me for taking care of Natalia, he thought. What does he mean by that? It's as if he's trying to say I've been watching over her for him and that she's his. When Natalia saw Fraser's cold, in fact, complete lack of a greeting, she was infuriated. Why does he always embarrass me? She wondered. He doesn't even know the most basic form of politeness. It's polite to shake hands. What is he playing at? At that moment, the front door of the house was open. Dorothy had been looking forward to Natalia and Nick's return all afternoon. When she heard the commotion outside, she rushed out to take a look. She grew outraged when she saw Fraser refuse to shake Nick's hand.
"Fraser," she scolded. "Didn't anyone ever teach you any manners?"
She immediately put on a smiling face and turned to Nick apologetically.
"Oh, I'm so sorry about this. My son-in-law was raised poorly. Please, come inside and visit for a while. We haven't seen you in ages."
Miss Laplace, I'm not offended by him, Nick said soothingly. He glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I should probably go. I'll call you tomorrow if that's okay. Nick smiled at Natalia, seemingly reminding her that he would see her after work the following day, and then entered his sports car and drove away. Dorothy watched him go, a look of admiration on her face.
"What a lovely car," she said. "Have you ever seen one so luxurious and expensive? It makes your car look downright cheap, Fraser."
She glared at Fraser, took Natalia's arm, and dragged her inside, slamming the door behind her. Fraser shook his head and thought bitterly. As if I've never seen a luxury car. On the day I was born, my family celebrated by gifting me dozens of luxury cars. They gave me yachts and villas. So yes, I do know something about luxury. However, all of that had disappeared with Ben's betrayal, leaving only the memory of what had been taken from him. Fraser sighed. It had been a rough couple of days. Frankie had defected to the enemy, and his wife was being courted by another man. He wasn't sure what to expect next. For now, all he could do was drag his feet reluctantly inside the house. As soon as he entered, he heard Dorothy's loud voice coming from the living room.
"Natalia, tell me truthfully, how far have you two gone together?"
"Mom," Natalia scolded.
"Nick is only my childhood friend. It's impossible for the two of us to be together."
She heard the sound of the front door closing and saw Fraser walking in, his face somber. He looked as if she had done something that really let him down. Seeing that Natalia was unwilling to reveal anything, Dorothy thought she was just too shy to share details, so she stopped pushing. She turned to Fraser and asked,
"What's the matter? Are you unwilling to apologize and explain your behavior?"
Fraser was in a bad mood and didn't want to argue, so he went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Dorothy cursed and sat down.
"How rude. Other than his cooking, we don't know anything else about him. He's really useless."
After dinner, Natalia wanted to say something to Fraser but hesitated. She wanted to tell him that there was nothing between her and Nick, but when she thought about Fraser's attitude,
She grew irritated and went to bed instead. After tossing and turning in bed for an unknown amount of time, Natalia found she couldn't fall asleep. Fraser couldn't sleep either, and he could hear his wife's restlessness beside him. "So," he began softly, "do you want to tell me about Nick and you as kids?" "We just grew up together. He always flirted with me, but I never liked him in that way." Natalia felt the need to explain the situation, not only to Fraser, but to emphasize her thoughts to herself. "Nick is handsome, well-spoken, and rich. He must have been popular when he was younger," muttered Fraser, his tone odd. Surprised at what she thought she heard in his voice, she lifted her head to look at him. But the room was dark and she couldn't see him. He sounded jealous, she thought. Could I have misheard him? He stayed silent, so she went on. "How should I put it? Everyone liked him, adults and kids alike. All the kids wanted to be his friends. He attended my birthday parties from when I was 7 to when I turned 18. She paused and added, "He gave me that little doll next to the TV set. He's always been good at attracting the ladies. Even when he pursued me, he chased other girls at the same time. It always made me jealous." Natalia couldn't stop talking. She wanted to tell Fraser the bad points about Nick, but in truth, she still liked him and couldn't stop herself from saying good things about him too. She felt she needed to explain things to Fraser so that he could understand that Nick wasn't a bad guy, and that she didn't have feelings for him. She tried to look through the darkness again to observe Fraser's reaction, but still couldn't see him. "In the end, I knew I didn't like him in the way he wanted me to," she said. "And he hasn't changed. He's still a ladies' man, even while he tries to flirt with me." Natalia bit her lip and stopped talking. "What am I doing?" she thought. "Why do I feel like I have to explain myself to him? Even if I told him everything, what could he do? Could he help me chase Nick away? Will he ever be as impressive as Nick is? I doubt it." Now that she had gotten everything off her chest, she felt better. Fraser still hadn't said anything, so she hugged her pillow, rolled over, and finally fell asleep. In the dark of the room, Fraser remained still, staring up into the darkness. He had listened intently to her words and the meaning behind them. She obviously had feelings for Nick at one time. I just can't figure out if she truly doesn't have feelings for the man anymore, he thought. In any case, he felt better when she had opened up to him. He wished she did it more often, but he would take what he could get. With a sigh of contentment, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Fraser used Brett's car and drove to work. He had promised to drive Natalia home after work, and he couldn't do so without a car. As the workday was winding to a close and the staff began heading home, they filed out of the office and headed to their cars. Fraser followed everyone out, intent on waiting for Natalia by the vehicle so she wouldn't get annoyed with him. Surprisingly, an unexpectedly flashy car pulled into the parking lot. It was the same car that had been in the driveway the previous night. Murmurs of admiration ran through the Frandotech employees who were just getting to their cars. "Wow, look!" cried one of the female employees. "It's so beautiful. Who's driving it?" wondered another. "Oh my, look how handsome he is. I wonder if he's here to pick up his girlfriend." "Who cares? Let's go talk to him." The group of female employees approached the car as Nick stepped out of it. They surrounded him, all talking at once. The male employees, including Fraser, all stayed back with expressions of jealousy on their faces. Nick smiled smoothly and charmingly at the group of women. He talked to the ones in the crowd and slipped several of them his phone number. All the while, he seemed to know that Fraser was watching. Eventually, he looked up at Fraser and grinned derisively. Fraser seethed in anger at the gall of the other man. Natalia had been right in that he was a ladies' man.
When Natalia finally came out of the building, she walked along with her personal assistant, Gina, while discussing something.
Natalia!
Cried out two male voices, one from either side of her. Both of the women froze in startlement. Natalia looked up to see Nick to her left and Fraser to her right. The female employees murmured to one another in disappointment.
So, he's here for the boss. Why am I not surprised?
One of the women wondered aloud.
Isn't that just our luck? The wealthy ones get all the good guys,
said another, sighing deeply in disappointment.
Isn't Director Laplace already married? Isn't she married to that security guard? Yeah, but he's a loser. Maybe she's finally realized she can do better. I mean, look at that handsome man. Who could turn him down?
When Nick heard their chattering, he became even more confident. He strode to Natalia and took out a small, exquisitely made box.
Natalia, he said, when you were 7 years old, you told me that you loved necklaces. At the time, I couldn't afford a very nice one for you. But now, I want to give you the best.
He opened the box lid and held it out to her so she could see inside. He then asked smoothly,
Do you like it?
Everyone could see the courting behavior he was displaying. He was only one step shy of falling to one knee with a rose and a ring. The women around them gasped in admiration. Fraser's expression darkened.
Nick is pushing his luck if he thinks he can just come here and start giving my wife presents, he thought bitterly.
Nick fed off the women's reactions as he smoothly took out the necklace and raised it proudly. It glimmered as the jewels upon it caught the late afternoon light.
Wow, look,
murmured one of the women.
That's the peacock bloom necklace. It's a limited edition. It's worth a fortune.
Murmurs of appreciation swept through the onlookers.
Oh, I hope she accepts it,
said one of the onlookers dreamily.
He's so romantic,
cried another.
Why is she just standing there? She should take it already.
Natalia stared at the necklace and the meaning behind it in fright. It was wonderful, and she wanted to say yes to the necklace, but she hesitated. Something about the moment seemed wrong and awkward. Furthermore, Fraser was looking on.
Natalia, do you no longer like necklaces? Nick asked when he saw her hesitation.
Of course I do,
she answered.
Oh, I'm relieved. To tell you the truth, I was a bit nervous to give this to you. I knew that you were married, but I bought this for you a while back, and I hope that it's not too late to give it to you now.
Natalia didn't know what to do. She was flattered by his words, and Fraser was not exactly the romantic type, but she was married now. Her gaze rested adoringly on the necklace. She so liked being treasured. Just as she was about to reach her hand, unable to control herself, the other male voice called out to her.
Natalia, I'm waiting to take you home. Hurry up and get in.
The crowd's gaze shifted to look at Fraser. A hint of a sneer surfaced on Nick's face. He had initially thought that Fraser was intimidated by him because of the car. Now he realized that the man was not only weak, but also brainless.
He thinks Natalia is going to choose his cheap little car over my luxurious one, he thought disdainfully. What an idiot for trying to put Natalia in such an embarrassing position.
As if on cue, Natalia pulled her hand away from the necklace, her face turning red with shame.
Oh, that was too close, she thought. I almost fell for it. If I had taken the necklace, it would almost be like I had cheated on my husband. I'm sorry, Nick, she said. This necklace is too valuable. I can't accept it.
She was just about to walk toward Fraser when she hesitated. She glanced around at the crowd. Fortunately, Gina reacted quickly and dismissed the staff members. As the others drove away, Natalia walked up to Fraser and asked,
Where did you get this car from? It couldn't be borrowed again, could it?
Fraser smiled.
Brett saw that I was doing well at my new job and decided to give me this car as a reward. He looked at the car. Compared to Nick's, it may not be quite as luxurious, but it was far from being a base model. It was an expensive vehicle. Natalia stared at him doubtfully. It seemed unlikely that a security guard should be rewarded with such a nice car, even if he was friends with the boss. Nick walked over to join them. Natalia, are you talking about Brett Andrews? Was he the one who hired you to run this company? She nodded. She didn't know why Nick was asking this. In other words, you're running the company, but you don't own it, Nick went on. Mr. Andrews is still the president of the company. He shook his head. That won't do. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll talk to him personally. I'll buy the company and give it to you. You'll be the owner of the company that way. With your ability, it's really a waste of your talent to work for others. No, there's no need to do that, Natalia said hesitantly. Though she dreamed of owning her own company, there was no way she could accept such a gift. Fraser, who was standing beside her, laughed suddenly. The nerve of this guy, he thought. As if he believes he has the power to force Brett to sell the company. If only he knew the truth. I dare him to try. It'll be a good show. Fraser, what are you laughing at? Natalia had noticed Fraser's laugh and glared at him angrily. It sounds like the company is going to be yours soon, and I'm not supposed to be happy for you? Fraser asked innocently. Nick sneered inwardly as he thought, what a loser. Nick was in a good mood, so he took out the necklace and offered it to Natalia again. I have nothing else to give you. Please take it. Natalia saw that she couldn't push him away and was about to reach out her hand helplessly, but Fraser took it first. This peacock plume necklace really lives up to its name, he said, pretending to admire it. I hear that there's some story or legend behind it. Unfortunately, a legend is still just a legend. What do you mean? Nick asked, annoyed that Fraser had taken the necklace. Natalia glared at her husband too. What I mean is that, although your necklace is beautiful, it's not as pretty as the one I gave her. Nick scoffed. There was no way that Fraser could have purchased a necklace as expensive as this one. Even if the one that Fraser was holding was not a genuine piece, it was still valuable. Fraser! Natalia scolded. Nick patted her arm. Natalia, don't be angry. I'm sure the necklace Fraser got you is, nice. In fact, why don't you show it to me? Let's go back to your place. I promised to pay your parents a visit today anyway. Nick's mood had improved again. He would show the necklace to Natalia's family. They would admire it and encourage her to accept it. She would become his. He offered to follow them home, not fighting with Fraser for dibs on who she would ride with. When Dorothy saw Fraser's car, she scolded him again and even blurted out the matter of Fraser having to borrow a car once more. Nick pretended to stand up for Fraser and said, Mrs. Laplace, you should understand that Fraser's only doing this for the family. He borrowed a car so that he doesn't have to spend money. I'm sure it's a perfectly nice car. Well, no, I'll never ride in it, Dorothy complained. Compared to your fine car, it's nothing. When they went inside the house, Nick was surprised to find that James was also there. He and Nick embraced each other as if they were brothers by blood. Natalia felt a headache coming on. When she was young, Nick had often bribed James to let him take her out. Because of his good looks, she had attracted quite a bit of hatred. However, Nick had treated her as a prize and had always felt proud to show her off to others. It's good to see you, James said. What are you doing back in town? I could say the same for you, Nick answered. Why didn't you tell me you were here? I would have come back sooner. Are you still with Pearl? As the two men began talking, Dorothy gazed at them fondly. The two had been friends for a long time, and Dorothy had known it. She had arranged for James to be present when Nick visited. She hoped he would be able to help James out financially.
What's he doing here? James asked, glancing at Fraser in dissatisfaction. Because he had always wished his sister would marry Nick, Fraser had become a stumbling block to that plan. James, play nice, Nick said, though his tone portrayed something different. He is your brother-in-law, after all, and he wants to show us the valuable necklace he got for Natalia. Fraser hadn't said that it was worth a lot. He had only said that it was nicer looking than the peacock plume. Nick had purposely misinterpreted the idea that it was worth much more than his necklace. Dorothy's eyes lit up when she heard this.
What necklace? Did you get Natalia a necklace, Nick? How much is it worth?
Everyone. Guess how much this necklace is worth, Nick said. Though, I'm sure Fraser's necklace will be even more valuable. Nick took out the necklace he had bought and showed it to everyone. Dorothy covered her mouth in surprise. Even if she knew little about necklaces, she could tell it was extraordinary. Is it worth 100,000?
Dorothy asked, tentatively. 100,000 was enough for her to show off in the neighborhood. When she saw Nick shake his head and stretch out 5 fingers, Dorothy exclaimed,
500,000?
However, she watched as he shook his head again.
5 million?
She asked breathlessly. James broke in and asked mockingly,
Nick, did you steal it or something?
Nope. This necklace came from one of the finest jewelry stores in the city. It's a limited edition. I was lucky to have stumbled across it. It's quite rare. Nick gazed at the necklace fondly, then snuck a glance at Natalia. Dorothy jumped in excitement when she heard his words.
Did you buy this necklace for Natalia? She asked.
Of course. Your family has always been kind to me, and I've always kept that, and her, in my heart. As long as it's something she likes, I'm happy to buy it for her. He gazed at Natalia affectionately. Natalia felt very awkward. She didn't like the way Nick was looking at her. Dorothy saw Natalia's reaction and urged her.
You must accept such a precious gift.
Natalia became even more anxious. She didn't want to accept the gift, let alone acknowledge it. Just as she was hesitating, Fraser walked up to stand beside her. Since this gift is so valuable, my wife can't possibly accept it. He specifically emphasized the term, my wife, to demonstrate his position. Natalia had made it very clear that she didn't like Nick pestering her, so as her husband, he willingly stood up for her. A vicious look flashed across Nick's eyes as he replied warmly. Don't be silly, Fraser. Natalia and I always played wedding games when we were kids. We always pretended to be married. Her relationship with me has long surpassed anyone else's. Dorothy, who was at the side, pushed Fraser away and said,
You have no say here. Go and cook dinner.
James laughed cruelly.
Yeah, get lost.
As if you could have any opinion on the value of a necklace you could never afford on a security guard's salary.
Be quiet, James,
Natalia scolded her brother. She knew Fraser was being targeted because he had stood up for her, so she felt a little bad. Nick acted as if he didn't hear her. He stared at Fraser with a playful look and said, I do recall you saying that you had bought a necklace that was even more beautiful than the peacock plume. I would love to take a look at it.
As if Fraser could ever afford any kind of fine necklace,
Dorothy said contemptuously.
He barely earns enough in a month to feed himself.
Did you buy it off some dealer on the street? James asked, laughing mockingly. Hostess, who had been sitting on the couch and reading a newspaper while everyone else talked, grunted. Natalia, who had spoken up for Fraser a moment before, wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The necklace Fraser had bought her was pretty. It was a fake and had only been a simple gift. Frankly speaking, it was something that others wouldn't want. The necklaces could never be compared.
Fraser, I really shouldn't have accepted the necklace you gave me.
Natalia was angry, but she couldn't resist the pressure of her family and Nick. In the end, she reluctantly shuffled off to the bedroom to grab her jewelry box. It held all of her jewelry, from her locket to the necklace Fraser had recently given her. When Nick first saw the simple box, he snorted quietly. He knew the value of the necklace inside must be about the same as the box. She opened it carefully. James started to reach out to pick it up, but Natalia slapped his hand away and held the box in her arms. These were the necklaces that she most treasured, and each one contained precious memories that no one could touch.
I just want to look, James whined. Is that really a need to be so secretive?
He was getting impatient.
These belong to me,
Natalia said coolly.
Without my permission, no one is allowed to touch this box.
She carefully took out the necklace Fraser had given her. Although it wasn't worth a lot of money, she considered it a precious treasure. She attributed this inexplicable emotion to the fact that Fraser had given it to her when she least expected it. And since it resembled the heart of the seas, it was indeed beautiful. Nick's eyes lit up when he saw the necklace in Natalia's hand. He had a keen eye for quality, and he realized Fraser had been serious. Compared to this necklace, the peacock plume was far less valuable. He turned his gaze on Fraser, studying him carefully.
Natalia, why haven't I seen you wear this necklace before?
Dorothy was also surprised at how extraordinary the necklace was. The stones looked real as they glittered in the light. She glanced at Fraser suspiciously. Natalia glared at her husband and said,
This necklace was given to Fraser by someone else. So he gave it to me. That's all there is to it.
She hoped that they would see it as the fake it was and drop the matter.
Someone gave it to you? You regifted it to my sister?
James asked, overjoyed at the revelation.
I knew you couldn't afford it. You can't afford to buy anything. Even Brett Andrews had to help you out by lending you a car. Who gave it to you?
James sneered at Fraser as he thought.
He really is a cheapskate. He gave his wife a present that had been a gift to him. He gave her his leftovers. What did she ever see in this guy?
Fraser remained unfazed by James's mockery. He simply smiled. He chose not to refute the statements and beliefs because he knew no matter what he said, the value of the necklace was useless. They would never believe him. In fact, he knew that they didn't want to believe the truth. They would have to look at him with new eyes if they did.
I'm asking you a question,
James snapped, irritated that Fraser had remained silent. He shoved his brother-in-law, trying to jolt him out of his apparent daze. Fraser stood solid, not moving a muscle. Natalia sighed. She was thoroughly disappointed by Fraser's weak and boneless look. She was tired of always having to stand up for him, as she said.
He got it from the owner of Diamonds, Inc. He was shopping there with Lynn.
James glanced at Fraser in surprise. Pearl had regularly pestered him to go shopping there, and they had gone often enough to be considered regulars. He knew that they carried quality items. He also knew that the cheaper items were sold on the first floor. He had assumed that was where Fraser had shopped, but he also knew that the store's owner rarely appeared on the first floor. He only served customers in the upper level and more expensive portions of the store. Only Nick, who was a big shot, could afford to shop on the upper floors.
Fraser, how do you know the owner of Diamonds Inc.?
James asked suspiciously.
I know the owner well. I shop there often with Pearl. And why would he give you a necklace? Especially a valuable one. Who do you think you are?
If Fraser really did know the owner, then he was concerned for Nick's chances with Natalia. In fact, if Fraser gained any real standing in the wealthy community, it could be a setback they could not afford. Fraser looked around at everyone and began to sweat. He had never considered that James and Pearl often shopped at the jewelry store. He had not expected them to know the owner. He was worried that his secret might be revealed. While his brain was racing, unable to devise a suitable excuse, James released a cold bark and said,
Forget it. I can't get anything out of a useless person like you. I'll call in and find out the truth.
As he spoke, he dialed her number and put the call on speaker. Fraser was quite nervous. He didn't know what Lynn would say or how the matter would end.
Hi, big brother,
Lynn greeted when she answered.
What's up?
I have something to ask you, James said.
Okay, what do you want to know?
You and Fraser went to the jewelry store, Diamonds Inc., correct?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me about the necklace?
Lynn's reaction was intense as she asked.
Wait, did something happen to my brother-in-law?
No, don't worry, he's doing fine.
James glanced at Fraser, surprised his sister was showing concern for him.
He cleared his throat and added, However, if you don't properly explain what happened with the necklace, then something will happen to your brother-in-law.
You have to protect him, James, she said urgently.
Then, Lynn told them everything that had happened at the store that day, leaving out the fact that she had colluded with Fraser. Otherwise, Natalia would definitely be angry if she found out what had happened to her.
I encouraged Fraser to take me to the top floor of the store. I hadn't been there yet and wanted to see it. The people on the top floor are different, more aggressive. Well, one of the men up there bullied me a bit, and Fraser came to my defense. The owner of the store was embarrassed, and he apologized and thanked Fraser by giving him the necklace.
Lynn had been careful with her words. She hadn't wanted to give away too many details, and she was afraid that she would expose her actions and cause Fraser more trouble. Ultimately, she told them it was a knockoff and not all that valuable. The owner of the store could confirm that. After she had stopped talking, they all believed her. Dorothy decided to scold her daughter to the phone.
Lynn, you're too bold. What made you think you could afford to go to that place? Didn't you know there could be trouble?
Then she rounded on Fraser and began to yell at him, too.
And you? What right do you think you have taking Lynn anywhere? If she so much as loses a single hair on her head, I would not let you off lightly.
Mom!
Lynn begged anxiously on the other end of the phone.
I pestered him to take me there. Don't blame him for everything.
If something happened, it would be too late.
Dorothy couldn't quell her anger. She couldn't bear to see Fraser do anything, so she always felt he was in the wrong. Nick watched and listened to the family bicker around him. He looked down at the floor and sneered to himself. He finally understood how useless Fraser really was, noticing how much the family despised him. He almost felt sorry for the man. Almost. He glanced over at Natalia, who was standing upright and still. She was always cool as jade and as lovely as ever. He knew that she was acting coldly toward him for now. After all, she was still married. But if she got divorced, he could pursue her freely. For now, out of respect for her reputation, he knew he had to back off. Instead, he could focus his efforts on taking Fraser down a few notches. If I can keep adding a little more fuel to the fire, he thought, Natalia will eventually see her worthless husband for what he truly is. Then, I can make my move. Nick cleared his throat and took a step forward. Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt, but are you talking about Eric McGee of Diamonds Inc.? Everyone nodded, so he continued. Coincidentally, I'd planned to go to his store and invest a little money in it. If you'll all allow it, I'd be happy to thank him on behalf of Fraser here. Oh, wow! James looked at Nick in awe. You actually know him? Earl and I are planning to get our wedding rings from him. Would you put in a good word? Well, we're not strangers, Nick smiled and winked at James. Dorothy broke into the conversation and said magnanimously, It's always best to be a gentleman. She glanced sideways at Fraser and added, Unlike some people who only know how to cause trouble and act foolishly. It's okay. I can make the call right now. Nick glanced at Fraser arrogantly. He took out his phone and made the call. Mr. McGee, hello. This is Nick Tomlins. I've been wanting to have a meeting with you for some time, but work's been piling up. You know how it goes. Oh, I understand. How can I help you? Eric McGee asked. Mr. McGee, you are too kind. I'd like to make an investment in Diamonds Inc. I'd like for us to become partners. How wonderful, Mr. Tomlins. How much are you planning to invest? I've just returned home, so it's only a small investment for now. How does $1 million sound? Dorothy and her son exchanged surprised and envious glances. If Nick considered $1 million a small investment, he truly was worthy of his reputation.
He was rich, capable, and talented. Dorothy sighed as she thought dreamily. Oh, if only Natalia had married Nick. Where would we all be now? The topic of conversation finally fell onto Fraser. Mr. McGee, I heard that you gave away a dark blue necklace to someone. Did his name happen to be Fraser? Now that Nick had made a business deal, his attitude and tone had grown less polite. How do you know about that? Eric asked suspiciously. He remembered the incident vividly, but he had promised to keep it a secret. Fraser's capabilities were not something he could speak of carelessly. To tell you the truth, Fraser is a friend of mine, Nick said. He gave the necklace to someone very important to me, so I want to know more about it. Nick was confident that now that he had invested so much in McGee's company, he would be willing to share information with him. However, there was a clear pause on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, Mr. Tomlins. There really isn't anything I can tell you about that matter. Everything was above the table, but I'm unable to offer any more information. Eric was grateful for Nick's investment in his business, but he also knew where his allegiances should lie after Fraser had given him much more money for a single necklace. The atmosphere was awkward. Nick had put his phone on speakerphone so everyone could hear what was being said. He thought his openness would gain him more respect in the eyes of the Laplace family. Houstus put down his newspaper. He couldn't believe his ears. As he looked at Dorothy and James, he could see they felt the same. Eric McGee obviously didn't know how to behave when it came to favors. He was rapidly going down in everyone's estimation with his refusal to reveal such a trivial matter. After all, he was nothing more than a man who sold jewelry. Nick was embarrassed. He glanced at Natalia. She looked puzzled. He cleared his throat before he spoke. Eric, you have to think this through, he said, aware that everyone's eyes were on him. I'm only asking you for something small. He paused, as if he was making a decision. Would it help if I offered you some more money? Think of the original sum as a down payment, he said. He knew that if he could find that sort of money, he would reap his investment tenfold in the future. Eric knew this too, but he still refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Tomlins. Even if you paid me 10 times that amount, I won't change my mind. I promise you it will be worth your while, said Nick. I really want to help you, said Eric, but I can't. I'm sorry. I have things to do now. See you around. He hung up, leaving everyone staring at the now silent phone. Fraser smiled. The man's got more integrity than I gave him credit for, he thought. At least I haven't been exposed. Yet. But then something else occurred to him. If Eric McGee didn't want the money, he obviously isn't worried about expanding his business anytime soon, he thought. Nick ran his hands through his hair. He was very embarrassed. He obviously doesn't know the value of a favor, said James, patting him on the shoulder. I understand that he wants to protect the privacy of his customers, but don't worry. It's just a necklace. I'm sure it's not worth that much. Nick looked at the necklace again. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was no ordinary jewelry item. He stood up as his frustration rose. Dorothy, I've got to go, he said. I'll have to join you all for dinner another day. He left before anyone could answer him, jumping into his luxurious sports car and driving off. Dorothy watched in despair as he left. It was another missed opportunity for Natalia as far as she was concerned. She turned around, only to find Fraser standing behind her. In frustration, she slapped him. Look at what you've done, she shouted angrily. It was good of him to make a trip to our house, but you and that Eric McGee spoiled it. Mom, shouted Natalia. She was happy that Nick had left, but not when she realized her mother felt completely different. No, Natalia, he deserved it, said James. Your husband was a fool for giving you this cheap necklace. I'm gonna put it in the trash for you, to save you the effort of doing it yourself. He reached out his hand to take it, but she quickly pulled it to her chest as if it was a valuable treasure. No, she replied, running her hand nervously through her hair. It's a pity to throw it away. I'll find a pawn shop and exchange it for money. Well, make sure you get a reasonable price for it, he said sullenly. He didn't dare touch the necklace again. He knew his sister's fiery temperament too well. Natalia put the necklace back down on the table and examined it closely. She knew she should take her brother's advice and just throw it away, but something about it intrigued her. She wasn't sure if it was because it was the first necklace Fraser had bought her, or because it was one of the very few gifts he had given her. Maybe it's because it's a symbol of us making up after another argument, she thought. Natalia shook her head in frustration, trying to get all the ideas out of her mind. Of course, it wasn't because of any of those reasons, because even though the necklace wasn't worth much, it was truly pretty, and she liked it. She picked it up and took it to her room, closing the door gently behind her. Nick sped along the city streets in his fancy car, desperate to get home so that he could think. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He clearly had the advantage, but somehow, at the last minute, something had gone wrong. He was not in the mood to find Eric McGee, but he did have a burning desire to get even with him. But that was something he would do another day. His phone vibrated, snapping him out of his reverie. He pulled over so he could see who was calling him. Once he had stopped, he answered the call. "I've done what you asked me to do," said a voice at the other end of the line. "I've arranged for you to meet Brett Andrews." He smiled. He almost forgot that he still hadn't fulfilled his promise to Natalia. He still hadn't purchased the company to give it to her. Besides, it was something much more helpful and valuable than a piece of jewelry. As for Fraser, he was nothing better than an earthworm. He was spineless. After being humiliated to the point where he had no dignity left, he hadn't made a single sound. How could he possibly get revenge on him? He pulled away from the curb and accelerated away from the surrounding traffic. He couldn't wait for his meeting with Brett Andrews. The next morning, Brett arrived at his office early. He had a meeting with an imperative customer, and he wanted to be well prepared. Now that he knew what to prepare, he didn't know why the man was coming to see him. His personal assistant had told him that the person on the other end of the phone had been quite vague. All she knew was that he had just returned to San Clemente after a period abroad, where he had great success. At 10 o'clock precisely, his personal assistant knocked on his door and introduced him to a well-dressed young man. His name was Nick Tomlins. "Hello, Mr. Andrews," he said politely. "Please, call me Brett," he replied. "Take a seat. Would you like some coffee?" The two men quickly appraised each other and liked what they saw. They began chatting enthusiastically while they waited for their coffee to arrive. "I hear you had a successful time while you were abroad," said Brett. "Is it true you managed to open up a market in China? I'm surprised you decided to come back to the States." "I grew up here," said Nick. "My family and friends still live here, as well as someone I can't forget." "That explains why you chose to come here and not go to one of the big cities," Brett replied. "I would have thought a man of your caliber would have gone straight to Washington or Chicago." "Yes," agreed Nick. "I did think about it, but I'd heard that San Clemente is becoming quite a desirable place to live these days. So I decided to come back here and help build its reputation as an up-and-coming city." Brett was beginning to fall for the trap. Nick was a hot-blooded capitalist and a man after his own heart. Brett was urged to join forces and work on some big projects together. "So, how can I help you?" he asked. "I presume that's why you're here. My company's new, but hopefully I can be of some assistance to you." Nick looked at him. Brett was bold, with piercingly blue eyes. He liked what he saw. "I think we're destined to be friends," he said. Brett smiled. He loved making friends, especially with men like Fraser or Nick. I'm glad to hear it, he said. What did you have in mind? It's very simple, said Nick. I understand that you own 2 companies. Tell me the small one, and then you can focus on managing the larger one. Brett frowned. It was not the kind of cooperation he had in mind. Quick to notice Brett's discomfort, Nick continued. Don't worry. I'll make it worth your while, he said. Not only will I buy the smaller company, but I'd also like to make a substantial investment in Frandotech. How substantial? Asked Brett. Nick wrote a number down on a piece of paper and handed it to Brett. As he read the number, his eyes opened so wide they nearly fell out of his head. Of course, added Nick, I'd also promote your company with several of my larger clients, many of whom you may have heard of. Brett was no longer listening. This man is dancing with death, he thought. Excuse me, interrupted Brett, before Nick could continue with his smooth advertising offering. Would you mind if I just went and made a call? He picked up his cell phone and pointed at it. Of course, answered Nick. Go ahead. Puzzled, he watched Brett leave the room. It seemed strange to him that a man who ran his own company would leave the room in the middle of a meeting to make a call. It felt as if he was running off to tell a higher authority about what was going on and get permission to continue. The man is too soft, thought Nick. Just like Fraser. But at least he's running his own company, unlike Fraser, who had to marry in order to get anywhere in life. Not that he cared. As long as he won control of the Heavenbreakers gang, getting hold of Brett's company would be easy. The first thing he would do with the company would be to make Natalia his personal assistant. He smiled, wondering just how personal she would be with him. Brett's smile vanished as soon as he had closed his door behind him. He went to a small room further down the corridor and dialed a number. Fraser answered, not giving him a chance to speak. Has Hugh Styles made any moves yet? He asked. Fraser hadn't gone into the office that morning. Instead, he returned to Diamonds Inc. to meet the manager, Eric McGee. Eric had been very excited to see him, remembering Fraser's recent visit where he had bought the Heart of the Seas necklace for his wife. Fraser had paid him a huge amount of money to thank him for keeping quiet when Nick had pressed him for information the day before. No, replied Brett, but you should come to the office as soon as you can. Someone wants to buy the company. Fraser didn't answer him straight away. He was trying to recall exactly what Nick had said the day before when he went to pick up Natalia. He had mentioned buying the company from Brett, but Fraser hadn't expected him to move quite so quickly. Let me guess. Is his name Nick Tomlins? Asked Fraser. How did you know? Asked Brett. Not that he was surprised. Fraser was always one step ahead of everyone he knew. Fraser chuckled. I can't leave right now, he said. Refuse his offer or drag it out for as long as you can. I'll get there when I can. With that, he hung up. Putting his phone in his pocket, Fraser smiled and turned back to Eric. Now, where were we? He asked. Fraser, I heard you talking about Nick Tomlins on the phone just now, he said. Is it the same Nick Tomlins as the one I know? One and the same, said Fraser brightly. He called you yesterday. I was right by him when he did. Eric felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had just brushed shoulders with the gods of death. Nick must have seen the necklace the day before and wanted to find out more about it from him to mock Fraser. Had he told Nick anything, he wouldn't have lived to see the end of the day. As he looked at Fraser, he resolved to be even more discreet. Even if he had to cut off his own tongue, he would never reveal even half a word in the future. Brett looked at his phone in annoyance. He found it frustrating that Fraser left him with all the mundane duties of running a company while he ran around doing what felt to him like nothing. Even though a man he hated was trying to buy their company, he didn't seem to care. As he walked back to his office,
He tried to work out what Fraser wanted him to do. He didn't know whether to chase the man out of his office and tell him never to darken his door again, or keep him talking in case Fraser had a plan. He decided to drag it out for a little longer. "I'm sorry about that," he said, forcing a smile as he walked back through his office door. "No problem," said Nick smoothly. He smiled in a way he thought would make Brett warm to him. "May I ask who you were calling? If it's one of my contacts, perhaps I may be able to help you." "It was an important customer," lied Brett. "He's trying to use his wealth to take control of my company, and to be honest, he's becoming more than a little annoying. I'm tempted to pay him a large sum of money just to get him off my hands." Nick looked at him, a little unsure if his comments were actually aimed at him. He tensed. "Anyway, where were we?" asked Brett brightly. "That's right. We were talking about cooperating. Tell me more. I'm very interested." Nick relaxed. Perhaps Brett wasn't talking about him after all. But surely he must have known I would have thought that, he thought. Unless Brett is as keen on Natalia as the rumors had me believe. Maybe Brett and I could be friends after all. Nick smiled. As he repeated the plan he had in his mind, Brett pretended to listen seriously, nodding at regular intervals. When Nick finished, Brett slammed the table in delight. "I love it!" he shouted, making his assistant jump as she came in with a letter for him to sign. "I'm glad you like it," said Nick. "I'm giving you the opportunity to tap into a pool of resources you otherwise wouldn't be able to afford." Brett realized that he had lost his composure. He took a few deep breaths and smoothed down his suit. "Yeah, it all seems a bit too good to be true, though," he added, pretending to look worried. "You can trust me," said Nick, looking him straight in the eye. "I'm almost ashamed you're showing me so much kindness," said Brett. Nick coughed. "It's not a gift," he said. "We'll follow the correct procedures and make sure that money does change hands." "Of course," said Brett. "You are honest and straightforward. I like you. Let's get our teams together and we'll draw up all the necessary documents." He stood up and patted his shoulder. Nick stood up too. "One of these days, I'll be thanking you for all the help you've offered," he said, trying his best to sound humble. They shook hands and Brett asked his personal assistant to accompany Nick to his car. As soon as the office door had closed behind him, Brett picked up his phone and called Fraser again, who answered after the first ring. "Fraser, you have to get rid of this man," he said. "If you make me talk to him alone again, I think I'll be sick." "Don't worry. He's got his sights set on my wife," Fraser said in a cold tone. "He'll not get away with that." He didn't care how Nick had made his fortune. What he did care about was that for as long as the man had intentions on Fraser's wife, he would personally destroy him. Nick did not attempt to contact Natalia for several days, leaving her in peace at work and at home. Natalia missed traveling in his luxury car. "Do you have to pick me up for work in this rust bucket?" she asked Fraser one evening, thinking about how nice it would be to drive home in Nick's car with the roof down. Fraser said nothing. He pulled away from the curb and into the rush hour traffic, wondering how a fancier car would get her home any quicker in the rush hour than his car. They drove home to find Dorothy waiting for them. She didn't look happy.
"Fraser, while Nick Tomlins was abroad, he made a fortune for himself,"
she snapped as they sat down at the dinner table.
"And what have you done in that time?" "Nothing, that's what."
She glared at him.
"All you've done is upset him to the point that he won't even help Natalia anymore."
Fraser looked at her. He said nothing. He knew better than to interrupt her.
"Tell me,"
she shouted as she spooned some chili into his bowl.
"what are your intentions?"
She slammed the spoon down and looked at him accusingly. Fraser clenched his fist in an attempt to control his rising anger. He was the one trying to find out about Nick's true intentions, not Dorothy, but he didn't dare say that. Surely she should have done that herself, after all. Natalia's her daughter, he thought. He thought about all that he had done for Natalia since he had married her. The luxury car and the unique necklace. But Natalia interrupted his thoughts. Mom, why is it Fraser's fault? She asked, in an uncharacteristic show of defense. Fraser looked at her in surprise. Natalia, are you ill? Asked James, who had arrived home at the same time as Fraser and her. He too was angry about Fraser ruining her chances with such an eligible bachelor. Why are you speaking up for this loser? In his head, Natalia should divorce Fraser, marry Nick, and live in a huge house where he would be welcomed every day. He liked the idea of being friends with a wealthy business magnate, but thanks to Fraser, he thought that would never happen. Natalia, said Dorothy patiently, as if she was talking to a young child. Nick grew up with you, and now that he has money, he wants to help you. Don't be rude to him, and don't forget your family needs all the help they can get. You're the best chance to find financial security. Mom, Nick went abroad, said Natalia. What if he abandons us and goes away again? Don't talk nonsense, said Dorothy, still talking to Natalia as if she was a child. Nick has always had feelings for you. Don't pretend you didn't know. Now that you're married, his feelings for you haven't changed at all. You mustn't talk bad about him. Dorothy sat quietly for a minute, eating her chili. It wasn't long before she felt the need to speak again. Fraser, you've lived here for 3 years now, haven't you? Yes, ma'am, and very happy I've been here too, he said humbly. Mom, said Natalia anxiously. What do you mean by that? She had a bad feeling, as if Dorothy was going to say something cruel. She wasn't mistaken. Natalia, you've suffered so much over the past 3 years, and I've seen it all. She sighed. Oh, this man you've married can't even support himself, let alone you and your loved ones. I can't tolerate it any longer. You made a mistake when you married him. Fraser continued to eat. He didn't lift his eyes away from his bowl. Now that Nick is back in your life, you've been given another chance, she continued. Please, don't squander the opportunity again. You owe it to both yourself and your father and me. She took a deep breath as if preparing herself to say something important. Why don't you stay home from work tomorrow? You could go to the courthouse and apply for divorce, she suggested. Mom! Shouted Natalia. Even she knew her mother had gone too far this time. She knew she didn't like Fraser, but to advise her daughter to get a divorce was fighting talk. She looked at James and could see from the look on his face that he felt the same way as their mother. By this time, Fraser had had enough. He slammed his cutlery down on the table and glared at Dorothy. I am not getting a divorce, he shouted. He knew that Natalia would believe all the hype Dorothy was feeding her, but he was not prepared to listen to her arguments for a single moment longer. Anyone who tried to split him up from his wife was dancing with death. None of the people in the room listening to Fraser were more surprised than Natalia. She stared at him in stunned silence. She was so used to seeing him appear useless and weak. Yet here he was, arguing with none other than her own mother, one of the most formidable people she knew. Even more surprising, he was not holding back. Dorothy's loud voice interrupted her thoughts. It's not up to you to decide whether to divorce her or not, she shouted, determined not to be intimidated by him. Natalia is beautiful and talented, and she's the boss of her own company, too. You've held her back for 3 years. Are you really going to drag her down any longer? Fraser stood up, ready to reply. But Dorothy stood up too, determined not to let him get a word in. If you really love her, let her go and be happy for her. Let her be with a man who's worthy of her. James watched the whole argument in silence. He carried on eating, enjoying what he thought was Fraser getting a piece of what he deserved. As the room fell silent, he decided to have his say. Mom, Natalia doesn't like Nick. Why do you want them to be together? Is it just because he's rich? Money will make Natalia happy, she said to James, before she turned back to Fraser. After 3 years of hardship, she's certainly earned it. Do you know how much overtime she's done to support you? Natalia was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. Fraser, who had always been submissive, seemed to have eaten gunpowder that day. She couldn't believe he dared to stand up to her mother, but she was glad he did. Dorothy, tell me how much money Nick Tomlins has, and I'm sure I can match it, said Fraser, realizing it was time to reveal his secret. Dorothy did have a point, he decided. Natalia had suffered on more than one occasion at his hands. Match it? Cried Dorothy. She laughed. You couldn't even afford the necklace he gave her. If that's all you're asking me to provide, said Fraser, I'll give you the money now. Be my guest, said Dorothy. If you can find that sort of money, I'll never stand between you and my daughter again. Deal, said Fraser. As he reached to pull his bank card out of his pocket, he felt a powerful slap on his cheek. He looked up sharply to find that Natalia had delivered the nasty blow. Fraser, enough, she shouted, her eyes full of tears. Apologize to my mother right now. Fraser said nothing. He looked at Natalia and saw the disappointment in her eyes. Watching her husband and mother fight was just too much for her. He decided to back down for her sake. Dorothy could have her money another day, and before then, learned that there was more to a man than the size of his bank account. I'm sorry, Dorothy, he said. I was impulsive. He hung his head and tried to sound sincere. Mom, he's apologized, said Natalia sternly. You will forgive him, for my sake. Dorothy stared at them both. Your apology means nothing to me, she said to Fraser. You don't mean it. You can't even see what you've done wrong. Unless you can give me, in cash, the equivalent value of the necklace that Nick gave Natalia, you can leave. With that, she left the room. Pack your bags, you waste of space. You're out, she added, as the door slammed behind her. James started to laugh. This is the last time I have to admit that you're my brother-in-law, he said, before he shoveled another spoonful of chili into his mouth. Fraser calmed himself down with great difficulty. Had Dorothy been a man, he would have punched her. He took several deep breaths, realizing that Natalia's slap had done him a favor. He had nearly spilled the beans in front of his tiresome mother-in-law, and if she knew about his true wealth and power, he would never hear the end of it. As calmness descended on him, he realized the implications of Natalia and her family knowing his secret. Dorothy would be happy, but she would brag to everyone she knew and go on a giant spending spree. Natalia would be livid. She would be furious that he had hidden it from her and then blame him for making her suffer so much. It wasn't time yet. Natalia sat at the table, playing with her food. She had something on her mind. She didn't know what had happened to her just now. When she heard Fraser and her mom arguing passionately, she slapped him in desperation. She didn't know what else to do to stop them. Was she afraid of a divorce? She wasn't sure. She had long ago resigned herself to her fate, marrying him because, deep down, she knew they were destined for each other. That night, they lay in bed, but neither of them could sleep. Fraser, why did you agree to give Mom so much money? Is it because you actually want a divorce? Pardon? He asked, propping himself up on one elbow to see her in the dark. Are you using Mom's ultimatum as an excuse to get divorced? She asked. For the past 3 hours, she had thought of it as the only possibility. She knew there was no way he could find that much money so quickly. The last time this sort of thing happened, he had lucked out by being able to sell 100 properties in one day. But this time, she wasn't so sure. The only thing he could do would be to borrow it. But she knew he had no security for a loan of that size. She could only assume that he was using the ultimatum as an excuse to leave her. "What do you mean?" he asked, shocked. "I'm confident that I'll have the money by tomorrow. Just you wait and see." "Confident?" she asked. She had never thought of this possibility. After 3 years of marriage, he only gave her disappointment and complaints. Everyone knew that Fraser was worthless. For him to be confident about anything had to be a joke. "You're deluded," she snapped, turning her back on him. "You've got no chance of finding that money, and Mom will take great satisfaction in throwing you out of the house." "Well, you're gonna have to believe me this time," he said bitterly. He could understand her feelings, but it also upset him that she had no faith in him. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. He was lying so still that she assumed he had gone to sleep. As she heard his gentle snores, she wondered where she could get some money to try and help him out. Fraser woke early and cooked himself an enormous breakfast. He had prepared some for Natalia, but she played with the food on her plate without eating any, a faraway expression on her face. "Natalia?" he asked. "Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are your eyes so dark?" "What do you care?" she snapped. "Remember our deal today?" said Dorothy as she walked into the kitchen. "You may as well just go back upstairs and pack your bags," she added smugly. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten," he replied. James walked into the kitchen and poured himself some coffee. "Mom, have you reminded him that he can't borrow the money?" he said, enjoying himself immensely. "If he can't make the repayments, he'll have us all evicted." "James is right," said Hostess, who had followed James into the room. "I'm not prepared to lose my house because someone else took out a loan secured on it." "Will you all listen to yourselves?" shouted Natalia in frustration. "Why are you so insistent that he find the money today? Surely 2 or 3 days is an acceptable amount of time to find such a large amount of money." She wasn't happy about how they treated her husband or how greedy they were. "Natalia," said Dorothy patiently. "You were there yesterday when we agreed to this. Fraser agreed to it, remember?" "And you need to marry Nick Tomlins before you get too old and your looks start to fade," added James viciously. "He won't buy you expensive necklaces forever. But he didn't get to finish his sentence. Natalia slammed her plate down onto the table with a loud clang. "I've had enough," she said. "I'm going to work." With that, she left the room to go and brush her teeth. "I'm full too," said Fraser, leaving the table and following her. As soon as they were alone, Natalia turned around and glared at him. "Stop being so flippant about it all," she shouted. "You don't seem to care how all of this is upsetting me. If you think you're so clever, sort it out yourself. I'm going to work." She picked up her purse and keys and walked off. James, Dorothy, and Hostess stood in the kitchen and laughed. They had heard the whole exchange between Natalia and Fraser and started believing that her marriage to Nick was one step closer. Fraser watched her leave. Helplessly, he could do nothing else but go to work himself. He got into his car and went to find Brett. An hour later, Fraser and Brett were drinking coffee in Brett's office. Fraser told him all about Dorothy's ultimatum and how convinced they were that they would evict him later that day. Brett laughed so hard that he spilled coffee all over his shirt. "Why did you agree to it?" he asked once his laughter had died down. You know it's a trap, don't you? Your problem is that you let that old bat walk all over you." "Don't call her an old bat," snapped Fraser. "You're talking about Natalia's mother." "Sorry," said Brett quickly. "But you'll still have to explain to her how you got the money," he added. "Are you going to lie about that too?" They sat silently for a few minutes, thinking about what to tell her.
Maybe you could say you won the lottery, suggested Brett.
Maybe not, said Fraser. I need a story she'll believe. Anyway, enough of that. What time is Nick Tomlin's coming here? Brett looked at his watch.
In a few minutes, he said. You'll need to make yourself scarce while I deal with him.
He didn't like the idea of the two men meeting in his office. If Fraser didn't like Hugh Styles, he would loathe Nick Tomlins, especially as he had offered to buy their company. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. His personal assistant opened the door and told them that Nick had arrived. Brett glanced at Fraser, who nodded.
Let him in, said Brett, before he turned back to Fraser. You need to leave, he whispered.
No, said Fraser. I want to make him pay for trying to hit on my wife. Fraser was looking forward to seeing him again. He didn't want the man to think that he was avoiding him. He wanted to remind him that Natalia did have a husband, and that husband was no pushover. He wanted Nick to be sure that if he got too close to her, or anyone else in her family for that matter, he intended to destroy him. Two minutes later, Brett's personal assistant led Nick Tomlins into his office. He followed her in with a huge grin on his face. The smile soon faded as he saw the spilled coffee on Brett's shirt, which he was still trying to wipe away.
Hi, Nick, he said brightly. I can't shake your hand, sorry. I'm a bit of a mess at the moment.
That's okay, he replied, looking with barely disgusted distaste at Brett's clothing. His expression fell even further when he saw the man standing behind Brett. It was Fraser. Hello, Nick, he said. We meet again. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes.
Why is he here? Asked Nick, looking at Brett. Fraser? He's my oldest friend, said Brett. He came up for a cup of coffee. Is there a problem?
Nick didn't answer.
Sit down, said Brett. Would you like some coffee?
Nick sat, but he wasn't listening to Brett's small talk. He had initially planned to ask Brett that morning to help him deal with Fraser, but they appeared to be good friends. He would have to tread carefully.
Seeing as you have company, he said politely, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll come back tomorrow.
He tried to stand up.
No need, said Brett. Sit down. You don't need to worry about him. He doesn't know anything about the company, or about why we're talking today.
As he continued to talk, Brett began to get carried away.
Treat him as if he's not in the room.
He turned to Fraser.
Keep quiet while we talk, Fraser, he said.
He glared at him, making sure that Nick saw the expression on his face. Nick began to relax. He could see that although Brett had just had breakfast with Fraser, he didn't like him that much.
Even his friends treat him like dirt, he thought,
a smug smile appearing on his face. He decided that Brett's idea to have him in the room might actually work in his favor. He couldn't wait to see the look on Fraser's face when he learned what he and Brett were discussing.
Then I won't stand on ceremony. Let's get down to business, he said, rubbing his hands together.
He sat down again. Brett studied the other man. Even as he smiled at him, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He was convinced that Nick was putting on an act, just like he was.
Brett, are you okay? Asked Nick,
noticing the uncomfortable look on his face.
Yes, I'm fine, thanks, said Brett.
He shivered.
Just a little cold this morning.
Fraser coughed, trying to hide his laughter. The other two men glared at him.
Fraser, go and get us some coffee, said Brett. Make yourself useful.
Nick laughed, enjoying seeing Fraser being treated that way. Brett rolled his eyes theatrically.
The man thinks he's my security guard, but all he does is make good coffee.
Nick was enjoying himself immensely. He couldn't believe that Fraser had a job because he had a friend who owned a company. It was going to make the plan to take Natalia off him all the easier. As Fraser poured coffee, the other two men started to talk business. Brett was proving to be remarkably accommodating of the conditions Nick had set. As far as Nick could see, he was walking straight into the trap he had developed. Fraser smiled as he listened to the conversation. He found Nick to be a remarkably naive young man who believed no one could see his ulterior motive. It wasn't the first time someone had tried this tactic with them. Nick was making a complete fool of himself, and Fraser enjoyed watching him. As Brett continued his show of cooperation, Nick began to sweat. This wasn't what he had planned. Brett seemed to be a completely different person from the man he had met the day before. Brett, if you continue to be this flexible, you won't have a business left, he said at one stage, enjoying an opportunity to advise a man he considered inferior. But the more I help you now, the more you'll be able to help me in the future, lied Brett. In the past, I only had intentions to stay in the national market. But with your help, I might be able to break into an international market. Nick believed him. With my foreign contacts, it certainly will be a possibility, he said. Leave it to me. Nick, you're a genius. Come, have more coffee, said Brett. Fraser, bring us more coffee. Fraser walked over with a coffee pot. Why don't you give us a down payment to show us your commitment to us, he said. Quiet, said Brett, feigning anger. Don't listen to him, Nick. You don't need to do that. Nick looked at Fraser, his gaze steady. How much did you have in mind? He asked. Fraser told him a number. It was the same amount of money Nick had spent on the necklace he gave Natalia. His heart skipped a beat. Fraser was out for revenge and didn't care if he ruined his own boss's business deal to get it. I can do that, he replied smoothly. I'll write you a check right now. He pulled his checkbook out of his pocket and wrote it before handing it to Fraser. Keep it safe, he added patronizingly. He picked up his coffee and took a sip while Fraser pocketed the check. The coffee had barely touched his lips when he sprayed it all over the room. It was incredibly bitter. Fraser, what on earth have you given me to drink? He asked angrily. You've ruined my clothes, and Brett's too, for that matter. Brett tried not to laugh. Are you okay? He asked. I need water, said Nick, trying not to choke. Is there something wrong with your coffee? Asked Brett benignly. Nick looked at Fraser, hoping to get a glass of water, but instead he saw only a cold smile. What have you added to my coffee? He asked. He lurched toward him, trying to punch him. Calm down, Nick, said Brett. The sound of a fist on a bone echoed throughout the office. Fraser had landed a punch directly on Nick's nose. Blood began to run, where only seconds earlier coffee had been sprayed. Nick fell backwards into his chair, his hand on his face. Oh, how dare you hit me? He shouted in astonishment. He couldn't believe that he had been attacked. But what had surprised him more was that Fraser could punch so well. Fraser walked toward him. If you get any more ideas about my wife, I will kill you, he said coldly. Is that clear? Nick shivered. Never before had he heard such malice, but he was determined not to back down. He stood up so that he was nose to nose with Fraser. What right do you have to be married to her? He asked. You'll regret hitting me. I'll make sure you're finished. He turned to Brett. I don't think we'll be cooperating anytime soon, he said. As he turned to leave the room, Brett began laughing at him. He turned back angrily as he suddenly realized Brett had been acting. The two men had been conspiring against him all along. It turned out Brett had no intention of handing any company over to him. I know you're determined, said Brett to him, his disguise gone. But Natalia is married to my friend, and there's no way in the world I will do anything to help you. You'll regret not killing me today, said Nick, as he continued to hold his bleeding nose.
I'll hurt you so badly that you'll be begging for mercy.
Fraser leaned forward so his face was directly in front of Nick's. I'm letting you go today, he said menacingly. But if you go anywhere near Natalia again, I won't let you off so lightly again. Now get out of here. Nick looked at the two men as he backed toward the door. They were no better than hoodlums. A few punches didn't worry him. In the modern era, where money talked far louder than violence, he was convinced he still had the upper hand. He was going to enjoy planning their deaths. Remember what you said today, he said as he left the room. You gonna let him go? Asked Brett. He looked worried. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, said Fraser. He was still staring at the door that Nick had just left through. Fraser wanted to kill Nick Tomlins, but that would have to wait. He had recently obtained information that Nick was related to Hugh Styles. Fraser had kept a laser-like focus on the news ever since Dorothy unexpectedly told him that Nick was getting ready to return home. The year Nick went abroad was the most challenging period in Hugh's life. Shortly after Nick's departure, Hugh's son died in a car accident. Although it all could have been a coincidence, Fraser hadn't wanted to risk missing an opportunity to strike if his instincts had been right. Now, he knew that he had indeed been correct. Although Fraser now had the money he needed, Brett was still concerned. So, what do we do next? He asked. Keep yourself busy with work, Fraser instructed. With work? Brett asked with a confused expression. The company was on the right track. Everything was running smoothly, and if anything, it was a time he could afford to take a step back for a few days. What could I possibly be busy with? He wondered. Fraser let out a bark of a laugh before asking, What did Nick leave behind when he left? Brett swiveled his head as he looked around the room, still with a confused expression. I don't know. Everything looks normal in here, he replied. Fraser rolled his eyes. Nick laid a smooth path ahead for Frandotech. Don't you think we should go for it? You mean, you want to strike while the iron's hot? Brett asked. Fraser nodded, causing Brett to think over the suggestion. Nick frequently acquired better benefits for Frandotech by negotiating partnerships with other companies. It also meant that Frandotech tended to have strong and friendly relationships across the industry. Fraser seemed to see the conclusion Brett was coming to. So, if Nick comes to you with a sincere offer, you'll accept? Fraser asked. Of course, Brett replied before frowning. But he just wrote you a huge check. Why would he be willing to offer me anything else? Just wait and see, Fraser replied mysteriously. As Nick returned to the parking lot, his anger mounted with each step. It was clear that Brett and Fraser had teamed up to trick him. He had never taken them seriously before that day, and it was coming back to bite him. Buying out Frandotech wasn't an option. He had to think of another way to get the upper hand. He decided to call Lamar Johnson, the president of Ramtech. Hey, Lamar. I'm sorry. I know that I told you that I wanted to cooperate with Frandotech, but the other side defaulted. Let me take you out to lunch tomorrow and recommend a more reputable company. How about it? Don't worry about it. From my end, everything looks good with Frandotech. Thank you for the introduction. I'll make sure to treat you to dinner next time, Lamar replied, cheerily, before hanging up. What's going on? Nick wondered. Originally, the plan to work with Frandotech had been fake. It was just part of a bigger scheme to take over Robster. Once Nick had what he wanted, he could withdraw from any agreement and even demand compensation. But Lamar sounded like he was actually moving forward with a partnership with Frandotech. Dread spread through Nick as he dialed Stephen Mayer, the president of Key International. When the call connected, Nick said, Hey, Stephen, regarding the collaboration with Frandotech? Stephen cut him off. Nick, I was just about to call you. I've been doing some thinking over the past few days and have decided against sending the company overseas. The situation is too unstable right now. Stephen's words turned into background noise as Nick stopped listening. It's all an excuse, Nick realized angrily. He knew Stephen wasn't a fool. His company wouldn't survive if it left international trade, which meant somebody else had gotten to him behind Nick's back. As he called another company, he discovered they had also chosen to continue working with Frandotech. After hanging up, Nick tossed his phone away roughly and smacked his steering wheel angrily. Ugh! Who's working against me? He shouted in the empty car. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he started the car. He turned the wheel around to take the highway, causing several cars to slam on their brakes. A symphony of angry horns was left behind him. After their calls with Nick, several executives reached out to Brett to feel reassured in their decision. As the calls came in, one after another, Brett's surprise and concern grew. Nonetheless, he comforted each of them. Of course, I appreciate the opportunity to work together. Frandotech may not be a large company, but we're reliable, Brett replied, as he watched Fraser from the corner of his eye. He was playing with the ballpoint pen in his hand, thinking about something. After the third call ended, Brett walked over to him. What did you do? I'm assuming Lamar, Steven, and the others didn't just randomly take a liking to us. Don't get too worked up. It isn't a long-term solution. I'm just trying to keep them in check for a while. I'll need you to run a tight ship in the meantime, Fraser replied. Despite Fraser's cautions, Brett was excited. Although Steven's company, Key International, only had a small share in the domestic market, they were the quickest way to enter foreign markets. Despite his excitement on behalf of their company, Brett was still concerned about Fraser's family affairs. It's great that you're taking care of the company. But what about you? Are you going to get that money you need in time? Brett asked. He wasn't sure how his friend would be able to collect such a large sum of money in such a short period. He wished there was some way he could get Dorothy to treat Fraser more fairly. Don't worry, Fraser said. I figured things out while you were on the phone. Not only did Nick give the company a huge gift, but he also helped me solve my own problem. Brett laughed at Fraser's mischievous smile and smacked his shoulder. You're crazy. Nick would lose his mind if he found out what you're using that money on. Before Fraser knew it, it was mid-afternoon. He went to pick up Natalia, arriving half an hour earlier than she usually got off. As he walked toward the entrance of the building, Natalia stepped out and walked right past him. Her nose was buried in her phone, likely reading work emails. He turned around to follow her. He was several steps behind, but he didn't want to startle her by running or shouting, so he waited until they reached the crosswalk to get her attention. However, as the crosswalk light turned red and the other pedestrians stopped walking, Natalia kept going. She wasn't paying any attention to her surroundings. He lunged forward and grabbed her arm to stop her from walking into the heavy traffic. Several cars honked at the near miss. She gasped at the surprise and dropped the papers she had been holding. Be careful, he said sharply, anxiety raising his voice. What if I hadn't been here? He knelt to pick up the papers and automatically read the one on top. He automatically flipped to the next page and realized what the document said. He knew the company was doing well financially due to Brett's good planning, so he wondered why Natalia was borrowing money from one of the executives in the company. Give that back, Natalia said sharply as she snatched the paper back. She glanced nervously between the paper and Fraser, clearly guarding a secret. But it was too late. He had already read it. You're borrowing money from someone? He asked. Don't worry about it, she snapped. Focus on the money you promised my mother you could make instead. She thought her illegal activities would scare him away. However, she was wrong. If I said I have the money on me right now, would you explain yourself? He asked. She snorted. That's not possible, she said. Still not believing him, she continued. If you go apologize to my mother now, she'll probably let it go. She knew she was being unreasonable about the amount of money she was asking for. Don't try to pretend to be something you're not. I will not apologize to her, he replied in a firm tone. He wasn't angry, but it was clear that he was taking the contents of the document and the challenge from Dorothy very seriously. Natalia wanted to believe the best of her mother, but Fraser knew better. Dorothy had been dying to figure out a way to kick him out for 3 years. While she had always disliked him, finding him useless wasn't a good enough reason to send him to the streets. So, by giving him a challenge that he couldn't refuse, she assumed he could never succeed. She had found a way to kick him out without being the bad mother in other people's eyes. Why are you being so stubborn? Natalia asked. The fact that her husband had been willing to risk their marriage broke her heart. She suspected he finally had enough of her and her family. If refusing to give up on you or our marriage makes me stubborn, then that's fine by me, he retorted. Her heart beat wildly when she understood the meaning of his words. He doesn't want a divorce, she realized happily. He only agreed to the bet because my mother forced him. Nonetheless, she knew his chances of gathering enough money in time would be a nearly impossible challenge. Don't say things you can't back up, she whispered. He shook his head. Let's talk about you first. Are you really so short on money you need to borrow it from other people? Is Brett not paying you enough? He asked. The company's senior executive and treasurer, Tony Linetti, was a man in his 40s. He had a sharp mind for business, but tended to be less than honorable in his free time. Fraser wanted to know if he was financially taking advantage of his wife. You don't need to worry about me, she insisted. She didn't want to admit she was borrowing the money to try and save their marriage. She borrowed as much money as the people she had asked could spare. Sheila and her assistant Gina had been excessively generous, but Natalia felt guilty when she asked her younger sister, Lynn, for money. She had considered asking Brett, but too many rumors had floated around about them already. Tony had walked into her office and overheard her asking someone for money on the phone. He had helpfully informed her that she could take out a private loan from the company, which would require signing official paperwork. She eagerly signed the paperwork and hadn't doubted it for a second, until Fraser found out. "Come on, let's go cancel the loan," he said. "Why? You should be glad I was able to get the money in time," she protested. "You don't need to borrow any money. I already said I have all the money," he explained. She scoffed at him. "Where would you possibly get the money?" she asked. "I brought several big partners into the company today," he answered. "Like who?" she asked out of curiosity. "Lamar Johnson from the new energy technology company, Ramtech, and Stephen Mayer from Key International, among others. I'm using the capital I gained from them to pay off your mother," he explained. She stared at him with an impressed expression. "Seriously? Lamar is one of the city's top 10 industrialists, and Stephen is even more impressive. They gave you that much money? How? Why?" she asked. She was confused. She had no idea her husband had such connections. He was only a security guard at the company. Fraser pulled 2 business cards out of his pocket. "You can call and check for yourself," he offered. She accepted and called each number. Each man enthusiastically expressed how much they looked forward to their new partnership with Frandotech. After hanging up with Stephen, she stared at her phone, feeling flabbergasted. How did he convince these 2 huge companies to work with Frandotech? She wondered. "How did you do it?" she asked him. Now that she had outside confirmation of what her husband had accomplished, her respect for him grew. "If you want to know, go cancel the loan before Tony goes home," he replied. Now that she no longer needed to borrow money from so many people, a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. When she rushed back into the building, some of her staff were still milling about how she had left so early. Fraser trailed behind her, keeping his head ducked. Technically, nobody in the building should recognize him, because no one paid attention to the security guards, and he was out of uniform, but he didn't want to take any chances. When Natalia reached up to knock on Tony's office door, Fraser grabbed her wrist to stop her. "1 second," he whispered. He leaned forward and pressed his ear against the door, frowning at whatever he heard on the other side. He abruptly shoved the door open, letting it smack loudly against the adjacent wall. In front of Tony, sitting in his office chair, was a tall, slender woman who was only dressed in lingerie. Her other clothes were scattered on the floor around them. Any doubt about what they were up to was removed by the compromising position she was in, with one hand resting on his thigh. At the sudden entrance, she shrieked and curled into a ball. She snatched the clothes nearest to her and held them against her body. Tony jumped up from his seat and jabbed his finger at Fraser. "Who do you think you are, bursting into my office without knocking?" Tony yelled. He stepped in front of the woman so she could get dressed. "What department are you from? Whoever you are, consider yourself fired," Tony said to Fraser. Natalia stepped into the office. She had been out of his line of sight in the hallway. "He belongs to our department," she answered. Despite her red face, she stood straight and spoke confidently. Natalia looked at the woman awkwardly standing to the side, avoiding eye contact with everyone. In a gentle voice, Natalia said, "Melissa, this meeting doesn't involve you. You can go." Melissa gathered her bag and shoes and rushed out of the office. As she passed Natalia, she whispered, "Thank you." Only Fraser, Tony, and Natalia were left in the room. Tony crossed his arms and sighed. "Oh, you showed up without warning. How about we—" Natalia cut him off. "Did you already transfer me the money?" she asked. Tony began walking toward his desk. "I'll do it right now," he said. "No need. I'm here to cancel the contract," she explained. "I just need us to shred both copies." His expression went blank. He had put a lot of careful planning into getting the upper hand on her. He had never planned to give her the money and left the time frame vague in the contract. However, he made sure to put plenty of excessive demands in the fine print. Suddenly cognizant of the witness, he glanced at Fraser. "Don't you think it would be more appropriate if we had this discussion in private? This isn't exactly a public matter," Tony said. Natalia wanted to disagree, but she couldn't think of a reason for him to be there. "It's fine. I'll go stand outside," Fraser replied. He just wanted Tony to cancel the contract as soon as possible. He stepped out, looking back to give Natalia a reassuring look before closing the door. A long pause lingered between Tony and Natalia until he walked to the door and locked it. "To make sure I don't get interrupted again," he said, with a smile that made her skin crawl. She ignored the way his eyes roamed her body. "I have to get home to my family. Can you please get your copy of the contract so we can shred it?" she asked. "We work in the same company, but we rarely seem to see each other. Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea first?" he offered. She shook her head. "I really have to get going," she replied. He shrugged. "You're right, it's too hot for tea," he said. He began playing with the top button of his shirt. "How badly do you want that contract canceled?" he asked. "I don't believe this is appropriate," she replied in a strained voice as he stepped closer. As if sensing she was about to run, he lunged for her. She managed to dodge the hand aimed at her head, but twisted her ankle in the process. Instead of being annoyed, he seemed excited by the chase. He was between her and the door and felt like he had the upper hand. "Fraser, help!" she screamed. Tony laughed. "How is your good-for-nothing husband supposed to help you now?" The doorknob began rattling, reminding her that the door was locked. She froze in fear. She had nowhere else to run. However, just as Tony reached her, a loud boom came from the door. He turned around in time to see someone break open the door. "How is that possible?" Tony yelled. All the executives' offices had custom-made doors. It wasn't easy to break one down. Before Tony could react, Fraser grabbed the back of his head and slammed him face first into the wall as hard as he could. Tony slumped unconscious to the floor, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Although Fraser was shaking with fury, he shifted his focus to Natalia. He rushed to her side. "Are you okay?" he asked. She launched herself into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Fraser, you came for me!" she cried out. Tony drifted into consciousness and turned his head, still lying on the floor. "The man who came in with her is her husband, Fraser," he realized with disbelief. His perspective of Fraser shifted. While he had always been told her husband was useless, he was starting to suspect that Fraser was hiding more under the surface. The way he stormed into the room reminded Tony of men like Hugh and Malcolm. The loud scene in Tony's office had attracted the few people left in the office working overtime. They froze in the doorway, unable to understand what had happened. The closest woman asked Natalia what was going on. Natalia wiped away her tears. "Nothing. It's over now. Just call the police. Tony is now fired. Also, someone should inform Melissa that she can take the day off tomorrow." The staff did as she said. It didn't take a rocket scientist to put together the puzzle pieces and figure out who the man holding Natalia was, why she was crying, and what Tony and Melissa could have possibly done to get him fired. It took an hour and a half for the police officers to complete their investigation. The police officer considered taking Fraser into the station, but to his surprise, Tony insisted the incident was entirely his own fault. Something about Fraser bursting through the door and the deadly glare he gave him had convinced Tony that he didn't want to find out what else Fraser was capable of. Natalia grabbed Fraser's arm and leaned on him. I don't think I can walk anymore," she whispered. Only then did he remember that she had twisted her ankle. "I'll carry you," he said. He squatted with his back facing her. Butterflies swarmed her stomach at the nostalgic position. In college, He had insisted on carrying her on his back everywhere. Sometimes she would joke that she didn't need to buy a car. Once they were married, he could just carry her everywhere. She never guessed that after 3 years of marriage, she wouldn't let him touch her, much less carry her. He didn't know the turmoil inside of her. "I'll carry you downstairs and we'll take a taxi back home," he said. She complied, wrapping her arms and legs around him. "Frasier," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. "Yeah?" "Don't let go of me," she said. "Don't put me down." He froze. He had spent the past 3 years under the firm impression that his wife was disgusted by him. His lack of response made her tense up. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to," she said. "I want to," he said firmly. He couldn't fathom a world where he wouldn't want to hold his wife. If it made her happy, he would carry her to the moon and back without complaining. Before heading home, Frasier and Natalia went to a clinic so she could have her ankle checked. Frasier carried her the whole time, except when she had her own seat in the waiting room or needed to sit on the doctor's examination table. They didn't care about the strange looks they received from other people. The couple lightly chatted the entire time. The awkwardness that had filled their every interaction for years had melted away. When they finally got home, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. "All right, you can put me down now," Natalia said in a resigned tone. "Don't be silly," Frasier replied, as he fished his keys out of his pocket. "The doctor said that you should stay off your foot for at least 2 days, and take it easy for the following week." "I'll be okay," she insisted. He ignored her and opened the door. As he walked into the living room, he overheard Dorothy on the phone. "It's such a pity that you didn't come over last night. Frasier actually accepted my challenge to produce a certain amount of money. I would be surprised if he even bothered coming back tonight," she said. Nick listened on the other end of the call, puzzled. He had been trying to figure out how Frasier had been prepared to ask for a starting fee when he was surprised by the visit. While bragging to him, Dorothy had filled in the missing piece. "He used me to get the money for her," he realized. Ignorant of the situation, Dorothy continued speaking arrogantly. "I doubt that he'll be able to come up with the money. Don't you agree? No amount of cleaning and friendliness can produce that much." Nick made a sound that vaguely resembled agreement as she continued rambling. "Rest assured, if I have it my way, the divorce proceedings will start tomorrow. Don't worry too much about Natalia having been married for the past couple of years. You've seen their relationship. It doesn't mean much." Sure, he replied, becoming distracted. "I have something to do tomorrow, so let's not worry about that for now. Have a nice night." He hung up before she could respond. The fact that Frasier had finessed him out of such a large sum made him feel infuriated and humiliated. Dorothy's plan wouldn't have been half bad if it weren't for Nick handing the money over to Frasier. He couldn't tell her what had happened without embarrassing himself further. Dorothy turned around and saw Frasier. "You actually had the audacity to come back. Do you have the money?" she asked. She was certain he wouldn't have the money. "Mom, why are you so concerned about money?" Natalia asked. Dorothy looked up and realized that her daughter was on Frasier's back. "Why is he carrying you?" Dorothy asked. "I sprained my ankle," Natalia answered. "Were you being careless? Let me see it," Dorothy said. "It was an accident," Frasier explained. Frasier gently placed Natalia on the couch and helped her take off her sock. She had put her shoes in her purse, unable to comfortably wear one over her swollen foot. Dorothy gasped at the sight of Natalia's wrapped foot and ankle. "What did you do to her?" Dorothy shrieked, pointing a finger at Frasier. "You did this to get back at her for getting a divorce, didn't you? You revengeful rat, and wanted to go back on your word." Houstus and James walked into the room, drawn by Dorothy's yelling, and noticed Natalia's injury. Houston snorted before saying, "That sounds like something he would do. He would hurt other people to make up for what he lacks." "We already explained it was an accident," Natalia complained. "It had nothing to do with Frazier. He was nice enough to take me to the clinic and carry me home." For the first time, Natalia saw her family's treatment of Frazier clearly. She knew they were frequently rude to him. In fact, she also knew that she often participated. She was on the receiving end for once and realized how many times Frazier had explained himself to people who wouldn't listen and had been forced to endure their cruelty in silence. Dorothy didn't know how to respond. She couldn't complain about Frazier helping her daughter, but she hadn't warmed to him in the slightest. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. "Then, let's talk about yesterday's deal. Did anyone forget about it? Do you remember what you said, Frazier?" "Of course I do," he replied. James slapped his thigh and stood up. "Very good. Then I won't waste any more time. We can talk when we see the money." Frazier was about to grab the check when Natalia stopped him. "Do you all only care about the money?" she asked. Dorothy scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. This is for your own good. Money is important. Otherwise, how do you pay for food and clothes?" "Exactly," James said. "Natalia, look at me. Without money, Pearl refuses to marry me." "So, you do only care about the money?" Natalia replied, feeling disappointed. "What if I said I wanted to stop the bet?" "Are you kidding?" James asked. He couldn't understand what his sister was thinking. Once Frazier was gone, she could build a life with Nick, who had more than enough money to create a good life for her and her family. "You can't do that," James insisted. "Frazier put his word on it yesterday. He wouldn't be a man if he went back on his word." Dorothy stepped forward. "Besides, we're doing this for you. If he can't provide the money, you need to get a divorce. He needs to stop wasting our time." Natalia looked around the room silently before letting out a long sigh. "Oh, since it looks like nobody cares for my opinion any more than Frazier's, I'll be moving out tomorrow." She gestured toward Frazier. "You can take out the money now." Dorothy stepped toward Frazier with an excited expression. "Where would you move to? You should probably wait until you're married before moving in with Nick," she said. Looking at the check, she realized with a shock that it was for the full amount. "What is this?" she asked. "The money you asked for?" Frazier replied, in a neutral tone. "Where did it come from?" she asked. Before Frazier could answer her, James interrupted. "Who did you borrow from?" "One of the stipulations of the bet was that you couldn't borrow the money," James said. His eyes were fixed on the check. He had never seen so much money before. Natalia stared at Frazier expectantly. "I didn't borrow this money from anyone. This is a bonus from work," Frazier explained. Dorothy gave him a scrutinizing glare. "What if the check is fake? It better not bounce." "It's not fake," Frazier replied. "How do you know?" she asked. "If you don't believe me, you should trust Nick, right? After all, he's the one who wrote the check." The room fell into stunned silence. No one could figure out a scenario where Nick would willingly write Frazier a check for such a large sum of money. "What do you mean?" Natalia asked, starting to feel anxious. "You remember those two major companies that I told you about?" Frazier asked her. "They were brought over by Nick. The money's considered the starting fund to initiate the collaboration, so it's up to my discretion how it's used." "You cheated Nick out of his money?" James exclaimed angrily. "Mom, call Nick. Tell him the truth." The room waited silently while Dorothy dialed Nick's number. Dorothy and James were counting on Nick to confirm that Frazier had tricked him. Nick was confused when he answered his phone. "Hello?" he said. He had just gotten off the phone with Dorothy, and he couldn't think of a reason why she would call him again.
"Did you really write this check for Frazier? Did he trick you?"
she asked. Nick's head began hurting. Why would Frazier tell them? He wondered. "I wrote the check, but he didn't trick me," Nick replied. As much as he wanted to throw Frazier under the bus, it would be worse to admit that Frazier had outsmarted him. There would be wide-reaching consequences if it got out that someone like Frazier could trick him.
"Are you sure? This is a lot of money. It's okay to tell us if he tricked you,"
Dorothy said, hoping he remembered their conversation. She couldn't understand why he was defending Frazier.
"He must realize if he defends him, he doesn't get to be with Natalia, right?"
she wondered worriedly. "I wouldn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, go cash it at the bank tomorrow," Nick replied, before hanging up. Dorothy glared at Frazier.
"You're shameless. The money is clearly Nick's, but you said it was yours. This money can't count. You lost the bet."
Frazier crossed his arms. "I didn't borrow any money. This money is the proceeds of my job. If that doesn't count, I don't know what does," he replied. Dorothy knew she was wrong, but refused to admit it. She rolled her eyes at him.
"Whatever. You can stay married to Natalia if she wants, but I'm keeping this money. I don't want you to waste it on frivolous things."
"How could you do that?" Natalia asked as she angrily stomped her foot.
"He's been living with our family for 3 years. I think giving us a little compensation is the least he can do,"
Dorothy said, holding the check tightly as if someone would try to snatch it away. "Natalia, don't worry about it," Frazier said.
"Stop it,"
Natalia snapped. She was furious that he was just giving away his hard-earned money.
"You sort this out between yourselves. I'm going to bed,"
Dorothy yelled, before storming excitedly out of the room. The situation had spun out of control. Although the money originally had nothing to do with her, now that it was in her mother's hand, Natalia could roughly guess where she would spend it, and it wouldn't be on Natalia. After Frazier and Natalia left the room, James walked up to Dorothy to see the check himself.
"Is it really the full amount?"
he asked. Dorothy turned the check toward him.
"Look, it's the full amount. We did it," she said.
"I can afford a house and a car now," he exclaimed. His imagination began running wild. Combined with the money Nick already gifted him, he now had enough money to start fantasizing about what kind of sports car and mansion he would buy.
"Tomorrow, we'll go look at cars and houses. You don't have to worry about spending a penny," she promised.
He thanked her before rushing to his room to message Pearl. He promised to take her out to buy the engagement ring of her dream the next day. In the living room, Dorothy searched online for real estate properties. She didn't bother looking at anything that could be considered less than extravagant. Unlike her mother and brother, Natalia was absent-mindedly flipping through a magazine. "Don't be angry about the check," Frazier pleaded. "We can always earn more money. Giving her this money will get her off our backs."
"Do you want to be poor?" she asked. "That's an insane amount of money to give away."
"Money isn't an issue," he insisted. She rubbed her face anxiously.
"Oh, forget it. You wouldn't understand.
I'll just make more money and move out on my own. Turn off the light." She had had enough of her family. One by one, she realized they were all selfish and unhelpful people. She couldn't pretend they were a functioning family anymore. While Natalia slept, Frazier went out to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. "I have to get her a new home," he thought, coming to a decision. At dawn the following day, Frazier woke up early, prepared breakfast, and went out. He went to the company first and accelerated his plan against Hugh. Then, he began visiting real estate companies. Each place he went seemed like a poor fit. Either the area was too crowded or the curb appeal wasn't right. He needed to find the perfect house and neighborhood. Just as he was about to walk out of the last real estate place, The realtor said, "You know, beggars can't be choosers. If you want a nicer place, you need to be willing to spend more money. You need to look in nicer areas." Fraser paused. That's it, he thought. He hadn't been ambitious enough in his search for a house. He drove directly to the sales office of the area he had in mind and found that there weren't many people there. He listened to the salesperson discuss the price and details of the homes available and began building an understanding. "These houses are the best in the area, but that has also made them the hardest to sell," the salesperson explained. The salesperson patiently answered all of Fraser's questions. She had noticed his shabby clothes and doubted he would actually buy a house, but she figured it would be a good opportunity to practice her pitch. He pointed to a particular house that stood out from the others. "That house looks different. Is there anything special about it?" he asked. "It was actually designed by a famous architect student, Ludendorff." She began rambling off the specifications of the house. Fraser laughed. "All right, I understand," he said, interrupting her. He wondered if the unfinished blueprints of the mansion had already been discarded. The salesperson could only assume that Fraser was just casually asking. Before they could continue talking, the sharp sound of brakes could be heard from outside. A few unoccupied salespeople sat up straight as they looked out the window and saw the luxurious car. Fraser resisted the urge to groan as he heard a familiar voice. A scarlet sports car pulled up outside the sales office, much to the staff's excitement. As they quickly straightened their ties and cleared away an old sandwich wrapper, one of their team members rushed out to greet the driver. Even if the couple in the car bought the cheapest one, their commission would be in the thousands. Earlier that month, James and Pearl took the money Fraser had given Dorothy and went straight to a car dealership, specializing in Italian sports cars. Dorothy wanted to go with them, but James stopped her. "Mom, you're too old for a sports car," James had said. "Why don't you stay at home and wait until Natalia earns more? Then buy yourself something bigger and more comfortable." With that, he had driven off, leaving her on the sidewalk, waving dejectedly. "Be careful," she shouted to his fast-disappearing car. "Don't drive so fast. You're not in a sports car yet." She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. She was so pleased that James was finally getting what he apparently deserved. "This car is great," Pearl said excitedly, as she walked around the dealership and stopped to admire an elegant sports car. "I think we should buy it." She couldn't believe the turn her life had taken in the last 24 hours. A new car and an incoming new villa. It didn't get much better than this. "If that's what you want," James said, assuming the attitude of a successful businessman. With that, he handed over more than half of the money and signed the paperwork. As soon as they got into the car, Pearl suggested they look at the villas in the new Santa Ana complex. They were said to be the best in San Clemente. James hadn't needed much persuasion. He had also planned to take her to Diamonds Inc. later to buy a ring. "Honey, you're so sweet," she replied, her hands shaking with excitement and images of sophisticated dinner parties with wealthy neighbors running through her head. The salesperson at the housing complex greeted them as soon as they stepped out of the car. "What sort of villa are you looking for?" he asked, bypassing all small talk and getting straight to the point.
"The villas at Santa Ana are definitely the best in the city."
James swelled with pride. He could get used to the flattery that rich people received.
"I like your car," added the salesperson. "Only a man with a car like yours is worthy of living in a place like this. What did it cost you? You must have spent $100,000 on it."
James glared at him. "No, I did not," he replied indignantly. "I hope your knowledge of houses is better than your knowledge of cars. It cost me way more than that." By this time, more of his colleagues had arrived. James looked at them, a haughty expression on his face. "Are all of you as ignorant as this man?" he asked. "If so, it looks as if I'll need to go somewhere else to find a place to live." In his mind, A $100,000 car was no better than a garbage truck. Some of the salespeople began to walk away. No amount of commission was enough reward for dealing with such a rude man. Only one salesperson remained, an experienced man used to dealing with impolite rich men. He also knew a little about Italian sports cars. Walking up to James and offering his hand, he did not attempt to apologize for his colleague's ignorance.
From the sounds of the brakes, I'd say the car's worth at least double that, he said. It's certainly not a car that the average man can afford.
James nodded in appreciation, pleased that at least one person understood his importance.
Hector Fernandez, said the salesman,
as James shook his head.
My colleagues aren't interested in fast cars, I'm afraid.
He didn't add that he only knew about such cars because it allowed him to flatter people like James and charge them more for houses he was selling. Quite often, his flattery had earned him a sizable tip on top of the commission he received for each sale he made.
Come this way,
he added, inviting James and Pearl into his office. As soon as James entered the office, he looked around. It was well appointed and tastefully furnished. There was another customer inside, talking to a young saleswoman. James looked at him closely. He looked familiar. The man turned around, and James's shoulders sagged. It was Fraser. James's mind began to whir, wondering what Fraser was doing in such an exclusive sales office. He may have given an enormous sum of money to Dorothy the previous evening, but he was still a penniless loser in his eyes. Perhaps he's delivering a letter on behalf of his boss, he thought cynically, deciding to put the man out of his mind.
Mr. Laplace, said Hector,
starting his sales pitch.
You've made the right decision coming to the Santa Ana complex to buy a house. It's a very exclusive area, and we only invite a certain kind of person to live here.
Pearl smiled, her excitement beginning to overwhelm her. James, she said, I really want to live here. She pulled on his sleeve like a small child trying to get her mother to buy her a toy. As her loud voice filled the office, it caught the attention of Fraser, who noticed them for the first time since they arrived. Fraser looked at them, his face impassive. He knew precisely why they were there. They were spending the money he had given Dorothy the day before. It annoyed him that she had given away the money so quickly, especially to someone naive enough to blow it on a fast car. He forced a smile and walked over to them. Hello, James. Pearl, he said coolly, nodding at each of them. Why are you here?
Emma, serve this man again, please, said Hector to the young saleswoman who had been talking to Fraser when James had arrived.
She was new and inexperienced, and, in his eyes, the most appropriate colleague to deal with the scruffy man trying to talk to his new clients. No, it's okay, said James, waving his hand dismissively at Fraser. He's my brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, thought Hector in surprise.
He wasn't the only salesperson in the room with that thought. He noticed quite a few eyebrows raised when they heard James's words. Don't worry about him, James added. He lives in my family home because he can't afford to support himself. You may have heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of him, said a salesman in the corner of the office.
He didn't add that he had heard that Fraser was just a good-for-nothing.
Emma, what are you doing talking to someone who's here purely to waste your time? Demanded Hector. Did you ask to see his financial credentials, or were you serving him purely to get out of doing any real work?
But, sir, during the training course I was told to be polite to all customers, regardless of how they're dressed, she replied, trying to defend herself. But no one was listening. Fraser, said James, looking down his nose at him. Hurry up and go back to your security job before Brett misses you. If you don't earn anything this week, I'll get my sister to divorce you. Apart from Emma, all the salespeople in the room burst into a chorus of derisive laughter. James had told them all they needed to know about the poorly paid security guard standing before them. James was on a roll. "Mom gave me the money to buy the car this morning," he said, gloating. He wanted Fraser to know that he was spending the proceeds of Fraser's hard-earned cash and that he was enjoying himself too. He hoped that Fraser was feeling terrible. Fraser was used to James's behavior, so he didn't flinch when he heard his words. "I'd like to see you try," he replied quietly. But there was an undercurrent of malice in his voice that even James noticed. The smile on James's face froze before it disappeared almost as quickly as it had arrived. He couldn't understand how his brother-in-law was so calm after he had given away so much money the day before. He wasn't even upset that James was on a mission to spend it in less than 24 hours. "Do you really think that you're better than me?" asked James, pulling himself up to his full height. "I certainly know how to deal with Nick Tomlins, which is something you don't know how to do. How about I help you with them?" He waved an arm toward Hector. "Show me your best villa. I want to buy it," he said grandly, pulling his bank card out of his wallet and handing it over. The entire team of salespeople looked at him in surprise. They had finally met a man wealthy enough to buy the best villa. "Show him one in Redwood Courts," said a young salesman to Hector, hoping that his suggestion might earn him a tip. "We reserve those houses for only the most well-to-do clients." "No," said Hector. "They are nice, but I think Mr. Laplace might prefer the courtyard. It's nearer the center of the district, and it's where the celebrities are buying. They're also bigger houses." Hector was clever. He knew exactly what James wanted to hear, and he smiled inwardly when he saw James swell with pride at the suggestion. "Pearl, what do you think?" asked James, keen to look chivalrous in front of so many people. Pearl smiled. "Sounds good to me," she said. She felt as if all her dreams had come true. She couldn't believe they were actually house hunting in the most exclusive district in the city. "Very good," said James. "I'm glad that's settled. We'll look at the larger houses in the courtyard." He walked towards the door. Such was his impatience to see the properties. But he couldn't resist a backward glance at Fraser as he left. He had a smug smile on his face. "Okay then, let's go," said Hector, holding the door open for Pearl. He started rubbing his hands in glee as they passed ahead of him. The other sales staff could look on in envy. At James for his money, and at Hector for the amount of commission he was about to earn. "Wait a minute," said Fraser loudly. "What do you want now?" asked James, rolling his eyes. He looked at Hector apologetically, as if Fraser was an annoying ant on the sole of his shoe. Fraser ignored him and looked at Hector instead. "I'd heard that Riverbank was the best part of the development." Hearing the name Riverbank, James and Pearl's eyes lit up. "James, I want to live there," said Pearl excitedly. "I don't want to live in a house where the neighbors can overlook us." "All right, let's look there instead," said James. He didn't care where they lived as long as it was considered the most exclusive house in the district. "Mr. Laplace, are you sure you want to buy a private property in that part of the development? It's very exclusive." Hector was so excited that it was hard for him to breathe. "Are you saying you have another client who is more entitled to live there than me?" asked James indignantly. "Of course not," said Hector, recovering his composure as quickly as he had lost it. "I'll just find the keys. You'll definitely love the houses there. They were designed by none other than Mark Ludendorff. They're the biggest houses in the entire complex." The more James heard, the more nervous he became. Such a luxurious villa. Would he be able to afford it? Wait, he shouted, sweat forming on his brow. Before we go and take a look, tell me how much those houses cost." Oh, don't worry, said Hector, mistaking his worry about the cost as being a concern about the house not being expensive enough. These are much more expensive than the houses in the courtyard or Redwood Court. You'll certainly feel right at home there. Please, just tell me the price, said James. He was beginning to get scared. Hector told him the price. It was massively out of his budget, but he was too proud to admit it in front of both his girlfriend and a crowd of salespeople. It's, not safe to live by a river, he blustered. It might flood. I'd rather see one of the other ones you mentioned. Pearl glared at him. She knew he had nowhere near the amount Hector had mentioned, but she blushed crimson with embarrassment at how she felt James was handling the situation. Her dreams of having the grandest house in the development vanished almost as quickly as they had arrived. Hector smiled, quickly hiding his disappointment at losing such a huge commission. Don't worry, he said. I've got the keys to some lovely villas. Let's go see what you think. Once you've seen them, you'll still want to live in one. They're definitely where a respectable man like yourself would want to live. James thought about it and relaxed, glad he was about to see a house he could afford. They needed to live in a house that wasn't overlooked by the neighbors or someone like Nick Tomlins. And besides, a respectable house with neighbors might come in handy, he thought. Just think of the business networking I could do. Yes, I'd prefer that, said James quietly. Pearl wasn't impressed, but after listening to James's reasoning, she reluctantly accepted the situation. Are you sure you can afford to buy one? She asked him rudely. Of course, said James, upset that she doubted him. How much are the houses in the courtyard? Hector cheerfully told him the prices, thinking a man like James wouldn't find them too extortionate. His smile soon faded as James and Pearl looked at him in disbelief. Is that too expensive for you? He asked, watching his huge commission slip through his fingers even more. No, of course not, said James. But the look on his face told Hector otherwise. He was wondering if James had been naive enough to come to the development without checking out the house prices on their website first. Mr. Laplace, perhaps you could tell me how much you are willing to spend, and then we could work out which houses or apartments you'd be able to afford, said Hector as politely as he could. No, don't bother, said James, his face bright red with embarrassment. He had turned up to the city's most exclusive new housing development with less than half the amount of money needed to buy even the smallest house. He looked at all the salespeople staring sadly at him and made a decision. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, he said. I've got to be on the other side of town in less than 20 minutes to discuss some business. Now, if you'll excuse me. He walked out of the office and towards his new car. James, shouted Pearl as she ran after him. If you don't have enough money, ask your mother for more. James turned around and raised his fist. He managed to stop himself before his punch reached her face, realizing that there were nearly a dozen witnesses who would testify they saw a man punch a woman. He lowered his hand and wiped it on his clothing, trying to dry the sweat that had formed on his palm. You were the one who wanted to buy a house here, he said to her angrily. Why don't you pay for it? You were going to hit me, she said, so stunned that she couldn't even speak properly. Anger flashed through her eyes, but she managed to calm herself quickly. I was just joking. Don't be angry with me. Look, we're not in a hurry about a house. Do you want to... But he didn't get to finish his words. She blinked at him and put her finger suggestively in her mouth in a way she knew he loved. Let's go home, he said, forgetting all about buying a house. He took her hand, led her to the car, and sped off. The sports car left the parking lot, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust and the sound of an overpowered engine. Hector sat down, embarrassment all over his face. He had severely misjudged the man in the sports car, and everyone else in the room knew it. "Turns out the man could afford a car and nothing else," he said dejectedly. "If I ever meet him again, I won't be quite so polite." The room was silent. The other staff busied themselves at their desks, trying not to make him feel any worse than he already felt. They had all been there in the past. He looked at Fraser in disgust. "Well, why aren't you leaving?" he asked, fighting an urge to take it out on the man's brother-in-law. "Could it be that you think you're richer than Mr. Laplace?" Fraser looked at him. He decided not to say anything. "Emma, get this man out of my sight before I call security," he said. "I've had enough of his family for one day." Emma looked at him. She was in a dilemma. It wasn't in her nature to chase anyone out of the room, even if she did think that he had no intention of buying. However, if she didn't, Hector had the ability to make her life a misery. "You'd better do as he says," whispered one of her colleagues. "You know what he's like when he's missed a sale." Emma looked like she was about to start crying. Fraser walked over to her. "Don't worry about me," he said kindly. "I can look after myself." "No doubt you look after that useless brother-in-law too," shouted Hector viciously. "Family ties are everything to sort you out. It's all you've got to help you when you've got no money." Fraser didn't answer. He knew the man was angry and needed to vent his frustration somewhere. He just hoped he wouldn't take it out on Emma. "If I'm not mistaken, that little car outside is yours, right?" said Hector. "Congratulations. You are not mistaken," said Fraser, trying to sound jolly. "Why?" he asked, his eyes turning cold. Hector laughed. "I bet you've got over 100,000 miles on that rust bucket," he said. "You can't afford a car like Mr. Laplace, yet you're standing in my office thinking about buying a house in the Santa Ana complex. Emma, get him out." Emma stood rooted to the spot, torn between a colleague and a customer. She couldn't bear to see how everyone appeared to treat him. "Mr. Macklemore, how about—" Fraser raised his hand, interrupting her words. He looked at Hector. "Is this how you treat your customers at the Santa Ana complex? Do I need to ask for your manager?" "You?" said Hector, trying not to laugh. "You think you can get me fired? Do you honestly think the manager will take you seriously? I'm the top performing salesperson in this office. There's no way in the world he's gonna fire me." "Is that really what you think?" asked Fraser, beginning to lose his temper. "Would you like to bet on it? I'm more than happy to bring your boss into this and get you fired. Nothing would make me happier than to see Emma take all your commissions from now on." "Mr. Macklemore," pleaded Emma. "He's our best performing salesperson. The manager will never fire him. Please, stop." Fraser turned to her and handed her his bank card. "Don't worry. He won't bully you anymore. I'd like a private villa, please." The room went silent. "Did he just ask for a private villa?" whispered one salesman to his colleague. "I'm sure I didn't hear him right." "I think it's a mistake," his colleague whispered in reply. "If he can't afford a fancy car, there's no way in the world he can afford a private villa." "You don't need to do this," said Emma. "It's way too much money to spend just to prove a point with Hector." "Go and do it," ordered Fraser. He had turned back to Hector and stared at him. He knew there was no other way he would get respect from this man. The only thing he knew was money, and Fraser would teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. "Which villa did you have in mind?" asked Emma. "The one designed by Mark Ludendorff," said Fraser, still looking at Hector. He wanted to be sure it was a villa in which Natalia would enjoy spending time. She liked privacy. Emma sighed. She took the bank card and put it in the machine. Convinced that the card would be declined, she thought about what alternative jobs she could find in the area once her manager found out about this and fired her. Hector would settle for nothing less, she decided.
I'd be very surprised if that transaction goes through, said Hector, starting to enjoy himself.
It's been approved, said Emma quietly, not believing the card reading machine. Hector looked at her sharply.
Funny joke, he said. Pack your bag. You'll be jobless in less than an hour.
No, said Emma, a little louder this time. It really has gone through. She looked at Fraser and smiled, genuinely pleased for him. Each and every salesperson in the room jumped up and ran to the card reading machine, wanting to see for themselves that the transaction really had gone through. Even Hector, who pushed past some of the team's younger members, looked at the screen in disbelief. He had lost the bet.
I think this is a trick, he said, determined not to be beaten.
I'm not lying to you, said Emma. Mr. Macklemore really has bought the Ludendorff house. Hector looked at her. He tried to see if she was lying, but the unbridled joy on her face let him know that he had lost. He looked back at the screen to see the transfer take place. He counted the zeros as the money moved from one bank account to the other, his face close to tears.
Give that machine to me, he snapped. It must be broken.
As he tried to snatch the machine off Emma, Fraser grabbed his arms, his lightning-quick reactions startling everyone. He looked at Hector, a cold smile on his lips. No, it's not, he said, tightening his grip on the man's arm. You've just got to learn when you're beaten.
He's right, Hector, said one of the older salespeople. He owns that home now. Even if you complain to the manager, he's not going to listen to you.
He turned to Fraser.
May I get you a coffee? He asked politely.
Fraser let go of Hector's arm. Yes, thank you, he said. Hector watched as everyone in the room began to show Fraser acts of courtesy and respect. He finally had to admit he was beaten. He walked over to the comfortable chair that someone had found for Fraser to sit on. The same person offered his hand.
Congratulations, Mr. Macklemore, he said as politely as he could manage. You've bought yourself a wonderful home. I would like to admit my mistake and apologize for it. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Fraser looked at him. Would you have forgiven me if I'd lost the bet?
No, said Hector.
Then let me give you some advice, said Fraser, his voice cold. You need to stop throwing your weight around. You need to treat others with more respect, and you've got to stop assuming you're the most knowledgeable person in the room. I hope you've learned your lesson. Emma returned with some papers for him to sign. They went through the formalities in silence. Hector returned to his desk and didn't utter another word. He watched furiously as his colleagues celebrated the biggest sale they had ever made. Emma had made a fine commission that day. Fraser collected the keys and jumped into his car. He was late to collect Natalia from work. When he got to the office, she was waiting for him outside. She got into his car and glared at him. "You're late," she said. "Sorry," was all that he said in reply. 20 minutes later, they arrived back at her parents' home. As they got out of the car, they were struck by the sound of wailing from inside the house. Natalia ran to the door, worried they had been burgled. But as she walked in, she learned that was not the case.
Neither of